Before feasting on flesh, one must not perish. With a resounding crash, the decrepit temple door was shattered, splintering into a myriad of pieces. Suddenly, a frigid gust swept in, and the overwhelming scent of blood jolted Su Qing awake. A rugged man, with a dark mole at the corner of his mouth, was pressing down upon her, forcefully tugging at her clothing. The man's repulsive grin revealed a set of yellowed incisors, remnants of vegetables clinging to them, and his foul breath assaulted Su Qing's senses. Oh my heavens! What an unsightly creature! He is truly grotesque. Before Su Qing could react, a cold, iron blade swiftly severed the man's throat, causing him to collapse to the ground in convulsions, warm crimson liquid seeping from the wound. Simultaneously, a heavy cloak draped over her shoulders. Put on came a deep voice. Su Qing raised her gaze to see a figure clad in black standing beside her. He possessed an extraordinary appearance, as though bestowed by the gods. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, coupled with a sharply defined nose and thin, pale lips, rendered his features strikingly three-dimensional. Beneath thick lashes lay a pair of captivating eyes, imbued with an aura of lethality, while blood dripped from the long sword he wielded. Who? Laying on the ground. Is this my senior brother? A surge of joy flooded Su Qing's heart, only to be quickly overshadowed by a sense of unease. No, this is not right. The chilling aura emanating from the man starkly contrasted with the ethereal presence of her senior brother. He merely bore a resemblance to him. Furthermore, the atmosphere around him was saturated with a sense of death. Such a handsome man, yet he is a harbinger of doom. As Su Qing followed Feng Yan out of the crumbling temple, her chaotic thoughts began to untangle and clarify. The original protagonist, as the adopted daughter of the current prime minister, was granted in marriage to the second son of the general's household by the emperor. However, as the bridal procession entered the territory of Liang City, they were intercepted by bandits. In a desperate attempt to preserve her chastity, the original protagonist fought fiercely, but ultimately met her demise. In a twist of fate, Su Qing, the most formidable leader of the Hua Qing sect in the Xianjin continent, surprisingly caused an explosion in her alchemical furnace while practicing alchemy. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself within the body of the original protagonist who shared her name. After a moment of calculation, Su Qing realized that the man before her was none other than her betrothed, Feng Yan. As they stepped out of the dilapidated temple, Su Qing was met with a harrowing sight. Soldiers armed with weapons filled the courtyard, and the ground was littered with slain bodies and severed limbs, the mingling of blood and rain painting the scene in a gruesome crimson hue. "Are you afraid?" Feng Yan inquired, his lips parting slightly, his voice as chilling as the moonlit night. Su Qing raised an eyebrow and shook her head lightly. Such a scene paled in comparison to the battles of her previous life in the realm of immortal cultivation. How could she possibly be afraid? Liang City is the most significant town in the northwestern territory of the Southern Kingdom, and such scenes are far from uncommon, Feng Yan said in a placid tone. "Since you have married me, as long as you harbor no ill intentions, I shall protect you throughout your life." Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. The emperor's decree of marriage was intended to keep the original protagonist under surveillance and to restrain Feng Yan. Such a tone was, indeed, quite courteous for Su Qing. As long as she could wed her senior brother, everything was negotiable. After all, she had long cherished feelings for him, though he was wholly devoted to his path of cultivation. As she reveled in her thoughts, a soldier led a black steed before them. Feng Yan wrapped his arm around Su Qing's slender waist and mounted the horse. The delicate woman in his embrace bore almost no weight. She remained silent and extraordinarily obedient. Feng Yan lowered his gaze once more at this petite figure that seemed almost to nestle within his arms. Within Su Qing's heart, a wave of delight surged as her slender fingers flicked lightly in the air, causing the oppressive aura of death surrounding the man to dissipate in an instant. He was a man she had set her sights on. How could she allow him to perish so easily? At least not before she had indulged in her desires. Simultaneously, the suppressed aura of nobility, once shrouded in darkness, emerged unreservedly before Su Qing. Although faint and ethereal, it undeniably bore the mark of a person of distinction. Chapter 2. Unable to speak, stifled, Feng Yan's feet pressed against the horse's belly. sending up flecks of soil as they galloped away. Su Qing sat sideways upon the horse, comfortably nestled in Feng Yan's embrace, savoring the warmth he provided. The jostling of the horse made her feel unsettled, prompting her to discreetly wrap her arms around his waist, pressing her cheek against his solid chest. This man bore an uncanny resemblance to her elder brother, not only in face and stature, but also in voice, nearly identical. Oh, how she longed to reach out and touch him. Feng Yan, sensing the soft touch of his delicate companion, subtly furrowed his brow. Having spent years stationed in Liang City, he was accustomed to the rugged, unyielding soldiers of the army. Such tender sensations were a rarity. It was merely a fleeting moment of discomfort. Although the mountain bandits had been vanquished today, the escort for the wedding suffered heavy casualties, making me unsuitable for their stay. You shall reside at the Feng residence. In due time, I will arrange your marriage from my household, and I will write to the emperor to inform him of this matter. As Feng Yan spoke, he prepared to set Su Qing down, ensuring she was stable on her feet. Upon touching the ground, Su Qing quickly adjusted her cloak, wrapping it tightly around herself. The voluminous garment enveloped her slender form, revealing only her pale, delicate face. Her misty eyes exuded a sense of vulnerability that elicited sympathy. Feng Yan averted his gaze as he led her into the fragrant courtyard of the Feng residence. Go fetch water for Miss Su to bathe and prepare some food in the kitchen, Feng Yan instructed the servants in the room. After a brief pause, he added, also, summon Mr. Dongfang. As the servants exited to fulfill his requests, Feng Yan turned to Su Qing and inquired, are there any maids among the wedding procession that you are familiar with? Su Qing understood that Feng Yan intended for familiar maidservants to attend to her. However, those individuals had been dispatched by the emperor, surveilling Feng Yan while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on her. Feng Yan was now under her protection, and she could not allow anyone to mistreat him. Delving into the memories of the original owner, she recalled that there existed a maidservant among the dowry named Ri, who was the emperor's confidant. Very well, I shall summon her to serve you tomorrow. Su Qing distinctly sensed a cloud of gloom surrounding Feng Yan, likely indicating his awareness of Rui's true identity. Thank you, General Feng. She expressed her gratitude with a composed demeanor, though inwardly she felt a rising distress as the ominous aura from him intensified. Rui was not only the emperor's trusted aide, but also a rare talent in martial arts. By designating Rui, her intention was to transform her into an indomitable sword at Feng Yan's side. Yet, she could not voice this now. It was exasperating. As a servant brought steaming water into the room, Feng Yan retreated to his quarters for a bath. Soaking in the hot water, Su Qing gradually closed her eyes, meticulously probing the vital energy within her body. Soon, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she rested her head against the edge of the wooden tub, letting out a quiet sigh. The original owner's body bore numerous latent ailments. Turning her palm, she revealed a fragrant pill that lay nestled in her hand, which she swiftly consumed. As a formidable cultivator, Su Qing could not tolerate her internal energy being reduced to merely 1/10 of its peak. How could she navigate this foreign realm and still dote on her beloved man? After her bath, Su Qing reclined on the soft bed for a brief respite. After an indeterminate passage of time, she was stirred by intermittent voices drifting in from the courtyard. Slowly, she opened her eyes. General, could it be that the old ailment has recurred? Dongfang Bai hurriedly arrived with a medicine box, and upon stepping into the courtyard, he spotted Feng Yan in a flowing white garment under the moonlight. He inquired urgently, is it not? Feng Yan replied, it is Miss Su from the Su family. Miss Su? Dongfang Bai paused for a moment, quickly processing the information. The one who was betrothed? Feng Yan offered no rebuttal, casting a glance at the servant. The servant comprehended the unspoken message and approached the door, announcing, Miss Su. The Major General and Mr. Dongfang have arrived. Su Qing's eyes brightened at the mention of Feng Yan. She rose to open the door, welcoming both men inside. Chapter 3. The old man is truly ruthless. The Major General, concerned for Miss Su, had specifically sought out the old man to check on her. Mr. Dongfang entered the room, placing the medicine box on the table, and after shedding his outer robe, he seated himself. He gestured towards the opposite chair, inviting Su Qing to sit. Miss Su, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Su Qing regarded Dongfang Bai, who, despite being over 40, radiated an aura of benevolence, yet was enveloped in a palpable malevolence. Within that sinister aura lingered countless shadows, and the corners of her lips curled slightly. It was evident that he was embroiled in numerous deadly affairs. No wonder the deathly energy surrounding Feng Yan had been dispersed, only to show signs of resurgence. It was likely due to the machinations of those around him. Su Qing lowered her eyelids, a smirk forming in her heart. The elixir she had consumed had healed the original owner's hidden affliction. How could there be any chill invading her body? She refrained from exposing the truth directly. Eager to discern whether this Mr. Dongfang was merely ambitious, yet lacking in ability, or if he harbored ulterior motives. The truth would soon reveal itself. Since he was here, the old man would now proceed to check on the general. Dongfang Bai stood up, slinging the medicine chest over his shoulder. He looked at Feng Yan and said, I have already informed my master about the general's condition through correspondence. I believe good news will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, the tension in Feng Yan's face eased slightly. The general is ill too? Su Qing's soft and delicate voice captivated the attention of the two individuals in the room, even causing her own bones to feel weak. The sound of her voice was indeed enchanting. It should be noted that in the Xinjiang continent, she was a formidable presence, so powerful that her mere voice could render others faint with fear. Feng Yan did not conceal the truth, for concealing the main commander's serious illness would be treasonous. A divine physician? I see nothing but a charlatan. Dongfang Bai retorted vehemently. Those who pursue the art of healing are on an endless journey of learning. No one can confidently claim their skills rival those of the immortals. The general's ailment is uncommon, and after decades of practicing medicine, I cannot guarantee a complete cure. How can one trust the empty words of a quack? Su Qing realized that mentioning her acquaintance with a divine physician who could heal the general had provoked a significant disturbance in Dongfang Bai's aura. There must be something amiss. He surely harbored secrets. I am merely concerned about the general's condition. Mr. Dongfang is at a loss. Seeking another doctor to take a look would not be a bad idea, would it? Su Qing said with a tone of feigned innocence, as if to suggest that one might think Mr. Dongfang did not wish for the general's recovery. You. Dongfang Bai's face flushed with anger. Feng Yan raised an eyebrow discreetly. It was evident that the emperor's envoy had already begun to sow discord within the household before even stepping through the door. Su Qing remained oblivious to Feng Yan's thoughts, or else she would surely have cried out in protest against the injustice. A servant entered the room, bearing a tray upon which rested a porcelain bowl, pristine and white. Instantly, the bitter aroma of traditional Chinese medicine permeated the air. Su Qing, detecting the medicinal scent, let out a cold snort inwardly. This decrepit old man was truly ruthless. For the paltry sum of 100 taels of silver, he dared to adulterate the medicine with the fruit of the magnolia. Though the fruit itself is innocuous, its consumption in such a quantity could lead to infertility in women. Although she possessed a body impervious to toxins, she could not allow anyone to scheme against her in such a manner. Chapter 4. I can drink 3 large bowls of bitter medicine. Feng Yan observed Su Qing's frown, mistakenly believing her to be apprehensive about the bitter concoction. He approached her with the white porcelain bowl, his voice gentle. I have prepared some candied fruits. Drink this and rest early. What kind of medicine is this? Su Qing grasped Feng Yan's sleeve, her exquisite brows knitted in distress. Why does it smell so peculiar? It is unlike the remedies I usually take for dispelling cold and calming the spirit. This is merely a common warming medicine. Dongfang Bai, overhearing her words, was incensed. His beard bristling as he retorted, I bear you no grudge. Why would I wish to harm you? Feigning fright, Su Qing nestled closer into Feng Yan's embrace. In such moments, her delicate and demure persona must remain intact. Moreover, to forego an opportunity would be sheer folly. If it were simply a standard warming medicine, why then the presence of magnolia fruit? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Su Qing, her eyes reflecting disbelief and terror as she recoiled from Feng Yan's hold. Biting her lower lip tightly, her complexion paling further. Feng Yan felt the warmth of her body slip away, stirring an uncomfortable sensation within him. Yet Su Qing's subsequent words took him by surprise. Do you know the consequences of a woman mistakenly consuming the white orchid fruit, Major General? Su Qing's voice was laced with melancholy as she lamented, I am aware that had it not been for the arranged marriage, you would never have deigned to notice someone like me. With a bittersweet smile, she reached out for the white porcelain bowl in Feng Yan's hands, only to have it withdrawn. She gazed in confusion at the strikingly handsome man before her. White orchid fruit. Feng Yan lifted the bowl to his nose, inhaling its scent, then glanced at Su Qing, who hung her head, her expression one of poignant distress, before turning to the pallid and furious Dongfang Bai, who glared at her. Fetch the prescription. Upon hearing Su Qing mention the white orchid fruit, Dongfang Bai's face paled considerably. Now that Feng Yan sought to examine the prescription. The hand hidden within his voluminous sleeve trembled uncontrollably, his fingers clenched in an effort to maintain composure. Feng Yan quickly scanned the prescription and indeed found the mention of white orchid fruit. With piercing eyes, he directed his gaze at Dongfang Bai, crumpling the paper in his grip. Mr. Dongfang, the white orchid fruit is strictly prohibited for women. How did it find its way onto the prescription? Years of battlefield experience had imbued Feng Yan with an imposing presence, and his question caused Dongfang Bai's calves to quiver slightly. Major General Feng. The white orchid fruit possesses the ability to invigorate blood circulation and dispel cold, providing a calming effect more swiftly than its counterparts. Dongfang Bai feigned tranquility, bowing respectfully. For many years, I have treated wounded soldiers at the Feng residence, seldom diagnosing women. It was an inadvertent oversight. I shall rewrite the prescription at once. He then turned towards Su Qing, offering a deferential apology. I hope Miss Su will not hold this against me. No, there's no need. Su Qing shrank back towards Feng Yan, murmuring softly, what if the new prescription contains something unknown to me? You, Dongfang Bai, witnessing that Feng Yan no longer broached the subject, felt both anger and fear as Su persistently raised the matter. The intrusion of wind evil could be severe or mild. Especially with our wedding just half a month away. Feng Yan remarked, we cannot afford any mishaps. A wedding? Does that not imply the opportunity for subtle encounters with Master Brother at any given moment? Su Qing's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Indeed, we must avoid any blunders. I implore you, Mr. Dongfang, to prepare the prescription. I can manage 3 large bowls. After all, she possessed an immunity to all poisons and feared nothing. Feng Yan, the servant beside them, lowered his head. Could it be that the young mistress is a fool? Chapter 5. The 3 conditions for healing. Dongfang Bai chuckled awkwardly. I shall prepare the prescription at once. Before Feng Yan's words fell silent, a slender figure emerged from the shadows of the room, approaching Dongfang Bai. A shiver ran down Dongfang Bai's spine, and his complexion turned ashen. He feared that this time, he would not only fail to earn 100 taels of silver, but also lose the credibility he had painstakingly built over the years in the Feng household, cursing himself for his short-sightedness and folly. However, knowing that only he could temporarily manage General Feng's ailment, his growing anxiety began to dissipate. Once Dongfang Bai departed, Feng Yan waved his hand, signaling the servants in the room to leave. At that moment, only Feng Yan and Su Qing remained in the chamber. Su Qing squinted as she admired the strikingly handsome man before her. Although he lacked the ethereal aura of her senior brother, the bloodthirsty ferocity emanating from him due to years of battle rendered him even more captivating. Mr. Dongfang, lacking in medical expertise, observed the delicate woman on the bed with a gaze filled with complex emotions. He cautiously inquired whether the renowned physician had also arrived in the border town. As Miss Su was of delicate constitution, a smile graced Su Qing's lips. It was no wonder the emperor harbored such trepidation. This Feng Yan was indeed a remarkable figure, as evidenced by the matter concerning the white orchid fruit. With intelligent individuals, Su Qing had no intention of withholding information, especially since she had no desire to conceal her intentions. The existing barrier between them was detrimental to her own interests. Do you wish for the divine physician to treat General Feng's ailment? Su Qing queried directly. Yes, but with conditions. Feng Yan slowly approached and seated himself before her. He exhibited no surprise at her demands, for this woman had been sent by the emperor to monitor her. Her requests were merely a matter of allowing her unrestricted access to his study. What are the conditions? First, I wish to never see Dongfang Bai or the person behind the scenes who has harmed me again. Very well. Is just 1 room sufficient? And the third condition? Su Qing spread her arms wide, her smile as radiant as begonia blossoms. A hug. Feng Yan's expression remained unperturbed as he regarded the petite woman before him, his fingers beneath his sleeves twitching slightly. Do you no longer wish to save your father? Faced with this blatant threat, Feng Yan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her for a moment before stepping closer and enveloping her fragile form in his embrace. Su Qing wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face into his sturdy chest, inhaling the faint scent of sandalwood that emanated from him. Oh, how blissful it was! Feng Yan maintained a calm demeanor. Though his body felt slightly stiff under her embrace, the softness at his chest causing a subtle flush to creep to his ears. Miss Su, have you had enough of this embrace? He inquired coolly after half a cup of tea had passed, noticing that Su Qing had no intention of letting go. Su Qing lifted her head, her brows arched playfully, and her eyes sparkled with joy. making her already enchanting visage even more captivating. "I've had enough for today," she chuckled. "Let us go?" She slipped on her shoes and took hold of Feng Yan's large hand, leading him outside. "Are we not going to seek the divine physician?" Feng Yan asked tentatively. Su Qing smiled without responding. The further they walked, the more serious Feng Yan's expression became, and they only halted when they reached General Feng's courtyard. "Young Major," two guards standing outside the courtyard saluted upon seeing Feng Yan, their hands clasped in respect. Noticing their young major approaching with a stunning lady, they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to address them. "This is Miss Su from the Su family," Feng Yan explained. "Weren't we told that the young major was not fond of such things? And yet, here he is, holding hands before marriage." The guards shared knowing glances, then looked at the ethereal Su Qing, instantly understanding the young major's sentiments, and in unison, they exclaimed, "Young madam." Feng Yan. Hearing the term young madam, Su Qing felt an inner glee, as if a little person in her heart was joyfully tumbling about. "Your guards have a promising future," she remarked, completely oblivious to Feng Yan's increasingly darkening expression as she merrily pulled him by the hand into the courtyard. At a banquet, Su Qing encountered no obstacles as she pushed open the door and entered the room. Inside, a solitary glass lamp illuminated the space, permeating the air with an unpleasant herbal scent. Vaguely, she discerned a middle-aged man on the bed, his form emaciated to the point of resembling a corpse. His breaths were so faint that, without close inspection, one might mistake him for a lifeless body. Releasing Feng Yan's hand, Su Qing swiftly approached the bedside, with Feng Yan closely trailing behind, consumed by concern. The renowned physician she mentioned was likely a court doctor sent from the palace. Yet Su Qing's sole intention was to ascertain whether her father truly suffered from a grave illness. Hence, he refrained from preventing her from coming here. He was willing to try anything to save her father, even if it was merely a flicker of hope. Observing the ailing patient, Su Qing placed 3 fingers delicately upon General Feng Yan's pulse. Her brow arched, and in an instant, her eyes shifted to a fleeting violet hue. In just a few breaths, she discerned the nature of Feng Yan's ailment. Su Qing's actions did not elude Feng Yan's notice. He recognized she was taking his pulse. Yet the rapidity of her movements was far from that of a conventional doctor, prompting him to question whether Su Qing was merely putting on a show. A look of alarm crossed Feng Yan's usually impassive face. In addition to being poisoned, General Feng Yan had also fallen victim to sorcery. Su Qing continued, explaining that the poison and sorcery were in a state of delicate balance. Dongfang Bai's remedy had merely delayed the onset of the poison, allowing the sorcery to become more active, which caused the symptoms of subcutaneous swellings. Sorcery? Feng Yan's handsome brow furrowed tightly. "Are you certain it is sorcery?" Sorcery was a possession of the Northern Frontier's royal family and a significant factor in their supremacy over other nations. Once afflicted by it, there was no recourse but to await death. But why would the Northern Frontier resort to such nefarious means against her father? When Su Qing observed that Feng Yan was enveloped in a chilling aura, gradually succumbing to the pallor of death, she stepped forward and placed a hand upon his chest. Instantly, the dark, lifeless energy dissipated into thin air. This sensation to her astonishment, despite his tall and slender form, he possessed such remarkable strength unable to resist. Su Qing gave him a gentle squeeze. Feng Yan, taken aback by the playful audacity of the petite woman, retreated a step, his ears burning with embarrassment. "I can dispel the poison within General Feng," Su Qing declared, her eyes darting thoughtfully. "However, the previous 3 conditions only permit me to alleviate the toxin. If you wish for me to eradicate the curse as well, additional terms must be negotiated." Feng Yan's expression remained composed. He understood that her previous statements were merely a prelude, and now the crux of the matter was at hand. It seemed that this Su Qing was not the same one he had discreetly investigated. "As long as you can cure my father," he stated directly, eschewing any pretense, "I am willing to relinquish half of my military authority. It is I who shall treat General Feng's ailment, not the emperor. What need have I for military power?" Su Qing retorted, her tone exasperated. "That sort of thing is neither aesthetically pleasing nor edible." Chapter 7. No concubines allowed. Only affection for me alone. Feng Yan gazed silently at the woman before him. The military power of the southern kingdom lay in the hands of 3 factions: the Feng family, which guarded Liang City, the imperial authority, and the remaining power held by the regent. These 3 forces had maintained a delicate balance for many years, avoiding any significant discord. The emperor, wary of the Feng family, had arranged this marriage and dispatched observers. Now, with Feng Yan's willingness to cede half of his military authority, the imperial power would naturally overshadow both the Feng family and the regent, alleviating fears of any potential threats from the Feng family towards the imperial lineage. Yet, Su Qing surprisingly refused. "What is it that you desire?" Feng Yan inquired with a steady voice. "After you marry me, you are forbidden from taking concubines and must cherish only me." Su Qing narrowed her eyes, gazing suggestively at Feng Yan's lower body, threatening, "Otherwise, I'll castrate you." Feng Yan had not anticipated such a demand. Though his face remained impassive, his ears, still flushed from the earlier moment, grew even more fevered. Hearing this, Su Qing nodded in satisfaction and stated matter-of-factly to Feng Yan, "I need to treat the general now, so please leave." Feng Yan glanced at his father, who had been tormented beyond recognition, and without a word, turned and exited the room, waiting outside. Su Qing mentally calculated that after healing the old General Feng Yan would surely be grateful and repay her kindness, allowing them to become an enviable couple, a match made in heaven. Just thinking about the sensation beneath her palm earlier, she mused, TSK, I really struck gold." With a flip of her hand, a brown pill appeared. If Dongfang Bai were not so malevolent, he could be considered a capable physician. His suppression of poisons was quite effective. However, the subjective was rarely seen, and even the imperial physicians might not be able to detect it, let alone a commoner like Dongfang Bai, are divided into mother and child. The mother can control countless child, so those who are afflicted are infested with child, are extremely difficult to concoct, and finding a mother to counteract the child is entirely infeasible. Su Qing skillfully pinched old General Feng's jaw, directly placing the detoxification pill into his mouth. After closing his mouth, she raised his chin slightly, and the pill slid down his throat and into his stomach. Sensing the aroma of the pill, the parasitic worms began to stir, scurrying rapidly beneath the inelastic skin, an utterly horrifying sight. Su Qing let out a soft, coldly mocking smile. The one who had cast the curse possessed some skill, but such trifling sorcery was utterly insignificant before her as a practitioner of profound cultivation. With a swift motion, she pierced her fingertip, allowing droplets of blood to seep forth. She then applied the crimson essence to the lips of the old General Feng. The cursed insects within her body, drawn by the scent of blood, surged forth like a relentless tide, a mass so dense it sent shivers down one's spine. Su Qing could have incinerated these dreadful creatures, but upon reflection, she realized this was evidence of her endeavor to save the old general. She needed Feng Yan to witness it with his own eyes, lest her sacrifice of blood be in vain. After all, her blood could neutralize myriad poisons and was thus invaluable. Freed from the torment of the cursed insects, the old general's breathing grew soft and steady, allowing him to drift into a tranquil slumber. "You have turned misfortune into fortune. You need not fear being cursed or poisoned again." Su Qing murmured softly by the old general's ear. "But should your son dare to treat me poorly, I shall not hesitate to eliminate him." Unbeknownst to anyone, the old general's right index finger twitched violently beneath the covers. "It is done," Su Qing called out towards the door. Feng Yan hurriedly pushed the door open and strode to the bedside. Upon seeing the bed strewn with the brown carcasses of long worms, his expression shifted slightly, and he instinctively glanced at his father, noting that the old man's demeanor had improved significantly. "The curse has been lifted," Su Qing remarked, her eyes narrowing as she smiled at the man before her, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. "So what do you think? Am I not remarkable?" Feng Yan gazed at her charming and delicate figure, a sudden urge to caress her soft hair stirring within him, though he restrained himself. Indeed, Su Qing, well aware of his thoughts, allowed a subtle smile to play at the corners of her lips. Chapter 8. Medical skills comparable to immortals. However, General Feng's health was severely compromised, and it would take no less than 3 to 5 years for him to regain his vitality. It was imperative to nurture his body diligently. Naturally, Feng Yan inquired, "Are there any dietary restrictions for my father?" "Abstain from cold and cooling foods, and focus on warming nourishment," Su Qing replied after a brief pause. "If you wish for General Feng to recover more swiftly, I do possess a remedy, though the medicinal ingredients are rather challenging to procure." "That is of no concern," Feng Yan responded. "I kindly request that Miss Su provide the prescription." Approaching the table, Su Qing elegantly inscribed 2 prescriptions. Feng Yan glanced at the papers, his brow slightly furrowing. One prescription was for a medicinal bath, which he could comprehend to some extent. However, The other contained the names of 7 herbs he had never encountered before. Could there truly exist such extraordinary remedies in this world? Feng Yan's gaze towards Su Qing was filled with curiosity. Extraordinary, is it? Su Qing mused. I possess numerous such prescriptions. For her, this particular remedy was merely one of the most commonplace formulas in the Xianjin continent, intended solely for ordinary individuals incapable of cultivation. As a formidable figure, Su Qing had no need for such ingredients, and thus they were absent from the elixirs she concocted. The two exited the room in succession, and Feng Yan entrusted the medicinal bath prescription to the steward, instructing him to prepare a new bed and clothing for his father. Zhu Mo, a tall and slender figure, emerged from the shadows, exuding an air of chill. Have Zhu Qing gather the medicinal ingredients, he commanded. Zhu Mo swiftly accepted the prescription and vanished into the darkness. The sound of a growling stomach echoed in the tranquil night, amplifying the silence around them. Su Qing's lips twitched as she desperately blinked her large eyes, her fingers secretly prodding her abdomen, utterly incredulous that such a bewitching sound could emanate from her, especially since she had refrained from consuming food for several centuries. Her subtle movements did not escape Feng Yan's keen gaze, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Unbeknownst to him, the expression in his eyes towards Su Qing gradually softened. Dinner had been prepared. A servant stepped forward to inform him that it had been delivered to Miss Su's courtyard. The culinary skills of the household chef were commendable. Feng Yan remarked that if Miss Su was unaccustomed to northern cuisine, he would have the chef prepare southern dishes the following day. He accompanied Su Qing to the entrance of her courtyard, watching her enter her room before he turned and made his way to the study. Master, Zhu Mo appeared before Feng Yan at an unknown moment, reporting that Dr. Shun had examined the old master and confirmed that the poison had indeed been resolved. Dr. Shen also mentioned that the person who had cured the old master possessed extraordinary skills, akin to those of a celestial being, and there was not a trace of residual poison left within him. Feng Yan understood that even the most potent antidote would leave remnants of poison in the body for a while, necessitating the simultaneous detoxification and nourishment of the body. Dr. Shun had also reviewed the prescription, expressing his astonishment, and he was eager to meet Miss Su. Shun Guyu, the foremost disciple of the medical valley, had been falsely accused of murdering the valley master. In a bid for survival, she fled to the border town of Liangqing, where she was rescued by the esteemed General Feng Yan, subsequently remaining with the Feng family. Ostensibly, Dongfang Bai was treating the old general, but in reality, it was Shun Guyu's prescription that was in use. Little did anyone expect that the old general, in addition to being poisoned, had also been afflicted with a curse. For the time being, inform Zhu Yu to investigate the individual known as Su Qing thoroughly. Indeed, Zhu Mo remarked that the person assigned to monitor Rue Yi has reported her escape. Feng Yan smiled faintly, confident that those dispatched by the emperor to observe him would not easily flee. Most likely, she has gone to meet her. Chapter 9. What justifies my loyalty initially? I had planned to resume my fortune-telling and healing at the shop after the wedding, gradually restoring my true energy to its peak. However, it seems that this is no longer feasible. I must hasten to cultivate this body to the point of fasting, as the sensation of hunger is quite unbearable. In this world devoid of spiritual energy, cultivation requires the acquisition of faith power, which can then be transformed into true energy. In simpler terms, the more individuals who believe in, respect, and love me, the stronger the manifested true energy will be. Tomorrow, I shall head to the shop. Just as Su Qing resolved to lie down, she heard faint sounds from outside her room. Ah, they have indeed arrived. Su Qing sat up, elegantly stretched, and leisurely walked to the window. Upon opening the window, she reached out and pulled a figure clad in black into her room, swiftly closing the window behind them. The entire sequence of actions was fluid and remarkably swift. The masked individual's eyes widened in astonishment. Her martial prowess was formidable, and one would expect a defensive reaction to a sudden attack. Yet, she had just been pulled into the room by someone seemingly unskilled in martial arts. As she removed her mask, her features, illuminated by the light, revealed a face that could be considered quite handsome. The visitor was none other than Rue Yi. Though the incident with the bandits was indeed unexpected, Feng Yan had taken advantage of the situation to eliminate several escort guards in secret. Had I not disguised myself, I too might not have escaped unscathed. Rui lowered her voice menacingly. Miss Su, you must swiftly earn the trust of the Feng family. You are well aware of the consequences. Su Qing's alluring lips curled into a smile, her languid gaze settling upon Rui. Rui, you are not only the Emperor's confidant, but also the captain of the Royal Shadow Guard's 3rd Division, am I correct? Rui's expression darkened instantly. While it was true that she was the Emperor's trusted aide, the identity of the Shadow Guard captain was highly confidential. How could the other party possibly know? If you can harbor disloyalty towards the Emperor with such a position, what grounds do you have to demand my loyalty? Su Qing seemingly ignored Rui's change in demeanor and continued, am I right, Duan Muyao? A flicker of astonishment flashed in Rui's eyes, quickly replaced by a surge of murderous intent. With the sound of a sword being unsheathed, a gleaming blade, accompanied by a chilling aura, lunged towards Su Qing's chest. Su Qing slowly extended a finger, meeting the sword's tip, halting its advance with effortless ease. She tilted her head to evade the strike, gently flicking her index finger against the blade, causing the sword to vibrate violently, ultimately forcing Rui to release her grip, the weapon clattering to the ground. Rui's right hand, still gripping the sword, went numb from the impact, rendering her powerless. Her face remained impassive, yet turmoil raged within. She knew precisely how formidable her own strength was, yet she had been unable to withstand even a single move against this woman. How could such an extraordinary individual exist in this world? I will kill you, but only in the blink of an eye. Su Qing strolled over to the octagonal table and took a seat, gesturing towards the opposite chair. Shall we discuss matters in detail now? Rui watched as Su Qing poured 2 cups of tea, hesitating briefly before taking a seat across from her. If I rescue your brother, will you pledge your allegiance solely to me? Su Qing, disliking ambiguity, cut straight to the point. I do not comprehend your nonsensical ramblings. Rui's heart sank. Her expression taut, her voice growing increasingly frigid. I am a Shadow Guard, and my loyalty is to the current Emperor. Chapter 10. As a subordinate, obedience is one's duty. You are not from the Southern Kingdom. How can you be loyal to the current Emperor? Su Qing, noticing Rui's obstinacy, squinted and smiled faintly. You are originally from the Liang Kingdom, captured by the northern barbarians during your flight, with your brother imprisoned and you coerced to act as a spy in the Southern Kingdom. Have I erred in my account? Rui lowered her gaze, concealing her expression. Who exactly are you? How do you know all this? Everything you have done is merely to ensure your brother's safety. Su Qing tapped her fingers rhythmically on the table. In these years, you have never laid eyes on him. How can you be certain of your brother's safety in the northern territories? Rui pressed her lips tightly together. And after a moment's contemplation, she lifted her gaze to meet Su Qing's, her eyes brimming with unprecedented resolve. If you truly can rescue him, I am willing to serve you for life. Your life is my life, and your death my death, she declared through clenched teeth, provided that you save him first. Very well, please wait a moment. Su Qing smiled gently, and in an instant, she vanished before Rui's eyes. Startled, Rui rose to her feet. And as she came to her senses, Su Qing reappeared, cradling a frail child in her arms, gently placing him upon the bed. She immediately recognized the gaunt, emaciated child as her long-cherished brother and rushed forward to envelop him in her arms. Xiaoer, how could you have changed so much? They had promised me. Why would they do this? Years of suppressed longing and hatred erupted within her, her eyes turning a furious crimson. Su Qing turned her palm over, producing a medicinal pill which she offered to Rui, who unhesitatingly administered it to her brother. Su Qing regarded Rui with a glimmer of amusement, remarking, Are you not afraid that what I have given is poison? Xiaoer has been afflicted by deadly poison for days. He is doomed to die. If you truly wish to kill him, there is no need for such theatrics. Rui gently stroked the boy's withered hair, suppressing her hatred, and declared, Regardless of whether Xiaoer survives, the promise I made to you shall remain unbroken. Fear not, he will not perish. Su Qing replied, but his foundation is shattered. He will become a mere vessel for medicine henceforth. Upon hearing this, Rui turned and knelt. If you save Xiaoer, then my life belongs to you, and I shall never betray you in this lifetime. Simultaneously, a white orb the size of a cat's eye surged from Rui's body and entered Su Qing. This was the essence of Rui's faith. Do you not have any questions for me? Su Qing squinted at the kneeling figure before her, continuing, Such as how I saved your brother? Who am I? These indeed were the queries that plagued Rui's mind, yet she understood that, as a subordinate, her duty was to obey. She knew only that her master was Su Qing, the daughter of the esteemed Prime Minister Su. With utmost gravity, Rui fabricated a tale, designating Mu Yao as the future young mistress of the Feng family. Su Qing nodded in contentment. Mu Yao, Henceforth you shall be known as Mu Yao, and your younger brother shall be called Mu Xiao. Duan Mu Yao Mu Yao. A warm current flowed through Mu Yao's heart. The surname Duanmu was likely lost to her forever, but the name Mu Yao allowed her to retain a sliver of longing. Now, hasten to the kitchen and prepare some victuals for me. The Feng manor is rife with spies, and they are already aware that you are in my abode. Su Qing felt her stomach convulsing incessantly, the discomfort bringing her to the verge of tears. Quickly, prepare a generous amount. Su Qing watched as Mu Yao hastily departed the room, her entire being seeming to deflate as she collapsed limply onto the table. Heavens, merely a single instance of teleportation? It has exacted such a toll. I am famished. She lamented. No, this will not do. I must cultivate to the point of abstaining from grains as soon as possible. If the denizens of the Xuanzhen continent were to discover that a cultivation grandee, such as herself, had perished from starvation in another world, they would surely be convulsed with laughter. Chapter 11. Unable to resist consuming an extra half-bowl more than usual, Zhu Mo emerged from the shadows, cupping his fist in salute to Feng Yan, who was engrossed in military texts. Master, after an hour of confidential discourse with Miss Su, Ru Yi departed for the kitchen. Feng Yan raised his gaze and inquired, what does she seek in the kitchen? She prepared a pot of rice, along with dishes such as jade fungus, chicken oil mushrooms, joyous dumplings, monk's prawns, stir-fried eel threads, and chicken noodle soup. Zhu Mo reported verbatim, and also a sweet and sour fish. Feng Yan paused, taken aback. Can the two of them consume such a quantity? Master, Zhu Mo hesitated. Ru Yi partook only of a bowl of chicken noodle soup. The remainder was consumed by Miss Su. Feast of ceiling. The temples throbbed with a faint ache. The following dawn, as Su Qing stirred from her slumber, Mu Yao entered the room bearing a basin of clear water. Breakfast had been meticulously prepared. Mu Yao twisted a piece of cloth and offered it to Su Qing, inquiring whether her mistress would dine within the confines of her chamber or venture to the floral hall. Where's Feng Yan? She asked. The young general is in the floral hall, came the reply. A smile graced Su Qing's lips. Let us proceed to the floral hall. The two entered in succession. Feng Yan sat at the table, his posture impeccable, his features sharply defined, exuding a remarkable elegance as he gracefully consumed his breakfast with silver chopsticks. A sight most pleasing to behold. Su Qing approached and took a seat beside him, propping her chin upon her hand, gazing at him with eyes full of mirth. Mu Yao ladled a bowl of rice porridge for Su Qing and stepped back, maintaining her composure, though she could not disregard the palpable presence of Zhu Mo beside her. Feng Yan, is the shop ready? She inquired. Indeed, Feng Yan replied coolly. Zhu Mo will accompany you there. Su Qing remained unfazed by Feng Yan's indifferent demeanor, as her senior brother was often even more aloof. Very well. She cast a glance at Zhu Mo, nodded, and took a sip of the porridge, her eyes sparkling with delight at its flavor. Observing the way the small woman's cheeks puffed while she savored the dish, Feng Yan felt his appetite surge, unable to resist consuming half a bowl more than usual. Though he dismissed such trivialities, they left Zhu Mo astounded. Since the elder General Feng's grave illness, the weight of military affairs had fallen heavily upon his shoulders, often leaving him so occupied that he would go an entire day without a morsel. The kitchen, ever inventive, endeavored daily to provide him with nourishment, yet the portion remained a mere half-bowl. Even the sturdiest of men could not endure such deprivation. Little did anyone know that Su Qing's presence would yield such an effect. Zhu Mo's gaze towards Su Qing softened considerably. After Feng Yan departed, Zhu Mo awaited Su Qing to finish her breakfast before escorting her and Mu Yao out of the Feng residence. Though Liang City could not rival the bustling capital, it still brimmed with vitality. The streets extended east and west, lined with tea houses and taverns, with the incessant calls of street vendors echoing all around. The establishment on Shiliang Street, positioned at the intersection of Shiliang and Nanliang Streets, was a hub of activity in Liang City. Zhu Mo meticulously described the surroundings, mentioning that not far from the shop lay Shiliang Lake, a favored spot for scholars and poets to drift upon its waters. The trio soon arrived at the shop, which had already been tidied up. The master was unaware of what Miss Su intended to open, but had made general renovations. Zhu Mo explained that once Miss Su confirmed her plans, he would ensure everything was properly arranged. Su Qing stepped into the shop and took a cursory look around. It was a quaint establishment with a single entrance and exit. Truly, the Feng family's craftsmanship was evident, for the shop possessed excellent feng shui. I shall open a medical clinic, she declared, and I will require 2 maidservants and 2 cleaning attendants. The backyard also needs to be organized, and the establishment shall be named Hua Qing Zone. How soon can you prepare it? It can be accomplished within 10 days, Zhu Mo replied, unfazed by Su Qing's choice to open a medical clinic. As the esteemed medical skills of Shen Guyu, the top disciple of the medical valley, could not be lacking. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. 10 days? Absolutely not. I cannot endure 10 days of hunger, she exclaimed. It must be done within 3 days. With a hint of impatience, she insisted, please attend to it promptly. Mu Yao and I will explore on our own. Zhu Mo observed the retreating figures of the two and promptly instructed his aides to prepare the shop according to Su Qing's specifications, before discreetly following them. Chapter 12. A smooth delivery master. We are being followed. Mu Yao sensed a concealed presence and whispered to Su Qing. It was Zhu Mo. Su Qing replied nonchalantly. We are no longer serving the emperor, so let him follow if he wishes. Mu Yao lowered her head in silence, choosing not to speak further. The killing intent that enveloped Mu Yao dissipated instantly, and her gaze towards Su Qing was filled with gratitude. Enough. Refrain from displaying your emotions so openly. We wouldn't want others to know of your lethal capabilities. Su Qing shot her a glance before entering the Tianxiang building. Upon reaching the second floor, Su Qing surveyed the surroundings, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes, and promptly took a seat beside a young lady. The young lady appeared pale and weary, her eyes shadowed, looking somewhat bewildered at Su Qing's presence. Do we know each other? Madam, we are not acquainted, Su Qing replied with a charming smile. I possess some knowledge of medicine and, noticing your ill appearance, I wish to offer my assistance. You dare curse my mistress, exclaimed the maid standing behind the young lady, hastily admonishing Su Qing and attempting to drive her away. My mistress is in good health. Leave at once. Mu Yao stepped forward to protect Su Qing, seizing the maid's wrist with such force that the maid winced in pain, unable to move. Do not act recklessly. My mistress is the wife of the governor of Liaoqing. Xiao Chui, in pain and tearful, continued to shout. If you lay a finger on my mistress, my master will ensure you regret it. Enough of this noise. Su Qing pouted. With a swift motion, Mu Yao incapacitated Xiao Chui, leaving her unconscious on the floor. The young lady, upon witnessing the situation, was so frightened that she stood up, pressing her hand tightly against her mouth, her voice trembling. What on earth do you intend to do? Madame Lin had been married to Lord Lin for 3 years, during which she had been pregnant 5 times, yet 4 of those pregnancies ended prematurely within 3 months. The physician should have informed Madame Lin that if this pregnancy were to fail as well, she would bear no children for the rest of her life. Su Qing continued. Thus, Madame Lin has been unable to sleep at night, burdened by worry. Am I correct? You. How do you know this? A sense of alarm surged within Madame Lin. Aside from Dr. Li, only a handful of people in the household were aware of such matters. Why would this woman possess such knowledge? Su Qing smiled enigmatically. I can help you deliver successfully. Young lady, do you truly mean that? Madame Lin, disregarding how Su Qing came to know these things, was solely eager to ascertain whether there was indeed a solution for her to carry her child to term. Su Qing gestured for Madame Lin to extend her hand. After taking her pulse, she felt reasonably assured. Well, Madame Lin had a solid foundation, though the repeated miscarriages had rendered her body somewhat frail and cold. However, this was not the sole reason for her losses. Perhaps the issue lay with Lord Lin. Madame Lin, I wish to meet Lord Lin. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, the hopeful light in Madame Lin's eyes gradually dimmed. This proclamation was no different from what other physicians had said, and she merely nodded in response. Mu Yao produced a porcelain vial from her bosom and held it beneath Xiao Chui's nose. Soon, Xiao Chui stirred awake, ready to admonish the two, only to be stopped by Madame Lin. Lin Yuan served as the governor of Liaoqing, naturally residing within the governor's office. Su Qing observed Lin Yuan, who was enveloped in a soft white light, with a faint dark red malevolence flickering around him, identical to the sinister energy within Lady Lin. Indeed, the source lay within Lin Yuan himself. It was solely due to the Lord's righteous aura that malevolent spirits could not approach him, thereby seeking refuge in Lady Lin. Chapter 13. Cursed Lord Lin, I wish to discuss your wife's condition with you in private, Su Qing stated, getting straight to the point. Is this a convenient time for you? Miss, let us proceed to the study for a detailed conversation, Lin Yuan replied. Su Qing nodded and followed him into the study, discreetly signaling Mu Yao to stand guard outside, ensuring no one else approached. What exactly afflicts my wife? As soon as Lin Yuan closed the door, he turned to her and inquired, please, speak candidly. Lord Lin, Your wife is not ill. Su Qing settled into a comfortable wooden chair, idly toying with a palm-sized jade lion resting beside her. She has been cursed. A curse. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed deeply as he retorted in a hushed tone. Such nonsense. How can one believe in the tales of ghosts and deities? Miss, should you continue with this absurdity and disturb my wife's peace of mind, I shall not let this matter rest lightly. The curses uttered by those on the brink of death are particularly fierce, Su Qing continued. Lord Lin, do you recall the events of 3 years ago in Lin County? Upon hearing the name Lin County, Lin Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. If you have come to seek vengeance for Chen Pai, I have nothing further to say. He inhaled deeply, sighing as he added, but do not harm my wife. She is innocent. Ever since he assumed office, he had upheld integrity and impartiality, yet the incident involving Chen Pai weighed heavily on his conscience. Lord Lin, the incident of Chen Pai taking his own life is not your fault. It was merely his desperate love for his child that drove him to such an extreme measure to compel you. You need not feel guilt, Su Qing remarked. However, you must not disregard the curse he uttered before his death. What does this entail? Lin Yuan's mind was in disarray. 5 years ago, you investigated the case of missing children, and Chen Pai's child was among them. After nearly 2 years of inquiry, you found no leads, and the official matters became overwhelming, leading to the case being left unresolved. Chen Pai feared such an outcome. That is why he chose to take his own life before you, forcing you to pursue the truth. His curse was meant to make you experience the agony of losing your own flesh and blood, to understand the heart-wrenching pain of a parent losing a child. It is precisely because you have never believed in the supernatural that your esteemed wife has suffered 4 miscarriages. Su Qing continued, if the curse is not lifted, the souls of the repeatedly lost infants will turn into malevolent spirits, preying upon pregnant women, and the first victim will be your esteemed wife. This, Lin Yuan was not entirely convinced by Su Qing's words. Yet the events of these years compelled him to believe. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, according to your words, what must I do to dispel the curse? Mu Yao. Su Qing called. Hearing her master's voice, Mu Yao entered, respectfully placing vermilion and talisman paper before Su Qing from her bundle. Su Qing took a brush and inscribed a symbol on the talisman paper. As she completed the final stroke, the thin spiritual energy around them surged rapidly into the talisman. She then handed the paper to Lin Yuan. Burn this talisman and place its ashes into the medicine for calming the fetus, allowing your wife to consume it. Su Qing instructed. In a few days, she will be able to sleep peacefully. Will this truly lift the curse? Lin Yuan accepted the talisman with both hands, a look of confusion on his face. The Huqing Traditional Medicine Hall is set to open in 3 days. If Lord Lin believes it to be worthwhile, he may visit the establishment. Lin Yuan, unable to see the retreating figures of Su Qing and her servant, finally diverted his gaze to the talisman in his hand. After much contemplation, he turned and entered the room to inform Madame Lin about the talisman, leaving the decision of its use to her discretion. As Su Qing exited the magistrate's office, she instructed Mu Yao to procure a substantial amount of food. She took a furious bite of a large meat bun, seething with indignation. Was it not merely a minor setback? Must it lead to her being so ravenous that her stomach pressed against her back? Chapter 14. I can't face anyone. Su Qing's eyes brightened as she lifted her gaze to behold a tall, striking figure in the distance, his deep crimson attire distinguishing him amidst the crowd. A carriage rounded the corner, fortuitously obstructing Feng Yan's path, and someone inside the vehicle lifted a corner of the curtain, engaged in conversation with him. From Su Qing's vantage point, she could not discern the occupant of the carriage, only the palpable irritation emanating from Feng Yan, even as his expression remained impassive. Master, that is the carriage of the Feng family, Mu Yao whispered beside her. The young lady of the Feng family has admired the young general for many years. She likely hopes to capture his heart before your wedding. The man she covets shall not be so easily claimed. Su Qing hastily stuffed the meat bun into her mouth and strode forward, clearing her throat to adjust her tone. Yen Gu, her voice, soft and alluring, interrupted the dialogue between Feng Yan and Feng Qingling. Before Feng Yan could react, her delicate figure leaped into his embrace, the familiar scent of osmanthus wafting into his nostrils, causing him to instinctively wrap his arms around her slender waist, momentarily taken aback. Have you been waiting long? Su Qing's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with springtime allure. She shyly remarked, it has been quite a lengthy journey from the capital to Liang City. I arrived just last night and have been occupied for so long that I feel utterly fatigued, which is why I awoke a bit later this morning. She cast a sidelong glance at Miss Fong, whose complexion was pallid, and inwardly scoffed, noting that while the matter of healing was indeed pressing for some, it bore little relevance to her. Mu Yao remained unperturbed, her gaze unwavering as she could not bring herself to meet her master's eyes. Feng Yan. Fang Qingling anticipated that Feng Yan would push the woman in his arms away, yet he remained still, and upon hearing her words, her heart shattered into pieces. Brother Feng. You all. Fang Qingling clutched her chest, her eyes beginning to well with emotion, lips pressed tightly together in a pitiful expression. Did you truly? Last night? Oh. Su Qing pretended to just notice Fang Qingling, burying her face in Feng Yan's embrace with faint shyness. She playfully struck his chest twice with her small fists, pouting, "Why didn't you mention there were others present? It's all your fault. I'm too embarrassed to face anyone now." As she playfully hit him, she deliberately lingered on the word others, emphasizing it with a bite. Oh. Feng Yan's chest indeed provided a sense of security. Fang Qingling reluctantly made a patient by circumstance. Feng Yan tightened his hold around her waist, leaning down to whisper near her ear, his tone laced with a warning, "No one to stop. I understand your aversion to her persistent entanglements. Yet given the Fong family's influence in Liang City, it is only right to treat her with courtesy." Su Qing's hands climbed around Feng Yan's neck, her voice bright with laughter as she whispered in his ear, "Trust me, it is quite simple to make her realize the futility of her pursuits." Fang Qingling gazed at Feng Yan, who had always been indifferent to women, now displaying such intimacy with Su Qing. A wave of discontent washed over her. To maintain her poise and grace in front of others, her nails were nearly embedded in her flesh. "Brother Yan, I knew you were the best," Su Qing exclaimed, akin to an exuberant child, planting a large kiss on Feng Yan's cheek. With a beaming smile, she turned to Fang Qingling, saying, "Beautiful sister, Brother Yan has promised to let you join us for dinner. After we eat, we can go shopping for jewelry. How does that sound?" Fang Qingling, observing the silent Feng Yan, felt nauseated with rage, wishing to pounce and tear apart this woman who so casually called her sister. Yet, she forced an unsightly smile and replied softly, "All right." Seeing Fang Qingling acquiesce, Su Qing's smile became even more genuine. Chapter 15. Scars deter men. The four ascended to the second floor of Tianxianglu and chose a private room facing the street. As soon as they settled, Mu Yao awaited Su Qing's orders and went downstairs to place their order. Feng Yan sat upright, elegantly sipping tea, his gaze fixed outside. Fang Qingling stole glances at Feng Yan, whose cold aura still lingered. However, the proximity allowed her to converse with him, causing her heart to drum wildly while a flush crept onto her cheeks. Before long, the waiter arrived with their dishes: sautéed prawns, spring onion prawns, braised fish, sweet and sour fish, and even the sole soup was a delicate abalone broth with summergrass and lean meat. Upon seeing the array of dishes, Feng Yan felt a familiar throb at his temples. "Brother Yan, I want to eat prawns. Will you peel them for me?" Feng Yan cast a deep glance at Su Qing, delicately placed a shrimp into her bowl, took a sip of tea, and then began to peel the shell. Fang Qingling, listening to Su Qing's words directed at Feng Yan and surveying the lavish spread before them, could not help but snicker inwardly. She had initially perceived Su Qing as nothing more than a provincial bumpkin, yet discovered she possessed some competence. But what of it? At most, she was merely a slightly more enlightened rustic. Ah! Su Qing's voice drew the attention of both. Feng Yan's gaze fell upon Su Qing's delicate fingers. Her skin as smooth as cream, and noted how her index finger was reddened from the scalding tea, a stark contrast. "Be more cautious in the future." His tone was frosty. Observing Feng Yan's similarly frigid demeanor towards Su Qing eased Fang Qingling's heart, prompting her to feign concern in a soft voice. "Sister Su, do take care in the future. If you scar from the burn, it could hinder your chances of marriage." Feng Yan frowned at this remark, glancing at Su Qing, who obediently lowered her head, silent, intently rubbing her scalded finger. "Does it hurt?" he inquired, his brow furrowing. Su Qing lifted her head, her almond-shaped eyes gradually shimmering with tears, biting her rosy lower lip, looking up at Feng Yan with a sense of grievance. Observing this petite figure, Feng Yan's brows knitted slightly. "Yes, it hurts, very much. My mother said that as long as I blow on it, the pain will subside." Su Qing extended her finger towards Feng Yan's lips, her sincere eyes twinkling. "Brother Yan, blow. Quickly. Bestow upon her your loving breath. Do not hold back." Feng Yan, silently watching Su Qing's performance, was taken aback as he gently held her small hand and kissed her fingertips, causing Feng Qingling to inadvertently knock over her teacup in surprise. Scalding tea splashed across Feng Qingling's entire hand, instantly reddening a large area. It also seared her heart, which was so deeply entwined with Feng Yan. Muyao. Su Qing exclaimed loudly, quickly summon a doctor. If my sister is left with scars, no man will want her, and she will never marry. Feng Qingling's expression transformed into one of extreme discomfort, yet her gaze remained fixed on Feng Yan as she subtly waved her reddened hand before him. I must admit, I found Su Mei's suggestion rather clever. Feng Qingling indeed harbored such thoughts, but hearing them so bluntly articulated left her feeling utterly mortified, wishing desperately to vanish into a hole in the ground. A wave of frustration surged within her, leaving her in a state of unease. Her complexion tinged with a shade of pale green. Rising, Feng Qingling addressed the two before swiftly turning to leave. She intentionally slowed her pace, expecting Feng Yan to follow her out, only to hear Su Qing's delicate voice. Yinggu, I still wish to eat shrimp. All right, came the man's voice, still icy yet laced with a hint of indulgence. Feng Qingling clenched her fists. Today's humiliation would not go unavenged. Chapter 16. This is far more captivating than the performances at the theater. Do you believe that by acting this way, she will cease to pursue me? How naive. Feng Yan placed the shelled shrimp into Su Qing's bowl and declared, such actions must not be repeated in the future. This is a strategy to divert attention. It is far preferable for her to expend all her effort dealing with me than to entangle you. Su Qing tilted her head, a hint of mockery evident in her gaze. The first condition for saving General Feng is that I no longer wish to see Dongfang Bai or those who conspired against me. Why is it that Feng Qingling can still swagger before me with such audacity? Is it General Feng's capabilities that are in question? Or is it his reluctance to part with the young lady of the Feng family? The Feng family possesses deep roots in Liangqing. Feng Yan murmured. It is not opportune to act at this moment. Not wanting to witness something does not equate to wishing harm upon them. Feng Yan was momentarily taken aback, isn't it? Su Qing, with a sly smile, placed a piece of spiked fish into Feng Yan's bowl, teasingly responding, foolish. I heard from Zhu Imo that you intend to open a clinic? Feng Yan gazed at the fish in his bowl, feeling a warmth spread within him, and shifted the conversation. 3 days is rather rushed. There's no need to prepare any special herbs. Basic ones will suffice. Su Qing, aware that Feng Yan was testing her, feigned annoyance. Alas, I went to the governor's office today to treat Madame Lin and forgot to collect the consultation fee. Once Feng Yan departed, Su Qing instructed Mu Yao to order 7 or 8 more dishes, and the two of them delved into their meal. As Feng Qingling left, Su Qing left behind a trace of her aura on her, which consequently made her feel hungry again. Mu Yao, would you care to watch a play? Does the master wish to visit the theater? Mu Yao was taken aback. I shall prepare at once. Su Qing smiled mysteriously, pulling the departing Mu Yao back, while her other hand traced a symbol in the air. Gradually, an image began to materialize in the room. The woman depicted was none other than Feng Qingling, who had just left. The bizarre scene left Mu Yao in astonishment, her mouth agape, yet no words escaped her lips. It was evident that the master she now served possessed extraordinary abilities. Perhaps she could indeed safeguard both herself and her brother. But has Feng Yan caused you distress again? In the scene, a woman dressed in azure silk stands with her hair tied back in a ponytail, a leather whip hanging at her waist, her appearance exuding a hint of gallantry. This woman is known as Shang Qingyi. Mu Yao gazes at the floating image, secretly astonished, murmuring. She is the granddaughter of the former Grand General of the Northwest, Shang Qiang. Although Shang Qiang may not rival the renowned General Feng in Liang City, the prominent figures and gentry would still afford the Shang family a measure of respect. The Shang residence is not one to be trifled with by ordinary folk. Su Qing, having finished her pig's trotter, reaches for a chicken leg, gesturing for Mu Yao to serve her a bowl of soup. When Mu Yao notices Su Qing looking at her with a smile in her eyes, she feels a jolt of surprise. Master, the emperor has long harbored intentions of bestowing a marriage. A year ago, he sent me to Liang City. After disguising myself, I stayed for half a year, and thus I have thoroughly investigated the various connections within Liang City. Indeed, quite so, Su Qing replies with a radiant smile, continuing to watch the performance, which is far more captivating than anything presented in the theater. Upon hearing the name Feng Yan, Feng Qingling recalls Su Qing's audacious demeanor from earlier that day, which makes her feel even more distressed. Sister Shang, Feng Qingling throws herself into the embrace of the azure-clad woman, sobbing. Chapter 17. The Wild Girl from the Countryside. Only this face is bearable. Do not cry. What has transpired? Shang Qingyi, noticing Feng Qingling's distress, gazes cautiously at her, saying, if someone has truly wronged you, I, Shang Qingyi, shall stand up for you. And no, it is not Brother Feng. Feng Qingling shakes her head. It is. Who could it be? Shang Qingyi has always been straightforward. Observing Feng Qingling's awkward demeanor, she anxiously pointed to the maid Chun'er beside her and demanded, you tell me. The fiancé of General Feng has been making things difficult for Our Lady, even asserting that Our Lady will never find a husband. What? He actually allows others to bully you. Shang Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare a mere country girl from the capital act so arrogantly in Liangsheng? Shang's sister. Feng Qingling wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her sleeve slipping down to reveal a burn on the back of her hand. Her voice trembled. I don't want to cause trouble for Brother Feng. What happened to your hand? Shang Qingyi's gaze hardened. How could her beloved younger sister be subjected to such mistreatment? She coldly inquired, but what has that country girl done to harm you? This is simply intolerable. Chun'er, we shall take our leave. Wait. Feng Qingling hurriedly stopped Shang Qingyi, a tone of self-deprecation evident in her voice. After all, she was the one granted in marriage to Brother Feng by the emperor. The scene began to blur, fading into nothingness. Mu Yao, who had overeaten, was at a loss. Su Qing, mindful of the time, had just stepped out of Tianxiang Tower with Mu Yao when Shang Qingyi and the maid Chun'er appeared before them. Miss Shang, it is she. Shang Qingyi scrutinized Su Qing. She saw a picture of elegance, with eyebrows and eyes that resembled art, lustrous black hair simply styled in an updo, and a pale blue dress that accentuated her fair skin, akin to exquisite jade. Her cheeks were rosy and captivating, radiating an air of nobility intertwined with an ethereal grace. Truly a rare beauty in the world. Humph. The country girl from the countryside has little to recommend her beyond her appearance. You halt. Su Qing, oblivious to the presence of the two, was leading Mu Yao towards the renowned Baiuxuan in Liangsheng. Shang Qingyi, infuriated, unsheathed the whip from her waist and swung it in the direction of Su Qing and her companion, resulting in a sharp crack that left a faint mark on the ground. How dare you strike someone in public? Mu Yao's expression darkened instantly. While she instinctively shielded her mistress, she had not anticipated that the young lady of the Shang family would resort to violence in the street. Moreover, she recognized the whip's peculiar design. Should it strike flesh, it would not merely draw blood but also inflict grievous wounds with its hidden barbs. Humiliation? Su Qing was taken aback, hastily clarifying, Sister Qingling was just sharing a meal with me. How could this be called humiliation? From the moment Shang Qingyi appeared, a crowd of curious onlookers had gathered. I just saw Miss Feng dining with this young lady and General Feng, a young man remarked. I happened to be at the adjacent table. I witnessed it as well. You speak falsely. Chun'er fumed, pointing at Su Qing. You are the one who has bullied my young lady, claiming that she will never find a husband, that no one wants her. Chapter 18. A theatrical mistress is quite enough. Mu Yao's eyelids twitched in exasperation. Having a theatrical mistress is truly overwhelming. You. Chun'er was taken aback by Su Qing's public declaration, her cheeks flushed with anger. How can you tarnish my young lady's reputation in such a manner? Shang Qingyi was seething with rage, disregarding the presence of others around her, boldly raising her whip once more to strike Su Qing. She was determined to teach Qingling a lesson today. She envisioned inflicting such pain that the country bumpkin would roll on the ground, begging for mercy. She could not believe that the banquet would offend the Shang family merely for the sake of this woman. Mu Yao's expression turned cold as she forcefully intercepted the whip with one hand, a gash opening on her palm. In the moment of shock, she appeared like a wraith, swiftly positioning herself before Shang Qingyi and delivering a forceful strike to her shoulder. Shang Qingyi staggered back 2 steps, staring incredulously at Mu Yao. Although her martial skills were not exceptional, they were certainly not lacking. How could she possibly fail to withstand a single strike from a mere maid? The more Shang Qingyi pondered, the more infuriated she became, channeling her energy towards Mu Yao. Meanwhile, Su Qing watched Mu Yao overpowering Shang Qingyi with increasing satisfaction, unable to suppress her delight at the turn of events. Ever since Mu Yao had entered her life, everything had become much easier. Now, she could comfortably relax. However, such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. Just as Mu Yao was about to deliver a decisive blow to Shang Qingyi, she caught sight of her master grinning like a mischievous little fox, causing her to momentarily stiffen and intentionally expose a flaw. Shang Qingyi was quick to seize the opportunity, swinging her whip once more. Master! Mu Yao shouted, be careful. Su Qing, startled, hurriedly sidestepped, but the whip still grazed her arm, leaving a wound as she fell to the ground. "Mu Yao, it hurts," Su Qing cried, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom. Although Mu Yao understood that it was a ruse, witnessing her injured master unleashed a surge of murderous intent within her. The onlookers merely perceived the maid as formidable. Yet the adept martial artist Su Qing discerned the gravity of the situation and inwardly lamented the impending danger. "Harm my master, and you shall pay with your life." Mu Yao unsheathed her flexible sword, aiming a lethal thrust at Su Qing's chest. "Halt!" A deep voice resonated, accompanied by a figure descending from the heavens, intercepting Mu Yao's fierce assault. Undeterred, Mu Yao pressed on, and soon the tables turned against her. Mu Yao, the man, clothed in dark blue, bore a striking resemblance to Su Qing. "My younger sister has been spoiled by our father. Miss Su, do not lower yourself to her level." Su Qing narrowed her eyes at the man before her, noting his pleasing appearance, yet the malevolent aura surrounding him was undeniable. Indeed, the Shang family was not comprised of virtuous individuals. "Brother," Su Qing frowned, pointing at Su Qing. "Not only did she bully my sister Qi Ling, but she also scalded her hand with boiling water. How can she play the lute with an injured hand? Is she not seeking to end Qingling's life?" Hearing of Qingling's injury, Shang Qingyu's gaze towards Su Qing was filled with chilling intensity. Silence. Shang Qingyu clasped his fists towards Su Qing. "In a few days, my sister and I will surely come to apologize." After uttering these words, he hastily took Shang Qingyu away. "Brother, that maid is hardly your match. Why let them off so easily?" Shang Qingyu struggled to comprehend her brother's actions. When has the Shang family ever been so humiliated? Will this matter concerning Sister Qinling be brushed aside? "This matter will certainly not be forgotten," Shang Qingyu stated coldly, "but your impulsiveness has gone too far today." The woman named Mu Yao was no ordinary maidservant. Her moves were devoid of mere embellishment, each strike intended to be lethal. If my conjecture is accurate, she is likely a member of the Imperial Secret Guard. Shang Qingyu was taken aback, a sense of trepidation washing over her. The Emperor's bestowal of marriage, ostensibly to monitor and restrain the Feng family, was in reality a means of surveilling the entirety of Liang City. Chapter 19. The Wooden Man finally awakens my lady. "Are you unharmed?" Mio stepped forward to assist Su Qing, her voice laced with concern. "Shang Qingyu is not one to be easily reasoned with. My lady must exercise caution in future dealings." Su Qing inwardly scoffed. Were Shang Qingyu a virtuous man, she might find herself in a predicament. Dealing with one whose hands are stained with several lives is but a trivial matter. "My lady, Zhu Mo was present the entire time," Mu Yao mentioned, her brow furrowing slightly in displeasure. "Even if they are wary, my lady is, after all, his betrothed." Mu Yao pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Feng Yan entered, his gaze immediately falling upon Mu Yao, who was preparing to apply medicine to Su Qing. Her sleeves were rolled up, revealing a large portion of her arm, upon which a ghastly whip mark marred the alabaster skin, the bloodstains particularly jarring. "How severe is the injury?" Feng Yan's ears grew warm, and he instinctively averted his gaze, his tone cool and detached, betraying no emotion. Su Qing glanced at the woman beside her. Mu Yao placed the porcelain bottle on the table, bowed to Feng Yan, and departed the room, closing the door behind her. "Apply the medicine for me," Su Qing said, waving her injured arm slightly. "Quickly, it is quite painful." Feng Yan stiffened, his ears once again aflame. Upon witnessing Feng Yan standing motionless, Su Qing lifted her gaze and shot him a reproachful look, her black and white eyes brimming with grievance. "I was injured because of you." She pouted defiantly, adding fiercely, "If I assist you again, I shall be a little dog." For reasons unknown. As he observed the indignant Su Qing, the tranquil heart of Feng Yan began to stir with unexpected ripples, almost prompting a smile. He silently approached her, lifted his robe, and seated himself beside her, one hand grasping a porcelain vial while the other clasped her arm. The wound was severe, nearly tearing through flesh. Feng Yan's expression darkened, and an intense aura emanated from him, making his subsequent movements during the dressing of the wound increasingly gentle and meticulous. Su Qing rested her chin in her hand, admiring the handsome profile of the man beside her. Though they bore a striking resemblance, her senior brother lacked the patience possessed by Feng Yan. The heat of her gaze caused Feng Yan to furrow his brows. Upon glancing up, he found her eyes reddened, on the verge of tears from pain. "Be gentle. It hurts." Feng Yan's hand hesitated momentarily as he replied, "Just endure it." After a prolonged struggle, the pain persisted. "It still hurts," Su Qing murmured softly. "If it weren't for my medical skills, this wound would surely leave a scar." Observing Su Qing's despondent expression, Feng Yan recalled Feng Qingling's words, causing his brow to knit even tighter. There was no need for further contemplation. After a brief moment, he leaned down and gently blew on her wound. Does it still hurt? Su Qing's eyes brightened as she shook her head. Clearly, her persistent efforts had finally yielded results. This blockhead had finally come to his senses. Master, Miss Feng has arrived and is waiting in the side hall, came the voice of Zhu Mo from outside the room. What brings her here? A chilling breath was instantaneously released by Feng Yan, his tone laced with an unrecognized anger. She had learned that the young lady of the Shang family had come to apologize for hurting Miss Su. Before Zhu Mo could finish her words, she was interrupted by Su Qing. Chapter 20. Such fragile sisterhood. Feng Yan gazed at the inexplicably irate Su Qing, rubbing his fingertips together, his tone growing increasingly harsh. Please invite Miss Feng to Xiangling Courtyard. Why have you summoned her here? Su Qing pouted, her eyes wide as she stared at the man before her. Is it to mock me? To ridicule my scars and my inability to find a husband? I have instructed the servants to prepare for the wedding. Feng Yan interrupted Su Qing, his expression earnest. Though our union is a decree from the emperor, if I were to marry you, I would never neglect you. There is no need to heed the provocations of others. Su Qing's heart trembled violently. She had initially been drawn to Feng Yan because of his resemblance to her long-admired senior brother. Now, she acutely realized that Feng Yan was not her senior brother. He was merely himself. Just as Su Qing was lost in thought, Mu Yao gently knocked on the door. Miss Feng has arrived. Let her in, Feng Yan instructed, seizing Su Qing's arm to continue applying medicine to her wound. Meeting her bewildered gaze, he calmly remarked, the injury must be treated promptly, otherwise it may lead to complications. Mu Yao opened the door, and Feng Qingling eagerly stepped inside, only to find the cool, moon-like figure of Feng Yan tenderly tending to Su Qing's injury. Brother Feng, Miss Su. Feng Qingling gazed at the intimate pair, her hand firmly clenched beneath her wide sleeves, a look of regret etched upon her face. Qingyi's sister did not intend for this misunderstanding to occur, which led to. Miss Su, I extend my apologies on behalf of Qingyi's sister. Su Qing lowered her eyelids, remaining silent, a cold scoff escaping her heart. Although Shang Qingyi was both willful and somewhat lacking in intellect, the affection Feng Qingling held for her was genuine and unwavering. Yet this little schemer plotted behind her back, revealing just how fragile their sisterly bond truly was. Since this matter originated with you, Feng Yan, noticing Su Qing's silence, seemed to have exhausted his patience with Feng Qingling. Tomorrow, you shall accompany Miss Shang to apologize to Su Qing. Little did he expect to care so much for this Miss Su. Feng Qingling's tightly clenched fist quivered slightly, her complexion growing increasingly pale as she swallowed down a tide of grievances. Brother Feng, once the ointment had fully penetrated the wound, she pulled down her sleeves. Feng Yan reached out to adjust Su Qing's sleeves, his fingers inevitably brushing against her delicate skin, causing his ears to redden slightly. Later, we shall apply the medicine once more. Su Qing narrowed her eyes, a charming smile gracing her lips as she sweetly replied, all right. Observing that the two before her disregarded her presence, the pain she fought to suppress within her almost incinerated her reason. Su Qing watched as the malevolent energy surged rapidly within Feng Qingling, the corners of her mouth lifting into a playful smirk. With her uninjured arm hanging loosely, her fingertips glimmered before flicking, releasing a small orb of light that swiftly entered Feng Qingling's body in a flash. The gentle and gracious facade Feng Qingling desperately maintained shattered in an instant. Su Qing, it is you. You brazen hussy. In broad daylight, you entice Brother Feng to engage in such unseemly acts within the confines of his chambers. How dare you defile him so? Sister Qingling, you misunderstand. My arm was injured, and Brother Yan, in his compassion, was merely applying ointment, Su Qing explained with delicate fragility. Furthermore, Brother Yan and I are betrothed. You, a mere outsider, meddling in the affairs of us spouses, are surely afflicted. Silence. Feng Yan commanded, his face a mask of grim displeasure, exuding an aura of chilling severity. Apologize. A semblance of lucidity returned to Feng Qingling. She was bewildered by her own actions. The gentle and magnanimous persona she had cultivated for so long before Feng Yan seemingly dissolving into nothingness. Despite her lapse in decorum, the words within her heart continued to spill forth uncontrollably. Brother Feng, you once held affection for me, so why do you now regard me with such coldness? Feng Qingling, with tears welling in her eyes, pointed towards Su Qing and gazed imploringly at Feng Yan. Is it because of this woman? Has she caused your heart to change? Madam Feng Yan stated, I have always adhered to the tenets of propriety and have never harbored any personal feelings for you. Therefore, the notion of a change of heart is unfounded. Upon hearing Feng Yan's merciless words, Feng Qingling's mind reeled in utter disarray. Never harbored any personal feelings. A change of heart is unfounded? Could it be that the tender, nascent affections she had perceived were nothing more than figments of her own imagination? A darkness began to envelop Feng Qingling's heart, and she found herself increasingly unable to restrain her agitation and envy. Her gaze, now tinged with malice and animosity, fell upon Su Qing as she descended into a state of near hysteria. Su Qing, you unrefined rustic from the countryside. What right do you have to marry my brother Feng Yan? Feng Qinling rushed forward, forcefully separating the two, and with a swift motion, pushed Su Qing aside while loudly exclaiming, How is it that the whip of that inept Shikinji did not land upon your face? You have marred your beauty. I wonder if brother Feng Yan will still want you. You deserve to be abandoned by men, destined to live a life without any suitor. Feng Yan, caught off guard by Feng Qingling's sudden outburst, instinctively enveloped Su Qing in his embrace as he witnessed her being hurt once more, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it upon Feng Qingling. Feng Qingling. The overwhelming aura of pressure and intent to kill made Feng Qingling's calves tremble. Yet upon seeing Su Qing being protected in Feng Yan's arms, her heart shattered anew. It was then that Mu Yao entered, one hand covering Feng Qingling's mouth while the other was positioned under her arm, efficiently dragging her away with seamless execution. Feng Yan coldly observed as Feng Qingling was taken away, and only then did he release Su Qing from his embrace, softly inquiring, Were you injured just now? I truly underestimated Feng Qingling's affections for you, Su Qing replied, lifting her gaze slightly, her tone unhurried and gentle. Is there truly no romantic entanglement between you and Feng Qingling? Doliang City lies in the northwestern border of the southern kingdom. Its intricate web of power dynamics rivals that of the capital. My family, the Fengs, wishes to remain uninvolved in such affairs and seeks no entanglements with these individuals. Can you trust that? Su Qing's smile was a delightful blend of youthful playfulness and the alluring charm of a woman. Why would I not trust you? The emperor has refrained from taking action against the Feng family for many years, primarily because he has been unable to find any leverage to undermine our military power, which is precisely why he has forced this marriage upon us. The banquet was originally a test, and as he lifted his gaze, he beheld the radiant smile of the young woman, akin to a warm sunbeam piercing through his heart. My lord, the old general has awakened, came Zhu Mo's voice from outside the room. A flicker of joy illuminated Feng Yan's eyes as he hastened to the door to inquire. Zhu Mo paused momentarily, my lord. The old general specifically requests to see Miss Su. Feng Yan raised an eyebrow, about to respond, when a charming figure dressed in delicate pale yellow emerged from the room, evidently having just roused from slumber. Su Qing approached Feng Yan, tilting her head to look at him, and said, Let us go. I shall conveniently give General Feng a checkup. Chapter 22. Su Qing. One not to offend, the two walked in succession, nearing the courtyard of the old general. Feng Yan slowed his pace, matching Su Qing's stride. My father has spent a lifetime in battle and is currently gravely ill. His temper is likely to be rather irritable. What? Are you concerned for me? Su Qing halted, her smile bright and teasing. I am but a spy sent by the emperor. You are already my wife. It is my duty to protect you, Feng Yan replied, his expression unchanged as he regarded Su Qing earnestly. Do not be afraid. I will handle the rest. Very well. Although she was aware that Feng Yan was not her senior brother, it did not hinder the extraordinary delight she felt at that moment. The two entered the old general's chamber, where the previously unpleasant odor had dissipated significantly. General Feng leaned wearily against the head of the bed, his gaunt frame rendering the quilt draped over him somewhat excessive. Fortunately, a hint of color had returned to his face, suggesting a semblance of vitality. Father. Feng Yan stepped forward, his voice laced with concern. Is there anything else that troubles you? From the moment Su Qing entered, Feng Zhang's seasoned eyes were fixed upon her. Having spent years in battle, the gravely ill General Feng still possessed an imposing presence. You come here. Su Qing approached the bedside, calmly observing the elderly man. She reached out and took his pulse. The poison has been purged. Your body requires careful recuperation. Once the herbs are gathered, you will recover. Feng Zhang listened to Su Qing's words, his gaze flickering, as if he were about to speak. Father, the imperial decree has been issued. Feng Yan stepped beside Su Qing, his tone resolute. The wedding is set for the 17th of this month. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhang's brow twitched, and he weakly closed his eyes. Did she leave? He rasped. Yes, she did. Zhang Lai replied respectfully, Master, the Emperor's bestowal of marriage is likely ill-intentioned. The Feng family may be headed for turbulent times. Silence. Feng Zhang's eyes narrowed. Zhang Lai, you have been with me for nearly 30 years. Can you not discern that this adopted daughter of the Su family is no ordinary person? Who else could have cured me of the goo poison from the northern frontier? The Emperor and the Su family are likely unaware of her medical skills, or they would not have allowed her to marry into the Feng family. Does the master mean? Zhang Lai suddenly understood. Send word that no one in the Feng household is to mistreat or disrespect Miss Su. Anyone found doing so will be sold off immediately. Feng Zhang paused. The Feng family army is no exception. The northern frontier operates in secrecy, and no one knows who might be the next victim of goo poisoning. Su Qing is not someone to offend. After Zhang Lai departed, Feng Zhang gazed at the ceiling. Sighing inwardly, he was unable to articulate to others that from the very first glance at Su Qing, an innate fear coursed through his being. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that all of this stemmed from a single drop of blood. After bathing, Su Qing partook in her meal and then retired to her bed, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. Having just traversed into this realm, her spirit had yet to fully merge with that of her predecessor's body. Chapter 23. A calamity that lasts 1,000 years when Su Qing finally awoke. It was already noon the following day. Just as she donned her shoes and socks, Mu Yao entered with a basin of water, though her expression was neutral. The glimmer of amusement in her eyes was undeniable. At the same moment, a radiant beam of pure white light surged through the crack of the door and enveloped Su Qing, invigorating her spirit. It was the faith power of the wood cultivator. Had the wood cultivator awakened? Su Qing refreshed her face with the warm water, relishing the sensation. Indeed, in a hushed tone, Mu Yao revealed, My lady. Feng Qingling threw herself into the well last night. A calamity that lasts 1,000 years certainly could not perish so easily. Su Qing scoffed. It must have been her maid, Chun'er, who saved her. Indeed, Mu Yao nodded. Your prowess is truly remarkable, my lady. Feng Qingling's tricks are limited to this. Su Qing's fingers drummed lightly on the table, yet this unfolding drama is becoming increasingly intriguing. With Feng Qingling's commotion, she will likely turn her ire towards us. Mu Yao, somewhat apprehensive, suggested, should I discreetly deal with her? To eliminate her would only grant her undue recognition, and besides, why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Su Qing grinned slyly. This performance is intended for Feng Yan and the Shang siblings. We shall merely observe from the sidelines. After enjoying her lunch, Su Qing, accompanied by Mu Yao, exited the Feng residence. Upon reaching the mouth of Shiliang Street, they were met with a flurry of gossip. Hearing from the servants of the Feng family, it was said that the second son of the Feng family had engaged in a clandestine affair with a rural girl, leading to a scandalous abandonment. Consequently, Miss Feng, in a moment of despair, sought to end her life. One would have thought that the Honorable General Feng would never stoop to such disgraceful behavior, associating with a peasant girl. It is truly a display of utter shamelessness. Mu Yao's expression darkened further as she glanced at her master, her heart filled with concern. Master, Feng Qiling is precisely the one orchestrating such rumors. Hearing these remarks, Su Qing laughed, asserting that as long as the Feng family remained indifferent, the Feng family would inevitably come seeking an explanation, and it would not be too late to deal with them then. Her most pressing concern now was to gather faith power, while Feng Qiling was merely a buffoon of little consequence. Let go of me. You are not my mother. Let go of me. The child's piercing screams drew Su Qing's attention. She saw a disheveled woman running about in a frenzy, and when she spotted the child, she rushed over and embraced them tightly. Child, do not be afraid. I am your mother. No, you are not my mother. The terrified child cried out, calling for their mother in distress. Soon, a lady adorned in fine silks rushed forth, forcefully pushing the woman to the ground and cradling the child in her arms. Scolding loudly, How dare you touch my child? Someone beat her severely. 4 or 5 servants surrounded the woman, delivering punches and kicks while she curled into a ball, hands covering her head, silent as if accustomed to such treatment. Mu Yao, Su Qing called out, and Mu Yao immediately leaped into the crowd to rescue the woman. Who are you all? The elegantly dressed woman, upon noticing the presence of an accomplice, clutched her child even tighter and exclaimed, How dare you abduct my child in broad daylight? The surrounding townsfolk, upon hearing of the child abduction, immediately glared with fury and encircled Su Qing and her companions. resolutely preventing their escape. A few individuals even dashed towards the local magistrate's office to report the incident. Upon receiving the news, Lin Yuan hastily assembled the constables and rushed over. Chapter 24. These individuals are everywhere. After an interrogation, the woman's identity was confirmed. Her surname was Zhao, and she was a widow. Following the death of her husband last year, she had been living alone with her 2-year-old child in a small courtyard in the eastern city. 3 days prior, her child had mysteriously gone missing, and in her desperate search, the widow had become half-mad with grief. Once the facts of the case were established, Lin Yuan allowed the widow and others to depart. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Lin Yuan's eyes reflected exhaustion. Cases of missing children occurred every year, and he had conferred with the city guard captain to enhance patrols daily, hoping to prevent a recurrence of the tragic events in Lin County. However, these perpetrators seemed to infiltrate every nook and cranny, rendering prevention nearly impossible. It was likely that the children lost in Liang City were not limited to just the Zhao family. "Sir," Constable Zhao Yang announced respectfully from outside the study. "Miss Su requests an audience. Please have her wait in the side hall," Lin Yuan replied. Upon reaching the side hall, Lin Yuan discovered that not only Su Qing and her servant were present, but also the widow Zhao. The widow appeared tidy, her clothing immaculate, and her hair meticulously groomed. The helplessness had vanished from her eyes, transforming her into a completely different person. "I have treated Aunt Zhao's madness with acupuncture," Su Qing stated. "She claims to have seen 2 masked men on the night her child was taken. I thought it prudent to bring her to meet you, Lord Lin." After speaking, Su Qing casually found a carved wooden chair with a backrest to sit down. Mu Yao stood beside Su Qing and poured a cup of hot tea for her master. Before Lin Yuan could utter a word, Widow Zhao suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, "Please, sir, save my poor child." Her voice resonated with a humble plea and an undeniable urgency. Lin Yuan opened his mouth, only to let out a long, silent sigh after a moment. "Madam Zhao, please rise quickly." He gently assisted Widow Zhao to her feet, his expression revealing a hint of difficulty. "It is not that I am unwilling to help, but the villain is too cunning and treacherous, leaving no trace behind, making it impossible for me to act." While Lin Yuan appeared troubled, his heart was tumultuous. The case of the missing children in Lin County involved a group of highly skilled masters wearing ghostly masks, who executed their plans with such precision that they left not a single clue. This was the reason for the fruitless investigations that had persisted for so long. To his dismay, 3 years later, similar cases of disappearance began to emerge in Liang City. Upon hearing this, Widow Zhao became utterly dazed. "My child? Does that mean my child is?" She suddenly broke down in tears, lamenting, "My husband is dead, my child is gone. What is the purpose of my existence? It would be better to die." Widow Zhao's face was a portrait of despair, and in her agony, she swiftly rose, intent on throwing herself against a pillar. However, Mu Yao, quick-witted and nimble, intercepted her just in time. Lin Yuan, struck with terror, turned pale and staggered back 2 steps, collapsing into the wooden chair. The memory of Chun Pai's death loomed vividly in his mind, and the thought of another soul lost would surely haunt him for the rest of his days. "I can locate Aunt Zhao's child." Su Qing's gentle and soft voice shattered the tense atmosphere, drawing the gazes of Widow Zhao and Lin Yuan toward her. "Miss Su, is what you say truly the case? Can you really find my child?" Widow Zhao's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, her voice tinged with cautious anticipation and a hint of disbelief. Chapter 25. Not something a mere charlatan can achieve in just half an hour. "I shall discern the whereabouts of the child," Su Qing remarked, casting a smile towards Lin Yuan. "However, it requires Lord Lin's belief in my abilities." Widow Zhao, upon hearing this, instinctively prepared to kneel once more before Lin Yuan, but was halted midway by his intervention. "Regardless of its veracity, I am willing to give it a try. Please, Miss Su, elucidate the matter." Lin Yuan was perplexed by how this woman knew the child's whereabouts. Having no leads, he resolved to gamble on this desperate hope. The worst outcome would be no different from the present. "Very well," Su Qing replied with a smile. "I would trouble Lord Lin to instruct the kitchen to prepare a feast, enough for 3 servings. Lin Yuan glanced at the sky, assuming that Su Qing and her servant had not yet taken their midday meal, and commanded a servant to prepare the dishes. In less than half an hour, an array of fragrant and visually appealing dishes were presented, filling the table and enveloping the room in a delightful aroma. "Mu Yao, fetch a bowl of clear water," Su Qing instructed, surveying the spread with satisfaction. "Lord Lin, do you possess a complete map of the Liangqing region?" Lin Yuan nodded and ordered Captain Zhao Yang to retrieve it. Concealing her actions with her sleeve, Su Qing produced vermilion talisman paper from her spatial pouch. As she inscribed the symbols, the surrounding spiritual energy flowed into the paper. With a delicate flourish, she held the talisman between her fingertips, igniting it with a swift motion before casting it into the bowl of pristine water. In the blink of an eye, the paper vanished without a trace, leaving the water as clear as before. This brief spectacle sent shivers down the spines of both the widow Zhao and Lin Yuan. While they had previously witnessed charlatans perform minor illusions of igniting talismans from afar, the feat of making a burning talisman disappear within water was beyond the capabilities of mere tricksters. Now, Su Qing said, turning her attention to the widow Zhao. Seeing the woman eagerly extend her hand, Su Qing pierced her middle finger with a silver needle, allowing droplets of blood to fall into the water. The bond between mother and child is strong. If your child still lives, we shall find his whereabouts. As the blood mingled with the water, ripples began to form, captivating the attention of those present. Su Qing alone observed a crimson thread emerge from the bowl, tracing a path through the air before settling on a specific location. Using the thread as a guide, Su Qing measured and marked a spot on a map, encircling it with a pen. Very well, Lord Lin, Su Qing announced, indicating the marked area to Lin Yuan. This is where the miscreants have concealed the child. It would be prudent for you to dispatch men there without delay. Should the criminals relocate in the interim, their capture will prove far more challenging. Despite his reservations, Lin Yuan felt the weight of responsibility bearing down on him, especially under the hopeful gaze of the widow Zhao. Though he considered the effort futile, he steeled himself and summoned Zhao Yang. After examining the map, Zhao Yang noted that the circled location was 5 miles from Liang City, near an abandoned manor he recalled. He bowed and departed. Mu Yao, accompany him and observe, Lin Yuan instructed. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Yang, her expression grave. His aura is tainted with the pallor of death. He faces mortal peril today. Zhao Yang harbored some dissatisfaction within, but upon seeing that the adults had consented, he cast a displeased glance at Mu Yao, who only reached his chest, and remarked, capturing individuals is no trifling matter. Should you find yourself in peril, I would be unable to assist you. Mu Yao, maintaining a frosty demeanor, rolled her eyes internally and remained silent. Her master had instructed her to follow, and she feared that these constables might not be a match for the rogues. The gnawing sensation of hunger surged once more, and after delineating the case, Su Qing unapologetically seized the utensils and began to eat. As she savored her meal, she couldn't help but laud her own foresight in her thoughts. Chapter 26. The missing children have been found. In the side hall, apart from the contents Su Qing, Zhao Widow was restless, her gaze fixated on the door, anxiously awaiting news. Even Lin Yuan, who was usually known for his composure, paced back and forth within the hall. Only Su Qing remained unperturbed, finishing her meal and indulging in some fruit before continuing to enjoy pastries. Upon completing the last piece of butterfly pastry, she tilted her chin towards the entrance. Before Lin Yuan could inquire further, they heard Zhao Yang's urgent and robust voice. Sir, Zhao Yang strode into the side hall, bearing several wounds that had clearly bled, indicative of the perilous situation he had encountered. He clasped his hands and declared, the missing children have all been found. The thieves have been apprehended without exception. Really? Quickly, take me to them. Lin Yuan exclaimed, his face alight with joy. He turned to Zhao Widow and Su Qing, saying, you both shall accompany me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Widow's eyes brimmed with tears as she anxiously rose to follow, while Su Qing leisurely brought up the rear. In the forecourt, 7 or 8 burly men knelt, clad in linen tunics, their faces fierce, glaring resentfully at Mu Yao, who stood to one side. The widow Zhao hastily rushed over, embraced Stone tightly, and collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. After a long while, she rose, led Stone before Su Qing and Lin Yuan, knelt, kowtowed, and expressed her gratitude profusely before departing with the child in her arms. A minuscule, pearly orb of light detached from the widow Zhao and entered Su Qing's body. Though meager, every little bit helps. Your Honor, Zhao Yang inquired, shall we issue a proclamation for the children's parents to claim them? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. I observed that the fabric on some of the children's clothing is not indigenous to Liang City. It is plausible that they were abducted from other regions. These children are too young to recall specific locations. To issue a proclamation rashly risks attracting unscrupulous individuals who might falsely claim them. Indeed, Zhao Yang nodded. Then added with concern, then how should we proceed? Lin Yuan gazed at Su Qing, who stood nearby, stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and asked, "Miss Su, would you be amenable to assisting this official in locating these children's biological parents?" "I would be delighted," Su Qing replied with a radiant smile. "For a sum of 2,500 taels." Lin Yuan gasped inwardly. He was determined to be an upright and honest official, with no income beyond his monthly stipend from the court. Although his wife's dowry included several shops, he could not readily procure 2,500 taels. Locating the children's biological parents was merely a matter of time, but with the passage of time, numerous complications could arise. 2,500 taels is exorbitant. How about 300 taels? Lin Yuan felt a rare sense of unease, for this was the utmost sum he could offer. "My Lord Lin, you have misunderstood." Su Qing chuckled softly. "Do you recall the 100 taels reward issued by Lord Lu of Lin County in search of his grandson?" "Of course, I remember." Lin Yuan frowned, perplexed. What does this have to do with our matter? Currently, the Lu family's bounty has escalated to 1,000 taels. Su Qing narrowed her eyes. Furthermore, the Lu family of Yang County has offered 500 taels, and the Qin family of Liaocheng has declared a reward of 1,000 taels. But the abducted children do not include the young master of the Qin family. Lin Yuan was taken aback, quickly grasping Su Qing's implication. His voice quivered with excitement as he asked, You can locate them?" The Qin, Bai, and Lan families are the three venerable clans of the southern kingdom, their foundations deeply entrenched. Even the current emperor would show them deference. The young master of the Qin family had vanished 6 months ago, and the uproar in Liaocheng at that time was quite significant. It was during this turmoil that the Qin and Bai families united in applying pressure on the court, leaving Lin Yuan to bear the heavy burden. Chapter 27. How could she harbor thoughts of murder? Naturally, you should notify the closest relatives of the three families' children. For Su Qing, this task was exceedingly simple. However, this method bore a flaw. If the missing individuals had lost their memories, or if the seeker lacked genuine intent, the results would inevitably diverge. Lin Yuan pondered for a few moments, a flicker of determination crossing his face. Regardless of the outcome, it was worth attempting. He had never anticipated that he could find all the abducted children. Now, whatever he could recover would suffice. He could hardly contain his impatience and hurriedly left the room. The brigands who had been kneeling in the courtyard were already taken into custody by the constables. Zhao Yang stood before Mu Yao, cupping his hands in a respectful salute. "Miss Mu Yao, your prowess is truly remarkable," Zhao Yang exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. "May I inquire as to the origin of your martial arts mastery?" Miu cast a frigid glance at Zhao Yang, offering no response. "Regardless," Zhao Yang continued, "my life was saved by you, and I shall never forget this debt of gratitude. Should you ever require the assistance of this constable, do not hesitate to seek me out." Zhao Yang did not perceive Mu Yao's aloof demeanor as an issue, cheerfully regarding her. In his understanding, reclusive masters often possessed eccentricities. Mu Yao noticed Su Qing's emergence and went to greet her. Su Qing beckoned, signaling Mu Yao to follow. Zhao Yang approached Lin Yuan, his gaze fixed upon the departing figures of the mistress and servant. "Yes, sir, I will have my men thoroughly investigate these two shortly," Zhao Yang stated. For a mere maidservant to possess such unfathomable martial skill, there must be ulterior motives. Liaocheng cannot descend into chaos. Although Zhao Yang admired Mu Yao's martial arts, the sudden appearance of such a skilled individual in Liaocheng could not be taken lightly. An investigation was necessary to ensure peace of mind. "There is no need," Lin Yuan responded, gently shaking his head. If they truly harbored ill intentions, they would conceal their abilities. Such ostentatious display is hardly the wisest course of action. "If I am not mistaken, this Miss Su is likely the very one betrothed by the emperor." Zhao Yang blinked his eyes in a somewhat simple manner, taking a moment to comprehend. No wonder that Miss Mu Yao is so highly skilled in martial arts. "However, you are correct about one thing," Lin Yuan murmured, sighing inwardly, his gaze growing pensive. "The superficial tranquility of Liaocheng is likely to be shattered." Zhao Yang furrowed his brow, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening ever so slightly. It was said that the young general was to marry Miss Fong, a match of remarkable beauty and talent. Rumor had it that the emperor had bestowed this union upon the general. Would marrying into the Fong family not be tantamount to defying the emperor's decree? Su Qing's expression darkened, for while she could tolerate many things, she would not stand idly by as the man she loved wed that insipid creature. Humph. A cold smirk crept across Su Qing's lips, her eyes gradually glazing over with a frigid veneer. Fong Qingling was truly audacious. In this realm devoid of spiritual energy, taking a life would diminish one's merit. And Su Qing had no desire to spill blood, for accumulating merit was far more elusive than acquiring faith. Yet, Feng Qingling had incited within her a murderous intent. "Excellent. My lady," Mu Yao observed Su Qing's troubled countenance and whispered, "I shall resolve this matter at once." "No need," Su Qing replied, regaining her composure, though the aura she exuded became increasingly chilling. "In 2 hours, the Feng family will come to propose. If this continued, it would surely be detrimental to both her master and the Feng family." Mu Yao advised, after all, the Feng family wields considerable influence in Liang City. She believed her mistress was being excessively lenient. One must be resolute and swift in such matters to eliminate future troubles. Su Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile, yet her eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. Chapter 28. General Feng is poisoned again. He seized the reins and, before the horse had fully halted, dismounted with agility, tossing the reins to the side to bamboo ink. Feng Yan sought to articulate an explanation, yet no words escaped his lips, ultimately culminating in a mere 3. "Do you trust me?" Su Qing gazed at the beads of sweat forming on Feng Yan's forehead and stepped forward, gently wiping them away with her sleeve. Naturally, she did trust him. Su Qing's voice was calm, her tone gentle. Feng Yan furrowed his brow. She was indeed angered. Feng Yan remarked, "I will certainly provide you with an explanation regarding this matter." Su Qing cast a deep glance at him before turning and entering the residence, with Mu Yao closely following. "Master," Zhu Mo stepped forward, lowering his voice, "should we proceed with the plan?" The rumors circulating in Liang City were indeed orchestrated by the Feng family, with the Shang family covertly pushing them along. The Shang family's influence was shrouded in mystery. They had long coveted the military power of the Feng family. Consequently, the Shang family had engaged in a series of underhanded maneuvers over the years, yet refrained from overtly severing ties with the Feng family. They aimed to exploit the emperor's impending marriage decree to insert a woman into the Feng family, regardless of her identity. The incident involving Feng Qingling's plunge into the well provided the Shang family with an opportunity, and they were naturally intent on taking action. Feng Yan's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Zhu Mo chose not to speak further, accompanying Feng Yan into the residence. A guard hurriedly approached, his demeanor tense, exclaiming, "Young general, the old general has been poisoned. Steward Zhang requests your immediate presence at Fenglin Courtyard." "What?" A cold glint flashed in Feng Yan's eyes as he strode towards Fenglin Courtyard, an oppressive aura of murderous intent emanating from him, causing the guard to tremble involuntarily. His voice was low. "When was this discovered?" "Just a moment ago," the guard replied. "Mr. Dongfang is missing, and Steward Zhang has summoned other doctors." The commotion inevitably attracted the attention of Su Qing and her servant not far away. With Feng Zhang's blood running through her veins, she was impervious to poison. This disturbance was likely aimed at apprehending the culprit behind the poisoning. Su Qing paused for a moment before changing her direction towards Fenglin Courtyard. As Feng Yan entered the Maple Forest Courtyard, he was met by a throng of guards wielding longswords, while in the center knelt several servants alongside a multitude of soldiers. He immediately recognized that these individuals had the freedom to come and go from the courtyard. Second young master, Zhang Lai, who had been reprimanding them, hurriedly approached and whispered in Feng Yan's ear, "Dr. Shen has come. He claims that although the master drank tea laced with poison, there are no toxins within his body." Feng Yan's expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. "Is that truly the case? Has a thorough examination been conducted?" "Indeed," Zhang Lai affirmed. Dr. Shen stated that since Miss Su detoxified the master previously, his constitution has undergone a transformation, rendering him immune to all toxins. Upon hearing this, Feng Yan gradually tempered the fury that had enveloped him. Zhang Lai stepped back a pace and declared aloud, "Second young master, the master has been poisoned once more. The culprit must be among this group. How shall we proceed?" Feng Yan cast a cold, scrutinizing glance over the crowd, his stern visage becoming even more pronounced. Most were long-standing members of the household, which was precisely why they were present to serve his father. Little did they realize that their loyalty had afforded the thief an opportunity. The servants should be dismissed and sold. As for the guards, military law will apply. No sooner had Feng Yan's words echoed through the courtyard than the servants on their knees erupted into heart-wrenching cries, protesting their innocence. "Cease your pleas of unfairness. When the master was first poisoned, I refrained from pursuing the matter, considering you are all long-standing members of the Maple Forest Courtyard. Yet, who could have foreseen a second incident? Even if you are not the poisoners, your failure to protect the master is inexcusable, and being executed would not be unwarranted. Zhang Lai commanded the surrounding guards, "You there? Swiftly take them away." The servants, each lamenting their plight, grew increasingly pale upon hearing these words, their sobs echoing through the air. They were the subordinates of the Feng family, and witnessing their master poisoned twice right before their eyes rendered them powerless to blame anyone else. Despite their utmost caution, they remained vulnerable to those with malicious intent. A melodious voice, as clear as a lark, resonated from outside the courtyard, captivating everyone's attention. Su Qing, with her ink-dark hair cascading gracefully, moved with an elegance that seemed to conjure lotus blooms with every step. "Miss Su," Zhang Lai exclaimed upon seeing her approach, hurrying forward with utmost reverence. "If Miss Su is aware of the thief's whereabouts, we implore you to enlighten us." Feng Yan's gaze also shifted toward her. Su Qing surveyed the gathering, her ruby lips parting delicately. "First, release them." Zhang Lai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself. He raised a hand, signaling the guards to set the servants free. A glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the servants. Su Qing was their sole beacon of salvation. Su Qing slowly raised her hand, pointing toward the rockery beyond the Fenglin courtyard. Mo Yao intended to intervene, but a shadow darted past her with the speed of lightning. It was Zhu Mo. Aware of the Feng family's formidable prowess, she had not anticipated that Feng Yan's personal guard would possess such exceptional skills. Engaging Zhu Mo would likely yield no advantage for her. Zhu Mo emerged from behind the rockery, dragging forth an individual and casting him before the assembly. This person was slender, with a fair countenance and commendable martial skills, yet he succumbed to Zhu Mo's prowess after a mere dozen exchanges. "Isn't this Ahu?" Someone recognized him, disbelief etched on their face. Such an honest and straightforward individual could never resort to poisoning his master. "I did not poison anyone," Ahu protested loudly, his voice filled with indignation. "You shall not wrongfully accuse me. Why the fuss?" Su Qing chuckled softly. "I never claimed it was you who poisoned." Ahu was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening, his body tensing further. "If I am not the one who poisoned, why then am I being apprehended?" Ahu retorted. "Is it merely because I stood outside and observed?" Zhang Lai, standing nearby and having watched the exchange for a while, inquired with confusion, "Miss Su, for what purpose have you seized him?" "There are far too many pests in the Feng household. They must be eradicated," Su Qing replied, tilting her head with a smile directed at Ahu. "Zhang Butler, please have someone escort him to the magistrate's office. He is the notorious bandit, the jade-faced flying tiger, who has been evading capture for 6 years with over a dozen murders to his name." Ahu, taken aback by the recognition after so many years of concealment, felt his eyes redden, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "How did you discover my identity after all this time of hiding and altering my appearance?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, he was a notorious outlaw. The servants of the Feng family were all bound by loyalty. Yet who could have imagined that the ruthless jade-faced flying tiger, in a bid to escape the authorities, had resorted to such extreme measures? Fearing that the jade-faced flying tiger might escape, Zhang Lai dispatched additional guards to escort him to the magistrate's office. "Miss Su, do you have any knowledge of the whereabouts of the individual who poisoned?" Zhang Lai hesitated to press further, but felt the urgency of the situation. If this person continued to hide within the Feng household, one could only speculate what further misdeeds might ensue. Su Qing's gaze fell upon a young man not far away. The young man's pupils constricted sharply as he observed Su Qing approach him step by step, his heart pounding like thunder. Instinctively, he lowered his head, his right hand subtly drifting toward his waist, where a dagger lay concealed beneath his clothing. Chapter 30. The poisoning maid Zhu Yao, noticing Su Qing's signal, moved forward discreetly to apprehend the individual. With astonishing celerity, she acted before anyone could react. The young man, witnessing Mu Yao subdue the maidservant behind him, swallowed hard, composing himself, and stepped aside, head bowed. "Steward Zhang," Su Qing said, her gaze lingering meaningfully on the young man before shifting to Zhang. "Is this the person you sought?" "Zhu?" Zhang, recognizing the captive, was taken aback. "Miss Su, could there be a mistake? She was sold into the Feng household at the tender age of 7 and has been here for 8 years." Zhu possessed an undeniable beauty. Though pale, her limpid, almond-shaped eyes conveyed an indescribable grievance, evoking a sense of pity and tenderness. Su Qing stood silently, her gaze fixed on Feng Yan. As Feng Yan met her eyes, preparing to speak, the young woman turned towards the handsome youth from before, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Let him reveal to all whether Zhu is the culprit. The young man hesitated, his eyes meeting Su Qing's limpid gaze, yet still sensing the anger emanating from her. After a moment of deliberation, he stepped forward, bowing towards Feng Yan and Zhang. I am Yang Xing, at your service, young master, steward Zhang. He pointed at Zhu. Indeed, the maidservant Zhu is the one who administered the poison. I did not. Zhu choked out, shaking her head weakly and tearfully. Yang Xing, how can you falsely accuse me? Though I serve in Fenlin court, I am not responsible for the master's meals. How could I possibly poison him? Zhang, too, found the situation perplexing, sensing an oddity. Though there are 7 or 8 servants attending to the affairs of the Maple Grove estate, ever since the master was poisoned last time, he has refrained from entrusting matters to others. The only one permitted to enter the residence and serve him is himself. The individual responsible for preparing medicine and meals for the master is handpicked by him, ensuring utmost loyalty. Just as Zhu mentioned, although she is in the Maple Grove, she is merely a maid tasked with cleaning the outer courtyard. How could she possibly poison anyone? Yang Xing, speak the truth without the slightest embellishment. Zhang Guanjia threatened coldly, or the consequences shall be beyond your capacity to bear. Zhang Guanjia, I would never dare to speak falsely. Yang Xing clasped his hands in a respectful manner, his expression earnest. Half an hour ago, Mama Yang from the main kitchen, fearing that the small kitchen in Maple Grove was without firewood, asked me to fetch some. At that time, Lu Gu was boiling water in the kitchen. I merely exchanged a few casual words with Lu Gu. It was but a fleeting moment. And he was watching. How could I have poisoned anything? Zhu, feeling increasingly wronged, exclaimed, Young master, Zhang Guanjia, I am truly innocent. I did not wrong you. Yang Xing furrowed his brow and declared with righteous indignation, I witnessed you place your index finger, tainted with white powder, into the master's teacup. I did not. Zhu glared at Yang Xing in fury, gritting her teeth as she retorted, It is simply because I rejected you that you seek such cruel revenge. Yang Xing's face flushed with anger. You to deny the truth. How shameless can you be? I have never. Yang Xing stammered, his face reddening. But some harsh words remained unspoken. Whether you are wronged is quite simple to ascertain. Su Qing suddenly spoke. Yang Xing, prepare a bowl of clear water. Chapter 31. Father, I will not marry her. Yang Xing instantly understood Su Qing's intention and hurriedly fetched a bowl of clear water from the small kitchen. To prove his innocence regarding Zhu, he took 2 sips in front of everyone. He then placed Zhu's index finger into the bowl and brought it close to her lips. Zhu's expression changed slightly as she turned her face away. Did you not claim that I wronged you? Yang Xing once again brought the bowl to Zhu's lips, saying, As long as you drink this water and do not perish, I shall leave your fate in your hands. Zhu suddenly turned her face. Her crimson eyes fixed intensely on Yang Xing, filled with resentment, yet she remained silent, observing her countenance. The crowd quickly understood. The poison had undoubtedly been administered by Zhu. Drag her away. Feng Yan's expression darkened, his tone icy. Execute her. Su Qing watched as 2 guards stepped forward to drag Zhu away, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the tall, handsome figure of Feng Yan. His decisiveness and swiftness were commendable. Indeed, he was the man she had chosen. Yet, in the next moment, the thought of Feng Qingling, who coveted him, made Su Qing's expression darken. Sensing Su Qing's gaze, Feng Yan looked up, only to see his little wife first roll her eyes and then shoot him a fierce glare. Stirring an indescribable feeling within him, he remained silent for a while. Zhu Mo, taken aback, said, My lord, this plan has been in motion for several months. Are we truly going to abandon it? Though the identity of the mastermind behind the Shang family remains undisclosed, their movements in Liangcheng have been closely monitored by Feng Yan. The Shang family seeks to exploit the matter of marriage to infiltrate the Feng family. Upon learning of this scheme, Feng Yan begins to strategize, intending to turn the tables and utilize the infiltrator to disrupt the Shang family's plans, ultimately unveiling the mastermind behind it all. To abandon this course now would render all previous efforts futile. Zhu Mo sensed the weight of his master's gaze upon him, a chill coursing down his spine, prompting him to clasp his fists and promptly depart. Following the incident involving Zhu's poisoning, Zhang Lai reprimanded all the servants and guards of Fenlin Courtyard, warning that should such an event occur again, there would be no need to hunt for the perpetrator. All would face dire consequences together. Su Qing, choosing not to engage in excessive conversation, turned and entered the room, immediately noticing Feng Jiang leaning against the headboard. His spirits appeared markedly improved. a testament to the efficacy of the medicinal baths over the past few days. She approached the 8 immortals table and sat down, unceremoniously grabbing a pastry from the table and devouring it hungrily, for she was famished. Only once satiated could she muster the energy to accumulate faith points. As Su Qing ate, she spoke. Take good care of yourself. In 5 days, you shall be completely restored. Feng Jiang squinted at the sight of the young girl. Cheeks puffed like a little squirrel as she feasted, and for reasons unknown, his heart swelled with delight. With unusual softness in his tone, he said, Little Qing, do not overthink it. The only wife for Feng Yan shall be you. Little Qing, what absurdity is this? Su Qing nearly choked on her pastry, her face turning crimson. Fearful that the outside world's wild rumors might lead Su Qing to misunderstand the Feng family, Feng Jiang continued, Rest assured, I shall never allow Feng Qingling to set foot in the Feng family. Su Qing hastily swallowed the pastry with a generous sip of hot tea, blinking her eyes as she said, Well, what if Feng Yan must marry? If that insufferable brat dares to disregard our ancestral teachings and weds that girl from the Feng family, I shall break his legs, cast him out of the house, and expunge him from the family lineage. Just as Feng Jiang finished speaking, Feng Yan's voice resonated. Father, I will not marry her. Unbeknownst to them, Feng Yan had entered the room, leaving them in the dark about how much he had overheard. Chapter 32. The Feng family's pressured marriage. Su Qing continued to indulge in the pastries laid out before her, her ire not directed at Feng Yan. For it was difficult to be angry with someone who bore such a striking resemblance to his senior brother. However, Feng Qingling was truly detestable. When she glanced up at Feng Yan, she found him gazing back at her, his sharp features and deep, inky eyes seemingly capable of drawing her into their depths, entrancing her. She yearned for the day of their marriage to arrive swiftly. Master, young master, the patriarch of the Feng family requests an audience outside. A servant's cautious voice interrupted the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere within the room. The Feng family? The mere mention of that surname ignited a spark of ire within Su Qing. Observing the young couple's expressions shift from playful smiles to coldness, Feng Yan felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over him once more. What could he possibly want? Feng Jiang scrutinized the couple's varying expressions, his tone turning frosty. Feng Yan, you better handle this matter properly. If you continue to entangle yourself with our family affairs, we shall not be merciful. Yes, father. Feng Yan cast a deep glance at Su Qing, nodded respectfully to General Feng, and said, Please rest well. I shall attend to this matter immediately. Before the banquet commenced, Su Qing turned her gaze and advised General Feng to take good care of his health. Casually, she picked up an apple and began to nibble on it, bringing Mu Yao along with her. Idleness was not an option. The Feng family held considerable esteem in Liangqing, and with rumors swirling, their visit to the Feng household could easily lead to further gossip. In the main hall, the expressions of Feng Qingling's parents were tinged with barely concealed anger. Noticing this, Old Master Feng rose and performed a respectful greeting. Seated in the host position, Major Feng exuded an imposing presence, his posture straight and his facial features sharp. He gestured for the elderly couple to take their seats before inquiring. What brings you to the Feng residence, Old Master Feng? My dear nephew, Old Master Feng began. Qiling has long held affection for you. I believe a union between our families would be most advantageous. However, the royal engagement bestowed upon you compels a father to offer counsel. He feigned a composed demeanor as he lifted a cup of hot tea to his lips. I had already arranged for her to marry into a suitable family, as one would expect from the likes of the Feng family. Qingling, being our only daughter, could easily be wed to any respectable household. Yet, my daughter is quite stubborn. She is determined to marry you. What say you to this predicament? Major Feng, I perceive that you harbor feelings for Qiling as well, Mrs. Xiao interjected, her countenance icy and her tone haughty. We shall not concern ourselves with the royal engagement. If your family wishes to marry that country girl, so be it. We, the Feng family, do not mind. Let us also proceed with your affair with Qingling. Major Feng regarded the couple with a frigid stare, remaining silent. Observing his indifference, Mrs. Xiao's voice grew sharper, her displeasure evident. Although our Feng lineage may not be among the prominent and esteemed families of the capital, we are nonetheless a respected and influential entity in Liang City, commanding deference even from the Shang family and the prefectural government. How dare you suggest that my Qingling is not worthy of your Feng family? At this moment, Su Qing was seated in a courtyard abounding with blossoms, directing servants to bring forth a table laden with victuals and libations, all the while enjoying a theatrical performance. Mu Yao had already instructed the servants to keep their distance from the courtyard, and, casting a glance at the image suspended in the air, stood quietly behind Su Qing, discreetly observing the unfolding drama. "What business do I have with Miss Feng?" Feng Yan finally inquired. Hearing the distinct chill in his master's voice, Zhuo instinctively straightened his back. "Naturally, it concerns the matter of matrimony," Xia declared, not waiting for Master Feng to speak. "Qiling has already cast herself into a well for your sake. The entire affair has become the talk of Liang City, her reputation sullied by you. Do you not believe you owe our Feng family an explanation? Observe her countenance, fierce and intimidating, attempting to frighten whom?" Su Qing mused inwardly, nibbling on a sweet osmanthus cake. "Nephew, we understand that this imperial marriage is unavoidable," Master Feng said with a genial demeanor. "We can wait until after your wedding to hold the banquet, or, if your Feng family does not object, we could celebrate on the same day, doubling the auspiciousness. Would that not be splendid? Doubling the auspiciousness?" Su Qing's lips curled into a sneer. "That would truly be the death of you." Upon hearing the phrase doubling the auspiciousness, Feng Yan's brow twitched, and a profound sense of aversion arose within him. "I will not marry Feng Qingling. I will have only one wife in this life, and that is Su Qing." "What?" With a piercing scream, Mrs. Xia exclaimed, "Are you not accountable to our Qingling? You heartless scoundrel! Feng Yan, do you intend to sever ties with the Feng family in this manner?" Old Master Feng's countenance hardened, fury gleaming in his eyes. "We, Qiling, have no desire to vie for the position of the primary wife. Does that imply that the Feng family is unworthy of the Feng family? I shall reiterate." Feng Yan finally lifted his gaze to regard the two before him, his tone frigid. "The Feng family shall have but one second young mistress, and I, Feng Yan, shall have but one wife, and that is Su Qing. Beyond her, I shall not take another." Mrs. Xia trembled with indignation. How could he be so callous when his own ungrateful girl had cast herself into the well for him? "Do you mean to say that you will not marry Qingling?" Old Master Feng slammed the teacup onto the table, spilling tea everywhere. "Have you truly considered this?" "No need for contemplation. My choice is Su Qing. As for Feng Qiling, I regard her solely as a young lady of the Feng family, nothing more." Rising from his seat, Feng Yan expressed his growing impatience. "Zhuo, have Uncle Zhang see our guests out." "Feng Yan, do you genuinely believe your Feng family is so formidable?" Mrs. Xia seethed. "Qiling marrying you is merely a boon to your family. Think carefully, having offended the Feng family. You shall find life in Liangqing far from pleasant." A cold laugh escaped Feng Yan's lips, his long-standing battle-hardened demeanor surfacing, his eyes radiating a murderous intent as he fixed a steely gaze upon them. "From this moment forth, should anyone from the Feng family come, they shall be denied entry." With that, he turned and departed, leaving the two trembling with rage yet too intimidated to utter another word, ushered out by the guards of the Feng family. The entire Liang City is well aware that General Feng Yan, during his time on the battlefield, was akin to a living embodiment of the King of Hell. He could claim the head of anyone he desired, and none could escape his blade. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. The expression of anger on his face bore an uncanny resemblance to that of her elder brother, especially in his gaze. Years ago, when someone had come to provoke her by destroying her most cherished flower, her elder brother had worn a similar expression, with the same eyes and tone. In that moment, Su Qing's emotions became rather intricate. After withdrawing her magical powers, she unconsciously munched on pastries, lost in her thoughts. Mu Yao observed the expression of her master and felt a tremor in her heart. Her esteemed lord was, astonishingly, in a state of melancholy. The Feng family truly could not be allowed to linger. Amidst the blooming peach blossoms of springtime, with the occasional gentle breeze carrying the intoxicating fragrance of flowers, a beautiful woman in the courtyard sipped her wine. Feng Yan gazed at Su Qing, whose cheeks were flushed from the wine, and found her to possess an enchanting allure, a softness on his face that he himself had not noticed. Chapter 34. A firm rejection of the Feng family's offer. A shadow loomed over her, and Su Qing slightly lifted her head. The man before her had deep, exquisite eyebrows, sharply defined features, and an irresistible charm. She wobbled to her feet, her smile radiant, her eyes sparkling with a captivating light. "You have arrived?" Feng Yan strode forward, enveloping her in his embrace, the scent of wine mingling with the faint aroma of osmanthus wafting into his nostrils. "Why have you consumed so much?" he said, a slight frown creasing his brow as he cast a reproachful glance at Mu Yao, his tone icy. Mu Yao lowered her head, picked up the now empty plate of pastries from the table, and with a respectful bow, retreated. "Why do you look at Mu Yao so sternly?" Su Qing tilted her head back against Feng Yan's chest, pouting in dissatisfaction as she remarked, "Look, you've scared everyone away." "No." She frowned, protesting, "I want a drink." "Humph." Feng Yan raised an eyebrow at her, perceiving that this little woman seemed quite intoxicated. "Why do you wish to drink? Is it because of the Feng family?" He initially intended to mention Feng Qingling's name directly, but fearing it might upset her, he opted for a more general reference to the Feng family instead. With her eyes narrowed, Su Qing nestled deeper into Feng Yan's embrace and playfully beckoned him closer. "Lower your head a bit. I have something to say." Without a second thought, Feng Yan leaned in toward her. Su Qing grasped the fabric of his shirt tightly, pressing her lips against his cheek. The soft, warm sensation sent his heart racing, causing his ears to flush involuntarily. It was the first time he had been so intimately close to a woman other than his mother, a feeling that was both novel and addictive. After a brief kiss, Su Qing quickly released him, gazing at him with a smile. "That was a reward." "A reward? What reward?" Feng Yan inquired, following her lead. "For your firm refusal of the Feng family's offer," she replied, her laughter as refreshing as a spring breeze. "Did Muyao tell you that?" Feng Yan's previously cold demeanor softened considerably, rendering him even more handsome. "Su Qing, you've had too much to drink." "Nonsense. My drinking capacity ranks among the best in the entire sect," she retorted, nuzzling against his chest. As he observed her eyelids slowly drooping, a smile crept onto his lips. He bent down to lift her effortlessly into his arms. She gasped softly, wrapping her arms around his neck as her entire body nestled against him. Warm and cozy. Truly delightful. Feng Yan held the petite woman tightly in his embrace and turned to enter the house. He swiftly tore open the letter, scanning its contents with keen insight. Jiu had conducted a thorough investigation, revealing that the Su Qing depicted on paper was not the same individual he had encountered. However, since the engagement, she had remained under the watchful eyes of both the royal family and the Feng household, making it impossible for her to be replaced along the way. If she had been enduring silently all these years, how could one explain the profound medical skills she possessed? Feng Yan ignited the letter in the candlelight, feeling increasingly perturbed. The lingering softness on his cheek only intensified his turmoil. Su Qing slept soundly, and upon awakening, found it was already the following morning. Muyao had prepared breakfast and a hangover remedy. Where was Feng Yan? Observing Zhu Mo standing in the side hall, Su Qing inquired. "Has he gone to the military camp again?" Chapter 35. It's like a black market. The master originally intended to dine with Miss Su, but upon receiving urgent news from the military camp, he left in haste without even partaking in breakfast. Zhu Mo clasped his fists and said, "The master mentioned that the Feng family will not let this matter rest. Miss Su, please try to refrain from going out these days. If you must, do allow me to accompany you. With Mu Yao here, I shall be fine." Su Qing waved her hand, indicating for Zhu Mo to depart. "It seems the situation at the military camp is quite urgent. You should assist him." Zhu Mo cast a brief glance at Mu Yao, his expression dimming slightly before he turned and left. "Ah, my head truly aches." Su Qing pushed the hangover remedy aside and gently massaged her temples, softly inquiring, "What transpired with the Feng family last night?" Formerly impervious to the effects of alcohol, she succumbed after a mere few cups yesterday, a consequence of diminished faith. Su Qing squinted, consuming the glutinous rice balls one after another. The venom afflicting Feng Qingling was of her own concoction, innocuous to life. It would instead induce an unbearable pruritus, swiftly followed by cutaneous ulceration and pustules. Feng Qingling was not significant enough for Su Qing to compromise her own merit. Should Feng Qingling tenaciously endure for a month, she would spontaneously recover in the second. She intended to ascertain if this scion of the Feng family possessed such fortitude. Following their morning repast, Su Qing and her attendant proceeded to the establishment. The 3-day refurbishment was nearing completion. A young errand boy was sweeping the dust from the entrance, while within, a junior apothecary was meticulously arranging the medicaments into the traditional Chinese medicine cabinet, affixing labels bearing the names of the corresponding ingredients. The plaque of Hua Qing sect, as per Su Qing's directive, had been mounted during the renovation. The inquisitive townsfolk congregated, engaging in animated discourse. "So, it is a medical hall that is opening. Yang City has numerous medical halls, but only a handful of adept physicians, whose consultation fees are exorbitant. I wonder what this medical hall will charge. If it is also expensive, we impoverished folk will be left to await our demise." Upon hearing the murmurs of the onlookers, Su Qing's eyes gleamed with avarice. Recognizing the potential for faith, "The consultation fee at Hua Qing sect is 10 taels," Su Qing announced, striding to the front of the establishment and addressing the assembled crowd. Medication costs are additional. The pronouncement elicited astonishment among the populace. 10 taels. Are you not a highway robber? A sturdy man stepped forward and bellowed. Do you not realize that 10 taels of silver could sustain a family of 5 for several years? Indeed, even the finest medical establishment in Liangqing charges no more than 5 taels. This is nothing short of extortion. Seeing the crowd surge with agitation, Mu Yao swiftly positioned herself beside Su Qing, shielding her. Furthermore, the Huaqing sect offers free medical consultations on the 15th of every month, with no charges for diagnosis or medicine. Su Qing appeared unfazed by the outcry, smiling as she replied, in other words, if you find the fees excessive, you are welcome to seek treatment on the 15th of each month. As her words fell, an astonished silence enveloped the crowd, which soon transformed into expressions of delight. The promise of a truly free consultation on the 15th of the month? The burly man who had initially questioned her gazed intently at Su Qing, urgently inquiring, "Who are you? Do you have the authority to make such promises? Indeed, can a mere young girl truly be in a position to make such commitments?" Another voice chimed in. "Is it possible for you to genuinely uphold your word and offer services without charge?" The remaining individuals turned their gazes towards Su Qing, their voices laced with a fervent desire for confirmation. Chapter 36. The Apothecary Manager, Li Guzi. Tomorrow, the Huaqing sect will open its doors. The truth shall soon be revealed. Su Qing remarked with a smile. I kindly request that you inform your relatives and friends of our free consultations on the 15th of every month, where they can receive medical care at no cost. Wonderful. Such a blessing must indeed be widely shared, someone exclaimed. My uncle's family has been devastated by my aunt's illness. With this fortunate opportunity, I must inform him at once. How splendid. My mother's ailment may finally find relief. Upon witnessing the fervent enthusiasm of the common folk, Su Qing contentedly turned and entered the shop. The proprietor and a young servant hastily approached, respectfully stating, as per your instructions, everything has been arranged. Please take a look and see if there are any areas that require further attention. Su Qing, accompanied by Mu Yao, conducted a thorough inspection of the premises. Nodding in satisfaction, in the backyard, she pointed towards a room situated at a distance from the front courtyard. Mu Yao felt a warmth in her heart and nodded in agreement. Come here, Su Qing beckoned the young servant. As he approached, she inquired, what is your name? Dogzi, he replied. From now on, you shall be the manager of Huaqing sect, overseeing all matters within the shop. Li Dogzi, taken aback by her words, looked up at the radiant woman before him, feeling a mix of surprise and disbelief. He lowered his gaze once more, hesitant to respond. Are you unwilling? Su Qing raised an eyebrow, recalling the effort she had expended to find a suitable manager. Refusing her would be akin to inviting unnecessary hunger upon herself. The very thought of her gnawing hunger caused her tone to become somewhat irritable. No, I am willing, Li Dogzi replied, secretly delighted to discover that the proprietor's words were indeed true. He quickly assented. Proprietor, I previously served as a manager at Jiren Hall. But after you accused me of reselling medicinal materials, I was expelled. Since then, I have sought various jobs, yet the owner of Jiren Hall has continued to pursue me. Other shop owners, upon learning of my alleged dealings, have also dismissed me. Before arriving at the Huaqing sect clinic, I had been without work for a year. And I fear. Su Qing, suppressing her hunger, impatiently interrupted Li Dogzi, asking, have you ever engaged in reselling medicinal materials? Never, he replied. With unwavering resolve, Li Guzi declared, since there is none, what is there to fear? Su Qing, displaying an air of indifference, replied, you can focus on your work. The monthly wage is 1 tael. Typically, the shopkeeper's remuneration hovers around 3 taels, although 1 tael may seem modest. Garnering the owner's favor to alleviate their family's pressing needs is a kindness that must not be forgotten. A beam of white light, akin to the size of a cat's eye, surged from Li Guzi into Su Qing, momentarily quelling her hunger. The instant she received the faith value, Su Qing found Li Guzi exceedingly agreeable. Just do your best. The monthly wage will increase each year, Su Qing encouraged. Li Guzi was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by her words. What do you mean? Uncle Li, the master's intention is that next year the monthly wage will be 2 taels, and the year after that 3 taels, increasing annually, the young pharmacy assistant said with a squint and a smile. This is indeed good news. The young assistant had been introduced by Li Guzi, so he genuinely rejoiced for him. Chapter 37. The centuries-old family, the Qin clan having resided in Liangcheng for a few days, Su Qing was now able to truly appreciate the local scenery. The absence of gossip surrounding Feng Qingling and Feng Yan particularly uplifted her spirits. As she strolled leisurely, she arrived at the governor's office. A lavish carriage was stationed at the entrance, surrounded by numerous guards. Each of these guards was tall and robust, exuding an air of strength, clearly skilled in external martial arts. Su Qing's gaze was immediately drawn to the carriage's curtain, embroidered with a red dragon entwined around the character for Qin, exuding an imposing and mysterious aura. "Master, it's the carriage of the Qin family." Mu Yao lowered her voice and said, "The Qin, Bai, and Nan families are centuries-old reclusive clans, rumored to possess various mysterious powers that even the current emperor regards with caution." "Oh." Su Qing bit into a baked pastry, narrowing her eyes as she replied, "I am quite intrigued to witness what these mysterious powers truly entail. Please continue with your errands, but do not forget to check on Feng Qingling later." Su Qing had no desire to rely on the Xuanjin mirror for entertainment. It was far too taxing on her vital energy. "Master," Mu Yao exclaimed as she noticed Su Qing heading toward the governor's office, quickly blocking her path with a furrowed brow. "No, it is too dangerous." Mu Yao was taken aback. Did her master just express disdain for her? Su Qing shot her a look of disapproval and proceeded toward the governor's office. Mu Yao felt a sense of grievance for the first time as one of the top-ranked experts. After several visits, the officials in the office had nearly all come to recognize Su Qing, especially given her striking appearance and unforgettable sleuthing skills. Upon hearing that Su Qing had arrived, Zhao Yang hurriedly approached her. "Miss Su, Lord Lin has sent me to look for you," he said, cupping his fist in greeting. Habitually, he glanced over his shoulder and asked, "Has Miss Mu Yao not accompanied you? Do you wish to see her that much?" Su Qing retorted, her foot tapping in response. Zhao Yang blinked, scratching his cheek innocently, and before he could speak, he heard her soft voice. "Don't even think about it. You are not suited for each other." Zhao Yang was taken aback. He merely wished to seek mentorship. How could that be deemed unsuitable? Zhao Yang led Su Qing to the side hall, where guards dressed in identical attire stood every few meters along the corridor, presumably members of the Qin family. Such a display made even Zhao Yang feel a twinge of trepidation. Observing Su Qing, who barely reached his shoulder and seemed unfazed as she nibbled on the last bite of her sesame cake, he could not help but admire her composure. Truly, she was the chosen one of the emperor. Just as they were about to enter the side hall, they were halted by the Qin family's guards. "Halt! Who is she?" "This is Miss Su, who is seeking the young master of the Qin family." Zhao Yang, already displeased with the Qin guards, suppressed his anger, mindful of the Qin family's influence, and requested, "Please convey our message." The sharp gaze of the Qin guard fell upon Su Qing, who perceived a flicker of disdain in his eyes, raising her brow slightly. "Wait." Having said that, he entered the side hall and soon emerged, allowing them to proceed. Lin Yuan was conversing with an elderly man with white hair and beard, and upon seeing the two enter, he promptly stood to greet them. "Old Master Qin, this is the Su girl I mentioned to you." Qin Miao scrutinized the delicate young lady before him, his white brows knitting together. For centuries, the Qin family had spread throughout the southern kingdom, and despite half a year's efforts, they had uncovered no trace of their young descendant. How could a mere girl possibly know the whereabouts of the young master? Yet, he trusted Lin Yuan's judgment. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not let it slip away. Chapter 38. The other reward for finding the young master of the Qin family. Despite his inner skepticism, he revealed none of it outwardly, maintaining an air of respect, truly the hallmark of the head of the Qin family. "Very well." Su Qing smiled at Lin Yuan and said, "I would trouble Lord Lin to prepare some dishes for 3. After their previous encounter, Lin Yuan had already sensed Su Qing's peculiar state. It seemed that casting spells consumed an immense amount of energy. He promptly instructed Zhao Yang to prepare the meal. Qin Miao was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he replied, "All right." Su Qing's smile blossomed even more radiantly, shimmering like light on water. "As per usual, could I kindly request Lord Lin to send someone for a bowl of clear water and a map of the Liangqing region?" Su Qing observed Lin Yuan swiftly dispatching someone to gather the items and nodded in satisfaction. Before long, Lin Yuan had everything prepared. Su Qing once again used her sleeve to conceal her actions, retrieving pre-prepared talismans from her spatial pouch. She ignited the talismans and tossed them into the clear water. In the blink of an eye, the talismans vanished, leaving the bowl still filled with crystal clear water. "I would trouble old Master Qin." Su Qing pointed to the silver needle nearby and said, "I require a drop of your blood." Qin Miao picked up the silver needle and pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the water. As the blood mingled, the once tranquil surface of the water began to ripple gently. Qin Miao's pupils constricted. He faintly saw a red light soar from the cup. Though it lasted but a moment, he was certain he had witnessed it. The Qin family, with its 1,000 descendants and the respect of numerous clans, had thrived for a century, all thanks to the secret arts passed down from their ancestors. While the family had begun to decline in his generation, they still held their heads high in the southern kingdom. Moreover, the Qin descendants were known for their humility and courtesy. Their ancestors had once stated that there are always greater beings beyond the realm of man. No matter how strong the Qin family was, they were merely part of the vast multitude. Qin Miao looked excitedly at the young girl beside him. Su Qing gazed intently at the route delineated in the sky, waiting for what seemed like half a tea's worth of time, until the luminous point finally came to rest at a specific location. Following the map, she identified the destination, the very place where the young master of the Qin family was concealed. She tapped the map with her finger and remarked, "If you intend to proceed, it would be prudent to dispatch additional personnel. This endeavor will not be as effortless as the last. Miss Su, is it truly the case that the young master of the Qin family is confined here?" Zhao Yang inquired, stepping forward with purpose upon learning of the location. He scrutinized the area she indicated with a furrowed brow and asked, "Are you certain there is no mistake? What place is this?" Noticing Zhao Yang's doubt, Lin Yuan also frowned and questioned, "Is there something amiss?" "Not particularly," Zhao Yang replied, carefully examining the map. "This secluded mountain range marks the border between the Liang Kingdom and the Southern Kingdom, a region notoriously inhabited by venomous serpents and ferocious beasts. Furthermore, at dawn and dusk, a dense miasma envelopes the area, rendering it inhospitable. No one has survived here for more than 3 days, especially not a child who has been abducted." "How shall Master Lin decide?" Su Qing inquired, her expression playful as she regarded Lin Yuan. "Will you place your faith in my words or not?" Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment, before ultimately choosing to trust Su Qing. "Captain Zhao, assemble the personnel and prepare for departure," he commanded. "Rest assured, Master Lin, I will accompany you along with the young master of the Qin family," the previously silent elder Qin interjected. "Might Miss Su join us as well?" A glimmer of amusement danced in Su Qing's eyes. "Does the patriarch of the Qin family doubt my sincerity?" "Miss Su has misunderstood," came the response. Qin Miao gently shook her head and stated earnestly, "The Qin family adheres to ancestral teachings. Our secret techniques may only be employed for self-preservation, never as a means of ostentation. If Miss Su wishes to witness the Qin family's secret arts, she must accompany us." "Very well," Su Qing agreed, moving to the table and beginning to eat with grace, her movements swift like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. A group hurriedly ventured into the depths of the mountains, attracting the curious gazes and murmurs of many townsfolk. "The government and the Qin family are leaving the city together? How peculiar. It has been half a year since young Master Qin was abducted. This commotion suggests they may have discovered his whereabouts. After such a long time without any leads. Is there still hope? Perhaps. Bah. Stop your nonsensical chatter. Be cautious lest the Qin family overhear you, or you may find yourself in dire straits. I merely spoke my mind. Do not frighten me." Meanwhile, Mu Yao, who had been purchasing candied hawthorns for her younger brother, hurried to the city gate. Just in time, she caught sight of the Qin family carriage leaving the city, the white curtains fluttering slightly in the breeze, revealing Su Qing's exquisite profile. Startled, Mu Yao swiftly handed the item she had just bought to a nearby young child and, pulling out a couple of silver coins, instructed the child to safely deliver the goods to the Hucking sect's medical clinic. Once her affairs were settled, Mu Yao proceeded directly to the place where swift horses were rented, tossed aside some silver, and mounted a horse to pursue them. Liang City, located in the northwest of the southern city, borders the Liang Kingdom. This kingdom frequently harasses the surrounding villages of Liang City, causing considerable distress, prompting many villagers to relocate to the city, leaving only the elderly and impoverished families behind in their original homes. Consequently, the border between the two nations remains untouched by the common folk of the southern kingdom. "Stop!" A group came to a halt as Zhao Yang leaped down from his horse and briskly approached the carriage, clasping his fists in greeting. "My lord, ahead lies the entrance to the depths of the mountains, and the horses will find it arduous to proceed." The curtain was drawn back, and Su Qing was the first to alight from the carriage, followed closely by Lin Yuan and finally, Qin Mian. "Miss Su, the mountain path is treacherous and the journey arduous. You, along with Lord Lin and the head of the Qin family, should rest in the carriage for a moment. Zhao Yang, noticing Su Qing's intent to venture into the mountains, hastily interjected, I, the captain, will lead the way to the mountain's summit. The terrain here is intricate, and fierce beasts lurk in abundance. Are you not concerned about losing your way, especially since this is your first visit? Su Qing cast Zhao Yang a sidelong glance, her tone laced with disdain. I have no desire to languish in the carriage for days on end, only to starve to death. With such a mindset, how could one aspire to apprentice under Mu Yao? I certainly do not want a disciple like that. Master Qin, Su Qing stepped forward and spoke softly. Do not speak of fierce beasts. Even the rugged mountain trails make me, a delicate woman, hesitate. Yet, only I know the precise location of young Master Qin. What say you? What insights do you possess, Miss Su? Qin Mian inquired. Su Qing's eyes narrowed slightly as she replied. I have heard that the descendants of the Qin family are all robust and strong. Might I request that someone carry me into the mountains? Chapter 40. The village where birds do not lay eggs. The soft sedan chairs for the lady and Lord Lin have long been prepared, Qin Mian stated, gesturing for them to proceed. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan could not help but marvel inwardly. Truly, the Qin family is remarkable, always prepared with two soft sedan chairs for their outings. Noticing the somber expression on her companion's face, Su Qing, suppressing her irritation, smiled mischievously. Since the head of the Qin family has spoken, do you dare to refuse to carry my sedan chair? The man's expression grew increasingly somber as he clenched his jaw, hoisting Su Qing's belongings onto himself before hastily approaching the sedan chair. He awaited Su Qing's seating before lifting the chair to commence their journey. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the temperature plummeted. The rugged mountain path, coupled with the biting cold, gradually slowed their pace. After almost 2 hours of travel, Zhao Yang inquired beside Su Qing, Miss Su, are we heading in the right direction? Patience is a virtue, Su Qing replied leisurely, savoring her pastries with a look of delight. If we continue along this path for another half hour, we shall arrive. Half an hour later, as fatigue began to weigh heavily upon the group, a few keen-eyed individuals spotted a hidden estate nestled within a valley. The estate was enveloped by climbing ivy, rendering it nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Had it not been for Su Qing's guidance, who would have imagined that in such a desolate place, rife with ferocious beasts and miasmic air, such a sanctuary could exist? Zhao Yang, send someone to investigate, Lin Yuan commanded. Astonished yet recognizing Su Qing's earlier caution, this might indeed lead to a fierce confrontation, and they must be prepared to rescue. Wait, Qin Mian interjected. The architect of such an expansive estate in this remote area is undoubtedly formidable and beyond the capabilities of Zhao and his men. Lin Yuan comprehended Qin Mian's implication and quickly replied, if Elder Qin could lend his assistance, it would be most advantageous. Lord Lin, instruct Zhao to position his men to intercept any fleeing individuals on the outskirts, Qin Mian proposed. The rescue shall be undertaken by the scions of the Qin family. Lin Yuan departed with Zhao Yang, instructing his men to scout the surroundings and to execute a meticulous deployment. Not a single thief must escape. Qin Mian dismissed Lin Yuan and others, approaching the man who was assisting Su Qing with the pastry packages, and issued a few commands. The man swiftly vanished from Su Qing's sight. Ah, quite nimble indeed. Qin Mian remarked to Su Qing, Miss Su, please remain here. News shall arrive shortly. Su Qing gazed at the manor nestled in the valley, her beautiful eyes exuding a cold and profound allure, rendering her inscrutable. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated from the manor, engulfing the sky in billowing black smoke. A guard approached to report, Master, the manor is surrounded by a barrier, we cannot approach. Young Master Yu is attempting to break the formation. Qin Mian was taken aback. In this era of thin spiritual energy, the ability to deploy a formation and create a barrier using true energy was a skill reserved for the inner disciples of their century-old clans. Could it be that the kidnappers of the young descendant were from the Bai or Lan families, or perhaps even members of the Qin family, intent on eliminating Wei Er? Fury surged within Qin Mian's chest, and his hand, concealed within his sleeve, clenched tightly. If there were those truly intent on harming Wei Er, it seemed that young Master Yu would struggle to dismantle this formation. Chapter 41. Ancient formation, Miss Su, the situation is perilous. You should remain here while I summon He Yu to protect you. Qin Mian formed a seal with his hands before his chest, and a rune swiftly appeared beside him. A massive black wolf, towering to the height of a man, emerged from the rune and slowly approached, lying down beside Su Qing. With a flicker, Qin Mian vanished from her sight. Su Qing's eyes brightened. So, the secret technique of the Qin family involved summoning spirit beasts. However, the scent emanating from this black wolf bears an uncanny resemblance to that of her golden devouring beast. Su Qing squinted her eyes at the massive ebony creature, which trembled slightly, instinctively shrinking back, emitting low, mournful sounds from its throat. A thunderous explosion reverberated once more, capturing Su Qing's attention anew. The entire estate was enveloped in an invisible protective barrier, shielding it from harm. The source of the deafening noise and the billowing smoke lay precisely at the perimeter of this barrier. It was this robust protective shield that kept the dense, ominously red-tinged black malevolence swirling above the estate at bay. Ah, this otherworldly realm possesses a certain intrigue. A faint smile graced Su Qing's lips as she gracefully leapt onto the wolf's back, gently patting its head. Your master cannot breach this magical formation. Let us proceed. The great wolf howled skyward, carrying Su Qing as it charged towards the valley. Qin Mian had just reached 100 meters from the estate when the explosion sounded, followed by the retreat of the Qin family disciples, while the protective formation surrounding the estate remained unscathed. Qin Mian sought out his grandson, Qin Yu, the very young man who had previously offended Su Qing. Qin Mian inquired, My dear Yu, what is the situation? It is a formation unlike any I have ever encountered. The symbols within this array change every half an incense stick. Without sufficient time, it is impossible to breach it, Qin Yu replied, his brow furrowed tightly, his expression grave. However, I am certain way is here. This estate is situated in a desolate locale, fortified by a formidable magical formation, making the entire affair exceedingly complex. Wei can only be here, allowing the Qin family and the authorities to find no trace for half a year. Qin Mian approached the outer edge of the formation, cautiously extending his hand to probe. A formidable bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Had it not been for Qin Mian's swift reflexes, he would have surely been cleaved in two. It was precisely for this reason that he could discern the incantations inscribed upon the array. Astonishingly, it was an ancient formation. This matter would require careful deliberation. Qin Mian's expression darkened further as he fixed his gaze upon the gates of the estate, turning to Qin Yu, and remarked that only their venerable ancestor could possibly dismantle such a formation. Qin Mian fell into silence. The ancestor of the Qin family was no ordinary forebear. If they were to rescue Wei heir, it seemed that he must devise a solution himself. A sudden gust of wind swept through, instantly capturing the attention of the Qin clan's disciples. Grandfather, is that not your black jade? Qin Yu exclaimed as he spotted a colossal black wolf racing down the mountainside, seemingly carrying someone upon its back. It was. Qin Mian instantly recognized the galloping black jade. In the blink of an eye, Black Jade came to a halt before the Qin family, with Su Qing securely perched upon its back. Qin Mian sighed internally. He had clearly warned of the dangers present. Yet this young girl was resolute in her decision to come. Should anything untoward occur, he feared he would be unable to protect her, which posed quite a predicament. Su Qing, astride the massive wolf, directed her gaze towards the formation. Chapter 42. Matters of the sect, I hold the authority. From a distance, Su Qing sensed a certain familiarity in the design of the formation. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was indeed the array technique employed by their Huaqing sect. This fundamental defensive array was a requisite study for the sect's novice disciples, and thus not particularly extraordinary. Yet, to witness such a basic array exhibiting such formidable strength in this realm devoid of spiritual energy was indeed remarkable. Master Qin, among those you have brought, how many possess the skill to inscribe talismans? Su Qing inquired, playfully toying with the soft fur of the wolf, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Qin Mian. I am capable of dismantling this formation. The Qin family, both ancestors and descendants, were taken aback. This was an ancient formation. Nearly all members of the Qin clan were adept at crafting talismans. Was what Miss Su said truly the case? Qin Yu inquired, only to receive a disapproving glance from Su Qing. With hands clasped in respect, he expressed, I acknowledge that I have previously offended Miss Su, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. If you can rescue my young nephew, I shall submit to your will. If you can save young Master Qin. Su Qing tilted her head and looked at Qin Yu. Are you willing to serve as a little servant at the Huqing sect's medical clinic for 3 months? If today you can save my nephew Qin Weiji, I, Qin Yu, pledge to serve as a little servant at the Huqing sect's medical clinic for 3 months. Should I fail in my oath, may I meet a most tragic end. Upon completing his declaration, A radiant light surged from him into the heavens. Binding their covenant with the heavens. Su Qing was somewhat astonished. She knew Qin to be a man of great integrity. Yet she had not anticipated him to swear an oath. In this world, oaths were often made lightly, but for cultivators, they held profound significance. To violate an oath was to invite the wrath of the heavens, resulting in dire consequences. Miss Su, Qin Yu inquired. May we now be enlightened on the method to break the formation? Certainly, Su Qing nodded, gracefully dismounting from the back of the giant wolf. She casually picked up a broken branch from the ground and continued, You must summon all those skilled in drawing talismans. I shall now reveal the method to you. As long as she did not utilize yellow talismans and vermilion powder, her drawing of talismans would not deplete her true energy. Otherwise, in this desolate and forsaken place, she would surely perish from hunger. Qin Miao and Qin Yu exchanged glances, suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within them. They initially believed that Su Qing would directly dismantle the formation, but to their surprise, she chose instead to instruct them in the art of talisman crafting. In this age of depleting spiritual energy, such skills as talismans and formations are the very capital that distinguishes the noble families from the masses. The three great clans hold the teachings passed down from their ancestors in the highest regard. Even their descendants are permitted only to scratch the surface of this knowledge, with only those who become inner disciples gaining access to deeper wisdom. Evidently, the formation surrounding Zhuangzi possesses immense power, surely a relic from ancient times. The talismans capable of breaking such a formation are not simple. Although they are unaware of Su Qing's background, her ability to inscribe such profound talismans indicates that she is undoubtedly backed by a formidable hidden sect. Should this hidden sect discover that Miss Su is imparting their talismans to outsiders, it would likely lead to considerable trouble. Do not fret. Matters of the sect are for me to decide, Su Qing remarked, having discerned their thoughts with a mere glance. She waved her hand dismissively, urging them to gather more individuals promptly. Before long, Qin Yu summoned 6 others, making a total of 8, including himself and Qin Mian. Watch closely. I shall only demonstrate once, she declared. Yet, despite her words, Su Qing's pace was deliberately slow, allowing the 8 present to observe each stroke of her brush with clarity. As she completed her final stroke, Qin Yu finished simultaneously. Su Qing cast a glance at his work. Its quality was commendable, achieving an effectiveness of 80%, though not flawless. Qin Mian was the second to finish, his talisman reaching 90% potency. The others completed their drawings in succession, with the least effective one still managing 40%. Su Qing could not help but question the essence of life. How inept could her former disciples be? Having painted countless talismans, yet failing to match the power wielded by the Qin family's ancestors in a single attempt? Little did she realize that the descendants of the Qin family, especially those from the inner circle, were indeed exceptional, selected from among the best. Chapter 43. Do you wish to learn? I shall teach you. Given the potency of the talismans they had created, it would take hundreds to breach this formation. Glancing at the sky, Su Qing remarked, It is getting late. If we tarry any longer, ferocious beasts will soon emerge to hunt. Upon hearing this, Qin Miao promptly instructed, Let us hasten our efforts. The 8 individuals sat cross-legged on the ground, diligently crafting their talismans. Su Qing observed their progress, raising an eyebrow. She could not deny that the Qin disciples displayed commendable talent. With each stroke, their creations became increasingly refined, their power noticeably augmented. Notably, as Qin Yu completed his 8th talisman, its force nearly approached perfection. Within the span of 3 incense sticks, the group had produced nearly 100 talismans. Following Su Qing's guidance, Qin Miao directed the Qin disciples to encircle the formation with their creations. Purple lightning struck one after another, accompanied by a thunderous roar, stirring up a tempest and darkening the sky. Mu Yao, drawn by the tremendous explosions, found herself confronted by Feng Yan and Zhu Mo, leaving the 3 momentarily stunned. Where is Su Qing? Feng Yan inquired. Before Mu Yao could respond, a rumble of thunder echoed from afar, startling a flock of birds resting in the trees. The sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, which seemed to converge in unison as if guided by an unseen force. Feng Yan, troubled by the oppressive atmosphere, swiftly employed his lightness skill and dashed away, with Mu Yao and Zhu Mo trailing closely behind. Truly, this ancient formation proved to be remarkably formidable. Qin Miao gazed at the scene before him and couldn't help but exclaim, pondering which ancient powerhouse had created this formation. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at him. This formation was originally devised to protect her young disciple, and its efficacy was quite commendable. While she was in seclusion, Several elderly figures in the sect had coerced her disciple into revealing the method of drawing the formation, and it ultimately became a mandatory course for entry into the Su Qing sect. Upon her return from seclusion, she confronted these elders in front of all the sect disciples, leaving them severely humiliated and thus alleviating her own frustrations. Do you wish to learn? Su Qing composed herself, smiling like a blooming begonia. I shall teach you. Qing Miao, taken aback, slightly parted his lips in astonishment, realizing he had lost his composure before the younger generation. He cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. Is what you say true, Miss Su? It's not a divine-level formation. If you wish to learn, I can indeed teach. The hand concealed beneath Qing Miao's sleeve trembled slightly, and he could hardly conceal his excitement in his eyes. He never imagined that at the age of over 70, he could still grasp the opportunity to ally with a formidable individual, should he successfully rescue Wei Er. He sincerely hoped that Miss Su would grace the Qin family with her presence for a meal. I hope Miss Su will kindly consider this invitation. Very well. Su Qing replied, her gaze shifting towards the formation, the smile on her lips deepening. She indeed desired to visit the Qin family. Elder Qin was quite agreeable. The summoned spirits from the Qin family radiated the sin of her family's gold-devouring beast, an occurrence that was no mere coincidence. Were it not for her apprehension of being unable to procure sustenance in this desolate wilderness, she would have already consulted the omens regarding this matter. The trio of Feng Yan swiftly advanced, and soon encountered Zhao Yang at the periphery. General Feng, Miss Mu Yao. Zhao Yang's eyes brightened upon spotting Mu Yao, and he quickly approached her. What brings you here? Where is my master? Mu Yao inquired anxiously. Is she with you? Zhao Yang shook his head. We are tasked with guarding the perimeter to capture those fleeing. Miss Su is ahead with the head of the Qin family. Do not worry. With the head of the Qin family present, Miss Su will undoubtedly be safe. The Qin family possesses secret techniques that even renowned masters on the martial arts rankings regard with caution. Chapter 44. Are you concerned for me? Ahead lay a tumultuous expanse, shrouded in dark clouds. Feng Yan pressed his lips together, his figure flickering, vanishing before the eyes of the crowd. Zhu Mo was taken aback. His master had employed his long-concealed, unparalleled lightness skill for Su Qing in plain sight. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to follow Mu Yao. Thunder rumbled incessantly as powerful purple lightning struck the talismans, which intercepted the strikes one by one, gradually diminishing in intensity. Head of the family, the formation has been breached, announced a Qin family disciple, his tone brimming with excitement. Young master, you has led a charge into the estate. Qin Miao felt a slight easing in his heart as he stroked his white beard and nodded. Let us go take a look. After Su Qing spoke, she headed directly toward the estate. The enormous form of He Yu followed closely by her side, ensuring her safety. Within the estate, the sounds of combat echoed throughout. Although they encountered no further peculiar formations, the individuals inside exhibited formidable martial prowess. Were it not for the Qin family's disciples possessing secret techniques, they would likely not stand a chance against this group. Head of the family, young master, you has located the place where the children are being held, in the side courtyard. Upon hearing this news, Qin Miao strode forward decisively. In the courtyard of Zhuangzi, there were 5 or 6 iron cages, each containing children of similar ages, their bodies bearing varying degrees of scars. Some of the children had eyes filled with terror, curling up tightly upon seeing others, while others had lost all color from their faces, their demeanor rendered dull and lifeless. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Mian's heart ached profoundly. He worried for his young great-grandson and felt a surge of anger for the plight of these children. Before long, Qin Yuzhong emerged from one of the cages, cradling a child who appeared to be around 3 years old. Wei Er. Qin Mian instantly recognized the filthy-faced child as his beloved grandson, rushing forward to embrace him. Brother. The little Wei Er slowly opened his eyes, fear evident within them, no longer recognizing Qin Mian and the others. He gazed around, stifling his cries, Brother, brother. Seeing this, Qin Mian was consumed with a desire to capture those responsible, to exact vengeance upon them. He radiated an aura of murderous intent, commanding, Qin Yu, take them alive. Qin Yu clasped his fists and turned to depart. Qin Mian instructed his men to lead the child out of the cage, preparing to leave the courtyard. Just as they reached the front yard, 4 or 5 figures clad in black descended upon them from various directions, intent on silencing them. As Su Qing's warning fell from her lips, one of the black-clad figures lunged forward, thrusting a sword toward her chest. Miss Su. Not far away, Qin Yu. Witnessing the impending danger, was about to rush to her aid but was preempted by another. Su Qing found herself enveloped in warm arms. Tilting her head to see the sharply defined features of Feng Yan, her eyes narrowing with recognition. With a natural grace, her arms encircled his waist as she smiled. "What brings you here?" Feng Yan furrowed his brows, the aura of chill and menace surrounding him intensifying as he gazed deeply at the petite woman in his arms. "If I had not come, would you still be alive?" Su Qing smiled radiantly in response. "Are you worried about me?" Feng Yan averted his gaze from her. Only he knew the moment when the sword of the cloaked man was aimed directly at Su Qing's chest. His heart tightened with fear at the thought of that blade piercing her, and the dread of a world devoid of Su Qing overwhelmed him. He released her and drew his sword to engage in battle. The Qin family's disciples already held the upper hand, and with Feng Yan and Zhu Mo joining the fray, the outcome was unequivocally assured. "Master, are you all right?" Mu Yao approached Su Qing, her concern evident as she inspected her thoroughly before feeling reassured. "In the future, do not casually dismiss your subordinates." Su Qing cast a profound glance at Mu Yao. "Oh, to avoid using my vital energy for mere gossip is indeed a challenge." Chapter 45, Little Weir. Do not let brother die in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The stronghold was breached, with captives taken and lives extinguished. You will never find this place. One of the captured individuals exclaimed, his eyes reddened with defiance. "Tell me, how did you find out? Beyond every man, there exists another. And beyond the heavens, there are greater heavens. Do not think that your ancient formations can thwart us." Qin Yu retorted, delivering a kick to the man's knee, forcing him to kneel. His voice was cold and commanding. "Speak. Who instructed you to act in this manner?" These individuals exhibited skills far beyond those of ordinary traffickers. Apart from discovering the child confined within an iron cage, the Qin family also stumbled upon numerous lifeless bodies of children in a nearby valley. The nature of their wounds indicated that this village was a breeding ground for professional assassins. Such a large-scale operation could not have been orchestrated overnight. There must be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. The man let out a cold laugh, gritted his teeth, and the poison hidden within his gums ruptured, causing him to spew forth blood and perish swiftly. Subsequently, those who had been captured fell one by one to the ground, lifeless. Qin Mian gazed at the sea of corpses, her heart filled with dread. Feng Yan's furrowed brows knitted even tighter. The mastermind behind this audacity to strike against the Qin family certainly possessed the strength to challenge them. If that were the case, calamity would likely befall Liang City. Brother. Little Weir struggled in Qin Mian's embrace, crying inconsolably, "Let me go. I want my brother." Qin Mian gently set her great-grandson down, watching as the small figure wobbled towards a certain direction, prompting Qin Yu to hasten his steps after her. Little Weir stood at the edge of a well, tiptoeing in an attempt to climb up, yet failing miserably, her desperation turning into loud wails. Qin Yu, cradling Little Weir, peered into the depths of the well and discovered a child of 5 or 6 years, his hands shackled with iron chains and suspended in the murky water, barely clinging to life. He quickly commanded someone to descend into the well and rescue the child. The boy had succumbed to unconsciousness. Prolonged submersion had rendered his skin wrinkled and pale, his feet swollen, and numerous parts of his body beginning to rot. "Brother." Little Weir flung herself onto the boy, shaking his frail form as she cried in her tender voice, "Brother, don't die? Weir doesn't want you to die." Upon witnessing this, Su Qing stepped forward with determination. As she discerned the appearance of the young boy, her expression gradually darkened, and it was evident to all that her fury was palpable. Su Qing knelt down to examine the child's injuries closely, concealing her actions with her sleeve. She retrieved a medicinal pill from her spatial pouch and placed it into the child's mouth, utilizing her vital energy to dissolve the pill. The child's complexion transformed with remarkable speed, becoming rosy, yet he remained in a deep slumber. Mu Yao stepped forward, cradling the child in her arms. "Where are you taking the young master?" Little Wei, witnessing the scene, reached out to grasp Su Qing's sleeve, speaking hesitantly, "Can I also accompany you?" Upon lowering her gaze, Su Qing met Little Wei's glistening, tear-filled eyes. "If it weren't for my brother, I might have perished like them," Little Wei exclaimed urgently. "I wish to stay with my brother." Hearing Little Wei's words, the Qin family felt an increasing heaviness in their hearts, their gazes involuntarily drifting toward the child in Mu Yao's embrace. After a moment of silence, Su Qing gently ran her fingers through Little Wei's unkempt hair, which had become tangled from neglect. "Little Wei, I ask you this. Are you willing to care for him and protect him for a lifetime?" Upon hearing this, Little Wei's initially fearful eyes sparkled like fireworks, illuminating with brilliance as he vigorously nodded his head. I am willing. I am willing. A radiant smile spread across Little Wei's face, and despite the dirt marring his features, he exuded a heartfelt joy that resonated with everyone around him. Chapter 46. Miss Su truly possesses remarkable skills. Qin Miao held her great-grandson, while Qin Yu took the child from Mu Yao's arms and cradled him in his own. The group prepared to descend the mountain. The aftermath concerning Zhuangzi was entrusted to Lin Yuan, Zhao Yang, and others who arrived belatedly. Do you recognize that child? Feng Yan inquired gently, perceiving the subtle melancholy emanating from the petite woman beside him. If you so desire, the Feng family could also provide for him. Entrusting him to the Qin family is his most felicitous destiny. Su Qing exhaled deeply, then turned to the man with a radiant smile. What brings you here in search of me? Were you truly so concerned for my well-being? Feng Yan compressed his lips, refraining from further discourse. Miss Su. Qin Yu gently placed the child in his arms onto the carriage. He advanced a few steps, glanced at Feng Yan, and greeted him with a cupped fist. A banquet has been prepared at the estate. Feng Yan scrutinized the handsome man before him, his brow furrowing slightly. He recognized him as Qin Yu, the youngest grandson of the Qin family, and the heir apparent favored by the family patriarch. A trace of displeasure crossed Feng Yan's countenance as an inexplicable surge of emotion welled within him, rendering the man before him exceedingly unwelcome. Instinctively, he extended his arm, drawing Su Qing into his embrace. Qin Yu appeared momentarily taken aback, turning to Su Qing with a questioning gaze. Miss Su, this. Perhaps another time. Su Qing responded with a captivating smile. There will be ample opportunities. Feng Yan's gaze intensified, his entire being taut with barely suppressed emotions. Gripping the reins tightly, he spurred his steed forward, galloping away. Su Qing languidly nestled into a comfortable position within Feng Yan's embrace, slowly closing her eyes, and reveling in his comforting warmth and the steady cadence of his heartbeat. The journey unfolded in silence. Upon returning to the residence, Feng Yan gently lifted Su Qing from the horse's back, yet he did not release her delicate hand as they proceeded into the side hall. The enticing aroma of the dishes wafted into Su Qing's nostrils, and her growling stomach compelled her to break free from Feng Yan's grasp. Hastily taking a seat at the table, shortly thereafter, a steaming bowl of fragrant soup was presented before her by a strong hand. Feng Yan, observing the radiant sparkle in her eyes, momentarily averted his gaze and remarked, "In the chill of the deep mountains, you should first warm your stomach with this soup." With a beaming smile, Su Qing lifted the bowl and savored a sip, its delightful fragrance surpassing even its aroma. Watching the blissful expression on the petite woman's face, the anger that had been simmering within Feng Yan dissipated instantly, and a smile crept onto his lips as he began to serve her dishes. Outside the door, Zhu Mo observed the scene within, his gaze instinctively drifting to Mu Yao, who seemed lost in distant thoughts, unaware of her surroundings. What does this imply? Is it an acquiescence? Zhu Mo's scrutiny intensified. Nevertheless, rest assured, as long as I am vigilant, there shall be no opportunity to harm the Feng family. You need not probe so. My master holds no interest in the Feng family or their military power, Mu Yao remarked, glancing at Zhu Mo with a tone of indifference. Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you. Zhu Mo furrowed his brow, poised to respond, but Mu Yao spoke once more in a soft voice. You are not a person of sharp words. Such pretense does not suit you. There is no need for you to probe in this manner. If you wish to know something, simply ask, and I shall not conceal anything. Su Qing had previously instructed Mu Yao that she would not withhold a single word regarding what Feng Yan wished to know, speaking freely without reservation. Zhu Mo paused for a moment, quickly regaining her composure, and inquired, as a trusted confidant of the emperor, would you harbor no interest in the military power of the Feng family after marrying into Liang City with Miss Su? Upon hearing this, Mu Yao hesitated, then turned to Zhu Mo and asked, what do you call General Feng? Zhu Mo replied, Master. What does master mean? Mu Yao chuckled lightly, her smile not reaching her eyes. I was indeed once a trusted confidant of the emperor, but now there is only one true master, for she is my life, and her death is my death. Zhu Mo opened her mouth, but found herself unable to utter a single word. This seemed to contradict the information they had gathered. Upon catching a glimpse of her master's cold gaze, Zhu Mo instinctively shrank back, refraining from speaking further. After the two finished their meal, the sky had darkened, with the moon hanging low among the branches. Su Qing noticed Feng Yan's pensive silence, as if he had something to say to her, and remarked, the moonlight is beautiful tonight. Shall we take a stroll to digest our meal? Upon hearing this, Feng Yan's expression softened, and he gently took Su Qing's hand, leading her toward the back garden. As they passed by Zhu Mo, he cast her a sidelong glance. Zhu Mo immediately halted, no longer following them. The pair walked slowly, and the servants in the residence, upon seeing them holding hands, discreetly stepped aside. With some even sneaking away to inform Steward Zhang, Feng Yan remained silent, yet the grip he held on Su Qing's hand grew ever tighter. Su Qing gazed at the elongated shadows of the two figures beneath the moonlight, abruptly halting her steps. Feng Yan sensed the small woman beside him pause and followed suit. They stood before the pavilion, their eyes locking in a silent exchange. Feng Yan quietly observed the enchanting Su Qing, radiant as a celestial being under the moon, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. Noticing the rising tide of hostility emanating from him, threatening to engulf him, Su Qing spoke softly, "Feng Yan, I am here," came the man's low, raspy voice. "Are you unhappy?" Su Qing ventured tentatively. As his silence deepened, she discreetly brushed her fingertips against his broad, rough palm and added, "I do not harbor any fondness for Yu." Feng Yan pressed his lips together tighter, his demeanor growing as frigid as ice. A smile danced at the corners of Su Qing's eyes. She saw through the seemingly stoic man before her, though the blush creeping to his ears betrayed him. "Feng Yan, have I ever confided in you?" Su Qing stepped closer, her gaze fixed upon his deep, handsome features. "That I desire to marry you?" A longing most profound. Feng Yan's austere countenance began to soften, an involuntary smile curving his lips, his eyes reflecting a tenderness he himself was unaware of. "Is it because of the imperial decree?" "No." Su Qing shook her head, her eyes sparkling as they met his. "Were it anyone else, I would rather perish than comply with such a mandate. The reason I have come to Liang City is solely because you are here." Feng Yan beheld the glistening moisture in her eyes, his gaze deepening in intensity. Unable to restrain himself, he drew the delicate woman into his embrace, the faint scent of osmanthus enveloping him, stirring his thoughts and leaving his heart in a tumultuous state. Chapter 48. The master is too ruthless. As Su Qing was held in Feng Yan's embrace, she felt the malevolent aura emanating from him gradually dissipate, and she silently let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, she had secretly consulted an oracle, yet she was unable to discern the fate of Feng Yan. In her recollection, he was the second person in several centuries whose destiny remained obscured to her. The first, of course, was her beloved senior brother, whom she had admired for a long time. Being astute, she quickly sensed the peculiarity of the situation. Such coincidences could not possibly exist in abundance. There must be a connection between Feng Yan and her senior brother that she had yet to unravel. Were it not for her certainty that her senior brother still resided in the Shenzhen continent, she might have even suspected that Feng Yan was her senior brother himself. As for the nature of their connection, Su Qing was confident that she would eventually uncover the truth. "Are you coming to the opening of the Hucking Sex Medical Clinic tomorrow?" Su Qing tilted her small head upward, her eyes fixed on him as she inquired. Perhaps it was the hope reflected in her gaze that caused Feng Yan to fixate on her delicate features, his ears growing warm with embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yan replied earnestly, "The matters in the military camp are nearly resolved. I shall arrive a bit later." Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated Su Qing's delicate face, rendering her even more enchanting. "I shall await your arrival," she said with a charming smile, and when he was not paying attention, she discreetly retrieved a talisman from her spatial pocket and stealthily tucked it into his clothing. The affairs of the military camp were undoubtedly complex, and given her status due to the betrothal, Su Qing refrained from voicing her concerns. She could only hope that those individuals would not harm Feng Yan. Otherwise, she would rather exhaust her vital energy and perish than allow them to escape retribution. As Su Qing stepped through the door, the smile on her face swiftly vanished, leaving her in an eerie silence. "Master, the letter has been delivered to the magistrate's office, and everything else is prepared," Mu Yao reported. Having waited in the room for some time, dressed in a fitted black attire, the room was adorned with an array of dishes, meticulously arranged in anticipation. Su Qing approached Mu Yao, her voice gentle, "Close your eyes." Obediently, Mu Yao complied, and immediately the sound of howling winds filled her ears. After a few breaths, she heard her master's soft voice, "We have arrived." Upon opening her eyes, Mu Yao realized she was no longer in the sealed manor. Though the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, her keen instincts quickly discerned that they were in a deep mountain, explaining how her master had effortlessly rescued Mu Xiao. A luminous orb emanated from Su Qing's palm, an illuminating pearl. Mu Yao could not help but widen her eyes. She had seen the night pearl atop the emperor's dragon crown, which was no larger than a cat's eye yet worth a fortune. Now, her master casually produced a fist-sized pearl, a testament to her immense wealth. The colossal pearl cast a brilliant light, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. Revealing the steep cliff walls, it became evident that they stood at the base of a precipice, with a village nestled at its center. Fight if you can. Flee if you cannot. I shall handle the rest, Su Qing declared, leaving only an afterimage in Mu Yao's eyes. Mu Yao was momentarily taken aback by the profound depth of her master's martial prowess. However, upon entering the village, she soon realized there was no need for her intervention. Her master wielded a large blade, dispatching foes with effortless precision, as if slicing through vegetables. Thus, Mu Yao had no choice but to adhere to her earlier instructions and began searching the area, quickly discovering the child they were to rescue hidden within a cave. Mu Yao was leading the children out of the cave when she witnessed Su Qing grasping an elderly woman, over 50 years of age, and throwing her to the ground. The woman's complexion turned pale, trembling as if she had encountered something horrendous. Su Qing kicked the woman in the back and said, "Take good care of them. In a few days, someone will come to collect the children. If even one is missing, or if a single hair is lost, do not expect to survive." Before Mu Yao could utter a word, Su Qing once again transported them to another location. Mu Yao stood in a daze, watching Su Qing devour her meal voraciously, her heart filled with trepidation. Her master was truly ruthless. Chapter 49, The Grand Opening and Disturbance on this morning. The day of the grand opening of the Qing sect, Su Qing rose early. Although the previous day's slaughter had heavily depleted her merits, saving abducted children had balanced the scales, allowing her to awaken today, still full of vigor. Were it not for her current limitations in cultivation, she could have annihilated the enemy with a few formations last night, thus sparing herself the need for direct confrontation. After enjoying a delightful breakfast, Su Qing and Mu Yao boarded a carriage heading to the Qing sect's medical clinic. From a distance, a crowd had gathered around the clinic, creating an impenetrable barrier, and the booming voice of a man could be heard. "Li Guzi, get out here." Su Qing was well aware that the owner of Jiren Hall would come seeking trouble. She remained unperturbed, leisurely disembarking from the carriage and moving toward the crowd to observe the spectacle. In the center of the throng stood a thin, sharp-featured man with a goatee, clad in a dark blue robe adorned with golden motifs. He pointed his delicate fingers at the entrance of the Qing sect's medical clinic, his appearance suggesting he was anything but a good person. Su Qing curled her lips into a smirk. "Li Guzi, you shameless cur. When you served as the manager at my Jiren Hall, not only did you openly sell medicinal materials, but you also secretly seduced my fiancée. How despicable. And you wretched harlot. You promised to marry me, yet turned your back and clung to this scoundrel. What a pair of adulterers. Li Guzi, how dare you show your face before me? And you vile woman, in broad daylight, do you have no sense of shame?" The man, with a sharp tongue, spoke in a most unpleasant manner, his vitriol drawing an ever-growing crowd of onlookers. At the entrance of the Qing traditional medicine clinic, a flamboyantly dressed woman clung tightly to Li Guzi's arm, refusing to let go despite his attempts to shake her off. "Li Lang, please don't abandon me," she pleaded, tears glistening in her eyes. "I have always loved you." Li Guzi trembled with fury, his face ashen. "Li Lang, I carry your child. How can you treat me this way?" The woman not only held onto his arm but also leaned into him, making her intentions abundantly clear, as if she feared others might not realize their connection. "I have never even met you. How could I engage in such disgraceful acts?" Li Guzi could hardly contain his anger. The young apprentice, unable to bear the scene any longer, rushed forward with all his might to push the woman away from Li Guzi. "Stop your nonsense," he shouted, his eyes reddened with indignation. "My Uncle Li is an innocent man. How could you slander him like this?" A woman, exuding an air of weariness, suddenly collapsed onto the ground. As she reached out to clutch Li Guzi's thigh, he was startled into a series of rapid retreats, grabbing a broom from nearby. "Li Lang, begone. You shameless woman, do not attempt to cling to me. Otherwise, I shall strike you down." Li Guzi swung the broom mercilessly towards the woman, his anger causing veins to bulge on his neck. The broom struck her arms repeatedly, prompting her to scream in terror as she rolled and crawled away, covering her face and weeping pitifully. Subsequently, Li Guzi glared at the acerbic man with a small mustache and bellowed, "Chao Ringwei, spare me your feigned concern. If you truly sought me out, why did you not confront me days ago? Instead, you chose to make a scene on the very day our Qing medical hall is set to open. I suspect your intentions are deliberate." The more Li Guzi spoke, The angrier he became, wishing fervently to charge at him and deliver a few blows. I know precisely what vile thoughts you harbor. You aim to monopolize all of Liang City's medical establishments for your own Jiren Hall. He jabbed the broom against the ground with conviction, asserting, "Am I truly the one trafficking in medicinal herbs? You and I are well aware of the truth. Do you wish for me to declare it before everyone?" It seemed evident that Li Guzi was wronged. An impoverished scholar mused, for how else would he dare confront Chao Boss in front of such a crowd? Indeed. The power of rumor is formidable, Su Qing thought with a cold smile. If he were truly innocent, why had he not spoken up before? Another person commented that none of the apothecaries in Liangcheng would employ Li Guzi, and he had been making a living as a dock worker for the past year. I suspect Li Guzi's previous dealings in medicinal materials were with the proprietor of the Huaqing sect's apothecary. Otherwise, how would he have the audacity to seek employment there? What do you all think? The surrounding discussions grew increasingly outlandish. Having had her fill of gossip, Su Qing emerged from the crowd. Li Guzi immediately noticed Su Qing, whose countenance was remarkably radiant. "My apologies, proprietress," Li Guzi said, hastily concealing the broom behind him and approaching her with a look of embarrassment. "I will resolve this matter immediately." Although he had previously informed the proprietress, he still felt somewhat uneasy. In recent days, he had been occupied at the apothecary, and Chao Ringwei had not bothered him. He had assumed that Chao had finally had a change of heart. But he had not anticipated that the latter would stoop so low as to cause trouble on the very day of the apothecary's grand opening, seeking to utterly ruin him. The onlookers, noticing Su Qing in front of Li Guzi, suddenly understood that the proprietor of the Huaqing sect's apothecary was an exceptionally beautiful woman. A fleeting glance was enough to make Chao Ringwei's eyes glaze over, and he attempted to approach her. However, Su Qing merely nodded at Li Guzi and quickly entered the apothecary, not affording anyone a second glance. "Do not delay the auspicious hour," Su Qing said as she brushed past Li Guzi. "Prepare for the opening." Li Guzi was filled with gratitude. The proprietress had not dismissed him because of Chao Ringwei's words, nor had she even asked a single question. Soon, Li Guzi, the young medicine boy, and two attendants hastily presented the prepared tea snacks, which were enhanced with nourishing medicinal herbs according to Su Qing's instructions. The sharp crackle of firecrackers erupted, filling the air with a dense smoke illuminated by flickering flames, signaling the grand opening of the Huqing sect medical hall. The crowd gathered at the entrance swelled, yet no one dared to step inside. Chao Ringwei squinted with his beady eyes, continuing to hurl unpleasant and nonsensical insults at the entrance, while even the woman collapsed to the ground, wailing and accusing Li Guzi of being a heartless scoundrel. Among the onlookers, hushed whispers circulated, their gazes toward the Huqing sect medical hall imbued with an inscrutable ambiguity. Some perceived Chao Ringwei's furtive demeanor as untrustworthy, questioning the veracity of his words. Nonetheless, the disdainful glances he received were more plentiful. Initially, Li Guzi feigned indifference. But as Chao Ringwei's tirade grew increasingly vitriolic, he deliberated silently and resolved to approach Su Qing. With a face full of regret, Li Guzi said, "Boss, perhaps I should take my leave." Chapter 51. Officials have arrived. Why should you leave when you have done nothing wrong? Su Qing set down the pastries and looked up at Li Guzi, stating, "Your forbearance will only embolden such individuals." "I understand these principles," he replied, lowering his head and pressing his lips together, "but I do not wish for his deliberate provocations to hinder the opening of the medical hall. I am truly grateful for your trust, boss," he continued, "but I fear that if this turmoil continues, it will tarnish the reputation of the medical hall. What if we lose business in the future? You need not concern yourself, even if no one comes on ordinary days. There will certainly be visitors during the free clinic on the 15th. Su Qing remarked, "As for you, should you encounter such shameless individuals again in the future, simply drive them away. Whatever issues arise, I shall bear the burden as your employer." Upon hearing this, not only Li Guzi but also the young apprentice and the two attendants standing nearby were illuminated with excitement. Li Guzi felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that having such a benevolent employer was a testament to the good deeds he must have performed in his past life. Yet, a commotion arose outside the clinic, prompting him to step out briskly, broom in hand, believing that Chao Ringwei was up to some mischief again. A carriage approached slowly, hindered by the throng of onlookers, making it difficult for it to advance. The driver was Zhao Yang, accompanied by 4 constables who were tirelessly dispersing the crowd to allow the carriage passage. It would not be surprising if some citizens of Liangcheng were unfamiliar with Prefect Lin Yuan, yet it would be quite remarkable if anyone did not recognize Captain Zhao Yang. It was evident that the occupant of the carriage was none other than the prefect of Liangcheng, Lin Yuan. The opening of a modest clinic had drawn the attention of officials, rekindling the curiosity of the populace. The notion that the clinic had already attracted the scrutiny of the authorities led many to speculate that it must have resulted in some grievous misdeed, perhaps even a death that warranted a complaint. Chao Rengui could not refrain from exclaiming, "I told you." A perfectly good clinic could not possibly be managed by someone engaged in the illicit trade of medicinal herbs. The quality of the medicine within is surely subpar. Let us not forget that Li Guzi nearly caused a death in the past. His words were met with vigorous nods of agreement from the crowd. Indeed, it is as such. Otherwise, why would the constables and the magistrate grace this place with their presence? Chao Rengui initially believed that his commotion would render Li Guzi utterly homeless, and that the proprietor of this medical establishment would respond to his warning with heartfelt gratitude, gradually drawing him into their fold, thus allowing him to manipulate the prices of medicinal herbs throughout Liangcheng and profit handsomely. To his astonishment, the owner of the Su Qing sect remained impervious to both coaxing and coercion, treating Li Guzi, this scoundrel, as if he were a treasure. Humph! He was eager to witness what capabilities the Su Qing sect possessed to placate the magistrate. With this thought, Chao Rengui, wearing a smug expression, craned his neck in anticipation of witnessing Su Qing's embarrassment. "Proprietor," Li Guzi exclaimed, hastily entering the clinic and addressing Su Qing, who was leisurely enjoying her tea. "Officials have arrived." Su Qing elegantly savored the last morsel of her pastry, lifted her teacup, and took a sip of the delicate tea, which was fragrant and pleasing to her palate. The others, however, cast anxious glances at her. As humble commoners, they turned pale at the mere mention of the officials. And now, confronted with such a scene, their legs began to tremble. Having satisfied their appetites, Lin Yuan and the others decided it was time to rise, leisurely making their way to the entrance alongside Mu Yao. Chapter 52. Lin family's congratulatory gift. This marked the first occasion the onlookers beheld Su Qing up close. She possessed a delicate, petite nose with a pronounced bridge, and her almond-shaped eyes had a slight upward tilt at the corners, imparting a charm that was both alluring and graceful. Her well-defined eyebrows framed her face, and her softly tinted lips, though small, were full and inviting. The spectators, particularly those nearest to Su Qing, gazed at her with unabashed fascination. Zhao Yang dismounted from the carriage, meticulously placing the footrest. Just as Lin Yuan lifted the fabric curtain and stepped outside, he carefully took his wife's hand, his gaze filled with anxiety as he ensured her safe descent from the carriage, finally releasing a sigh of relief. "Miss Su," Lin Yuan approached with Lady Lin, his usually stern demeanor softened by a hint of joy. "Congratulations. A modest gift, but a token of our esteem." Lady Lin accepted the gift box from Zhao Yang, smiling as she presented it to Su Qing. "I hope Miss Su will find it to her liking." Su Qing beamed as she accepted the box with both hands and opened it publicly, revealing a statue of Guanyin carved from pristine white jade, standing at half her height. Its immaculate hue made it evident that it was crafted from fine Hetian jade, with intricate workmanship that spoke of a master artisan. Among the attendees, several affluent young gentlemen gasped at the statue's worth, their eyes widening in astonishment. "How could this be possible?" Chao Rengui exclaimed, his voice barely above a whisper, yet sharp with incredulity and tinged with jealousy. "This white jade Guanyin is certainly not inexpensive." Su Qing teased, "Lord Lin wouldn't be presenting the Lin family's most treasured possession, would he?" Lin Yuan waved his hand humbly, responding, "If our wishes could be fulfilled, we would willingly sacrifice everything we possess. Ever since I utilized Miss Su's talisman last time, I have felt considerably more at ease, and I have not been plagued by nightmares at night." Lady Lin's cheeks flushed slightly as she added, "We would like to request Miss Su's assistance once more in diagnosing my pulse, hoping to secure the Lin family's lineage." As the two alighted from the carriage, Su Qing observed that the dark red blood curse on Lady Lin had largely dissipated. Chen Pai's fervent obsession with his son left a trace of crimson still lingering on Lady Lin. Su Qing smiled and remarked, "As long as Lord Lin retrieves the child according to the address in the letter and safely delivers him to the families, the blood curse of Chen Pai shall nearly be lifted." "Really?" Lady Lin clasped her hands together, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. "It is truly the Bodhisattva's blessing. At last, we can ensure the continuation of the Lin family." Lin Yuan gently embraced Lady Lin, drawing her closer with a subtle motion, revealing his own profound excitement. Chen Pai's fixation on his son compelled him to seek the complete dissolution of the blood curse. Su Qing stated, Lord Lin must locate the remains of Chun Pai's son and ensure their burial together. The mere thought of the lifeless bodies of children of varying ages in the secluded village stirred an unsettling discomfort within Lin Yuan. "My lord, my lady, please speak inside." Li Guzi, keenly perceptive, stepped forward and added, "We have prepared some pastries. You may both wish to try them. These delicacies are crafted with nourishing herbs, beneficial for your health." Upon hearing this, the two followed Su Qing into the shop. Zhao Yang, noticing the situation, quickly approached to block Mu Yao's path. "Miss Mu Yao, this is a gift from me," Zhao Yang said, beaming with a silly grin, holding a palm-sized gift box in one hand while nervously rubbing his thigh with the other. "I hope you won't find it unworthy." Mu Yao regarded Zhao Yang with an expression of indifference. "Why would you present me with a gift for the opening of the clinic?" "Just take it," Zhao Yang chuckled, disregarding whether Mu Yao would accept it. He tossed the brocade box to her and, as he turned to leave, exclaimed, "I have matters to attend to, so I shan't accompany you inside. I must hasten to rescue the children with my brothers." With that, he beckoned to the other constables and hurried away. Mu Yao gazed at the brocade box in her hands, her lips pressed tightly together, before she turned and entered the house. Inside, the three were conversing merrily at the clinic when a commotion erupted outside. Following the earlier congratulations from Prefect Lin, Li Guzi stepped out of the clinic with a calm demeanor. However, upon noticing the red embroidered character Qin on the curtains of the approaching carriage, his expression shifted dramatically. The Qin family, deeply rooted and numerous, possessed mysterious arts and rarely interacted with outsiders, making them an enigmatic presence in Liang City. It could be said that the Qin family held dominion over all other powers within the city. As the Qin family's carriage advanced slowly, the onlookers instinctively parted to make way, allowing them to see the 10 carriages following closely behind, laden with large iron chests. Qin Yu leaped from his steed, clasped his hands, and proclaimed with a resonant voice directed at the clinic. "The Qin family brings 100,000 taels of gold to congratulate Miss Su on the opening of her clinic." As his words echoed, the 10 iron chests were opened one by one. The crowd, taken aback by the spectacle, fell into a stunned silence. The gold ingots shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, dazzling and blinding, enticing many onlookers who yearned to see some for themselves. Alongside their envy, a deeper sense of astonishment coursed through the crowd. A modest medical clinic has commenced its operations, not only receiving congratulatory gifts from the esteemed governor, but also garnering the favor of the illustrious Qin family, who have presented a staggering sum of 10,000 taels of gold. The proprietor of this clinic is undoubtedly of remarkable stature. Chao Ringgui, having lost interest in the spectacle, felt his resolve wane the moment Lady Lin presented her gift. With the arrival of the Qin family, the cunning Chao realized that should the situation escalate further, his very life could be at stake. Overwhelmed by a surge of terror, he could no longer contain his panic and swiftly fled the crowd, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The woman, who had been orchestrated by Chao Ringgui to create a scene, found herself momentarily stunned as she witnessed her financier escape with the speed of a hare. Regaining her wits, she hastily scrambled to her feet and dashed after the direction in which Chao had fled, acutely aware that the Huqing medical clinic was not to be trifled with. She could only hope that the clinic's enchanting proprietor would not hold her accountable for the debacle. At that moment, a figure descended from the carriage, none other than Qin Miao, the head of the Qin family. Su Qing, hearing the commotion from within the clinic, emerged accompanied by the Lin couple. The head of the Qin family appeared quite determined. With a smile, Su Qing gestured to Qin Yu, "Young lad, why do you not attend to your duties?" Qin Yu, with a subtle smile playing on his lips, clasped his hands in salute and instructed the servants to carry the chests into the courtyard one by one. After a brief discussion with Li Guzi, he departed the clinic. The Huqing Medical Clinic was officially open for business today, charging a consultation fee of 10 taels, with 15 free consultations each month. Qin Yu announced that 30 individuals would be eligible for the free consultations, and they could obtain a ticket before the 10th of each month to avail themselves of this service. Upon hearing this, the townsfolk began to murmur excitedly amongst themselves. Chapter 54, The Gift for the Banquet. This is indeed a splendid idea. Indeed, this alleviates the concern of being late due to domestic matters, which may hinder medical treatment. I can also enlist the help of relatives and friends to secure a number for myself, which is quite advantageous. The idea is commendable. Yet what if someone were to forge a number to usurp the genuine one? A voice of skepticism arose. There is no need for concern. The numbers are uniformly produced by the Qin family. Any forgeries discovered will be treated as theft. Qin Yujun's icy gaze swept across the crowd as he declared, "The purpose of this free clinic is to alleviate the burdens of the impoverished. The numbers are not to be sold indiscriminately. If you truly wish to spend money on a number, you might as well pay 10 taels for consultation, for it is the physician who treats you, not those unscrupulous opportunists." The crowd fell silent, intimidated by Qin Yu's words, and an awkward pause ensued. However, it wasn't long before someone inquired, "Since today is the 9th, may I obtain a number?" "Certainly." Qin Yu stood at the entrance of the clinic, instructing, "Those who wish to obtain a number should queue in order. First register with managerly, and then collect their number." The numbers had been crafted by artisans in advance, and Qin Yu, wary of potential malfeasance, deliberately stated that the numbers were made by the Qin family, for everyone holds a healthy respect for their secret techniques. Little did he and Li Guzi know, Su Qing had already applied a special coating to the numbers, making them exceedingly easy to identify. After all, the clinic symbolizes her faith and is crucial to her future sustenance, requiring utmost caution. Listening to Qin Yu's discourse from outside, Su Qing nodded in satisfaction. He truly is the future head of the Qin family. Before the guests from the Qin family could emerge to celebrate the grand opening of the small clinic, the sound of approaching horse-drawn carriages resonated from afar. This time, it was not a mere carriage but a magnificent steed, pure white with a single crimson mark upon its brow. Upon this noble creature sat a striking figure, as handsome as a deity, General Feng Yan, renowned throughout Liang City and indeed the entire nation, who, one might wonder, is the proprietor of this clinic. That even a general from the Feng family has come to extend his congratulations? Feng Yan, a man of martial prowess, possessed senses far sharper than the average person. From a distance, he discerned the voice of Qin Yu and looked up to see Su Qing standing at the entrance of the clinic, with Qin Yu greeting the gathered crowd like a host. A tempest brewed upon Feng Yan's visage, his eyes shadowed with a brooding intensity. Dismounting from his steed, he tossed the reins to the waiting Zhu Mo and strode purposefully toward them. Su Qing's eyes brightened as she caught sight of the familiar tall figure entering through the doorway. With an enchanting hint of feminine charm, she approached Feng Yan. "You've arrived?" she inquired, her face tilted upward, a smile illuminating her features. "Am I late?" Feng Yan replied. "Not at all," Su Qing beamed. "As I promised, I would wait for you, so you will never be late." In Su Qing's radiant smile, Feng Yan's dark, almond-shaped eyes softened with warmth. "This is for you. To celebrate the opening of the clinic," he said, presenting her with a palm-sized gift box. As Su Qing opened the box, she discovered a jade bracelet nestled within, a vibrant green, exuding a lustrous sheen. The quality of jade is determined by its color, transparency, and radiant glow. With just a glance, Su Qing understood that this bracelet was no ordinary trinket. Her gaze flickered slightly. This was an heirloom belonging to Feng Yan's mother, with each brother, Feng Zhan and Feng Yan, possessing one, the significance of which was self-evident. "Do you like it?" "Yes, I adore it." Su Qing extended her delicate hand towards Feng Yan, smiling brightly, and said, "Please help me put it on." A gentle smile danced in Feng Yan's eyes as he grasped Su Qing's slender wrist with one hand while carefully sliding the bracelet onto her wrist with the other. The jade-green bracelet accentuated Su Qing's already fair complexion, rendering her skin even more snow-white and seemingly fragile, while the bracelet's luster enveloped her wrist like a serene spring. Chapter 55. Pursuing Su Qing is hopeless. Let us go inside. The more Su Qing admired the bracelet, the more she cherished it. She tugged at Feng Yan's large hand, leading him inside with a smile. "Governor Lin and the head of the Qin family have arrived." Indeed. Upon entering the medical hall, Feng Yan cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yu. The day before, prior to rescuing the young master of the Qin family, Qin Yu had wagered with me. If he lost, he would serve as a servant in my medical hall for 3 months. Naturally, Su Qing noticed his gesture. She squeezed his large hand, lowered her voice, and playfully said, "You must remember my words from last night." At her words, Feng Yan's lips curled into a smile. As they entered the inner hall, Lin Yuan and his wife, along with Qin Miao, naturally observed the intertwined hands of Su Qing and Feng Yan. Lin Yuan, upon noticing, was secretly astonished. Rumors suggested that the emperor's marriage decree was intended to monitor and even restrain the entire Feng family. Given Feng Yan's character, he was certainly not one to easily compromise. However, Lin Yuan's gaze fell once more on their clasped hands, and the nature of their relationship was indeed perplexing. Madame Lin naturally noticed the confusion in Lin Yuan's eyes, aware that his old habit of suspicion had resurfaced. She discreetly covered her hand with her sleeve and gently tugged at his collar. "Lord Lin, This is the head of the Qin family, Su Qing announced while pulling Feng Yan forward. And this gentleman is my fiancé, Feng Yan. Lord Lin and Madame Lin clasped their hands in a respectful salute to the three of them. I never anticipated that Miss Su's fiancé would be General Feng. They truly are a match made in heaven, Qin Miao remarked, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a relieved smile. I wonder when the two of you shall wed. He had initially hoped for Qin Yu to pursue Su Qing, but it seemed that was no longer a possibility. It shall be on the 17th of this month. Feng Yan replied. On the day of the wedding, I sincerely invite you all to join in the celebration. Such haste in arranging a wedding is rather surprising. Madame Lin exclaimed, her tone tinged with reproach towards Feng Yan for his lack of diligence. After all, the wedding day is the most significant day in a woman's life and should not be taken lightly. Preparations for the banquet have been underway at home. And Feng Yan would never wish for me to suffer any indignities, Su Qing interjected with a smile, shaking her head. The date is set by me. There are simply too many distractions, and I find myself left with no choice. As she spoke, she playfully scrunched her delicate nose at Feng Yan, her eyes sparkling with joy. Feng Yan remained silent, his gaze gentle as flowing water. Madame Lin was momentarily taken aback. The rumors surrounding the recent events, the pressure from the Feng family for marriage, were no longer secrets in Liang City, and she had certainly heard whispers from those around her. Observing the evident affection between the couple, she felt a sense of relief. As long as they were sincere in their feelings for one another, there was nothing amiss in hastening their union. Qin Mian gently stroked his white beard and smiled, saying, Miss Su, on the day of your grand wedding, I must pay a visit to partake in a cup of celebratory wine. He added, in a few days, I shall personally deliver the wedding invitation to both your households. Su Qing responded with a smile. At that time, Master Qin and Lord Lin should indulge in a few more cups. It would be best if you do not return until you are thoroughly inebriated. The group continued their light-hearted banter when suddenly, Zhu Mo hurriedly entered, whispering something to Feng Yan. Feng Yan's expression immediately turned solemn, and he rose to take his leave. Is there an issue at the military camp? Su Qing inquired. Already having an inkling of the situation, yet she still felt compelled to ask. Busy or not, do take care of yourself. With that, she bid farewell to the others and departed with Zhu Mo watching Feng Yan's retreating figure. Su Qing furrowed her brow slightly. Chapter 56. Is he simply too old? Although the opening of the medical clinic attracted numerous distinguished guests who came to offer their congratulations, Su Qing publicly made a commitment to provide free consultations. Yet many remained skeptical. The consultation fee of 10 taels of silver was indeed excessive. If the treatment proved ineffective, would it not be akin to casting silver into water? The onlookers harbored doubts, merely observing, contemplating whether to come back for the free consultation on the 15th day to evaluate the situation before deciding whether to seek treatment at the Huqing's own medical clinic in the future. By noon, Lin Yuan and his wife took their leave from the clinic, leaving only Qin Mian to sip tea and engage in casual conversation with Su Qing. Does Master Qin have something to discuss? Su Qing discerned Qin Mian's intentions and directly inquired, encouraging him to speak freely. Upon entering the clinic, Qin Mian had hesitated internally, unsure of how to broach the subject, and though he attempted to mask it, a hint of his apprehension was evident, surprising him that a young girl could perceive it. Since Miss Su has taken the initiative to bring it up, I shall speak candidly. Qin Mian straightened her posture and earnestly remarked, in the eyes of outsiders, the Qin family holds a respectable position in the southern kingdom, yet in truth, we have long since lost our former glory. Otherwise, no one would dare to abduct our weir. The diminishing spiritual energy of heaven and earth is exceedingly detrimental to those of us who practice cultivation. The talismans that Miss Su taught our Qin disciples to draw last time wielded terrifying power with little consumption of true energy. After a brief pause, she continued, thus, I have a rather impolite request. I wonder if Miss Su might acquiesce. Do you wish for Qin Yu to join our sect? Indeed. Qin Mian's eyes brightened. Conversing with an astute individual is indeed less taxing. If your esteemed sect cannot accept Xiaoyu, then it can only be said that the Qin family is fated to be at odds with your sect. However, Qin Yu does not meet the criteria for discipleship in our sect. Qin Mian hastily inquired, is it because of his age, or is it due to insufficient aptitude? Neither. Su Qing shook her head. Our sect welcomes disciples broadly and is never constrained by such rigid standards. Then why? Qin Mian was somewhat perplexed. Head of the Qin family. Qin Yu is the successor you are nurturing to be the next head of the family. Should he enter our sect, he would have to relinquish that position. Su Qing explained. The rules of Hua Qing sect are few, comprising merely 3 clauses. But one stipulates that disciples of Hua Qing sect must dedicate their lives to it and may not independently establish their own sections. Any violation will be treated as treachery. Head of the Qin family. This is a significant matter for the Qin family, so you must contemplate it carefully. Although the Huqing sect of the Xianjin continent was founded by the venerable Su Qing, it fell into decline following the millennium-long battle between immortals and demons, leaving only a handful of disciples, merely 20 or so. The master, disheartened and unfulfilled, intended to pass the leadership of the sect to the eldest disciple, Gu Chun, before his passing. Yet, Gu Chun, devoted solely to the path of enlightenment, showed little interest in management, leading to the decision to entrust the sect to Su Qing instead. Through her cultivation of faith, Su Qing ascended to become the preeminent master of the Xianjin continent by the age of 19, elevating the Huqing sect above all others within a mere century. Consequently, the members of Huqing sect reverently followed Su Qing, who personally established the sect's regulations. Given her influence, it is inconceivable that Su Qing would relinquish the disciples' devotion to her, allowing them to recruit students and establish their own sects elsewhere. This unforeseen regulation took Qin Miao by surprise, yet he soon found solace in it. In this era of dwindling spiritual energy, it is understandable that Su Qing's sect would possess secrets to maintain such formidable strength, and their reluctance to divulge these techniques is entirely justifiable. With the Qin family gradually waning, Qin Yu stands out as the most talented among the younger generation. However, if he cannot inherit the Qin family's legacy, even triumphing through trials to join the Huqing sect would ultimately seem trivial. Alas, fate indeed plays its tricks. Chapter 57. A heart-wrenching tale. Master of the Qin family. You need not be so despondent, Su Qing remarked, noticing the disappointment etched on Qin Miao's face, a smile gracing her lips. Your family is not solely represented by Qin Yu. If you wish, you may allow young Wei'er to join the Huqing sect. Qin Miao momentarily struggled to grasp her words. Young Wei'er? Although Xiao Wei's talents may not be regarded as exceptional in my eyes, among the descendants of the Qin family, he is undoubtedly remarkable. Seeing Qin Miao remain silent, Su Qing understood the hesitation of her counterpart and did not rush her. Instead, she spoke gently. Although disciples of the Hua Qing sect are not permitted to establish their own sects outside, there is no requirement to sever familial ties. Moreover, the most distinctive trait of our Hua Qing sect is our loyalty to our own. You are Xiao Wei's family, and he will undoubtedly protect you. Qin Miao's eyes brightened, her expression tinged with excitement. Thank you, Miss Su, for your support. Eagerly, Qin Miao inquired. Might I ask when my Wei can pay his respects to your esteemed sect leader? This very evening, Su Qing replied with a smile. Did you not instruct the servants to prepare a banquet? This evening. A jolt of surprise coursed through Qin Miao, and her gaze towards Su Qing shifted, as if contemplating the implications of her words. Could it be that the sect leader of Hua Qing's sect is none other than her? She recalled that yesterday in the depths of the mountains, Su Qing had mentioned her authority over sect affairs. Miss Su, could it be that you? Exactly as you suspect, Su Qing elegantly raised her cup to sip her tea. Xiao Wei is yet to enter the sect. The head of the Qin family still has time to reconsider. After witnessing Su Qing's abilities, Qin Yu had never entertained the notion of regret. Though he already knew the answer, hearing it confirmed sent waves of emotion through him. He had not anticipated that the sect leader of Hua Qing would be so youthful. After the Qin family departed, only Qin Yu remained in the Hua Qing sect's medical hall, serving as a humble attendant. Li Guzi, well aware of Qin Yu's identity, dared not issue direct commands. Instead, Qin Yu graciously inquired how he might be of assistance. Such well-born individuals inherently look down upon the common folk. However, Qin Yu is remarkably courteous and humble, his deep-set eyes devoid of disdain or disgust. In an instant, he garnered a wealth of goodwill in the hearts of Li Guzi and the young medicine boy. Su Qing took her place at the consultation area, awaiting the arrival of patients. Her position was somewhat distanced from the entrance, separated by a beaded curtain that obscured the interior from outside view, yet allowed for a clear sight of the exterior from within. On the inaugural day of the Hua Qing sect's medical clinic, not a single soul came for consultation. Su Qing could not help but roll her eyes in exasperation. In the Xianjin continent, countless individuals sought her expertise, bringing along rare treasures and ancient artifacts. Queuing from the gate of Hua Qing sect all the way down the mountain, waiting from dawn until the third watch of the night, without uttering a single complaint. Yet in this foreign realm, not a soul sought her services. It was truly a lamentable tale. The faith value, Oh, the faith value, the one thing she desperately needed. Mu Yao observed her master's expression of utter desolation, momentarily at a loss for words of comfort. Su Qing shook off her disheartenment and instructed Mu Yao, "Step outside the clinic, head westward, and halt the carriage bearing the Tian character wooden plaque. Bring the individuals to me." Without further inquiry, Mu Yao promptly exited. Su Qing hastily seized some pastries nearby, devouring 3 pieces voraciously before finally pausing. In less than the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea, Mu Yao returned, assisting an elderly couple into the clinic. The townsfolk outside were momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the pair. Were they not the grandparents of Boss Tian? It has come to my attention that old Master Tian has been suffering from foot pain for several years, having consulted numerous physicians without success, spending most of his time confined to a wheelchair. Despite Boss Tian's relentless search for esteemed doctors, it seems improbable that a female physician could possess the requisite skills. Hush! Lower your voice. Do not let her hear you. We cannot afford to provoke such a person. Oh, what is there to fear? If the doctor cannot cure the ailment, must we remain silent? Truly absurd. The 2 elderly individuals appeared oblivious to the murmurs around them as they followed Mu Yao into the medical hall. Old Master Tian's leg affliction has persisted for many years, not constituting a grave illness. It is merely a nagging discomfort that can be alleviated with medication. However, during the seasonal transitions of spring and autumn, the pain intensifies, rendering him sleepless through the night in excruciating agony. At his advanced age, such torment is unbearable, and thus, even the slightest glimmer of hope is not to be dismissed. After Mu Yao halted the carriage and inquired, the 2 decided to give it a try. After all, a consultation fee of 10 taels is negligible for a family as affluent as the Tians. Upon first laying eyes on Su Qing, old Master Tian's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that the physician would be a woman. Although taken aback, he maintained his composure, intending to explain his condition. Before he could utter a word, she preempted him, stating, "Your leg has been troubling you for nearly a decade and a half, has it not?" Observing old Master Tian's legs, she picked up a pen and began to write a prescription. 1 formula for internal use, 3 for external soaking, and a single silver needle will suffice for your cure. At these words, both elders were left utterly astonished. What did you just say?" Madame Tian, upon hearing these words, was somewhat incredulous, her tone still tinged with excitement. "Is it truly possible to achieve complete healing? Doctor, you are not deceiving us, are you? As a physician, you neither conduct an examination nor take a pulse, yet you prescribe medication directly to the patient. Do you realize this could be considered murder?" Master Tian scrutinized Su Qing, seeking a hint of fear upon her countenance, but found none. "There is no need for concern. The internal medicine must be taken here. Its efficacy will soon be revealed," Su Qing stated. "If you do not believe, you may leave. Naturally, no consultation fee will be charged if you do not seek treatment." Master Tian steadied himself, an uncontrollable excitement bubbling within him, his eyes reflecting anticipation. He vaguely sensed that this clinic possessed genuine skill. The young apothecary retrieved the medicinal ingredients according to the prescription and presented them to Su Qing for inspection. Once the herbs were deemed satisfactory, the young apothecary delivered them to the rear courtyard, where a maid would prepare the medicine. The elderly couple patiently awaited, their curiosity piqued by the crowd gathered outside the clinic, yet no one had entered to seek treatment. Before long, the prepared medicine was brought forth by the maid. Master Tian gazed at the steaming, dark concoction and then glanced at Su Qing before lifting the bowl to drink. A warm sensation surged through him, alleviating much of the pain. Surprise immediately blossomed on his face. "Now I shall administer the acupuncture," Su Qing indicated for Master Tian to roll up his trousers. "It may be somewhat painful. You must endure and remain still. If I misplace the needle, it may become difficult to treat." A flicker of unease crossed Master Tian's mind as he nodded solemnly, while Madame Tian clutched her garment with both hands, her expression equally tense. Chapter 59. A long-standing illness turns out to be a misdiagnosis. Witnessing the scene, Mu Yao felt utterly bewildered, unable to discern her master's techniques and movements. The silver needles, precisely aimed, were thrust into various acupoints, eliciting intense pain. Yet, before old Master Tian could even shudder, the discomfort vanished in an instant, leaving him astonished. The medicine he had consumed earlier had alleviated his pain, but now he felt completely free of it, a sensation he had not experienced in over a decade. "Doctor, is it truly possible for my legs to be completely healed like this?" Old Master Tian asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Should I undergo additional acupuncture? Your symptoms bear resemblance to those of wind-cold leg syndrome. Thus, the physicians who have treated you over the years primarily prescribed remedies to dispel cold and bolster warmth. In truth, your condition stems from damage to your legs, leading to misplaced meridians. One session of acupuncture is entirely sufficient, Su Qing explained. The medicine you took has expelled the toxins accumulated over the years, while the herbal soak is designed to strengthen your muscles and bones. Upon Su Qing's elucidation, Old Master Tian realized he had been misdiagnosed for so long, which explained why traditional treatments had proven ineffective. Enraged, he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What a bunch of useless quacks! I've spent so much money and taken all this medicine, only to have been misdiagnosed. It infuriates me." Observing her husband's righteous indignation, Old Madame Tian understood that his leg ailment had indeed been resolved. She retrieved 50 taels of silver from her purse and placed them on the table. A small orb of light, no larger than a cat's eye, emerged from her and entered Su Qing's body. "Excellent. I have received faith value once more. Young doctor." "Thank you." Madame Tian could not help but wipe her tears with the corner of her garment, saying, "Do you know that whenever he falls ill, the entire family suffers? Now, at last, there is peace." Su Qing glanced at the 50 taels of silver on the table, signaling Mu Yao to put it away. Although her space was filled with countless rare treasures, she would not refuse the additional payment for the medical fee offered by the patient as a gesture of gratitude, especially since she was now a married woman. Su Qing collected the silver needles from the old gentleman's feet and instructed the elderly couple to take the herbal medicines that had been soaking when they departed. At this moment, Old Master Tian no longer required assistance. He walked with vigor, exuding vitality. The onlookers outside widened their eyes in astonishment. Could it be that Old Master Tian intended to serve as a medical promoter for the Huqing Medical Clinic? Why did it feel as if he had transformed completely from the moment he entered to when he emerged? Due to Old Master Tian's influence, 2 or 3 patients arrived one after another. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had darkened. By this time, the area outside the clinic had become deserted. "Miss Su Qing," you lifted the beaded curtain and entered, respectfully stating, "The servants from the mansion have just informed me that the Master's apprenticeship banquet is ready. Grandfather inquires when we shall go." Chapter 60. The Qin family of Liang City, it is about time. Su Qing indicated for Mu Yao to tidy up their belongings and playfully remarked to Qin Yu, "How does it feel to be a young servant?" "Not bad." Qin Yu replied candidly. The disciples of the Qin family undergo rigorous training before their cultivation. Because of this, we, the Qin family, never flatter those of noble status. Nor do we disdain those who lack power or influence. Prior to this, Qin Yu's attitude towards Su Qing was largely influenced by the numerous charlatans who, under the guise of revealing Xiao Wei's whereabouts, sought to defraud the family of their wealth. Although these attempts were thwarted, they proved to be a source of considerable annoyance for the Qin household. Thus, at the outset, he regarded Su Qing as no different from these swindlers. Su Qing chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Her willingness to engage with the Qin family stemmed from an appreciation of their dignified demeanor. However, not all members of the Qin clan shared the perspectives of Qin Miao and Qin Yu. At times, humanity can be obscured. The Qin family's carriage was stationed outside the medical hall, and it was only after Qin Yu and the Su family's entourage boarded that they departed. Li Guzi respectfully bid farewell to his employer before joining the young apothecary and tidying up the remaining herbs and accounts. Qin Miao stood at the Grand Vermilion Gate, flanked by numerous supporters. As a mark of respect towards Su Qing, he held Xiao Wei's delicate hand, his gaze fixed upon the direction of the Huaqing sect's medical hall. "Eldest brother, Xiao Wei is still so young. Why seek a sect for him?" grumbled the elderly Qin Yun, his hair streaked with gray, addressing Qin Miao with dissatisfaction. "Is it not beneath us, as the foremost family of the Southern Kingdom for a century, to allow our secret arts to fall short of a mere minor sect?" Qin Miao's expression darkened. Yet he refrained from responding. That evening, he had discreetly commanded the 8 individuals tasked with learning to craft talismans to swear an oath of secrecy, forbidding them from disclosing any information regarding the talismans, as they were the property of the Huaqing sect and could not be claimed as their own. Consequently, the rest of the Qin family remained unaware. Indeed, eldest brother, second brother speaks wisely, a younger elder, Qin Jun, chimed in. "Xiao Wei is the sole descendant of Xiao Bai. Would you truly allow him to depart from you at such a tender age? Who can say whether he would face adversity in other sects?" Upon hearing the mention of Qin Bai, Qin Miao's countenance abruptly transformed, revealing a profound discomfort. He tightened his grip on the small child's hand, drawing curious glances from the little one. Qin Miao had but one son and one daughter. However, his eldest son was frail and ailing. To ensure the continuation of the family lineage, he wed early. Tragically, Qin Bai departed this world before reaching the age of 1, leaving behind a grieving widow who soon succumbed to her sorrow, following her husband's footsteps into the afterlife. This left only the young Qin Bai in Qin Miao's care. He devoted himself to raising Qin Bai, who displayed exceptional talent, pouring all his efforts into nurturing him as the next head of the family. Yet, 3 years elapsed without any leads, leaving Qin Miao to harbor his concerns in silence. Through previous encounters regarding the missing children, Qin Miao became aware of Su Qing's divinatory abilities, capable of discerning the whereabouts of abducted children with remarkable precision. This was a significant reason why he wished for Qin Yu to become a disciple of the Su Qing sect. Chapter 61. The Qin family of Liangqing. Qin Miao gazed down at the small child, no taller than his shins, and let out a silent sigh. Yet, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, this had led to the child becoming a disciple of the Su Qing sect. Perhaps a divine arrangement for him to personally confront the murderer of his father. Young one, if you were to join another sect, you would never see your great-grandfather again. Qin Yun squinted and smiled, concealing any malicious intent in his gaze, remarking, I fear you may find yourself lacking in sustenance and warmth. Would you still wish to proceed? In our Qin family, you are the legitimate grandson. However, should you join another sect, you would no longer be a member of the Qin lineage. Qin Jun was not so patient. He looked at Xiao Wei and remarked, perhaps your great-grandfather has long desired to send you away, Qin Yun and Qin Jun both fell silent, as Qin Miao's voice turned cold. If you do not know what words are appropriate and what are not, I shall personally instruct you, dear brother. Upon hearing this, both men instinctively shrank their necks. Although Qin Jun remained unwilling to let Wei enter another's tutelage, he could not express his displeasure in front of everyone and thus averted his gaze elsewhere. Brother, we were merely jesting with Wei. It is of no consequence, Qin Yun said while bending down to look at him. Isn't that right, Wei? Xiao Wei was momentarily taken aback. Did his great-grandfather truly wish to part with him? Fear washed over him, turning his face pale as he hurriedly looked up at Qin Miao, his small eyes reddening. Qin Miao gazed down at the child, whose features closely resembled those of Qin Bai, his expression gentle and silent. Not only did their appearances bear a striking resemblance, but this child also possessed an extraordinary talent from a young age, much like his father. Should he truly gain entry into the Su Qing sect, his future cultivation would be immeasurable. Xiao Wei blinked his beautiful eyes, and with his keen perception, he realized that it was his great-grandfather and his other great-grandfather who were playing tricks on him. Their expressions shifted suddenly. Qin Xiang and Qin Fu were indeed the two who cherished their little great-grandson the most. Brother, is what Wei said true? Qin Jun, with his straightforward nature, anxiously inquired, did you not say that Qin Yu would assume the position of head of the family? Qin Miao, observing the small Wei who covered his mouth and giggled, felt his amusement deepen. His large hand tenderly caressed Wei's soft hair, his voice as calm as ever. Little Wei was merely joking with you. It is of no significance. Qin Yun and Qin Jun were momentarily taken aback, their emotions a tumultuous blend. In the midst of their awkwardness, the sound of hooves and the clatter of wheels approached from afar. Suddenly, someone called out, and all eyes turned towards the slowly advancing carriage. As Qin Yu deftly brought the carriage to a halt, Mu Yao eagerly lifted the curtain and leaped down, setting the footstool in place, allowing Su Qing to gracefully descend from the vehicle. Most of the Qin family were witnessing this esteemed figure, highly regarded by Qin Mian, for the very first time. Su Qing's eyes, reminiscent of shimmering waters, lazily swept over the crowd, offering only a slight nod to Qin Mian, dressed in a simple gown adorned with understated patterns. Her delicate, well-defined nose and slightly pursed lips exuded an air of aloofness. Only Mu Yao was privy to the fact that her master was merely weary. However, the Qin family members, particularly Qin Jun and Qin Yun, were struck by the youthful woman before them. They had initially intended to hurl some sharp words, but upon meeting her gaze, they found themselves silenced. Master Su, Qin Mian said, leading little Wei by the hand, his face aglow with a welcoming smile. Little Wei, shyly glancing at the ethereal Su Qing, instinctively shrank behind Qin Mian, yet her wide eyes remained fixed upon her. Su Qing caught sight of the child and couldn't help but narrow her eyes in satisfaction. The child radiated an aura of virtuous golden light, clearly a soul who had performed many good deeds in her past life. This golden glow was enveloped by a profound aura of righteousness, indicating her impeccable character. With such promising qualities, this disciple would surely progress rapidly in her cultivation. Indeed, a precious find. Qin Mian ushered Su Qing into the residence. The intricately arranged high platforms and pavilions, adorned with a plethora of exotic flowers and plants in the garden, create a scene of opulence that surpasses even that of the more affluent households. The long corridors stretch endlessly, leading to a training ground and a competition arena in the backyard. "Beautiful sister, allow me to show you," said Xiao Wei, his eyes sparkling with excitement upon hearing Su Qing's intent to visit her brother. He stepped out from behind Qin Miao, taking Su Qing's hand, urging, this way, follow me." The great-grandfather had once stated that one must not presumptuously refer to someone as a master before formally apprenticing. The other members of the Qin family ceased their movements, casting glances at Qin Miao and Qin Yu, who stood behind Su Qing. It was a disgrace for the esteemed head of the Qin family to flatter the leader of a minor sect. Such an act tarnished the family's reputation. Someone, emboldened, voiced this sentiment, igniting a wave of discontent and murmurs of indignation among the onlookers. "How foolish of the eldest brother," Qin Yan scoffed. "Look at Qin Yu. He hardly possesses the qualities befitting a leader, so petty." He continued, "I genuinely fear that if the Qin family persists in this manner, we may well become the laughingstock of the century, reduced to mere jest in others' conversations." Indeed, what capabilities does that boy Qin Yu possess? He was merely selected as the next family head due to his sycophantic behavior towards the eldest brother. Qin Jin's tone grew increasingly derisive. In this branch, only Qin Wei remains, and he is hardly a force to be reckoned with. They assumed that with Qin Bai's demise, the position of family head would be chosen from among our lineage, yet they failed to outsmart the eldest brother. His grievances deepened. His prior intention to accept a son-in-law was thought to be out of reluctance to marry his daughter far away. But it turns out he aimed to seize the position of family head from us. Truly, he is a cunning old fox, who allows the elder brother, as the firstborn and legitimate grandson, to have the sole authority to designate the next heir. Qin Yun's eyes glimmered with a sinister light. Alas, life seldom unfolds as one desires, and who can predict whether Qin Yu will meet a fate akin to that of Qin Bai? The others present, upon hearing their exchange, each concocted their own schemes in silence. Little Wei led Su Qing into a serene and elegant courtyard, where a small figure limped around, laboriously exercising at a sluggish pace. His complexion was pallid, and beads of sweat continually emerged on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth, his gaze unwavering. "Brother Xiaobao, I have come to see you." Upon entering the courtyard and witnessing this scene, Little Wei rushed forward, awkwardly grasping the young boy's hand with concern. "Does it hurt very much?" The young boy's brow softened as he offered a gentle smile to Little Wei, shaking his head lightly. This tender moment melted the hearts of the Qin family members who followed in. After awakening, this child did not cry or fuss. He was well-behaved, sensible, and principled, earning genuine affection from all. Chapter 63. Little disciple Su Xiaobao, brother Xiaobao. Little Wei exclaimed upon noticing Su Qing standing nearby, gazing at them with a gentle smile. Leaning closer to Su Xiaobao's ear, she whispered, "The sister who saved us has come to see you." Indeed, a familiar visage. He stood still, fixedly observing Su Qing's face, and suddenly felt a pang of grievance well up within him, his eyes slightly reddening. Su Qing chuckled softly and slowly extended her arms. "Come here." Su Xiaobao lunged forward, nearly losing his balance due to his unsteady legs. Su Qing swiftly reached out to catch him, embracing him tenderly in her arms. "Wow!" Su Xiaobao clung to Su Qing's neck, inhaling the familiar fragrance that enveloped her. A wave of emotion surged through him, and he burst into tears. Feeling the softness in his embrace, Su Qing gently patted the child's back, her previously anxious heart gradually easing. This tender scene evoked a mix of confusion and warmth among the onlookers. Master, I miss you so much," Su Xiaobao exclaimed through his sobs. "I thought I would never see you again." Whoa. Upon hearing this, Su Qing instinctively tightened her hold on the small figure, softly patting his frail back. As Su Xiaobao uttered those words, he clung even more tightly to Su Qing's neck, his small frame trembling as he buried his face against her collarbone, affectionately rubbing his cheeks against hers. "All right, don't cry. There are so many people watching," Su Qing said with a gentle smile. "My little Bao is certainly not a crybaby." Su Xiaobao sniffed, slowly lifting his head, one tiny hand still securely wrapped around Su Qing while the other rubbed his rosy, swollen eyes. His little round face bore traces of dried tears, rendering him akin to an adorable, huggable bunny. At that moment, this little bunny's eyes reflected a hint of grievance and shyness, and upon hearing his master's words, he obediently nodded. "Please tell master how you arrived in this strange world," Su Qing said, cradling Su Xiaobao with one arm while gently wiping away his tears with the other, her voice soft and soothing. "On that day, I beheld a shadow stealthily emerging from the alchemy chamber. Just as I was about to pursue, my master entered the room to commence his potion making. Shortly thereafter, I observed my esteemed senior hurriedly approaching. Fearing that something untoward might occur, I followed suit. To my dismay, no sooner had the senior entered the alchemy chamber than an explosion ensued. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a secluded abode deep within the mountains. Little Bao implied that the senior had also entered the alchemy chamber. Su Qing's heart quivered slightly, her face alight with a smile. But could it be true? If both she and her young disciple had traversed into this foreign realm due to the explosion, and if Little Bao's perception was indeed accurate, then her elder brother must have arrived here as well. This revelation unraveled all her lingering doubts. The elder brother was Feng Yan. Feng Yan was indeed her elder brother. It was likely that the explosion had caused some injury to his memory, rendering him oblivious to the happenings of the Xianjin continent. Thus, it appeared that she was truly destined to wed her elder brother. Indeed, it was so. Little Bao, oblivious to his master's musings, clenched his tiny fists and earnestly declared, "Master, there must be someone who infiltrated our sect and tampered with the alchemy chamber. Someone intends to harm you." "Yes, I understand," she replied. Chapter 64. Where did the charlatan come from? Su Qing bent down to set Little Bao down, gently ruffling his small head. Then, she took his little hand and rose slowly, while those around them gazed at the master and disciple with astonished expressions. This exquisitely crafted child addressed her as master. Meanwhile, the young attendant beside Su Qing's side brightened, wondering why the young gentleman referred to the beautiful lady as master. If he could join the esteemed sect of the beautiful elder sister, would he not then share the same lineage as the young master? "Su Zongzhu, is this child your disciple?" Qin Mian asked, momentarily taken aback as she stepped forward to inquire. Qin Yu pressed his lips tightly together. No wonder Su Qing's expression had been akin to that of a vengeful spirit upon witnessing the pitiful state of Su Xiaobao when he was rescued from the well. "Allow me to introduce. This is my youngest disciple, Su Xiaobao," Su Qing proclaimed. "Now that everyone is present, Qin family head, we may commence the formal initiation." Qin Mian felt a surge of joy and swiftly led the group towards the flower pavilion. The pavilion was gracefully nestled in the heart of the Qin family estate, surrounded by a plethora of exotic flora that filled the air with delightful fragrances throughout the year, evoking the essence of a hidden paradise. From the heights of the flower pavilion, one could behold the entirety of the Qin family estate, making it an exquisite vantage point for a sweeping view of the surroundings. Su Qing cradled Su Xiaobao in her arms and, holding little Wei Er's hand, entered the pavilion. The Qin family members, who had been awaiting their arrival, turned their attention towards them. There were over 30 individuals present, each wearing a smile that did not quite reach their eyes, many of the younger generation. Upon beholding Su Qing's unparalleled beauty, felt a stir of excitement, their gazes tinged with mischief. None could have anticipated that the leader of this obscure and unremarkable sect would be such a stunning woman. "Su Zongzhu," Qin Mian gestured towards the seat of honor, inviting her to take her place. After a slight nod, Su Qing placed Su Xiaobao in the honored seat, while she herself took a position beside him. Qin Mian was taken aback, his mind racing as he looked at Su Qing in confusion, uncertain of her intentions. Qin Yu stood silently by, observing intently. What could sect leader Su be implying? How could she allow a mere child to occupy the position of a tutor? Indeed, is the eldest grandson of the Qin family not qualified to be your disciple? Does sect leader Su look down upon our Qin family? If so, why agree to accept Qin family members into the sect? Temper your anger. The head of the family has not yet spoken. It seems to me that the head of the family has been bewitched. How else could he believe? Say no more. The head of the family appears displeased. The Qin family members whispered amongst themselves, their voices low but their tones harsh. Upon seeing Qin Miao's gaze sweep over them, they fell silent. Qin Miao and Qin Yu had witnessed Su Qing's great abilities and were naturally willing to trust her. But that did not mean the other Qin family members could tolerate such humiliation. Qin Shen stood up and, without hesitation, pointed at Su Qing, rebuking her. "Brother, where did you find this charlatan? Quickly send her away." Do not let others mistakenly believe that our Qin family has declined to the point where we need to seek aid from a minor sect to survive. Qinjin, cease your impudence. Qin Miao sternly reprimanded. Sect leader Su undoubtedly has her reasons. Qinjun, seeing Qin Miao's harsh tone, grew increasingly dissatisfied. With so many juniors present, Qin Miao, as the elder brother, showed him no consideration. Naturally, Qinjun would not let the matter rest. Chapter 65. Wei, fear not, brother. Our Qin family is the foremost of centuries-old aristocratic families. Although we have long refrained from involvement in court affairs, our status in the Southern Kingdom is still highly respected. With a fierce demeanor, Qinjun pointed at Su Xiaobao and exclaimed, "Do you truly intend for Wei to take a teacher who has yet to fully develop his teeth? Our Wei is the sole heir of the Qin by lineage, although the position of family head has been assigned to Qin Yu. Have you considered how Qin Bai would rest in peace beneath the 9 springs if you proceed in such a manner?" Qin Zhen's words resonated powerfully, each syllable dripping with blood and tears, articulating the thoughts that lingered in the hearts of those present. The hall fell into a profound silence. In the presence of the elders of the Qin family, the younger generation dared not voice their opinions, and everyone could only bow their heads in silence. Qin Yan secretly wished for Qin Zhen to become even more unhinged, hoping that chaos would ensue today, causing Qin Miao to lose the support of the Qin family, thus allowing him to act in the shadows. As for Qin Yu, he regarded the mere junior with disdain. The death of his grandson, Qin Bai, remained a taboo in Qin Miao's heart, and Qin Zhen, as his good brother, wielded words as daggers, constantly stabbing at his chest. Qin Miao's expression grew increasingly grim, his chest visibly rising and falling, his fist cracking ominously. Astute as he was, Su Xiaobao had already discerned his master's intentions. He gently grasped the small, chubby hand of little Wei, softly reassuring him, "Wei, do not be afraid." However, little Wei was petrified by the tense atmosphere. Tightly pursing his lips and fiercely widening his eyes, silently admonishing himself not to cry, suppressing his fear within. At that moment, upon hearing Su Xiaobao's gentle voice, he felt a flicker of comfort and instinctively leaned closer to him. "Qinjun." Qin Miao's gaze was icy, his tone laced with the restraint of someone provoked. A pang of unease struck Qin Zhen's heart as he beheld Qin Miao's face, brimming with fury. Realizing he had misspoken, he forced a stern expression and said, "Elder brother, truth can be hard to bear. I speak only as a brother to offer my counsel. Should you persist in your obstinacy, bringing disgrace upon the Qin family, you shall be deemed a sinner among us. Reflect upon your actions." With that, Qin Zhen, filled with indignation, swept away in a flourish of his sleeves. The hall once again descended into an eerie silence. Following Qin Zhen's departure, his faction's descendants naturally turned to leave with him. "Elder brother, do not let anger consume you. Third brother is merely anxious for our family's sake. He has always been straightforward and lacks the finesse to express himself well. Allow me to speak with him." Qin Yun interjected, feigning a conciliatory tone as he approached Qin Miao. After uttering these words, he too departed with his faction's disciples. The flower hall was left solely with the members of Qin Miao's faction. Father, Qin Minyan, mother of Qin Yu, possessed a gentle beauty, with a hint of rare feminine valor in her brows. Her hair was styled in a simple, elegant updo, and she gazed at Qin Miao with an understanding look, softly calling out to him, "You all." Qin Miao had not anticipated that the meticulously arranged apprenticeship banquet would devolve into such chaos. He could only wave his hand, feeling considerably despondent. "Forget it. Let us take the children and depart." "Father." Qin Minyan gently shook her head, saying, "I trust that you have the best interests of Wei at heart. Whatever decision you make, our children and I will stand firmly by your side." Beside Qin Yu, a young girl sat, her beautiful eyes often drifting towards Su Qing, instinctively tugging at her mother's sleeve and whispering in her ear, "Mother, that Su sect master is truly lovely." Qin Minmin gently patted her daughter's hand, shaking her head to signal her to remain silent. Chapter 66, A Blessing from Heaven. Seeing her daughter support her decision brought some comfort to Qin Miao. Su Zongzhu smiled. Qin Miao quickly composed herself and asked Su Qing about the intention behind Su Zongzhu's arrangements. "If I truly wish for Xiao Wei to take Xiao Bao as her master, what are the thoughts of the Qin family head? Are they agreeable?" Su Qing's voice was calm, her gaze clear. Qin Miao glanced at Su Xiaobao's tender little face, then at the tightly clasped hands of Xiao Wei and Su Xiaobao. After a moment of silence, she said, "I believe that Su Zongzhu has her own plans, and that this is indeed the best decision for Wei. As the head of the Qin family, Qin Miao displayed great vision and courage. Since the Qin family head places such trust in me, I naturally cannot disappoint you. Su Qing replied with a smile. I wonder if the Qin family head remembers the formation outside the mountain manor that day? If I were to tell you that the formation was set by Xiao Bao? Su Qing observed the incredulous expressions on Qin Miao and Qin Yu's faces with a smile, and continued, Do you believe it? Qin Miao looked in astonishment at the small figure of Su Xiaobao. Xiaobao, did you truly set up that formation? Su Xiaobao's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly pursed her lips, turning to glance at her master. Upon seeing her master's gentle nod, she bashfully turned back to Qin Miao and nodded as well. Those individuals intended to take Xiao Wei away, and in a moment of desperation, I set up the formation to prevent outsiders from entering and those inside from leaving, thus ensuring they could not take Xiao Wei away. It was merely that when I set up the array, they inadvertently discovered it, Su Xiaobao explained. They then sought to have me dismantle the array, but when I refused, they imprisoned me in the well. Recalling the incident, Xiao Wei trembled with fear, clutching Su Xiaobao's arm, his face etched with terror, a testament to the horrors he had witnessed. Fear not, Su Xiaobao reassured, patting Xiao Wei's shoulder. Brother will protect you. Clan leader Qin. Although Xiao Bao is naturally frail and unsuited for martial cultivation, he possesses a profound understanding of arrays and talismans. Xiao Wei will only benefit from having him as a teacher. Su Qing stated, As the Grandmaster, I will naturally guide Xiao Wei as well. Hearing his master's words, Su Xiaobao fearlessly met Qin Miao's gaze. And most importantly, I will entrust Xiao Bao to your Qin family. In this way, Xiao Bao will nominally be Xiao Wei's teacher, but in reality, clan leader Qin will have gained half a great-grandson. Is this not far superior to having him become my disciple? Upon hearing this, Qin Miao's earlier gloom dissipated. This was not merely an apprenticeship, but rather a blessing bestowed upon the Qin family by the heavens. Xiao Wei, no longer afraid, snuggled closer, his eyes gleaming as he embraced Su Xiaobao tightly. Under Su Qing's guidance, Su Xiaobao accepted Xiao Wei's formal greetings, and Xiao Wei officially became a disciple of the Huaqing sect. After the ceremony, Qin Miao once again invited everyone to partake in a joyous feast. As Su Qing and Mu Yao prepared to depart, Su Xiaobao reluctantly tugged at Su Qing's sleeve, his large eyes beginning to redden slightly. If you truly miss your master, then tomorrow, allow Qin Yu to escort you and Xiao Wei to the clinic. Su Qing gently caressed the soft crown of Xiao Bao's head and tenderly said, At that time, I shall introduce you to a little companion. Master. Xiao Bao blinked his large, watery eyes, gazing up at Su Qing with a hint of grievance, and softly inquired, Have you forgotten? Su Qing playfully poked Xiao Bao's forehead with her finger, watching as he promptly covered his brow with his tiny hand. Silly Xiao Bao, she chuckled. When has your master ever broken a promise? Xiao Bao's eyes sparkled with sudden brightness. His master had indeed promised not to take in any more disciples, which explained why she allowed Wei to become her apprentice. It turned out that his master had truly remembered. Feeling a tad embarrassed at having misunderstood earlier, two rosy hues blossomed on his round face. His large eyes darted around shyly, yet his little hands clutched tightly onto Su Qing's garment. Master, Xiao Wei, standing nearby, observed his master's bashful demeanor and boldly asked, Who is the little companion you wish to introduce us to? That person is Mu Xiao, the younger brother of sister Mu Yao, Su Qing replied, gesturing towards Mu Yao beside her. Mu Xiao is a bit older than you, but his health is quite frail, so you must take good care of him. Mu Yao? Xiao Bao tilted his little head, glancing at the woman standing behind Su Qing, who wore a blank expression and stood upright. She seemed to be more than just the master's maid. Rest assured, Master, Xiao Bao understood her intentions well. He clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and said earnestly, I will take good care of Mu Xiao. Mu Yao gazed at the small figure before her, her eyes gradually softening with warmth. As Su Xiaobao lifted his head to meet Mu Yao's gaze, a sweet smile began to blossom on his face. Instinctively, Mu Yao averted her eyes. The master's disciple was truly understanding, well-behaved, and endearing, much like her own younger brother, Mu Xiao. Wei, upon hearing Su Xiaobao's words, blinked her large eyes and exclaimed earnestly, I will not bully brother Mu Xiao. I will protect both the master and brother Mu Xiao with all my might. A carriage approached from a distance, driven by Zhu Emil. I bid farewell to the master, Su Xiaobao said, performing a bow with both hands, his small frame adopting a serious demeanor as he offered his respects. Little Wei tilted her head, observing Su Xiaobao, and mimicked his gesture with utmost seriousness. However, she soon felt something was amiss, glanced at her master, and took a couple of steps forward to tug gently at Su Qing's voluminous sleeve. Noticing her, Su Qing bent down. Standing on her tiptoes, little Wei Er whispered in Su Qing's ear, "Great ancestor, master wishes for you to embrace him." Wei Er believed her words were spoken softly, yet those around her clearly heard, eliciting soft chuckles from Qin Miao and others. Su Xiaobao, exposed in his thoughts, felt his entire face flush crimson, attempting to feign maturity by placing his small hand over his mouth, coughing to mask his embarrassment. Seeing the two adorable children before her, Su Qing's heart melted into a puddle. Although Xiaobao was clever and sensible, preferring silence and maintaining composure in all matters, he was, at his core, still a child. In contrast, little Wei Er was innocent and radiant, straightforward and direct. Their personalities complemented one another perfectly. Su Qing enveloped both children in her embrace and softly whispered in their ears, "Little disciple, little grand disciple, I shall see you at the clinic tomorrow." Chapter 68. Though unruly, yet useful. After parting ways, Su Qing and her servant boarded the carriage, while Su Xiaobao and Xiao Wei stood at the entrance of the Qin residence, watching them depart. The moonlight elongated their shadows until the carriage was no longer visible, prompting them to turn and enter the estate. "Master, do not be disheartened." Xiao Wei noticed Su Xiaobao's melancholic demeanor and, with a beaming smile, continued, "Tomorrow, we shall meet our esteemed ancestor. I wonder what our companions will look like. I also ponder whether Mu Xiu will be amiable. Should we bring some delightful treats along? Will Mu Yao's brother be as reticent as she is? Master Xiaobao, Master Xiaobao." Inside the carriage, Su Qing observed the coachman, Zhu Mo, whose form was entwined with faint black and red threads, slithering about like a serpent. The affairs of the military seemed rather complex. "Is Feng Yan still in the barracks?" Su Qing inquired without hesitation. Zhu Mo's gaze turned slightly cold, his tone indifferent. "Yes." Recognizing Zhu Mo's reluctance to divulge further details, Su Qing refrained from pressing the matter. The city of Liang had a curfew, and they could see pedestrians hurrying by, occasionally encountering patrolling guards. Upon arriving at the Feng residence, as Su Qing stepped down from the carriage, she addressed Zhu Mo. "Feng Yan's health has deteriorated significantly, and the military provisions leave much to be desired. Even a robust body cannot withstand such strain." Zhu Mo remained silent, contemplating how diligently his master managed the barracks from dawn till dusk, silently acquiescing to her words. Mu Yao received her orders and promptly headed towards the grand kitchen. "I shall prepare some osmanthus soup. Please take it to the barracks for him later." Regardless of Zhu Mo's expression, Su Qing turned and walked towards the small courtyard. Although her senior brother enjoyed osmanthus pastries, he was not fond of sweet foods. Thus, she endeavored to prepare osmanthus soup, a dish far more intricate and laborious than the ordinary variant. On the Xinjiang continent, Su Qing rose each morning to collect the morning dew and gather floral honey to enhance the flavor of the soup. Additionally, she incorporated restorative herbs and simmered the mixture over low heat for half an hour. This technique ensured that the osmanthus soup retained the delicate fragrance of the blossoms without being overly sweet, while the dew and medicinal ingredients aided cultivators in calming their minds and focusing their energy. The osmanthus soup served to nourish her senior brother's frail body and could evoke memories from his past, a dual benefit. Should her senior brother's memory remain elusive, it mattered little. At least she had made an effort. In the future, should he regain his memories and discover that they were wed, she could not be held accountable. Indeed, while it might seem audacious, it was undoubtedly practical. The corners of Su Qing's mouth gradually curved into a smile. Zhu Mo observed Su Qing's retreating figure, his gaze shrouded in ambiguity. He found himself increasingly perplexed by this master-servant duo, clearly sent by the emperor to monitor the Feng family. They spent their days venturing out, busier than their own lord. Su Qing entered the small kitchen and, out of Zhu Mo's sight, retrieved previously gathered floral honey and morning dew from her spatial storage. Setting them aside, once Zhu Mo stepped into the kitchen, he stood by with his sword crossed over his chest, watching Su Qing as she prepared the osmanthus soup, wary of any potential mischief she might brew into the dish. As time passed, Zhu Mo maintained a stoic expression, yet his inner turmoil was palpable. He had never anticipated that a seemingly simple osmanthus soup could entail such a multitude of steps, nor had he expected Su Qing to execute each task with such grace and proficiency, indicating her frequent culinary endeavors. Chapter 69. Osmanthus Soup Soon. An enticing aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by the rumbling of Zhu Mo's stomach. Su Qing ladled a bowl of the fragrant soup and placed it before Zhu Mo. "Drink up," she urged. "Consider it a test for your master." Zhu Mo shot Su Qing a sidelong glance, then grasped the bowl with his large hands. Ignoring the scalding heat of the osmanthus soup, he took a generous gulp. The sweet yet delicate flavor of the soup brightened his expression. "How does it taste?" Su Qing inquired, observing Zhu Mo with a smile, feeling somewhat rusty after not having cooked for a while. With a gentle smile gracing her features, Su Qing transferred the remaining osmanthus soup into a ceramic jar for Zhu Mo to deliver to Feng Yan. Xiao Bao had mentioned that on the day of the alchemy room explosion, the senior brother rushed to her aid, forgetting to activate his protective barrier amidst the chaos. Such a lapse was uncharacteristic of the usually composed senior brother, indicating he held some feelings for her. Reflecting on this, a tender smile curved Su Qing's lips. For now, she could only hope that the osmanthus soup might evoke his memories. Half an hour later, the steaming osmanthus soup sat undisturbed on the desk in front of Feng Yan. He was engrossed in analyzing intercepted letters with Deputy Commander Dong when his attention was drawn to the bowl of soup. "Osmanthus soup?" Feng Yan turned slightly to look at Zhu Mo, frowning as he remarked, "You know I do not favor sweet foods." Made by Su Qing herself? For the first time, apart from his parents and elder brother, Feng Yan felt the weight of another's concern for him. This sensation was both novel and profoundly comforting. It must be said, the feeling of being cherished in such moments, though unfamiliar, was indeed delightful. Deputy General Dong was well aware that Su Qing was the woman designated by the emperor for marriage. He furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "This woman certainly knows how to win hearts." "General Xiao, you must not indulge." The deputy general felt a surge of indignation. How could such a paragon of virtue as the general marry a woman of her ilk? Although she was said to be the daughter of Prime Minister Su, she was merely a foster daughter raised in a rustic village. What could the emperor and Prime Minister Su be thinking? Surely they were not oblivious to the implications. General Feng Yan did not reproach Deputy General Dong, for he understood the discontent among the soldiers regarding the emperor's arrangement. Yet, the bowl of osmanthus soup before him carried an overwhelmingly familiar taste, etched deep within his very being. Nevertheless, Feng Yan's memory was clear. He had never been fond of sweet delicacies, and this osmanthus soup was no exception. The pastries he typically enjoyed were meticulously crafted by the household chef to suit his palate, let alone a syrupy concoction such as this. "Deputy General Dong, it is late. Let us continue tomorrow," Feng Yan stated. Upon hearing this, Deputy General Dong's countenance darkened, and he opened his mouth to retort, but was interrupted by Zhu Mo, who stood nearby. "My lord has been preoccupied with rooting out traitors and is already exhausted. You too should rest early." At these words, Deputy General Dong pouted, casting a disgruntled glance at the osmanthus soup before haughtily lifting the curtain and exiting. Feng Yan took a tentative sip, and his eyes lit up. Realizing that the osmanthus soup had been prepared by Su Qing, his heart softened, making him appreciate the dish's extraordinary flavor all the more. Chapter 70. Stay with me a little longer, will you? Observing his master consume the last of the osmanthus sweet soup, Zhu Mo noted the gradual relaxation of his tightly furrowed brow, relieved that he had finally managed to ingest some sustenance today. "Yes, master," Zhu Mo responded, his eyes gleaming subtly, realizing that his master was genuinely enamored with Miss Su, even instructing him to handle the food container with utmost care. The Xiongling courtyard, bathed in moonlight, was utterly tranquil, imbued with a delicate fragrance of osmanthus. Feng Yan sauntered towards Su Qing's residence, gazing silently at her abode. No light emanated from within, suggesting that Su Qing was already asleep. Her clinic had opened today, undoubtedly keeping her occupied with numerous tasks. Had he not been compelled to attend to military affairs, he would not have departed in haste during the day, a fact that left him feeling somewhat indebted to her. The mere thought of the osmanthus sweet soup she had personally prepared filled Feng Yan's heart with tenderness. His betrothed possessed not only captivating beauty but also extraordinary medical skills and remarkable culinary talent. A voice within Feng Yan whispered that this was but a fraction of his little wife's true potential. Unbeknownst to himself, a gentle smile graced Feng Yan's countenance. As he was about to depart, he detected a sound from within the house, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. He opened the window and entered. Su Qing was fast asleep at her desk, a flagon of wine resting beside her rosy cheek. Feng Yan picked up the flagon and shook it, discerning from the sound that the little woman had imbibed the majority of its contents. A shattered wine glass lay on the floor, its fragments still quivering. Feng Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. This little darling had a penchant for wine, it seemed. What was it with her habit of getting intoxicated every time? Su Qing? Feng Yan gently patted Su Qing's shoulder, calling her name softly in her ear. Su Qing? As Su Qing sensed the warm breath nearby, she could not help but scratch her cheek, shifting her position to continue her slumber, leaving faint red imprints on her face where her arm pressed against it. Feng Yan, observing her adorable appearance, felt his heart soften uncontrollably. He reached out to tuck away the strands of hair by her ear and gently lifted her in his arms. Su Qing instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. Feng Yan? She questioned, puzzled. Yes, he replied. Feng Yan, she exclaimed joyfully. I am here. She sweetly called his name, nuzzling her cheek against his. I wish you could stay with me a little longer, all right? Once the military matters are settled in the coming days, I will accompany you to West Liang Lake for a boat ride. Feng Yan brushed his chin against her cheek and whispered, Is that agreeable? Yes, Su Qing replied contentedly, pressing her face against his neck, her warm breath grazing his ear. Feng Yan's ears flushed slightly as he held her more tightly in his embrace. The moonlight is particularly beautiful tonight, he remarked as he stepped out of the courtyard. And at that moment, Su Qing opened her eyes. Just as she had estimated, her senior brother, despite having consumed the osmanthus soup, had not regained his memory. If she was not mistaken, his memories had been forcibly sealed by someone, and unraveling them would not be an easy task. Her head throbbed uncomfortably. It seemed she needed to find an opportunity to refine a few pills that would render one immune to intoxication. Alas, her faith felt as fickle as a mischievous sprite, evoking both love and frustration. Chapter 71. Feng Qingling suddenly stricken with a severe illness at last. There was some good news. Feng Yan's eyes were filled with the relief that follows exhaustion, his voice tinged with a hint of relaxation as he inquired, Is there any news from the Feng family? In addition, the Shang family, together with the Feng family, pooled a substantial sum of silver to search for renowned physicians within the borders. Shang Qingyu once proposed to Feng Qingling in the presence of the Feng family, but she rejected him. Feng Yan's smile did not reach his eyes. Contemplating this, a flicker of disdain flashed in Zhu Mo's gaze. Her illness had manifested in a rather peculiar manner. Feng Yan turned to Zhu Mo, his eyes icy, inquiring whether it could be verified. His gaze was frigid. The Feng family had lost all credibility in his eyes. It has been confirmed that an informant, disguised as a physician, had infiltrated the Feng residence. Feng Qingling was afflicted with extreme itching, her skin swollen and red, with the torn areas beginning to fester and ooze pus. Zhu Mo remarked that the elder of the Feng family, fearing she could not endure such torment, had ordered his servants to bind her hands and feet securely, with a maidservant feeding her daily. Zhu Mo sensed the sharp aura around his master gradually dissipating. Having served Feng Yan for many years, he was well aware that his master was concerned about the Feng family possibly targeting Miss Su. Yet, what else is there? Feng Yan, noticing Zhu Mo's hesitation, directly inquired. The informant reported that prior to Feng Qingling's illness, Mu Yao had secretly infiltrated the Feng residence, albeit for a brief duration. His subordinate suspected that Feng Qingling's peculiar ailment might be the result of poisoning. I understand, you may leave. Upon hearing this, Feng Yan subtly gestured for Zhu Mo to withdraw. He then turned and entered the room, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Although such actions were somewhat despicable, they were entirely fitting if the target was the Feng family. Early morning. As Su Qing and Mu Yao disembarked from the carriage and entered the main hall of the clinic, they discovered that a man was already seated in the side chamber, attended by Li Guzi. Upon noticing Su Qing, Li Guzi hurried over, his voice lowered yet brimming with delight. Master, after your departure yesterday, Lord Tian sent a messenger with 100 taels of silver. His tone reflected his relief, as he had been anxious that the trouble surrounding Chao Rengui might implicate the clinic. The gentleman in question was Mr. Chen, the proprietor of Yubiozai, introduced by Lord Tian. After receiving treatment at the clinic, Lord Tian found his long-standing leg ailment remarkably healed. Elated, he accompanied Madame Tian on leisurely strolls, eagerly sharing tales of his recovery with anyone who inquired about his condition, thus informing many prominent families in Liancheng of the esteemed female physician at Huaqing sect. Chapter 72. The cursed white jade tablet understood, managerly. Please bring him in. The previous day, while dining at the Qin residence, a few beams of white light had entered her body, revealing themselves to be from the Tian family. After instructing Li Guzi, Su Qing lifted the beaded curtain and gracefully seated herself behind the writing desk. Li Guzi approached the middle-aged man and said, Mr. Chen, please follow me. The two entered the room behind the curtain in succession. Su Qing nodded at Mr. Chun, inviting him to take a seat opposite her, while Li Guzi quietly retreated into the inner room to select the necessary herbs with the young apothecary. Mr. Chun, observing the youthful and strikingly beautiful Su Qing, could not help but ponder. Although Lord Tian had mentioned that the physician from Hua Qing sect was a woman and praised her medical skills, he had not anticipated she would be so remarkably young, had it not been for the affliction that had plagued him throughout the past year, leaving him with no recourse after consulting countless physicians without any resolution. He would not have ventured here to seek a remedy. Now that he had arrived, the worst that could happen would be the same fruitless outcome as before. It could hardly worsen. Mr. Chen, she inquired, have you been experiencing recurrent nightmares? Awakening unable to recall the content of your dreams, feeling utterly fatigued, drenched in cold sweat, even to the point of being completely soaked? Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen's eyes gleamed with hope. Despite having visited numerous doctors who merely attributed his nightmares to overthinking and his night sweats to a weakened constitution, he had consumed an abundance of expensive medicinal herbs to no avail. Yet, this female doctor, with but a glance, accurately articulated his symptoms. Without needing to take his pulse, Dr. Su was able to discern the nature of his ailment. She was indeed remarkable. Mr. Chun felt a glimmer of salvation for his peculiar condition and promptly inquired, Dr. Su, do you possess a method for treatment? This affliction of yours likely began during the new year, she continued. With each word, Mr. Chin grew increasingly convinced, nodding repeatedly. What if I told you that you are not ill, but rather the victim of a curse? Would you believe me? Dr. Su interrupted as Mr. Chun seemed poised to respond, urging him to reflect. Think back to the beginning of the year. Did anyone present you with a gift? The beginning of the year? A gift? Mr. Chin was momentarily taken aback, pondering. As a dealer in jade, I often receive visitors during the new year, and it is customary to exchange gifts. However, I cannot recall any specific instance at this moment. This object ought to be a work of art, uniquely shaped, and upon sight, it captivates your admiration instantly. Chun, the proprietor, pondered upon Su Qing's reminder, furrowing his brow. It seems there truly is something. He swiftly recalled that years ago, his cousin gifted him a white jade tablet. At first glance, one could not discern the inscriptions upon it. In fact, the longer he gazed, the more peculiar it felt, unsettling his family. Yet, he found himself enamored, taking it out each night to admire and play with before drifting into slumber. Could it possibly be this white jade tablet? No, surely there are no such things as ghosts or curses in this world. These notions are merely contrived by people. How could this woman know he possessed such an item? Chun, you may place the object in a wooden box and affix this talisman upon it. Tonight, you shall sleep peacefully, Su Qing remarked, observing the expression of Chun, who seemed to be contemplating. She placed a talisman upon the table and continued. This talisman will ensure a tranquil slumber for 10 days. However, on the 11th day, the torment of your previous nightmares will double, potentially endangering your life. Do you still wish to proceed? Chapter 73. Master, Xiao Wei wishes to eat. Indeed, I do wish, Chen replied eagerly, disregarding the veracity of the situation. He laid 10 taels of consultation fee upon the table and seized the talisman. The nightly nightmares had nearly driven him to madness. Even if he were to be deceived today, he did not wish to relinquish hope. If it were truly a curse, what intentions did his cousin harbor in presenting him with such a gift? If Boss Chen wishes to completely lift this curse, he must seek me within 10 days. Otherwise, it will be too late. Su Qing collected the consultation fee from the table, and in a discreet motion, the coins in her palm vanished, entering her space. Muyu brought the brewed tea to Su Qing, standing obediently at her side. How is Mu Xiao? Su Qing inquired, taking a sip of tea. Though her body remained frail, her spirit had improved significantly. Mentioning her younger brother, Mu Yao's expression brightened as she replied, I told him that soon he will have playmates. Which delighted him. Yes, my little disciple should be arriving soon, Su Qing said with a smile, sipping her tea. As her words faded, the Qin family's carriage came to a halt at the door of the clinic. Qin Yu descended, carrying Xiao Wei and Su Xiaobao, who eagerly dashed into the clinic. Master, Su Xiaobao exclaimed upon seeing his mentor, quickly pausing to bow in respect. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei joyfully approached Su Qing, waving his little hand and exclaiming, Master, Master. Where is Brother Mu Xiao? With a smile, Su Qing retrieved a small, neatly packaged brown paper bag from her space and handed it to Su Xiaobao. It smells so good, Master. What delicious treat is inside? Xiao Wei sniffed the air vigorously, confirming that the enticing aroma emanated from the bag. His eyes fixated on it, and he swallowed hard, casting a pleading look at Su Xiaobao. "Master, I want to eat." Su Xiaobao, holding the paper bag, was momentarily stunned, not expecting his mentor to carry his favorite pastries with her. Regarding Master S' spatial realm, Su Xiaobao possessed some knowledge. Unlike most, her space was devoid of temporal constraints. Objects retained their original appearance, regardless of whether they had been stored for centuries. Furthermore, Master S' space could accommodate a limited number of living beings. A warm glow filled Su Xiaobao's heart, for Master had preserved many of his favorite delicacies. He glanced up at Su Qing beside him, his eyes shimmering like brilliant fireworks. "Go now, take the pastries to Mu Xiao, and enjoy them together," Su Qing instructed. She playfully pinched the cheeks of little Wei'er, and then Su Xiaobao before turning to Mu Yao. "Mu Yao, please escort them to meet Mu Xiao. There's nothing pressing at the clinic for the moment, so I shall pay a visit to the magistrate's office." Upon hearing Su Qing mention her intent to visit the magistrate, Mu Yao paused, then retrieved a palm-sized gift box from a low cabinet nearby. "Master, may I trouble you to return this to Captain Zhao?" "Certainly," Su Qing replied, accepting the gift box and promptly placing it into her spatial realm. Mu Yao then led the two little ones, hand in hand, into the backyard, where the cheerful conversation between little Wei'er and Su Xiaobao continued. "Master Xiaobao, what kind of pastries are in the brown paper bag? Are they delicious?" little Wei'er inquired. "Delicious," came the reply. "Oh, I must have an extra piece later," little Wei'er exclaimed. "Of course." Chapter 74. As Mu Yao's master, I do not consent after issuing some instructions to the shopkeeper Li Guzi and the attendant Qin Yu. Su Qing set off alone for the magistrate's office. Upon arriving at the entrance of the magistrate's office, Su Qing nibbled on a sumptuous meat bun and, from a distance, observed a young girl assisting an elderly man as they sat together. The pair silently divided a deformed steamed bun and consumed it. The two constables stationed at the gate remained indifferent, their gazes unwavering. Noticing this, Su Qing arched an eyebrow and proceeded into the office. She personally contacted other magistracies in the region, inviting families who had lost children to come forth for identification, to prevent imposters from claiming the children. Those who wished to identify them were required to present documentation bearing the official seal. Witnessing the plight of these unfortunate children, Lin Yuan found himself at a loss. Su Qing's presence was precisely for their sake. Having determined to re-establish the Hua Qing sect in this foreign realm, she recognized that her disciples could not be few, as they represented a long-term foundation of faith and reliance. "Are you aware that you intend to adopt these forlorn children, and what the Feng family might think of this?" Upon learning of Su Qing's intention to take in the children, Lin Yuan's persistent headache vanished in an instant, replaced by a flicker of concern regarding potential discord between Su Qing and the Feng family. Lin Yuan held faith in Su Qing. However, she was, after all, sent by the emperor to monitor the Feng family. Now, with her decision to adopt so many children, the Feng family bore no obligation to support them financially, and no one could foresee Su Qing's future intentions for these children. After nodding in agreement, she followed him to the place where the deceased were laid. Numerous spaces had been vacated, likely claimed by their respective families. She scanned the surroundings and, pointing to one of the bodies, glanced at Lin Yuan. He promptly understood and hurriedly instructed the attendants to remove the corpse. Furthermore, he personally traveled to Qinxia village to oversee the arrangements for the joint burial of Chen Pai and his son. After Lin Yuan departed, Su Qing proceeded to the inner courtyard to check on Lady Lin's pulse, finding everything in order. Upon her exit, she encountered Zhao Yang, returning the gift box without uttering a word, and turned to leave. Zhao Yang, observing the familiar box in his hands, opened it to discover the jade hairpin he had gifted to Miss Mu Yao. Stunned for a moment, he hastened to catch up with her. "Mu Yao asked me to return this to you." Su Qing gestured for him to remain silent, her tone indifferent. "Regardless of whether your intentions toward her are affectionate, or if you seek her martial arts teachings, or have other motives, as Mu Yao's guardian, I must refuse." "Why?" Zhao Yang, taken aback by Su Qing's words, could not fathom her reasoning for denial. Looking at her in confusion as he inquired, "Might you enlighten me?" "Beware the specters that haunt the paths you tread, Captain Zhao." "Take heed," Su Qing remarked before leaving, unfazed by the displeasure evident on the man's face. Chapter 75. The life-saving tintails as Su Qing stepped out of the yamen. She found an elderly man and a young girl still seated at the entrance. The elder, worn out from fatigue, had slumped against the wall in a light slumber, while the girl hugged her knees tightly. her gaze vacant as she stared ahead. After hearing Su Qing's words, the girl, with a wary glimmer in her eyes, shook her head. "Thank you, miss, but we shall find a dilapidated temple to rest for the night, so as not to trouble you. Lu City is unlike ordinary towns. It is frequently disturbed by the northern border and the Liang Kingdom. It would be unsafe for you both to spend the night in a ruin," Su Qing cautioned. Su Qing lifted her gaze to the crimson-painted entrance of the yamen and said, "If you do not believe me, you may stay within the yamen tonight. It is certainly safer than a dilapidated temple." However, the notion of residing in the yamen caused the young girl to feel a sense of unease, which quickly dissipated. Yet, after a moment's reflection, she ultimately shook her head in refusal. "Given our status, how can we so brazenly enter the yamen? Moreover, the girl harbored an innate fear of the authorities. Indeed, for the common folk, there exists an underlying trepidation towards the government, as it is a place where wrongdoers are imprisoned, and naturally, they are reluctant to venture there." Observing the girl's steadfastness, Su Qing withdrew 10 taels of silver from her sleeve and placed it into the girl's palm. "This." The girl widened her eyes in astonishment at the silver in her hand and hastily attempted to return the money to Su Qing, only to be gently refused. Su Qing continued, "You have journeyed from Yu City, enduring long hardships. Your father's health has already deteriorated significantly. Liang City lies on the border and is far from safe. Take this silver and find a suitable inn for you and your father to rest. Should you require assistance, you may seek me at the Hucking sect's medical clinic." For years, she and her father had traversed various places in search of her brother, sacrificing everything, even their home, and becoming destitute. 3 months prior, they had exhausted their funds, resorting to begging while continuing their search, their garments now tattered and worn. With no place to wash, they bore an unpleasant odor, causing most to regard them with disdain, some even avoiding them from a distance. The young girl had long grown accustomed to the disdainful gazes directed at her. With her elder brother absent and her father having only her as a child, she felt an unwavering responsibility to care for her aging father. Alone in the world and devoid of any money, the depths of her suffering were known only to herself. Yet, despite her inner turmoil, she could only feign indifference. Among them, there was a maiden who not only did not scorn their destitution but also offered them silver, genuinely concerned for their well-being. As this thought crossed her mind, tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. She bit her lip and hastily wiped her tears away with her sleeve, gently rousing the elderly man who had closed his eyes in rest. After assisting him to his feet, they prepared to depart together. "Dear daughter, what troubles you? Has an official from the magistrate's office come to drive us away?" the old man inquired, perplexed. "Quickly, tell me what has happened." Chillingly aware of their surroundings, Su Qing cautiously ensured that no one was paying them heed before swiftly placing the 10 taels of silver given by Su Qing into her father's hands. Upon grasping the coins, Qlop instantly recognized their nature. "My dear, this money." Qlop, a simple and honest countryman, wore an expression of anxiety. Glancing around furtively, he lowered his voice, saying, "Where did this money come from? Though we are poor, we cannot resort to stealing from others. Father, rest assured, this money is not stolen," Su Qing reassured, leaning closer to whisper in his ear. "You were asleep just now, and it was during that time that a young lady approached me and offered it. Is what you say truly so?" Old Xia was taken aback, astonished that anyone would bestow such generosity upon a beggar, offering 10 taels of silver at once. "Did you inquire about the name of your benefactor?" he asked. Xie Shuang shook her head, her eyes reflecting regret. She had been so absorbed in her own misfortunes over the years that she neglected to ask the young lady for her name. "Alas, how can I express my thoughts on this matter?" sighed old Xie. "Why didn't you think to ask for her name?" "Father, please do not worry. I remember now." Xie Shuang suddenly recalled the words of Su Qing as she departed. Although the young lady did not disclose her name, she mentioned a medical establishment called Hucking Sect. She said we could seek her there if we needed assistance. Old Xia listened intently, nodding repeatedly. Could it be that we have truly encountered a noble benefactor? He pondered, his emotions in turmoil. "Come, let us make our way to the Hucking Sect. Father, we are in dire need of funds at present. If we were to return the silver to that young lady, we..." Xie Shuang hesitated, carefully supporting old Xia as she struggled to voice her thoughts. "We would be left with nothing once again, and how would we continue our search for brother?" Old Xia halted, slowly turning to face his daughter. Though his eyes bore the signs of age, his gaze remained piercing. "Little Shuang, we have been wandering in search of your brother for 3 years. We only arrived in this Liang City last night. Have you ever seen that young lady before?" "Indeed," since you have not encountered her previously. How could she possibly know that we hail from Yu City and not Liang City? In an instant, Xie Shuang's eyes widened in realization, joy illuminating her features. Father, could it be that the young lady is the noble benefactor we have been seeking? A month ago, while begging along the road, the father and daughter of the Qi family encountered a venerable monk. The monk, moved by the hardships faced by the Qi duo, noted their destitution in pursuit of someone. Yet their eyes remained clear and their words sincere. After expressing their gratitude to the monk, they arrived in Liangcheng with a mixture of hope and skepticism, unaware that fortune awaited them. Only through experience could they ascertain the truth. In this unfamiliar land, the elder Qi, accompanied by his daughter, inquired tirelessly until they finally located the Hucking Sect Medical Hall in the afternoon. There, they observed a young attendant sweeping outside the establishment. Hesitant, they stood at a distance, craning their necks to glimpse whether the young lady they sought truly resided within. Noticing their apprehension, the attendant approached with his broom, but before he could utter a word, the elder Qi instinctively spread his arms to shield his daughter, causing both to retreat a few steps. Dear sir, we did not intend to cause any mess. They seemed to convey, revealing that such misunderstandings had become a frequent occurrence in their lives. Chapter 77. Seeking a benefactor at the medical hall. The young attendant, perceiving their reaction, quickly grasped the situation. A benevolent smile graced his face as he addressed them. My good sir, you have misunderstood. I merely wish to inquire if you two are here for medical treatment today. Our medical hall charges 10 taels for a consultation. Should you find the fee burdensome, you may visit us on the 15th of each month for free consultations. On that day, we do not collect any fees. Although the medical hall only opens 30 slots for free consultations, the proprietor, concerned that some critically ill patients might miss out, discreetly allocated an additional 10 emergency slots, instructing the staff to prioritize those who appeared gravely unwell. The proprietor of their establishment is not only exceptionally skilled in the art of healing, but also possesses a beautiful heart. Perhaps she is a celestial being descended from the heavens. No, that is not the case. Seeing that the other party harbored no ill intentions and exhibited not a trace of disdain, old Master Qi felt a tinge of embarrassment and inquired, Might I ask if there is a young lady at your medical hall? The young servant was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with curiosity as he softly responded, Our medical hall has several young ladies. May I inquire which one you are seeking? Since old Master Qi had never encountered Su Qing, he quickly nudged Qi Shuang to speak, for such striking beauty was impossible to forget after a single glance. Upon hearing this, the young servant's face lit up with recognition. Ah, is it not the esteemed lady of our proprietor? I see, you are here for a consultation. With that, the young servant beamed and said, Please, follow me. The father and daughter of the Qi family exchanged a glance, steeling themselves as they entered. Though the medical hall appeared quite unadorned, every detail from the flora to the furnishings was meticulously chosen. Over the years, the Qi family had endured countless disdainful glances, and within the confines of the medical hall, they felt a sense of trepidation, hesitant to touch anything for fear of being expelled. Just then, Li Guzi emerged from the rear courtyard after finishing the organization of the dried medicinal herbs, and immediately spotted the Qi family. All the consultation tickets for this month have been distributed, he informed the young servant. I shall draft a notice shortly for you to post at the entrance. We must inform everyone that this month's free consultation tickets have been fully allocated, and they may return next month to obtain them. The young servant nodded in acknowledgement and noticed Li Guzi's puzzled gaze directed toward the two individuals behind him, prompting him to quickly explain, Master Li. These two are here seeking the proprietor. When Qi and his daughter encountered Li Guzi, they were somewhat intimidated. Upon discovering that the young lady who had previously bestowed silver upon them was, in fact, the proprietor of the medical clinic, their faces exhibited a heightened sense of alarm. Qi, the father, clutched his daughter's hand tightly, prepared to make a hasty retreat at any moment. Upon learning that the pair had come to seek the owner, Li Guzi merely cast another glance at them and said, The owner is in the back courtyard. Follow me. The father and daughter followed cautiously into the courtyard, where the distant sound of children's laughter filled the air. Approaching Su Qing, Li Guzi whispered, Two individuals have arrived, one elderly and one young, claiming to seek your presence. The diners gathered around the table turned their attention to the two figures lingering a short distance behind Li Guzi, intrigued by his announcement. The tantalizing aroma of the food made Qi Shuang's stomach rumble audibly, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she instinctively shrank behind her father. Yet, no matter how she attempted to conceal herself, Her eyes could not resist darting toward the delectable dishes laid out on the table. She touched her stomach, feeling increasingly famished. Chapter 78. A pair of treasures we should go find Brother Mu Xiao, suggested Su Xiaobao, noticing the situation and reaching out to grasp Little Wei's hand. Then I will teach you how to draw talismans. He had no disdain for Little Wei. Rather, he felt it was essential to embody the demeanor of a mentor. All right. Little Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of playing with Mu Xiao. He quickly stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth. His cherubic face puffed up and glistening with grease, resembling a doughy bun that had been slathered in oil. It was both amusing and adorable. Slow down, Wei Er, admonished Su Xiaobao gently. Su Xiaobao picked up his cup and offered it to Xiao Wei, who smiled at him before taking the cup and gulping down the pear juice. After swallowing the last morsel of chicken with the sweet nectar, she wiped her mouth with her greasy little hands, leaving her originally fair face glistening with oil. With pure delight, Xiao Wei exclaimed, "Master, I want to draw a little chick." "It's a talisman." "Huh, why can't I draw a little chick since it's still drawing?" "All right then, I shall depict a talisman of a little chick." Su Xiaobao, adopting a demeanor of a miniature adult, pinched the bridge of his nose and, with a serious expression, declared, "Wire, your mischief warrants a punishment from your master." "Not allowed." "I disagree. If not, I shall draw a little duck instead." Xiao Wei quickly clenched her tiny fist behind her back and scampered into Mu Xiao's room. "Brother Mu Xiao, I'm here. Let us draw little ducks." "My little ducks are quite lifelike." Su Xiaobao could only shake his head in resignation, accepting a white handkerchief from Mu Yao and tucking it into his embrace. He then walked over, hands behind his back, embodying the stature of a master. Mu Yao and Qin Yu watched this lively pair, stifling their laughter throughout the performance. Once the children departed, Qin Yu could no longer contain his amusement. Only Su Qing wore a complex expression. The antics of Xiao Bao and Xiao Wei were reminiscent of her own days at Hu Qing's sect, when the senior brother would discipline her. "Mu Yao, send someone to tidy up and also bring out the dishes prepared in the kitchen." Su Qing collected her thoughts and then addressed the Qian family. "Please, take a seat over here." Mu Yao glanced at the Qian father and daughter before heading to the kitchen. It was no wonder the master had instructed the maid to prepare an abundance of dishes today. It all made sense now. Observing the situation, Qin Yu proactively went to the front hall to continue with the daily tasks assigned to the servants. Having searched for the medical clinic for so long, "You must be hungry. Please, eat first. We can discuss matters once you've had your fill," Su Qing remarked with a smile. Although she harbored some doubts, the enticing aroma of the food made it difficult for the two to resist salivating. Miao placed a porcelain bowl filled with rice and wooden chopsticks before them. Old Qian looked at the steaming dishes before him, feeling a twinge of hesitation. After all, where in this world could one find a meal without recompense? Yet, what could this woman possibly want from them? Perhaps she truly was the benefactor spoken of by high monks. He observed his daughter, Qian Shuang, as she nervously swallowed and rubbed her stomach. She was still a young girl, barely 18, who had endured years of hardship in search of her brother without a single complaint, and a profound sense of guilt welled up within him. "Go ahead and eat," Old Qian said. Upon hearing her father's encouragement, Qian Shuang cautiously began to eat. Su Qing sipped her tea, remaining beside them. The refreshing tea alleviated the heaviness of the meal, and her satisfaction with Mu Yao grew. Chapter 79. There are more terrifying matters behind it. Once the Qian father and daughter felt their hunger satiated, they set down their bowls and chopsticks. Mu Yao observed that they had finished eating and promptly signaled the maid to clear the table, bringing them more tea. "Lord Lin will not arrive in Lianqing until tomorrow afternoon," Su Qing informed them, "so you may rest assured during your stay at the clinic." The young lady misunderstood. "We sought her not only to clarify the location for the future return of the 10 taels of silver she entrusted us with, but also to inquire about a matter we hope she can enlighten us on." Old Man Qi shook his head in refusal, asking, "How did you come to know that my daughter and I hail from Yueqing and not from Lianqing?" "I not only know that you are from Yueqing," Su Qing smiled, gazing at Old Man Qi, "but I am also aware that you traveled a great distance to Lianqing in search of someone, your son, Qi. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, the father and daughter felt as if a tempest had erupted within them, their mouths agape in astonishment, rendered speechless by their excitement. "My lady, do you truly know the whereabouts of my son?" Old Man Qi quickly regained his composure, his eyes brimming with hope as he leaned forward eagerly, imploring, "Please tell me. Where's my son now?" Su Qing slowly lowered her eyelids, her gaze fixated on the tea leaves floating in her cup. "My lady?" Old Man Qi urged anxiously. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. I can only inform you that Lord Lin will locate Qi within 3 days, after you report to the authorities. You need only to await further news. My lady, if you know anything, I beseech you to share it with us, Qi Shuang pleaded, sensing Su Qing's reluctance to divulge more. My elder brother has been missing for 3 years, and we do not know whether he is alive or dead. My father is growing old and can no longer withstand any further turmoil. Su Qing turned her gaze toward Qi Shuang. The young girl had already been ensnared by malevolent forces, and if no unforeseen events occurred, she would likely meet an untimely demise within the next few days. This was the primary reason Su Qing had given her the silver. The presence of evil unvanquished would harm her cultivation. Now, her cultivation has become lamentably insufficient. It cannot diminish any further. Qi Shuang, filled with urgency, wished to say more, but was halted by old Master Qi. Little Shuang, we have waited for 3 years. Can we not endure for just a few more days? In his youth, old Master Qi had seen his share of the world and discerned the underlying significance in Su Qing's words. It seemed likely that Su Qing was indeed the person of great importance spoken of by the eminent monks. Perhaps there were far more terrifying circumstances behind the disappearance of his son. Contemplating this, old Master Qi felt a mixture of anguish and fear, dreading the possibility of Qi encountering peril, if he could indeed rescue his son. The gratitude owed to the young lady would be eternally etched in the hearts of the Qi family. Supporting himself against the table, he rose and stepped out from behind the chair, kneeling before Su Qing with a thud. I vow to establish a longevity tablet in my home for you, young lady, and to burn 3 incense sticks daily. I, this old man, would willingly serve you as a beast of burden in this life and the next to repay your kindness. Su Qing's eyes sparkled. She had no need for such servitude, but the incense offerings were indeed essential. After all, the faith derived from such offerings was far purer. Su Qing gently assisted the elder and, casting her gaze over Qi Shuang, noted the lingering malevolent aura that had not dissipated despite the change in Qi Shuang's circumstances. Frowning slightly, she cautioned, should you encounter any issues, feel free to visit my clinic at any time. Chapter 80. The notorious madwoman. After expressing their gratitude to Su Qing, old Master Qi and his daughter departed the clinic at a leisurely pace, subsequently finding a nearby and relatively inexpensive inn to stay. Understood, Su Qing nodded and instructed. For the next 2 days, you shall reside in the clinic and ensure their safety. The master is so meticulously protective of them. Could they possibly be mere commoners? After much contemplation, Muyao found herself perplexed and turned to her master with the question, could these 2 be spies sent by the emperor? If they truly were spies, then either they were genuinely destitute or their act was convincingly performed. Muyao had never perceived her master as benevolent. Every action undertaken by her master was undoubtedly driven by a specific motive. Su Qing set down her teacup and did not conceal the truth from Muyao. She explained, the disappearance of Qi is both an accident and not an accident. Muyao furrowed her brow slightly, remaining silently by her side. When Qi traveled to the capital for the examination, he and his classmates visited Liangsheng, where he caught the attention of Shang Qinyu, who commanded his abduction to the Shang residence, from which he has yet to emerge. Muyao was taken aback. Shang Qinyu. Wasn't she the infamous madwoman of Liangsheng? The aunt of Shang Qingyi and Shang Qingyu. The incredulity overwhelmed her, prompting her to inquire, is Qi still alive? Perhaps others were unaware of Shang Qinyu's temperament. But Muyao, as a spy for the current emperor, was acutely aware. The royal family had dispatched her to Liangsheng to gather intelligence, and she had resided there for half a year to thoroughly grasp the various factions, even gaining insights into the peculiar situations within the grand estates. Qi, it seemed, was in grave danger. Su Qing replied, he is barely clinging to life. Muyao then suggested, should I infiltrate the Shang household to rescue Qi? The waters surrounding the Shang family were treacherous. If handled poorly, not only would she fail to rescue Qi, but she might also lose her life, potentially implicating Feng Yan as well. Su Qing shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. Moreover, the authorities, holding the court salaries, could legitimately enter the Shang residence to investigate, which is quite advantageous. Wouldn't you agree? The subordinate acknowledged this. Do not fret. When the time comes for you to act, I shall instruct you. Su Qing rose to stretch her limbs, lamenting the frailty of mortal bodies. Remaining in one position for too long inevitably leads to aches in the waist and back. Indeed, I believe Xiaowei also has a fondness for it. Is there anything Xiaowei does not enjoy eating? You speak the truth, my lord. Early the next morning, my lord, it is true that someone intruded upon the inn last night, attempting to abduct Qi Shuang. Muyao, holding a wooden comb, deftly arranged Su Qing's hair into a simple bun, whispering, "I have disposed of the intruder's remains without alarming the chief family." Before dawn, the two had risen and awaited at the gate of the magistrate's office. There were guards present, and once I deemed it safe, I took the opportunity to visit the Feng residence. Chapter 81. The inquisitive Su Qing with nimble hands. Mu Yao continued to braid Su Qing's hair, calmly reporting the intelligence she had gathered. Feng Qingling's ailment had worsened. Both the Feng and Shang families had expended considerable sums to summon a physician from the Medicine Valley for her treatment. Su Qing chuckled softly, her voice ethereal. As Mu Yao placed a golden hairpin upon Su Qing's head, it rendered her already radiant visage even more resplendent. Once she had completed her grooming, Su Qing opened the door and was immediately greeted by the sight of a man standing in the courtyard. It was none other than Feng Yan, whom she had not seen for 2 days. "Why do you not enter?" As Su Qing's eyes lit up, she approached him and grasped his large hand, reproaching him gently. "It's chilly in the early morning. What if you catch a cold and fall ill?" Feng Yan had intended to explain that he had been stationed at the military camp for the past 2 days and thus could not accompany her. However, Su Qing's concerned words warmed his heart, leaving him momentarily speechless. He held her delicate hands within his own. "But have all the medicinal herbs been gathered?" Su Qing inquired softly, sensing the warmth of Feng Yan's hand. "Yes. Then I shall go prepare medicine for the old master." With that, Su Qing turned to leave. "No rush." Upon seeing her about to depart, Feng Yan quickly grasped her hand, his voice low and husky, imbued with a hint of emotion. "It's not too late to go after having breakfast." He had finally carved out some precious time to see her and wished to enjoy her company a little longer. Holding Su Qing's small hand, they leisurely strolled to the side hall to dine. "Is that her? The rumored country bumpkin?" Following the two from a distance was not just Zhu Mo, but also a young lad standing beside him. The boy appeared younger than Zhu Mo, similar in height but slender in build. His large, expressive eyes sparkled with curiosity as he nudged Zhu Mo with his elbow while speaking. "Old Mo, I don't think she looks like an ordinary bumpkin. She is quite attractive." "An ordinary bumpkin? Is there such a thing as an extraordinary bumpkin?" Zhu Mo had always found it difficult to comprehend Su Qing's thoughts. Being only a year older, he often wondered why conversing with him could be such a laborious task. "Hey, I'm talking to you, are you mute?" As Mu Yao abruptly halted in her tracks, she obstructed the path ahead of the two. Su Qing, engrossed in conversation with Zhu Mo, nearly collided with her sudden stop. But Zhu Mo swiftly pulled him back, just in time. "Are you out of your mind? Why on earth did you stop so abruptly?" Su Qing exclaimed, his words barely escaping his lips when a powerful gust of palm wind surged towards him from Mu Yao. He swiftly dodged, retreating just in time to evade her assault. Yet she struck again. "Good grief. Are you insane?" Su Qing shouted towards Zhu Mo. "What is going on? Hurry and assist me." Zhu Mo raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms over his sword, merely standing by to observe the spectacle. Although he held no feelings for Su Qing, she was nonetheless the lady chosen by their master. And given Su Qing's antics, he certainly deserved a lesson. Their commotion naturally attracted the attention of Su Qing and Feng Yan. Chapter 82. Is it still too late to cling to the powerful? Su Qing, known for his unrestrained tongue, could certainly benefit from a lesson. Feng Yan, discerning that Su Qing was no match for Mu Yao, chuckled, "I had the kitchen prepare some millet porridge, along with your favorite meat buns." Su Qing smiled, though inwardly she thought, "What nonsense. I don't even like meat buns. They merely serve to satiate my hunger swiftly." Holding Su Qing's hand, Feng Yan led her away as they exchanged whispered words, disappearing around the corner. At that moment, Su Qing, unable to evade in time, was struck in the chest by Mu Yao's palm, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Zhu Mo, this woman is bullying your brother. And you just stand there doing nothing." Although Su Qing was acknowledged as the least skilled among the 4 guards, his agility surpassed all. It was indeed astonishing that a mere maid could match his speed. Zhu Mo, however, paid no heed to Su Qing's outburst. He stood to the side, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on Mu Yao. 6 months ago, she had been known as Rui, who had stealthily entered Liang City. Upon being discovered by Zhu Mo, the two had engaged in combat, and he was acutely aware of her capabilities at that time. To his surprise, in such a short span, her strength had remarkably matched that of Su Qing, and her offensive prowess surpassed his. "Should I ever hear you speak disrespectfully to my master again, I shall break one of your legs." Mu Yao coldly warned Su Qing, adding ominously, "And when you sleep at night, do ensure you keep your eyes closed." Su Qing stood speechless, watching her retreating figure for a long while before finally shouting, "Zhu Mo, This maid actually dared to threaten me. Such audacity. Are there truly such maids within the Su family residence? Zhu Mo rubbed his forehead in exasperation, approaching Su Qing to whisper, "She is Rui." Rui? Su Qing's eyes widened in shock, swallowing hard. She was indeed Rui. The master she referred to must be the lady? Wasn't she associated with the emperor? Seeing Zhu Mo's cryptic demeanor made Su Qing's heart race. Oh dear, is it too late for me to seek favor? Meanwhile, Su Qing and Feng Yan had finished their breakfast in high spirits and proceeded to Feng Zhang's courtyard. The gathered medicinal herbs had already been placed in the small kitchen. For this matter pertained to the life and death of General Feng, and no one dared to be negligent. Upon entering the courtyard and greeting Steward Zhang, they made their way into the small kitchen. The medicinal herbs were placed upon a small square table adjacent to the kitchenette, where a man was engrossed in studying the herbs before him. "Mr. Shun," called out Feng Yan. Upon hearing the voice, Shen Guyu raised his head, his gaze sweeping past Feng Yan and settling on Su Qing. He hurriedly approached, reaching out to grasp Su Qing's wrist, only to be halted by Feng Yan. "Mr. Shun, this is my fiancée." Feng Yan's reminder struck Shen Guyu with clarity. In his moment of urgency, he had instinctively sought to bring Su Qing to examine the herbs and expected her to elucidate their medicinal properties. Several of the herbs on the table were rare and commanded little market value, rendering their uses known to but a few. His earlier eagerness to discern their effects had indeed been rather impolite. Shen Guyu performed a respectful bow, his tone earnest as he implored, "I hope Miss Su will forgive my transgression. It is of no consequence, sir. You are too courteous," Su Qing replied, approaching the small table to inspect the herbs. After a thorough examination, she stated, "The moonlight grass must be harvested with soil intact. Otherwise, it loses its medicinal potency after 3 days. This herb possesses the remarkable ability to generate fluids and invigorate the channels, its efficacy surpassing that of ordinary medicines by several magnitudes. However, the extraction process is rather intricate. From 3 stalks of moonlight grass, only a single drop of essence can be obtained." Su Qing picked up a stalk of moonlight grass, devoid of its earthy base, and informed Shen Guyu, "I shall begin brewing the medicine." As Su Qing meticulously introduced each herb's properties and potential side effects, she placed the ingredients into a ceramic pot. Shen Guyu listened intently, nodding in agreement, as if he had unlocked the gateway to a wondrous new realm, secretly marveling at the revelations unfolding before him. After Su Qing introduced all the medicinal herbs, she poured the remaining ingredients directly into the ceramic jar. Standing beside her, Shen Guyu was astounded by her actions, unable to utter a word of protest in time. He could only shake his head in dismay. Due to the properties of the herbs, certain ingredients must be added in a specific order during the decoction process, and cannot be combined indiscriminately in the jar. In Shen Guyu's mind, Su Qing's chaotic brewing was truly a waste of these fine herbs, utilizing her true energy to control the flame. The decoction was completed in a mere moment. Throughout the process, Feng Yan silently observed, eager to assist Su Qing, yet such an opportunity never presented itself. Shen Guyu, ever attentive, inquired if Su Qing needed additional water, asked for the specific roles of the herbs in her prescription, and discussed the nuances of flame control during the decoction. Even though Feng Yan was well aware of Shen Guyu's reputation as a medical enthusiast, he felt an inexplicable irritation watching him fawn over Su Qing. As Su Qing poured the steaming medicinal broth into a white porcelain bowl, she handed the ceramic jar to Steward Zhang, instructing him to extract the dregs and boil them in water for half an hour, after which the liquid could be used for the old general's bath. Once the various matters were settled, a rumbling sound emanated from a certain someone's stomach. Su Qing straightened her back, feigning indifference, as if the sound did not originate from her. Feng Yan found her demeanor amusing. Despite her celestial beauty, she appeared even more endearing in that moment. With a slight smile, he remarked, "Uncle Zhang, I have yet to have breakfast and am feeling a bit hungry." Upon hearing this, Zhang promptly summoned the maidservants in the courtyard to prepare a large pot of noodles, while he himself retreated indoors with the medicinal bowl. "Su Qing, would you care to join me for a meal?" As soon as the words left his lips, Feng Yan took Su Qing's hand and led her to a small square table, urging her to take a seat. He instructed the maid to bring another bowl, and then divided the noodles into a large bowl and a small one, pork lard, scallions, and egg noodles, accompanied by braised beef and a few drops of sesame oil, wafting an enticing aroma. Only then did Feng Yan sit down, lifting the small bowl and remarking, "I felt quite hungry earlier, but now I find I am not so ravenous. This bowl will suffice for me." He then gazed tenderly at Su Qing. Her eyes brightened, and she coughed lightly, saying, "Let us not waste it. I'll gladly finish this bowl for you." With that, she unabashedly took the large bowl and began to eat with delight. "Master." Zhang Lai entered the room carrying a bowl of medicine, observing Feng Jiang leaning against the headboard. His voice trembled with excitement as he announced, "The medicine has been prepared." After just a few days of soaking in medicinal baths, the master's health has improved significantly. If this bowl of medicine is indeed as Miss Su claims, the master shall surely regain his peak vitality. Miss Su would then be a great benefactor to our Feng family. He waited patiently, confident that with the complete array of herbs and Su Qing by their side, recovery was imminent. Feng Jiang himself could not fathom why he placed such unwavering trust in Su Qing, yet his conviction remained steadfast. He glanced at the dark concoction in Zhang Lai's hands, took the medicine bowl, and after blowing on it to cool it down, he drank it all in one go. Chapter 84. The Existence of Rejuvenation Techniques. Master, be cautious. It's hot. Drink slowly. No, drink quickly. Ah, be careful. Zhang Lai, a man of integrity who had served the Feng household for many years, earnestly wished for Feng Jiang's swift recovery. Zhang, having received the empty bowl from Feng Jiang, stood by attentively observing his master. Was his complexion not more vibrant than before? Do you truly believe in miraculous elixirs that exhibit instant results? Feng Jiang, noticing Zhang's exaggerated scrutiny, could not help but chuckle. Zhang replied earnestly, "Isn't the medicinal bath remarkably effective? Just a few days, and your vitality has noticeably improved, so I believe the medicine will soon yield visible results." Seeing his loyal servant of several decades, Feng Jiang felt a playful urge to tease him, but just as he was about to speak, he sensed an unsettling change in his body. "Quick, summon a yin and Shaoqing," he urged. Zhang, alarmed by the sudden alteration in Feng Jiang's countenance, dashed out of the room in haste. As Feng Jiang felt a warm current enveloping him, it was as if his withered form was revived, akin to a spring emerging from a parched wheat field, nourishing his very core and even mending years of hidden injuries. He sensed a remarkable resurgence of his spirit. Feeling as though he had reclaimed the vigor of his youth, his meridians felt invigorated, and he harbored an uncanny sensation that his current state surpassed even the zenith of his prime. Most astonishing of all was the rapid ascent of his internal power. As he stifled his excitement, he perceived the swift growth of his inner strength, which eventually began to stabilize. Breathing a sigh of relief, Feng Jiang beheld the transformation of his body. His once frail arms had become robust and firm. His muscles were visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. He thrust his fist into the air, and in that instant, his arm muscles tensed with explosive power. Once frail and bedridden due to a grave illness, Feng Jiang now sensed a subtle strength in his abdomen as he reached down to touch it. To his astonishment, he discovered 8 sculpted abdominal muscles. His eyes sparkled with fervent delight as he swiftly rose from his bed, changed into fresh attire, and adeptly used a dagger to shave away the stubble from his face. Just as Feng Yin and the others entered the room, they caught sight of Feng Jiang's robust and bustling figure. Was that his father humming a cheerful tune? Father? Feng Yan's cool voice betrayed a hint of confusion. Upon hearing the voice, Feng Jiang turned to face them, taking great satisfaction in the astonished expressions of his son, the steward, in Xinguyu, before his gaze settled on Su Qing. "Old Lord." Zhang Lai hurriedly stepped forward, gesturing to his own face. Then pointing at Feng Jiang's, cautiously inquiring, How did your face? It seemed the medication had begun to take effect. Su Qing observed Feng Jiang for a moment, finding him to be quite normal, though her tone held a touch of regret, as he was still somewhat below her expectations. Feng Yin gazed at his father, now with a head full of dark hair, a robust physique, and eyes sparkling with vitality, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. This was not merely a peak, it could only be described as a miracle. "Miss Su, might I borrow the prescription for my own study?" Shun Guyu eagerly stepped forward, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at her. Chapter 85. Only by growing stronger can one secure a future. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. A figure of her stature, accustomed to traversing the Xianzong continent, had encountered countless storms and tribulations. Trouble? A jest, for she was the progenitor of trouble itself. Yet, in this very moment, Feng Yin was concerned not about causing trouble for the Feng family, nor for himself, but rather for her. As Su Qing felt a warmth in her heart, her lips unconsciously lifted into a faint smile. However, upon hearing Feng Yan's words, Shun Guyu's expression shifted dramatically, and he pressed his lips tightly together. His master, the former head of the Medicine Valley, had always wished for him to become the next leader, entrusting him with the ancestral medical texts to inherit the legacy of the Medicine Valley. Yet, It was precisely due to his possession of this extraordinary book that he had attracted impending disaster. "I apologize for my abruptness," Shen Guyu said in a subdued tone. "Miss Su, I am sorry." Su Qing glanced at Shen Guyu and then at Feng Yan. The fates of these two had become intertwined since the Feng family took Shen Guyu in. Their destinies could not be severed. Thus, it would be prudent to make use of this connection. "Shen Guyu, our Huqing sect medical hall is in need of a resident physician," Su Qing proposed. "If you're willing to join, I shall provide you with the medical formula, and how you choose to study it is entirely up to you." "Absolutely not," Feng Yan interjected sternly, furrowing his brow. "Mr. Shen's identity must not be easily revealed. A physician's duty is to heal and save lives. If one spends a lifetime hiding away, what purpose is there in learning medicine? What value is there in being a doctor?" Su Qing gently placed her hand over Feng Yan's, looking directly at Shen Guyu. "As long as one possesses sufficient strength, all schemes and deceptions will be rendered powerless. Even in death, one must uphold their dignity." Listening to Su Qing's words, Shen Guyu felt as if he had been enlightened. Indeed, by cowering like a turtle, how could he hope to elevate his master's medical skills? How could he seek vengeance for his master and cleanse the medicine valley? He needed to grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he secure a future. "All right, I accept your offer." Upon witnessing Shen Guyu's acquiescence, Su Qing nodded with satisfaction. Her smile seemed to promise something to Feng Yan, who sighed inwardly and returned her smile. After all, he stood behind her. Should anything arise, he would surely safeguard her. Yet, Su Qing harbored her own calculations. The military camp was no place for women, and after refining Shen Guyu's medical skills, placing him by Feng Yan's side would prove advantageous. Having secured Shen Guyu's assurance, Su Qing entrusted him with the prescription. He accepted it with care, promising to honor his word, and proceeded to the Huqing sect's medical facility. The room was soon left with only the Feng family and Su Qing. "Su Qing, do you realize which prescription might lead you to utter ruin in the future?" Despite his resolution to protect her, Feng Yan remained disapproving of Su Qing's actions. He took her hand gently, his demeanor tense as he spoke slowly. "Currently, the Feng family faces enemies on all fronts. If I cannot be by your side at all times, I fear the adversaries may bring you harm." "What is there to fear?" Feng Jiang interjected, her brows raised defiantly. "As long as our family stands united, what can we possibly dread? Moreover, we have the Feng family army at our disposal." "United as one family?" Su Qing's eyes sparkled with mirth. "You need not worry. That prescription, even if distributed among many, cannot be comprehended without extensive and meticulous research. Moreover, should they attempt to concoct the potion based on their own interpretations, its efficacy remains a mystery to all. In other words, I alone possess the ability to create such an extraordinary elixir. Besides, this prescription is merely a common and widely used formula in the Xinjiang continent. It holds no significance for me. After all, individuals like her, who are devoted to cultivation, typically possess lifespans measured in centuries." Chapter 86. Stepping out with confidence, Yan. How fares the military camp of late? With a shift in topic, Feng Jiang directed his gaze towards Feng Yan. "According to Zhang, you have not returned home for 2 days, spending your time in the military camp. Has something occurred?" Seeing that his father mentioned military affairs in front of Su Qing, Feng Yan felt a weight lift from his heart, realizing that his father did not view his young wife as a spy for the emperor, which brought him a flicker of joy. The Feng family army remained as usual. A year prior, the Tiger and Leopard camp had recruited several new soldiers, and recently, it was discovered that there were spies infiltrating the ranks. Feng Yan candidly recounted his recent activities, stating, "I have ordered the detention of all suspected individuals. Yet we have yet to ascertain the identity of the spy." Speaking of this matter, his eyes warmed slightly as he added, "I have dispatched messengers to the imperial city, and the emperor is exceedingly pleased, bestowing numerous jewels upon us." While Feng Yan maintained a calm demeanor, Su Qing perceived the disdain in Feng Zhang's eyes. In both overt and covert ways, Su Qing's role was to monitor and balance the Feng family on behalf of the royal family. The emperor undoubtedly hoped for their swift marriage. Although the Feng father and son treated her well, the thought of her identity left her feeling rather uncomfortable. "On the day of your grand wedding, the emperor will surely send envoys to convey his congratulations. If all goes as expected, it will be Su Zhong and your elder brother," Feng Zhang remarked, unable to restrain himself from slapping the table, a cold smile gracing his lips. "That Su old tortoise is certainly not coming with good intentions. We must be prepared." Feng Yan, concerned that Su Qing might feel discomfort upon hearing his father's curses directed at Su Zhong, gently squeezed her palm in a comforting gesture. Although raised in the countryside, she was, after all, nurtured by the Su family. Now that I am to be your wife, I am naturally a member of the Feng family, Su Qing declared, tilting her head and gently caressing his palm with her fingers. Besides, she added, I have no emotional ties to the Su family. He found himself increasingly enamored. Yet, Feng Yan sensed her solitude and whispered tenderly in her ear, from now on, I will be by your side, always. Su Qing responded with a radiant smile. Like the bright morning sun, Feng Jiang, witnessing the couple's sweet affection, also beamed with contentment. After Feng Jiang's medicinal bath, the family enjoyed a cheerful midday meal together. Feng Yan, accompanied by Zhu Mo and Su Qing, departed for the military camp. Feng Jiang then took Su Qing and her maidservants out, ostensibly to show Su Qing around Liang City. With Shun Giyu overseeing the medical clinic, Su Qing naturally deferred to the old gentleman. The two traveled by carriage to Liang City's most renowned tea house, where they reserved a private room. Feng Jiang promptly ordered the finest Biluakun and Gaoshan Yunwu teas. Shortly after the old man and young woman settled in, 3 or 4 gray-haired elders arrived uninvited. Upon entering the room, they initially thought they had entered the wrong chamber and were about to leave when they heard Feng Jiang's voice. After careful recognition, they identified Feng Jiang, their faces filled with disbelief. Had they not been longtime friends, they might not have recognized the person before them as Feng Jiang. Chapter 87. He looks so young. You wouldn't believe it. I was on my last breath, barely clinging to life. Zhang Lai thought to try anything, even a long shot, and to my surprise, this prescription actually worked. Behold, not only have I recovered from my illness, but I have also regained my youthful vigor. Thus I proclaim, virtuous deeds receive their just rewards. The heavens have not forsaken me. Su Qing sat beside, sipping her tea, quietly listening to Feng Jiang's earnest ramblings, her face betraying an undeniable smugness despite her composed demeanor. The elderly gentlemen around them appeared as though they had just consumed something utterly distasteful. These men, rugged veterans accustomed to the rigors of battle and the confines of military life, paid no heed to the delicate young lady in their midst, unleashing a torrent of coarse language upon Feng Jiang. After a bout of nonsense, Feng Jiang, glancing at his dearest comrade Yu Tian, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him and could not resist asking, What troubles you? Old Feng, you were ill for nearly half a year. So you surely remain unaware of the troubles plaguing old Yu's family, interjected another elderly gentleman. His daughter has fallen victim to a mysterious affliction, and despite consulting numerous doctors, no cure has been found. Perhaps the barefoot doctor who rescued you may possess a remedy. Barefoot doctors have no fixed practice. They wander where fate leads them, making their search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Upon hearing this, Feng Jiang instinctively glanced at his future daughter-in-law seated nearby. Su Qing had already discerned the dark aura enveloping Yu Tian upon their entrance, indicating that his household was afflicted by malevolent forces. However, being merely a junior, it was not her place to interject. Now that Feng Jiang had clearly sought her counsel, she nodded in agreement, indicating her willingness to investigate. To leave malevolence unbanished would jeopardize one's cultivation. As the conversation turned to Yu Tian's plight, the earlier light-hearted atmosphere dissipated, and upon witnessing Feng Jiang's rejuvenated state, the elders found it increasingly difficult to remain in each other's company. Within a mere 2 hours of gathering, they dispersed. Feng Jiang discreetly caught up with Yu Tian, suggesting they visit his home, expressing uncertainty about how much assistance he could provide. Yu Tian, unreserved, nodded in gratitude. Among their group, Feng Jiang was the most accomplished, having become a great general while still caring deeply for his brothers, which they always appreciated. After disembarking from the carriage, Su Qing followed closely behind the two men and raised her gaze to see a house ahead completely shrouded in dark mist. This must be the Yu residence. As Yu Tian led Feng Jiang and Su Qing through the door, they encountered an elderly woman. Sister-in-law, Feng Jiang immediately recognized her as Yu Tian's wife, Yuli. In just a few months, her hair had turned significantly gray, and the deepening lines on her face made her appear aged beyond her years. Yuli looked weary, lifting her tired eyes to the robust man before her, and after a long moment, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Feng Jiang? Yuli gazed incredulously at her husband, who nodded affirmatively, prompting her to muster a smile despite her fatigue. How have you changed so much? You look so youthful. Feng Jiang chuckled softly, shaking his head, and recounted the previous conversation he had shared with Yu Tian and others. The more Yuli listened, the more astonished she became. Such fortuitous news? Amid her amazement, her face was also marked with sorrow and regret. If only her daughter could encounter this barefoot physician, perhaps she wouldn't have fallen victim to such a peculiar illness. Even if afflicted, she could have been healed, alas. Chapter 88. The Strange Illness of the Yu Family. Old Yu, I recall that your daughter Chuya should be 16 this year. Am I correct? Feng Jiang inquired, noticing the increasingly somber mood of the Yu couple. Is she already engaged? Upon mentioning this matter, Yu Tian could not help but sigh repeatedly. Old third, I shall not conceal it from you. The Yu couple led Feng Jiang and Su Qing into the main hall, discussing how Cui Er's peculiar ailment began as they prepared to introduce her to a prospective suitor. Yu Tian invited Feng Jiang and Su Qing to take a seat, while Yuli brought refreshments for the two guests before settling down to listen to the conversation among the three. You know, I am the last among my brothers to start a family. After much anticipation, I finally have a daughter, whom I have cherished since childhood, treating her as if she were made of glass, fearing she might break. Yu Tian continued. After Cui Er came of age, there were indeed several suitors, many of whom possessed commendable prospects. However, we could not bear to part with her just yet. We thought to keep her by our side for another 2 years before arranging a marriage. Subsequently, Cui Hua met with that young Master Cheng a few times, but each encounter ended rather abruptly. When asked, she merely expressed her reluctance to wed. Yu Tian sighed deeply, continuing, as our daughter grows older, we thought it prudent to overlook her feelings, given the suitor's favorable qualities, and we accepted the betrothal gifts without consulting her. Is it any wonder that Cui Er has fallen ill? Old Yu, I must address this matter with you. It is indeed your fault, Feng Jiang interjected with a furrowed brow. How could you pressure Cui Er into marriage simply because she has reached a certain age? Ultimately, is it not true that in years past, you both declined the suitors who came calling? Have you considered that if Cui Er were to marry unhappily, would you find joy as her parents? Feng Jiang's words struck deep into the hearts of the elderly Yu couple, leaving Yuli particularly distressed. Yet, when it comes to marriage, old Yu, you are well aware of the circumstances surrounding my family. As Feng Jiang spoke, she could not help but indulge in her pride. Although Yan's marriage was bestowed by the emperor, and the capital buzzed with tales of a neglected foster daughter raised in the countryside, what did it matter? Both Yan and I are particularly fond of her. My daughter-in-law possesses beauty and kindness. Her demeanor is graceful. Thus, one should not place any trust in rumors, for fate cannot be forced. It was only then that Yulisha raised her gaze to scrutinize Su Qing more closely. Previously, she had only noticed Feng Jiang's youthful appearance. Wondering why she had brought a young girl along, it turned out this was indeed the daughter-in-law promised by the emperor. Third brother, it is not as such, Yu Tian said, truly having no inclination to entertain Feng Jiang's arrogance. He waved his hand dismissively. Cui Er is exceedingly filial, aware that we have accepted the betrothal gifts. She no longer mentions the matter of not marrying far away. Just 3 months before the Cheng family was to wed Cui Er, Yu Tian choked back his emotions, while Yulisha discreetly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. Cui Er suddenly fell ill with a strange ailment. Initially, she experienced an unbearable itch in her waist, which we all brushed off as trivial. However, days passed, and the itch persisted relentlessly. During her bath, a maid discovered something akin to a luminous growth on her waist. When Cui had touched it, she was horrified to find that scales, reminiscent of those of a serpent, had begun to form. We discreetly summoned a doctor to examine her. Yet those quacks merely claimed it was a skin infection and prescribed some medicine, assuring us it would heal soon. Yet, after 10 days of consuming the remedies, not only had the scales not diminished, but they had spread across her body like a plague. In her distress, Cui Er attempted to tear off the serpent-like scales, leading to profuse bleeding and unbearable pain. Chapter 89. The Strange Illness of the Yu Family. Part 2. Can such bizarre occurrences truly exist? Feng Jiang gazed at the Yu couple in disbelief. Had he not been acquainted with Yu Tian, he might have assumed they were recounting a fantastical tale. Meanwhile, Su Qing listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Yulisha, her voice choked with fear, recounted, since last month, Queer has been secretly consuming raw flesh behind our backs. Had it not been for her devoted maid who witnessed this and discreetly informed us, we might still be oblivious. Oh, old Feng, I genuinely fear that if this continues, my Queer will transform into a creature that devours raw meat. Tears glimmered in old Yu's eyes as he lamented. What shall we do? Is there truly such a peculiar affliction in this world? Upon hearing these words, Feng Jiang instinctively glanced at Su Qing, seemingly awaiting her response. May I meet Miss Yu? Su Qing, noticing the look in Feng Zhang's eyes, discerned from the earlier conversation that he shared a profound bond with them. She turned to the Yu couple and stated, "Perhaps I possess a means to persuade her." Yu Lishur was naturally reluctant. Her daughter had become unrecognizable, behaving like a wild beast. The thought of a stranger encountering her filled her with dread, fearing what frenzied actions might ensue. Moreover, should word of this spread, Queer's life would be irrevocably ruined. Gripping her sleeve tightly, Yu Lishur's apprehension deepened. Yu Tian surveyed Feng Jiang, then turned to Su Qing. She was Feng Zhang's daughter-in-law, and old Feng had already embraced her as part of the family. Given their years of brotherly camaraderie, he trusted the individuals whom old Feng held in high regard. Furthermore, as Su Qing and Shui'er were of similar age, there was a possibility she might be able to offer some solace to the young woman. Even if she couldn't persuade her, a conversation would be beneficial. With Yu Tian making all the significant decisions in the household, Yu Lishur could only comply with Yu Tian's decision and escorted Su Qing to her daughter's residence. Since Shui'er's affliction, most of the servants had been dismissed, retaining only the cook and 2 maids for laundry. Yu Lishur's voice faltered, resentment evident as she lamented, "My daughter was once so obedient and sensible. Why has she been subjected to such a fate?" Su Qing remained silent, simply following behind Yu Lishur, offering no response. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Qing observed that the windows of the house had been boarded up from the outside, and the door was secured with a large padlock. Whether it was the scent of a stranger or the scales acting up, a woman's roar emanated from within, akin to that of a wild beast, accompanied by the sounds of chains and long nails scraping against the walls. Yu Lishur's tears flowed uncontrollably at the sound. "Miss Su, if you truly wish to see her, please go alone. I still cannot bear to witness Shui'er's transformation into such an unseemly state." Yu Lishur choked out, pressing a key into Su Qing's hand. "Do not approach her too closely," she cautioned, her head bowed. "And be wary of her causing you harm." Su Qing accepted the key and nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, Madam Yu." With that, she turned and unlocked the door. Yu Lishur stood outside the courtyard gate, watching Su Qing enter the room, closing the door behind her. A silent expression of worry crossed her face, but she refrained from uttering a word of protest. The instant the door sealed shut, the room succumbed to gloom. With only a sliver of light piercing through the chinks in the boarded-up window, barely enough to discern a figure huddled in the depths. Yet, such a tenebrous ambience did not discomfit Su Qing. She retained lucidity over all within. Gradually, the room's pungent, cloying stench of blood was supplanted by the delicate fragrance of osmanthus emanating from Su Qing. Chapter 90. The Peculiar Ailment of the Yu Family. Part 3. With a clatter and clang of iron chains, a formidable gust of wind surged towards Su Qing, obliterating the table before her. Su Qing's gaze turned glacial as she languidly extended a single digit. The wind stilled abruptly. A monstrosity, its form entirely sheathed in cerulean serpentine scales, fixed its golden ophidian eyes upon Su Qing. Though its hands and neck were bound by hefty chains, it possessed the liberty to roam within the confines of the chamber. Su Qing's digit rested precisely upon the monster's brow, rendering it immobile. "Miss Yu," Su Qing intoned, her gaze fixed upon the golden, vertical pupils. "I have come to assist you." "Hiss," the monster hissed, its forked tongue darting out as it lunged to bite Su Qing, its elongated, purplish-black talons raking the air. Yet its body remained paralyzed. Su Qing retreated a measured 2 paces, precisely to the chain's maximum extent, rendering her impervious to the monster's frenzied attacks. While she observed the creature's rabid attempts to pounce upon her, "Has its consciousness been entirely consumed?" she mused, her lips pursing in resignation. "If so, this presents a considerable quandary." Su Qing espied a sachet suspended from the monster's waist, and a glimmer of delight flickered in her eyes. "Miss Yu, do you still remember Lin Xiuxing?" Upon hearing the name, the creature abruptly ceased its frenzied motions, staring blankly at Su Qing. Suddenly, its pupils dilated, and it writhed in agony before collapsing to the ground. A faint smile graced Su Qing's lips. It appeared her plan was unfolding, as expected of her. She retrieved a talisman from her spatial realm and cast it forth. The talisman penetrated the creature's body, significantly diminishing its pained groans. And soon the room fell into a hushed silence, save for the weak breaths of the woman. "Are you feeling a bit more lucid now? Miss Yu, I can cure your affliction, but I require your cooperation." The curse upon Yu Chui had seeped deeply into her consciousness, as her self-awareness continued to be devoured. Such moments of clarity would dwindle, ultimately leading her to transform entirely into a monster and perish in the process. Su Qing had always favored a forthright approach, carrying the authority of one in power. As long as you can heal my ailment, Yu Chui's voice was exceedingly frail. I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire. Su Qing flipped her palm, presenting a pill beside Yu Chui's lips. Consume this. Yu Chui, already tormented into a wretched state, would accept even poison at this point. Meanwhile, Yu Tian and his wife, along with Feng Jiang, were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Su Qing enter, they promptly ceased their discourse, with Yu Tian and his wife gazing at Su Qing with urgent anticipation. What is the situation? Feng Jiang inquired. After Yuli left with Su Qing, Feng Jiang had informed Yu Tian that his beautiful daughter-in-law had opened a medical clinic in Liangsheng, where her skills were commendable. Yet, she had not mentioned that her severe illness had been treated by Su Qing. The rare and enigmatic goo worms are found exclusively among the royal family of the northern frontier. Should they learn of Su Qing's ability to control these worms, it would surely spell disaster for her. Yu Tian, initially managing a faint smile, was consumed by fatigue and despair. Realizing that such an unusual affliction in a daughter was a rarity in the world, he did not wish to indulge in futile hopes only to face disappointment. Yet, listening to Feng Jiang's praises of Su Qing, a flicker of hope ignited within him, yearning for a miracle. Su Qing remarked, "Fortunately, the situation is not too dire." Yu Chui retained a semblance of self-awareness. Resolving the curse upon her was not an insurmountable task. Chapter 91. 2 Matters that can cure illness. Feng Jiang, upon hearing the future daughter-in-law's words, understood that the Yu family's daughter was indeed salvageable, and his demeanor brightened. However, Yu Tian and his wife were utterly astonished. How could such a bizarre illness be deemed not too bad? Was this young lady merely speaking whimsically, or did she genuinely possess the capability? Yu Tian instinctively turned to Feng Jiang, his face awash with incredulity. What are you staring at? Old Yu, I must say, your luck is truly remarkable, Feng Jiang declared, his voice resonating with assurance. My daughter-in-law can cure your daughter's ailment. Yu Tian, well acquainted with Feng Jiang's character, knew he would never jest when it came to matters of life. What medicinal herbs are required to treat my daughter? He inquired, his tone increasingly animated, a tremor of anticipation in his voice. Whatever it takes, no matter how rare or difficult the requirements, I shall procure them all if Su Qing speaks but a word. Su Qing took a sip of her tea, her tone serene. Is it true that you will undertake any arduous task? Yu Tian and his wife nodded fervently. Very well. If you truly wish for your daughter to recover, you must accomplish 2 tasks. Yu Tian hastily replied, as long as Chuia can recover, I would not hesitate to return not just 2, but 100 or even 1,000 gifts. Su Qing raised an eyebrow and stated, First, today you shall dissolve the engagement with the Chung family and return all the betrothal gifts in full. Remember, not a single item must be missing. Second, Miss Yu must wed Lin Xiaoshan before the hour of the rat tonight. Upon the completion of these 2 tasks, Miss Yu's ailment would be alleviated by 90%. For the remaining 10%, I shall prescribe a remedy tomorrow, and she shall be completely cured. Hearing the name Lin Xiaoshan, Madame Yu's eyes widened in surprise, and tears once again brimmed in her eyes. Miss Su, did Chuia inform you of Lin Xiaoshan? Has she regained her senses? Madame Yu lamented. Had I known it would come to this, I should have consented to their union from the beginning. Yu Tian, upon hearing this, instantly understood the implications. Feeling a pang of sorrow, otherwise Chuia would have been a wife by now, spared from such torment. Just as the couple was preparing to head to the Chung residence, they spotted their daughter approaching, her frail figure so delicate that a mere gust of wind could sweep her away. Chuia? Are you all right? The daughter before them no longer bore the peculiar serpent scales. Although pale from her illness, her expression was as ordinary as anyone else's, devoid of any oddness, filling them with overwhelming joy. I have merely alleviated her suffering. If these 2 matters are not resolved, by the hour of the rat, Miss Yu will transform into a monster entirely, Su Qing warned, observing the couple's elation. Once she becomes a monster, she will perish within half an hour. You must hasten. Upon hearing these words, the Yu couple hastily comforted their daughter with a few words before setting off to the Chung family without delay. Feng Jiang, fearing that the Yu couple might suffer misfortune, decided to accompany them. Yu Chui watched her parents depart, and with tears welling in her eyes, she approached Su Qing and bowed respectfully, asking, Will my strange illness truly be cured? At this moment, she had regained her original appearance and seen her family. Yet deep within, Yu Chui still found it hard to believe. Just a moment ago, she had existed like a monstrous being. Now, though her beauty had been restored, the joy it brought felt almost surreal. If the Qing family were to agree to annul the engagement, it would signify a significant step toward success. Su Qing responded, emphasizing that the most crucial factor remained Lin Qiushun's true intentions, whether he still genuinely wished to marry her. Upon hearing Su Qing mention Lin Qiushun, Yu Chui's pale face slightly flushed, though her eyes betrayed a sense of confusion. Chapter 92. Such hostility towards him. Qiushun was originally a servant doing odd jobs for our family, Yu Chui slowly revealed, lowering her gaze. He once saved my life. And in gratitude, I wished to make some pastries for him. As we exchanged these gestures, we gradually became acquainted. I later discovered he was well educated, however. Due to his elder brother's injury and their family's lack of funds for medical treatment, he took his brother's place to earn some silver. We adhered to propriety. Yet my father eventually became aware of our relationship. Enraged, he believed Qiushun was using his act of saving me to win my affection, with ulterior motives of wanting to marry into the Yu family. To sever our budding connection, my father accepted the Qing family's betrothal gifts behind my back. Subsequently, my mother entered my room, offering gentle persuasion. Naturally, I was unyielding, and ultimately, they had no choice but to reveal the truth. The Qing family had accepted the betrothal gifts, and in Liangcheng, both the Qing and Yu families held their dignity in high regard. At this point, Yu Chui's voice trembled with emotion. I had resigned myself to the notion that my fate with Qiushun was sealed, and since that day, I had not encountered him again. The Yu family had dispatched someone to inform him of the engagement with the Qing family, almost as if bestowing charity, along with a small sum of silver. Lin Qiushun, in a fit of despair, fell gravely ill. As Su Qing spoke, she observed Yu Chui's anxious expression and sighed, stating that his affliction was a matter of the heart, and only a remedy from the heart could cure it. Once the elders of the Yu family rescinded the engagement with the Qing family, and you wed Lin Qiushun, your own ailment would be considered healed. Yu Chui nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with resolve and joy. I had believed that we would never meet again in this lifetime. Yet the prospect of being together seemed like a dream. Just as Su Qing and Yu Chui exited the Yu residence, they heard voices emanating from a nearby alley. With a composed demeanor, Su Qing strode forward, only to find a figure standing before Mu Yao, who had been guarding the carriage. It was Zhao Yang, an unwelcome presence. Su Qing's expression hardened as she observed him conversing with Mu Yao, who remained icy and unresponsive. Zhao Inspector, Su Qing remarked with a cold laugh. Was my previous warning insufficiently clear? Miss Su. Zhao Yang's countenance shifted momentarily upon noticing her, but he quickly donned a naive smile, stating, I happened to see Miss Mu here alone while patrolling the streets, so I thought I might check if there was anything I could assist with. Mu Yao circumvented Zhao Yang, assisting Yu Chui into the carriage before taking a seat at the edge, expertly guiding the carriage away from the alley and gradually departing. Su Qing watched as the carriage exited the narrow passage and entered the bustling street. Miss Su, is there some misunderstanding between us? Zhao Yang scratched his head, having pondered repeatedly over the past few days, convinced that he had never offended her. He could not fathom why Su Qing harbored such animosity towards him. With a simple smile, he said, I am just a straightforward man. If I have wronged you in any way, I sincerely apologize. However, I hope you can voice your grievances so that I may be more mindful in the future. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yang felt as though he were being scrutinized by a fearsome beast. A chill crept down his spine, and cold sweat broke out as he instinctively retreated until his back collided with the wall, leaving him with no escape. Chapter 93. You are utterly weak. Miss Suyu. At that moment, Zhao Yang's eyes gleamed with menace. The appearance of innocence now vanished. Yet, Su Qing swiftly seized Zhao Yang by the throat. His eyes widened in panic, desperate to resist, but his body felt utterly powerless, akin to a fish upon a cutting board. The smile on Su Qing's lips grew ever sweeter as she tilted her head, observing Zhao Yang's agony. Still do not understand? Let me clarify further. Duan Mu Yao is now under my command. Her tone was mockingly playful. Zhao Yang's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as he stared intently at the woman before him, attempting to speak, but failing to produce any sound. Very few knew that Rui was indeed Duan Mu Yao. How could this woman, rumored to have been raised in a rural estate, possess knowledge of Rui's true identity? As Su Qing spoke, she felt Zhao Yang struggling vigorously to break free. She chuckled and tightened her grip, causing Zhao Yang to experience an even more profound difficulty in breathing. Damn it, this woman truly intends to choke the life out of him. With this thought, a primal sense of panic and fear surged within Zhao Yang. Who on earth are you? He rasped, his voice strained. Zhao Yang was now certain that this woman was not the Su Qing they had been investigating. Releasing her grip, Su Qing simultaneously infused a talisman into his body. Zhao Yang's body slammed violently against the wall, the pain searing and excruciating. "What have you done to me?" he exclaimed, witnessing the talisman fully merge within him, disregarding the pain as he instinctively clawed at his chest in terror. "You won't die," Su Qing remarked, observing Zhao Yang's expression of sheer fright, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. "The talisman bears names. Should you harbor murderous intent towards them, you will endure unbearable agony. The more intense your murderous thoughts, the greater the pain." She certainly would not act recklessly, for such actions would tarnish her moral cultivation. However, if Zhao Yang could not withstand the torment and chose to take his own life, it would be of no concern to her. Zhao Yang had never believed in such supernatural claims, yet he soon found himself racked with pain, one hand pressed tightly against his chest, gritting his teeth and spitting. "You truly have a cruel heart." Compared to you all, I am already quite merciful," Su Qing replied dismissively. "I advise you to abandon any thoughts of killing me. Otherwise, if you die from the pain, you cannot blame me." With that, Su Qing turned away and headed towards the Chung residence. She understood that the Yu couple's desire to annul the engagement would not be easily fulfilled. As Su Qing had anticipated, regardless of how Yu Tian expressed his concerns, even informing the Chung family of Yu Chui's grave illness, the Chung family remained steadfast in their refusal to annul the engagement, merely acquiescing to postpone the wedding date. Just as the Yu couple found themselves at a loss, Su Qing was ushered in by a servant of the Qing family. She stood behind the Yu couple, while Feng Jiang positioned himself beside her, offering protection. "Who is this?" the Qing young master inquired, his gaze instantly captivated by Su Qing, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "This is Miss Su Qing," Feng Jiang replied, observing the Qing young master's lingering gaze upon his daughter-in-law. He shot a warning glare, feeling an urge to intervene. As he thought to himself, this fellow truly deserves a reprimand. Yu Tian discerned the vexation brewing within his old friend from Feng Jiang's tone. "Su Qing. What a splendid name," the Qing young master continued, his eyes fixated on her. "Old master Yu, are you truly intent on breaking the engagement?" Although the question was directed at Yu Tian, his gaze never strayed from Su Qing. "Is the Qing young master willing to annul the engagement?" Yuli exclaimed in surprise. Naturally, while such matters are typically settled by the parents, one must acknowledge that a forced union bears no sweetness. I am not one to act without reason. However, should the engagement be dissolved, the citizens of Liancheng will undoubtedly have much to say about it. If an annulment is to be considered, I have a condition. Pray, do tell, as long as the Yu family can fulfill it. Provided that Miss Su is willing to marry me, I shall readily agree to the annulment. Not only do I consent to dissolve the engagement with your family, but I shall also double the betrothal gifts. The assembly was momentarily taken aback, and Yu Tian's face flushed with embarrassment. "Indulge in your fanciful dreams." Feng Jiang, brimming with vigor, let out a resounding roar as he raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the chest of the young master of the Chung family, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Let me reiterate, she is the daughter-in-law of the Feng family. Do you dare to speak disrespectfully to my son's wife? Do you harbor grievances against the emperor's decree of marriage? Or do you hold discontent towards the Feng residents? Do you intend to defy the imperial command regarding my daughter-in-law's union with you?" Upon hearing this, the Chung family members turned ashen. At that moment, they realized that the robust man seated nearby was indeed Feng Jiang, and that Su Qing was the very one bestowed upon Feng Yan by the emperor. Yu Tian observed the Qing family's dismay and felt a deep sense of shame for having previously considered the young master of the Qing family to be of good character and appearance. He pondered the potential grievances his daughter might endure if she were to marry into such a family. With this in mind, Yu Tian resolutely informed the Qing family that the marriage must be annulled, whether they liked it or not. Initially, the Qing family had spoken with insolence, but now, faced with Feng Jiang's imposing presence, they hastily helped their young master to his feet, no longer daring to be audacious. They consented to the annulment, and Yu Tian stated that he would return the betrothal gifts in full the following day. Standing behind Feng Jiang, Su Qing watched her future father-in-law protect her so fiercely. Feeling an unexpected fondness for the old man, and a smile crept onto her lips. Meanwhile, Yuli, recalling that her daughter was to marry a humble villager that very day, felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, considering the peculiar illness her daughter had suffered, which had caused her much torment, she recognized that nothing was more important than her daughter's health and well-being. Consequently, she decided to purchase a substantial amount of wedding items along the way. After Yu Chui found the Lin family, matters did not proceed smoothly. The Lin family perceived Yu Chui as a seductress, believing she had tormented their youngest son beyond recognition. They were not only unwilling to allow Yu Chui to meet Lin Xiuxin, but also brandished a broom, intending to drive the two away. However, Mu Yao, displaying extraordinary strength, snatched the broom and flung it outside, glaring fiercely at the onlookers. Only then did Yu Chui have the opportunity to meet Lin Xiuxin. Mu Yao remained vigilantly in the courtyard, while the Lin family refrained from uttering a word, uncertain of the conversation occurring within and too apprehensive to intrude. When the door reopened, Yu Chui was seen supporting Lin Xiuxin as they exited the house, both wearing expressions of newfound joy, having resolved their previous grievances. The family could only watch helplessly as the three departed in a carriage. Chapter 95, The Grand Wedding of the Yu family. Feng Jiang, feeling triumphant, rearranged the chessboard, intending to engage in another match. Yu Tian, feeling exasperated, thought to himself that old Feng, well aware of his concerns regarding his daughter's visit to the Lin family, had chosen this moment to challenge him to a game of nonsense. He even had the audacity to claim Yu Tian's chess skills were lacking. How shameless. At that moment, Lin Xiuxin, supported by Yu Chui and a servant, entered the residence, with Mu Yao closely following. Upon seeing the expressions of the Yu family elders change slightly, Lin Xiuxin weakly approached, performing a greeting with both hands. Esteemed Mr. Yu, Madam Yu. Yu Tian, observing Lin Xiuxin's precarious state, could not help but sigh inwardly. It had only been a short time since they last met. How had he deteriorated so? He thought, we shall soon be one family. Please, take a seat. Lin Xiuxin's face lit up with joy at these words, but upon turning to see the grim countenance of Yu Lixi, he hesitated, quietly taking a seat to the side. The hour is drawing near, and preparations for the grand wedding of the two newlyweds must be hastened. Su Qing, observing the fading light, reminded them that the marriage ceremony must be completed today. Otherwise, Miss Yu's health would remain beyond salvation. Upon hearing these words, Yu Chui and Lin Xiuxin exchanged glances, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Yu Lixi, aware that her daughter's recovery hinged upon the union, sighed inwardly. Chuier, come with me into the house. I shall ensure you are adorned beautifully for your marriage. Yu Chui shyly nodded, casting a lingering glance at Lin Xiuxin before slowly rising to follow Yu Lixi inside. Su Qing looked at Mu Yao and gestured with her chin, prompting Mu Yao to follow suit. Seeing Yu Tian's dazed expression, Feng Jiang wondered what occupied his thoughts and patted his old companion on the back. Old Yu, with such a significant event as Chuier's wedding, shouldn't you be inviting the brothers over for a lively gathering? This remark jolted Yu Tian from his reverie, and he promptly sprang to his feet, exclaiming in agreement. He hastily drafted a simple guest list and, with a beaming smile, instructed the household servants to invite those on the list. Observing the Yu family finally bustling with festivity, Feng Jiang dispatched a messenger to the military camp to summon Feng Yan. After all, they were now relatives by marriage. Yu Tian ordered the servants to hurry and fetch the Lin family in a grand carriage. As he watched the Yu family courtyard adorned with vibrant decorations, Feng Jiang felt his spirits lift. Shao Qing, would you like to take a stroll? I shall take you to purchase some delightful pastries from Qing Rui, the finest confectionery in Liangsheng, albeit at a rather steep price. Very well, she replied. Su Qing smiled and nodded. After having just dealt with Zhao Yang, she indeed felt hungry. The two joyfully set out to purchase some pastries. Yan Er, upon spotting his son standing at the door, immediately recognized he had come to escort Su Qing. As expected, Feng Yan walked straight towards Su Qing, taking the bag of pastries from her hand with one hand, while the other gently brushed away the crumbs from the corner of her mouth. Father, Feng Yan glanced briefly at Feng Jiang before turning his attention to Su Qing. Do you enjoy the pastries from Qing Rui? Quite so, Su Qing replied, reaching to grasp Feng Yan's large hand, which he deftly turned to securely hold her smaller one. The taste differs from what is made in the residence. The servants of the Yu family were bustling about, preparing for the wedding banquet, and Feng Jiang, not wishing to burden his daughter-in-law, took it upon himself to pack small bundles of pastries for purchase. Ah, a son grows up and is no longer to be kept. His eyes are only for his wife, he chuckled. Let us go inside and discuss further. Having reached the door, there was little point in lingering in the Yu residence, while the Lin family was somewhat displeased. Given that their youngest son had been thoroughly vexed by the Yu family, their hearts were nevertheless filled with concern. Now, seeing Lin Xiuxin dressed in a bright red wedding robe and being well cared for by the servants, a long-awaited smile spread across his face, bringing some comfort to the Lin family. Although the number of guests at the wedding banquet was modest, the atmosphere was lively amidst the cheers of the attendees. With a resonant command from the officiant, the newlyweds were gently guided into the bridal chamber. Su Qing, has Chui's illness been cured in this way? At the main table, Feng Jiang observed as Yu Tian coaxed the elderly patriarch of the Lin family into drinking. Tilting her head, she lowered her voice to inquire. Wasn't it said that consuming raw meat was necessary? Has that also been resolved? Feng Yan, who was listening nearby, furrowed his brow and took a sip from his wine glass. The son of the Chung family had once been married, but when the Chung family fell into misfortune, they sought counsel and were told that only by marrying to uplift their fortunes could they regain their former glory, leading to the union with the current Mrs. Qing. However, the Chung family looked down upon her, and once their business began to flourish, they treated her with cold words and indifference. To avoid gossip, they even relegated her to a side courtyard, deceitfully claiming she was merely a distant relative. Feng Yan noticed Su Qing glance at her wine glass, and he reached over to take it, downing its contents in one go before pouring her a cup of floral tea. The rose tea was fragrant and delightful. Do take a sip, he encouraged. Su Qing's cheeks flushed slightly as she found it amusing. It seemed her previous drunken antics had led to considerable mischief. After taking a sip of the floral tea, she remarked, this lady had once dabbled in some mystical arts, and it was love at first sight for her with young Master Chung, leading her to marry him. Now, not only is she treated with disdain, but she must also endure the sight of him taking another wife. Naturally, she would be unwilling and thus cast a spell upon Miss Yu. Now that the Chung family has called off the engagement, the potency of the curse has significantly diminished. As long as Miss Yu formally becomes a wife, the curse will essentially be lifted. However, due to the prolonged duration of the spell upon her, it has developed a life of its own within her, necessitating its eradication for her to fully recover. Feng Jiang was taken aback. She had not anticipated that such an unusual ailment could unveil such sordid secrets of the Qing family, and a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. The young man from the Qing family, though appearing respectable, harbors thoughts of taking a second wife despite already having a legitimate spouse, and even dares to forcefully claim you as his own. Such audacity is truly staggering. Were it the me of yesteryears, I would surely confront him at every opportunity. Humph. Feng Yan's demeanor turned icy at Feng Jiang's indifferent remark. His gaze darkened as he directed it towards the woman beside him, his thumb rhythmically rubbing against his index finger, exhibiting both urgency and inquiry. Su Qing noticed this subtle gesture, her eyes sparkling with realization. This was the sign of her senior brother's anger. Is he feeling jealous? He had previously advised her not to rush into anger. A smile blossomed on Su Qing's lips as she grasped his large hand, narrowing her eyes in amusement, however. Considering he was thoroughly beaten by the old master, he is likely bedridden at this moment. Upon hearing this, Feng Yan's oppressive aura gradually dissipated. As Su Qing observed Feng Yan's expression returning to normal, she curiously inquired, aren't you curious as to how I know so much about the Qing family? Feng Yan gently placed a piece of fish fin into her bowl, his voice soft and tender. As long as your heart is with me and the Feng family, whatever you choose to do, I will protect you. Chapter 97. My heart belongs only to you. Feng Yan, with a touch of tenderness, reiterated his commitment. As long as your heart is with me and the Feng family, whatever you choose to do, I will protect you. His heart, too, naturally leaned towards her, safeguarding her. A warmth spread through Su Qing's heart, and a gentle smile graced her lips as she leaned her head against Feng Yan's shoulder. My heart has always been directed towards you, and only you. Su Qing was aware that Feng Yan had yet to recall the memories of his elder brother, and this trust filled her heart with a warm sensation. Her voice grew ever softer as she inquired, if I wish to discuss matters pertaining to the military camp, would you suspect me to be a spy? At the mention of the military camp, even Feng Jiang's gaze turned towards Su Qing. Of course not, Feng Yan replied gently, his eyes warm as he regarded her. Speak freely, I am listening. Su Qing then directed her attention to Feng Jiang. For although Feng Yan held the title of a major general, it was this venerable elder who truly commanded authority within the military. I share the same sentiments as Yan. Feng Jiang acknowledged, nodding graciously. Su Qing, we shall soon be family. Feel free to express yourself without reservation. Seeing their agreement, Su Qing glanced toward Yu Tian and others who were chatting nearby. After your thorough investigation, she turned to Feng Yan and said, have you identified any suspects among the 8 individuals in question? Feng Yan's heart skipped a beat. Prior to this meeting, he had conferred with Deputy Commander Dong and others. And indeed, they had pinpointed 8 individuals as the most likely suspects. He was curious how Su Qing had come by this information, but gazing into her clear eyes, he felt a sudden sense of clarity. A voice within him firmly asserted that should Su Qing desire it, uncovering any truth would be but a trivial endeavor. Feng Jiang, sharing blood with Su Qing, harbored no doubts. Yes, Feng Yan confirmed with a nod. Su Qing's words resonated with conviction, bringing joy to Feng Yan's heart. Who is it? Speak, and I shall not lay a finger on him. He Chao Liang. Is it truly him? Feng Yan replied, somewhat astonished, furrowing his brow. According to our inquiries, among the 8, his suspicion is the least significant. Throughout history, few exceptional individuals have truly ascended to the heights they desired. Su Qing's candid remarks enveloped the father and son in silence. Feng Yan caressed the delicate porcelain wine cup, lost in contemplation. If you doubt this, you may issue orders tonight to release these 8 individuals and subsequently assign vigilant surveillance. This informant will undoubtedly take action. Su Qing regarded Feng Yan earnestly, emphasizing, you must remember, do not kill him. Just as Feng Yan was about to respond, Yu Tian approached with the old man Lin, seeking to drink with Feng Jiang. Feng Yan ceased his discourse, merely nodding at Su Qing. Yu Tian, his face alight with joy, pointed at Feng Jiang, exclaiming, this is my dearest brother, Feng Jiang. He is renowned as the divine warrior of our southern nation. Old man Lin gazed incredulously at the robust Feng Jiang, unable to reconcile the youthful visage before him with the legendary General Feng he had heard of. Savoring the astonishment on Lin's face, Feng Jiang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After downing his drink with exuberance, he joined the two. Chapter 98. The crucial rescue. Amidst the raucous revelry, time slipped away. Feng Yan observed Feng Jiang teetering precariously and rubbed his temples, hastening to support his elder. Lin's father, perceiving his son's questionable behavior, intended to deliver a reprimanding slap. But fearing Lin Xiuxing's frail constitution, he merely pretended, lightly patting his back. Lin Xiuxing's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling aggrieved yet compelled by his wife's wishes. He maneuvered through the crowd to stand before Su Qing, offering a respectful bow. Miss Su, Chuier requests your presence indoors. Upon hearing Lin Xiuxing's words, several elderly gentlemen suddenly regained their senses, realizing that Yu Chui's condition had reached a critical juncture. Su Qing released her hold on Feng Yan's hand, rising to follow Lin Xiuxing to the backyard. Feng Jiang and Yu Tian could only watch helplessly. Torn between the desire to accompany them and the fear of disrupting Su Qing's medical consultation, they found themselves unable to drink any more wine. Feng Yan contemplated the direction in which Su Qing had departed and, after a moment of reflection, decided to follow her. However, upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, he chose to remain outside, settling onto a stone bench to wait. Su Qing entered the newlyweds chamber with Lin Xiuxing, where Yu Chui was adorned in a striking red bridal gown, intricately embroidered with golden lotus patterns. The pink outlines accentuated the vibrancy of the petals, while the hem was crafted from exquisite blue satin, complemented by delicately embroidered red shoes. As Su Qing observed Yu Chui adorned with a gold hairpin embedded with rubies, seated at the edge of the bed, she noted the bride's flushed complexion and the alluring glint in her eyes. Upon catching sight of Lin Xiuxing behind Su Qing, Yu Chui quickly lowered her gaze, her cheeks reddening further. It was evident that the Yu family was of noble lineage. Su Qing found herself reminiscing about her own wedding to Feng Yan, pondering how she might have adorned herself for such an occasion. But then, she mused, with her unparalleled beauty, even with disheveled hair, she would still captivate. In terms of grace and poise, Su Qing had always maintained a firm grasp. Even in the realm of the Xinjiang continent. You shall guard the entrance, Su Qing instructed Lin Xiuxing, standing at the door. No matter what transpires within or any sounds that may arise, I forbid anyone from entering. Lin Xiuxing cast a worried glance at his wife inside the room, his mouth slightly agape as if he wished to voice a plea for permission to stay. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, her demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze, and remarked, if you insist on staying, next year on this day, you may light incense at her grave. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiuxing's face turned ashen, and he dared not utter another word. He solemnly nodded and, after exiting the room, stood vigilantly at the door with a grave expression. Chapter 99. The crucial rescue. 2. Su Qing closed the door and turned her attention to Yu Chui by the bedside. Yu Chui gripped her dress tightly, her entire being radiating tension. Do not be afraid. It will be over soon, Su Qing reassured her as she approached. Just lie down. After a brief nod, Yu Chui reclined on the bed, her throat constricting with anxiety. Though her heart was still plagued by fear, she endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. Su Qing stood before her, waved her sleeve, and with a gentle closing of her eyes, Yu Chui succumbed to slumber. Su Qing reached forth to unfasten the clasp at Yu Chui's collar, revealing the marks on her neck, evidence of their union. She slightly tugged at the fabric, exposing a protrusion near the heart, resembling a serpentine entity coiled within. With a deft motion, she retrieved a dagger from her spatial realm. Although referred to as a dagger, it was no larger than the palm of her hand. The blade, entirely black, emitted a faint greenish hue under the flickering light, with intricate patterns barely discernible upon its surface. The edge was remarkably sharp. Su Qing, grasping the dagger, gently made an incision at Yu Chui's chest. In an instant, a terrifying black serpent erupted from the wound, baring its venomous fangs as it lunged menacingly towards Su Qing. Su Qing raised her sword, drawing a semicircle in the air. When the black serpent suddenly collided heavily with an invisible barrier, producing a thunderous sound. Nevertheless, it remained with its gaping maw open, expelling blood-red forked tongue towards Su Qing while emitting a hissing noise. With an expression of impassiveness, Su Qing gazed at the sentient curse before her, delicately placing a finger upon the serpent's brow. The black serpent's golden eyes widened, its vertical pupils began to lose their focus, and its tail abruptly ruptured, blood gushing forth from the wound as it let out a pained howl, writhing in the air. As the serpent's thrashing began to subside, Su Qing raised her hand to inscribe a talisman upon it, and the black serpent vanished like a wisp of smoke within the room. After its disappearance, Su Qing approached and bent down to administer a pill to Yu Chui. The wound on Yu Chui's chest, which had been seeping blood, swiftly healed, and her skin regained its smoothness. With another flick of her hand, the traces of blood vanished without a trace. Upon exiting the room, Lin Xiaoxing hurriedly approached, his mouth opening as if to speak, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Su Qing smiled faintly and nodded at him, causing Lin Xiaoxing's face to light up with joy as he rushed into the room without a second thought. As she left the small courtyard, Su Qing spotted Feng Yan seated on a stone bench, accompanied by several inebriated elderly men who were boisterously recounting their past glories and humorous misadventures. Among the gathered crowd, only Yu Lixia rushed forward upon seeing Su Qing approach. "Miss Su, how is Chui's condition? Has she been cured?" Upon noticing the Lin family anxiously gazing towards them by the stone table, Su Qing realized they were aware of Yu Chui's illness, though unaware of its specifics, and assumed it to be akin to their own son's lovesickness. Given this, she refrained from speaking and merely nodded to Yu Lixia. A look of joy illuminated Yu Lixia's face, her eyes brimming with tears, suggesting that Chui was indeed all right. Reflecting on the family's recent fears and anxieties, she could not hold back the tears that rolled down her cheeks, suddenly aware that such emotions were inappropriate on her daughter's wedding day, and hastily wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Once she had composed herself, her smile returned, rendering her more agreeable in the eyes of her in-laws. She promptly instructed the servants to prepare several guest rooms, as it appeared this group intended to stay the night. Chapter 100, Qing. Meeting you is my greatest fortune in this lifetime. Su Qing lifted her gaze to the round moon hanging in the night sky. In a gentle voice, she remarked, "The moonlight is exquisite. I wish to take a stroll." "Very well, I shall accompany you." After leaving the Yu residence, the two walked hand in hand under the moonlight, slowly making their way towards the Feng residence, while Mu Yao and Zhu Imo trailed at a distance. "Feng Yan, if you wish, you may call me a yin." Feng Yan sounds rather unfamiliar. "All right, a yin," Su Qing replied with a smile, linking her arm with Feng Yan's. "In that case, you cannot refer to me as Su Qing either." A yin, how pleasing to the ear. "May I call you Qing?" The name Qing, spoken in Feng Yan's deep voice, made Su Qing's ears flush and her body tingle. "Very well. Qing, hee, how delightful." As they journeyed together, the two shared tender moments, occasionally interrupted by the patrolling guards' inquiries. Yet, as Su Qing gazed at their elongated shadows intertwined in the moonlight, a radiant smile graced her lips. Suddenly, several orbs of white light, akin to the size of Cat's eyes, swiftly entered Su Qing's body, bestowing upon her a sense of divine favor that further uplifted her spirits. What could be more delightful? Feng Yan, acutely aware of the little woman's joyous demeanor, felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as well. Indeed, many in this world are unable to remain with their beloved, yet Miss Yu is fortunate. Su Qing rested her delicate head upon Feng Yan's shoulder, her voice soft and her eyes glistening like dew. "A yin, meeting you is my fortune." At that moment, Feng Yan's heart melted, and he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Qing, encountering you is the greatest blessing of my life." Feng Yan accompanied Su Qing to the entrance of Xiangling Garden. Please, do enter. You must be weary. Rest early tonight. His words were laced with deep reluctance. Watching Su Qing wave goodbye as she stepped inside, he turned away to leave. Master, everything is proceeding as planned. Su Qing is keeping watch over there. Feng Yan nodded and replied, let us head to the military camp. Upon entering the room, Mu Yao hurriedly approached, eager to relay the information gathered that day. The doctors from the Pharmacy Valley invited by the Feng and Shang families will arrive in Liang City tomorrow. We have confirmed that this individual is Su Qing, a disciple of the current head of the Pharmacy Valley. What is his medical expertise? He ranks 6th in the Pharmacy Valley. 6th? He must possess some skill then. Unfortunately, the patient is Feng Qingling. Yes, I understand. Mu Yao opened her mouth, her expression fraught with confusion. After much hesitation, she found herself at a loss for words. How? Master, Zhao Yang. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Su Qing. Instinctively, Mu Yao glanced at her master. Zhao Yang's identity was far from ordinary. What if he posed a threat to her master or the Feng family? Yet, she dared not defy Su Qing's command. Leaving the room with a troubled heart. Chapter 101. The scoundrel of the Chung family. Meanwhile, at the Chung family estate. Ah, is it you? Have you done something vile to Yu Chui, preventing our marriage? The young master of the Chung family, having regained some strength after taking his medicine, rushed to the adjacent room to confront Madame Chung. How long has it been since you last visited me? You come today merely to speak of this? Madame Cheng's face darkened, her eyes radiating disappointment. Stop with the pretentiousness. It must be you. I know it is you. The young master glared fiercely at her. Had it not been for the calamity that befell my family, I would never have taken you as my legitimate wife. What makes you think you are worthy of me? What makes me unworthy of you? Madame Chung responded with a mocking laugh. At that time, your family was but a hollow shell, and you needed a wife to change your fortune. Did you not send a matchmaker to seek a bride within a radius of several dozen miles? Yet you, young Master Cheng, spoke sweetly to me, professing your affection. You delivered numerous bridal gifts to my home, with all the proper formalities observed, carried in grand sedan chairs, which is how I came to marry into the Chung family. Now you dare tell me I am unworthy of you? Clenching her fists, Madame Cheng's smile was laced with derision. Perhaps a wise person advised you to seek a pure young woman as a wife. But how could our Chung family ever set their sights on you, if it were merely a matter of seeking a woman? There are countless women in the world whose beauty surpasses yours. You ought to be grateful for your pure young constitution, otherwise. How could you possibly wed a woman of such caliber? She is not even as lovely as my family's maid. Not to mention the disparity in our family backgrounds, it's a mismatch of social standing. As Master Cheng contemplated Su Qing's beauty and Yu Chui's lineage, his tone grew increasingly contemptuous. One must speak with integrity. During the most arduous and challenging times, I was the one who upheld the heavens above your head. Madame Chung felt a wave of suffocating frustration as she beheld the disdainful expression on the face of the man before her. I do not care. Whether you consent or not, we must part ways today. Master Chung forcefully threw a piece of paper with black characters on a white background onto the table. You had better agree to this. As for the meager dowry you brought, the Chung family has no need for it. You may take it all with you. If you refuse, humph. Today I am willing to part, but who knows if tomorrow will bring a decree of divorce instead. With that, he turned and strode away. Suddenly, she felt a warmth in her wrist. Could it be that the curse had been broken? Madame Chung hastily rolled up her sleeve, watching as the strands of the curse dissipated into wisps of ash. Alarm surged within her. This was not right. If the curse had been lifted, she would certainly suffer a backlash. Furthermore, based on her observations of the curse's progression, Yu Chui had already developed a cursed spirit within her. If forced, she would surely not escape unscathed. Madame Chung, the poison curse you cast upon Yu Chui has been dispelled by me. Out of consideration for your misguided infatuation, I have alleviated the backlash upon you. However, should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy. As Lady Chung found herself in a state of perplexity, a melodious voice suddenly resonated in her mind. You are blessed with a noble lineage and loving parents, surrounded by harmonious siblings. There is no need to become entangled in matters of affection. You are, after all, a practitioner of the mystic arts. Would it not be more commendable to utilize your abilities for the benefit of the common people? Why jeopardize your future for the whims of a petty individual? Chapter 102. Truly, I have underestimated Feng Yan. In this world, the distinction between reality and illusion is often indistinguishable. One must remember not to force matters unduly. When traversing through hardship, one shall find another village beyond the mountains. Listening to the woman's voice, tears welled in Lady Cheng's eyes. Indeed, in this vast world, why should one endure the burden of clinging to an uncertain hope? She took the divorce document, dipped her brush in ink, and gracefully signed her name. From this day forth, she would navigate through adversity, discovering new paths. After Su Qing completed her ablutions, she prepared to retire for the night when a flash of white light entered her being. Oh, this time, the surge of faith is significantly greater than before. Lady Cheng had come to an understanding. The faith accumulated through her past cultivation was indeed extraordinary. In high spirits, Su Qing nestled in bed, covered herself with blankets, and joyfully drifted into slumber. Feng Yan and Zhu Mo hastened to the military camp, promptly summoning Deputy Commander Dong and several others. Deputy Commander Dong had already received the orders from Su Qing regarding Feng Yan's command, releasing the 8 suspects without any restrictions on their movements. Unbeknownst to them, their every action was being secretly monitored. Very well, I shall remain in the camp today, Feng Yan stated succinctly, issuing orders to maintain stringent surveillance, ensuring that every move and slightest detail would not go unnoticed, and any unusual activity was to be reported immediately. General, it would be far more prudent to discreetly eliminate the mere 8 individuals, as it would serve as a potent warning to others. Deputy Commander Dong could not comprehend why such effort should be squandered. The morale of the troops must not be disturbed. In an instant, Deputy Commander Dong felt a pang of realization and struck himself across the face in frustration. He was incensed at these spies. Turning their blades against their own comrades could only serve to sow discord among them. Any unusual activity should be reported immediately. No orders should be issued autonomously. And above all, no one must be harmed. Feng Yan placed her trust in Su Qing, and there must be sound reasoning behind her refusal to allow the death of Yi Chaoyang. Thus, the deputy commander and his companions received their orders and promptly departed. Zhu Mo, my lord. Zhu Mo appeared within the room, locking eyes with him. Understood. With that, he vanished into the shadows. The night was dark and foreboding. The half-hidden crescent moon obscured by ominous clouds, yet not a whisper of wind could be heard. Creak. Zhu Mo perched upon a tree, blending seamlessly into the darkness, akin to a nocturnal hawk fixated on its prey. One of the wooden doors of the military camp creaked open slowly, and a figure slipped out, glancing around cautiously before quietly closing the door behind them. The figure adeptly employed light-footed techniques to swiftly dart into the supply depot. The moonlight gradually peeked through the clouds, bathing the entire military camp in a silvery glow, allowing Zhu Mo to discern the identity of this individual. Indeed, it was him. The man retrieved a white dove confined within an iron cage from the supply depot, released it, and affixed a small note to the iron tube around the dove's leg before sending it aloft. Su Qing, who had been observing covertly, leapt gracefully, catching the dove mid-flight and landing deftly on the ground. Deputy He, is it customary to release doves in the dead of night? Su Qing playfully shook the white dove in her hand, laughing, it's far more delightful when roasted. Upon recognizing the visitor as Su Qing, He Chaoyang's demeanor darkened considerably. He suspected a trap had been set. His overconfidence had led him to believe that any incriminating evidence against him could be easily attributed to others. Coupled with his generally amiable relations with those around him, he thought he could seize the opportunity to relay information. He had underestimated Feng Yan. Chapter 103. How shall we account to our master? He Chaoyang's eyes narrowed as he swiftly employed his lightness skill to flee toward the deep mountains outside the military camp. Observing this, Su Qing raised an eyebrow in amusement, tossing the dove directly to Zhu Mo, and scoffed. When it comes to lightness skill, I have never been outmatched. Zhu Mo furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before removing the bamboo tube tied to the dove's leg, then promptly followed suit. Su Qing's figure flitted through the forest like a wraith, startling He Chaoyang, who drew his waist blade and stood alert, scanning his surroundings. It is said that General Feng has 4 highly skilled attendants by his side. However, they seem no more than timid turtles. He Chaoyang shouted into the dark woods. What is required on the battlefield are real swords and guns. If you are truly a man, step forward. What sort of hero hides in the shadows? Upon hearing this, Su Qing descended gracefully, standing not far from Yi Chaoyang with an arched eyebrow. A true man? A hero? What are you to dare boast in my presence? Nearly an audacious spy. As soon as the words left her lips, Su Qing sprang into action, drawing her flexible sword with lightning speed, aiming directly for Yi Chaoyang's chest. Yi Chaoyang was taken aback. Indeed, this individual possessed remarkable lightness of foot. In the blink of an eye, Su Qing had arrived before him, prompting him to swing his saber towards Su Qing's face. Clang! The saber was forcefully intercepted by Su Qing's soft sword. The blade was formidable, and Su Qing's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Although this person's martial skills were inferior to his own, he exhibited considerable strength. That previous strike had caused a slight tremor at his tiger's mouth. He was not to be underestimated. Upon Jumo's arrival, he observed Su Qing and Yi Chaoyang engaged in a fierce exchange under the faint moonlight, their movements a blur. Su Qing's soft sword moved as swiftly as silver threads, slicing away a lock of Yi Chaoyang's hair, yet failing to inflict any real harm. Zhu Mo furrowed his brow. Despite Su Qing's high martial prowess, the opponent's defenses were formidable, wielding a broadsword that countered Su Qing's abilities, leaving no advantage in terms of strength. Delay was no longer an option. A swift resolution was imperative. Drawing his sword, Zhu Mo joined the fray. The dynamics of the battle shifted instantly, as Zhu Mo and Su Qing launched a dual assault, forcing Yi Chaoyang to retreat repeatedly. Zhu Mo raised his sword and aimed a direct strike at Yi Chaoyang's head. Yi Chaoyang hastily raised his blade to block, but Su Qing, like a specter, struck with a palm that dealt a heavy blow to Yi Chaoyang's chest, sending him flying. Wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, Yi Chaoyang seethed. If he could contend with one, facing two at once rendered him utterly outmatched. Realizing this, he retrieved a fist-sized black sphere from his waist and smashed it to the ground with force. Instantly, thick smoke billowed, mingling with a foul odor. Zhu Mo and Su Qing were taken aback, tilting their heads to shield themselves with their sleeves while holding their breath. They swiftly navigated through the dense fog, but Yi Chaoyang had vanished from sight. He actually managed to escape. Su Qing's expression darkened as he gazed into the pitch-black depths of the forest ahead, poised to utilize his lightness skill to pursue, only to be halted by Zhu Mo. At that moment, Feng Yan and several others, including Deputy General Dong, sat quietly in the military camp's conference hall, each face betraying an undercurrent of unrest. Chapter 104. It truly is a spy, Major General. The individuals we have been monitoring show no signs of abnormality, Deputy General Dong remarked, his face clouded with worry. Could it be that our judgment was flawed? The spy is not among those 8, but rather someone else entirely? Feng Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ground, awaiting news from Zhu Mo and Su Qing. Noticing Feng Yan's reticence, Deputy General Dong glanced at the others, who, though equally solemn, remained silent. He could only pout in frustration and sit aside, his agitation manifesting in the incessant tapping of his fingers against the armrest of the wooden chair. My lord. The voices of Zhu Mo and Su Qing echoed from outside, accompanied by their footsteps. Come in. The two entered, and Feng Yan inquired, what news? My subordinate has confirmed that the spy within the military is Yi Chaoyang. Zhu Mo grasped a white carrier pigeon in one hand while presenting a report retrieved from the bird's leg to Feng Yan. He then knelt on one knee, stating, I have failed in my duties, allowing him to escape. I implore my lord to mete out punishment. Su Qing, taken aback by Zhu Mo accepting blame on his behalf, quickly knelt behind him. It is my inadequacy for not stopping Yi Chaoyang. I beseech my lord to impose punishment. As Su Qing spoke, he lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of his master. Yi Chaoyang. Upon hearing Zhu Mo and Su Qing's words, Deputy General Dong's eyes widened in disbelief as he sprang from his chair, exclaiming, how is this possible? He is indeed the most valiant warrior on the battlefield. Moreover, according to reports from those dispatched to observe him, he has been resting within his chamber and has not ventured outside. Could it be that you two have misjudged the situation? If it were not for the rather fortuitous timing, there would be no way for the deputy officer to be among the 8 suspects. The deputy general seated to the right of General Dong also expressed skepticism, wondering if there might be some misunderstanding. No, I must send someone to ascertain his presence within the room. Without heeding the counsel of others, General Dong stormed out of the chamber, commanding the soldiers outside to investigate. His countenance was exceedingly grim, visibly seething with anger. How could Yi Chaoyang truly be a spy? Damn it! General Dong slammed his hand onto the table, causing the teacup to rattle violently. He unleashed a torrent of curses, lamenting how he had always regarded him as a sworn brother and had even vouched for him when the general had compiled the list of suspects. This scoundrel dares to toy with me in such a manner. Once I capture him, I shall make him pay 1,000-fold. Meanwhile, Feng Yan unfolded the note in his hand with deliberate calmness, a frown creasing his brow as a chilling aura emanated from him. The others in the room sensed the restrained fury within Feng Yan, and even the foul-mouthed General Dong fell silent. General, what significant message does this note convey? Inquired the ever-quiet strategist Ding Zhan. Feng Yan lifted his gaze and handed the note to Ding Zhan, his eyes brimming with palpable menace. Su Qing, with his head bowed, trembled slightly. After years of following his master, he had never witnessed such a terrifying expression on his face. It was all his fault for being inept. Allowing Yi Chaoyang to escape, Dingjun snatched the note and, upon glancing at its contents, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Deputy General Dong, you must lead your men deep into the mountains and conduct a thorough search. Remember, it is imperative that we capture Yi Chaoyang alive. Feng Yan, suppressing his fury, issued the order in a low voice, reiterating that Yi Chaoyang must not be killed. They needed him unharmed. Deputy General Dong could hardly contain his impatience. After receiving his orders, he strode out with his men. The room was soon left with only Feng Yan, Dingjun, and the two kneeling figures, Zhu Mo and Su Qing. Chapter 105. What mischief are you up to now? Yi Chaoyang's ability to escape from the grasp of Zhu Mo and Su Qing certainly attested to his remarkable prowess, and it was likely that Deputy General Dong would find it challenging to track him down. Dingjun did not cast a glance at the kneeling duo, but addressed Feng Yan. Major General, we intercepted this information. Once he escapes, he will undoubtedly find another means to relay it. Feng Yan regarded the kneeling Zhu Mo and Su Qing and spoke gravely. You have until tomorrow to locate Yi Chaoyang. Su Qing could not suppress a shiver. How could they possibly find Yi Chaoyang within a single day? Was their master considering abandoning them? Zhu Mo clasped his hands in respect, rising to depart. Observing this, Su Qing also bowed his head and followed suit. Old Mo, our master demands we find Yi Chaoyang within a day. How can this be feasible? Su Qing lamented, tugging at his hair in despair. Do you think our master has long wished to replace us, hence concocting such an excuse to dismiss us? Zhu Mo shot him a disapproving glance and turned toward the direction of Feng Manor. Old Mo, wait for me. What are your thoughts on this matter? Su Qing, maintaining an untroubled demeanor and swift footsteps, hurriedly advanced a few paces to catch up. He inquired, do you already have a plan? Upon hearing his words, Su Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. The young mistress actually knows the whereabouts of Yi Chaoyang? Is that true? Observing Su Qing's bewildered expression, Zhu Mo gently shook his head and chose to ignore him, hastening towards the Feng residence. In the military camp, Master Ding, with a grave countenance, lowered his voice and asked, what are your thoughts on this news? Dingjun once again fixed his gaze upon the note, pausing in silence for a moment. The white paper contained only two pieces of information. First, Feng Zhang's illness had reached a critical stage. Second, Feng Yan's wedding was scheduled for the 17th of this month. From the content of the note, it appeared that the forces behind Yi Chaoyang were likely seeking to exploit the occasion of your wedding to make a move. However, we are still unclear whether the influence behind Yi Chaoyang originates from the capital or if he is a spy from the northern frontier or Liang Kingdom. Should it be the capital's influence, they would undoubtedly aim to seize leverage against the Feng family for a decisive strike. Conversely, if he is a spy from the northern frontier or Liang Kingdom, their intention could be to infiltrate Liangsheng to assassinate you, or to scheme an attack on the city. Regardless of which possibility it may be, the consequences are undesirable. Dingjun articulated each word with clarity, addressing Feng Yan's concerns directly. He could prepare defenses in advance, yet feared that a single oversight might place Su Qing in peril. This was the primary worry that occupied Feng Yan's mind, ensuring a sleepless night ahead. The following morning awaited. Mu Yao rose to fetch water for Su Qing, only to discover someone standing in the courtyard, cradling a basin of water in one hand and carrying a food box in the other, with a foolish grin plastered across their face. Good morning, Miss Mu Yao. Su Qing beamed, approaching her with an even brighter smile. I have prepared warm water for the young mistress and brought the breakfast made by the kitchen as well. Mu Yao cast a puzzled glance at Su Qing, her voice cool and measured. Flattery without cause is either deceitful or malicious. What scheme are you concocting this time? Chapter 106. Two hand-drawn maps. Where is Zhu Mo? Upon hearing Mu Yao's inquiry about Lao Mo, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue, but after a moment's reflection, she suppressed her curiosity. Now is not the time for gossip, lest she offend Mu Yao and forfeit the opportunity to see the young mistress. As soon as Su Qing finished speaking, Mu Yao noticed Zhu Mo entering, carrying a food box. Zhu Mo paused, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. His ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Before Su Qing could tease Zhu Mo, the melodious voice of Su Qing echoed from within the room. Mu Yao. Mu Yao took the basin of water from Su Qing's hands and turned to enter the house, emerging moments later with fluid grace. What does this mean? Su Qing blinked, somewhat befuddled. Zhu Mo, uninterested in Su Qing's musings, hastily unfurled the papers in his hands. What Mu Yao had given him were two hand-drawn maps, both marked with a black cross in the same location. This must be the whereabouts of Yichaoyang. Su Qing leaned in, recognizing at a glance that the paper contained a detailed map of Liang City. As he gazed upon the map, an inexplicable sense of trepidation gripped him. There were certain locations marked that even he, a local who had resided in Liang City for many years, could scarcely comprehend. This place. Su Qing fixed his gaze on the marked spot and pondered aloud. If I recall correctly, this is the Shang residence? You are not mistaken. It is indeed the Shang residence. Zhu Mo's brows furrowed, and his lips pressed tightly together. It appeared that in order to capture He Chaoyang, thorough preparations were imperative. Although their master had dispatched individuals to surveil the Shang residence, their watch was limited to the perimeter. The inner sanctum of the Shang estate was guarded by concealed experts, making it nearly impossible for ordinary shadow guards to approach. He himself had narrowly escaped capture during his last encounter. Is there not another map? Su Qing interjected, seizing the other piece of paper from Zhu Mo's hands. Upon examination, his eyes widened in astonishment. This was, in fact, a detailed map of the Shang residence. The most perplexing aspect was that various traps and the locations of the hidden masters within the estate were meticulously annotated on the paper. There is a notation here. Su Qing pointed to the bottom of the page. At the 3rd hour past noon, Lin Yuan will confront the Shang family. At that time, the two of you may infiltrate, but remember, under no circumstances should He Chaoyang be killed. What is the meaning of this? Su Qing's eyes widened as he looked at Zhu Mo, lowering his voice. How could the young lady possess such intricate knowledge of the Shang estate? Has she been there? Zhu Mo internally rolled his eyes, completely disinterested in engaging with this chatterbox, and turned to leave without a word. Hey, whose habit of ignoring others did you adopt? Su Qing exclaimed, watching as Zhu Mo hastily departed, prompting him to hurry after him. Once they had left, the courtyard finally descended into tranquility. Inside the room, Su Qing savored the 8 varieties of breakfast before her. Although her movements were graceful, she consumed them with remarkable speed. The flavors were truly delightful. After finishing her meal, Su Qing proceeded to take Mu Yao in a carriage towards the Hucking Sect Medical Hall. For tomorrow marked the commencement of her first charitable consultation. This was critical for her cultivation, and she could not afford to be careless. She needed to inspect the situation. Chapter 107. The snowy white jade token. Ever since Shun Guyu's visit to the clinic, business had improved significantly. Li Guzi was bustling in and out daily, and Qin Yu was equally occupied. Su Qing felt a twinge of resentment. Indeed, this otherworldly realm seemed skeptical of a female physician's capabilities. Upon noticing the two enter the clinic, Li Guzi hurriedly approached them. "Boss, Master Chen has been waiting for you for quite some time," he whispered. "He is currently seated on the 2nd floor." Su Qing nodded, signaling for Mu Yao to visit her brother while she ascended the stairs alone. Upon seeing Su Qing, Boss Chen promptly stood up, ready to kneel in greeting, but was halted by Su Qing's raised hand. She gestured for him to take a seat and settled across from him. "How has your health been lately, Boss Chen?" "Dr. Su, you are truly remarkable. Ever since I adhered to the yellow talisman you provided, my sleep has been profoundly restful. I also followed your advice and sent someone to investigate my cousin." Boss Chen replied, visibly agitated. "I never anticipated that he would conspire with my concubine to plot against my life for the sake of my inheritance. Had it not been for you, Dr. Su, I fear I would have met a tragic end. Dr. Su, I have come today to inquire if there is a way to dispel this situation," Boss Chen asked, placing a wooden box before Su Qing, the lid of which bore the talisman she had given him on that day. The curse had been inscribed upon the white jade tablet, and by bestowing it upon another, one could transfer its burden. Su Qing replied that as long as one kept their distance from the jade tablet, the curse would naturally dissipate. Upon hearing this, Boss Chen found himself in a quandary. Such a malevolent object, who could he possibly gift it to? This was indeed a treacherous item. With a furrowed brow upon his plump visage, he hesitantly inquired of Su Qing, "Is there no other way to rid oneself of it besides passing it on? I do not wish to harm anyone." Upon hearing these words, Su Qing's gaze softened considerably as she replied, "Then you may offer it to me." Realizing the implication, Boss Chen's expression cleared in an instant, and he promptly presented the tablet with both hands. This talisman, which he had kept close to himself, would safeguard his life in the future. Grateful beyond measure, Boss Chen joyfully accepted the protective charm and departed from the medical hall. Subsequently, a luminous orb, the size of a cat's eye, emerged from within him and entered Su Qing's body. Once Boss Chen had left the medical hall, Su Qing turned to open the wooden box on her desk and retrieve the jade tablet. Oh, one could hardly bear to part with a precious child without ensnaring a wolf. It was evident that this was exquisite sheep fat jade, had it not been cursed. It would have been most suitable for nurturing. With a flick of her finger, she dispelled the curse embedded within the jade tablet. Then, she retrieved a carving knife from her spatial pocket, infusing it with her true energy as she meticulously sliced the jade into several pieces, subsequently reinforcing each fragment with a surge of her essence. Having completed this task, she hummed a gentle tune as she descended the stairs and, unnoticed, quietly laid out a magical array in the vicinity of the medical hall for the patients treated at the Hucking Sect Medical Hall. As long as they harbored gratitude in their hearts, all their faith would flow into her being. In the realm of Xuanzhen, she had previously employed such formations, but her senior brother had sternly intervened, resolutely forbidding her from using them again. However, the current circumstances were different. It was a matter of suitability to the environment. Su Qing quietly concocted justifications in her heart, granting herself a sense of peace. With thoughts of the faith she would garner from tomorrow's charitable clinic, a feeling of contentment enveloped her. Suddenly, two small figures leaped from the carriage outside, one little bundle swiftly darting towards Su Qing. "Master Ancestor! Master Ancestor!" Little Wei exclaimed, rushing to embrace Su Qing's leg while playfully pouting. "Little Wei has missed you dearly. Did you miss me too?" Chapter 108. The cutest little child. Su Qing observed the small figure of Su Xiaobao, whose hands were tightly clasped as he followed little Wei, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. She couldn't resist teasing him. Does little Wei miss the Master Ancestor? And what about Master Su Xiaobao? Little Wei nearly shouted in response, of course. Master Su Xiaobao is up bright and early, washed up, and even donned new clothes. Is that so? Su Qing playfully inquired, glancing at Su Xiaobao behind little Wei. Little Wei tilted his head to look up at Su Qing, nodding vigorously with excitement. You have no idea, Master Ancestor. Master Su Xiaobao wouldn't let me sleep in this morning. He dragged me right out of bed. With chubby little hands tightly clutching Su Qing's leg, his face radiated a desire for affection. Su Xiaobao's cheeks flushed crimson at little Wei's words, pressing his lips together and gazing at Su Qing. Oh, little Wei, he thought, I was once the most obedient disciple of the Master. What will the Master think of me now? With this thought, he pouted, just as Su Qing caught sight of him. The little apprentice knows himself best. Though he presents a facade of composure and propriety, his thoughts are intricate and sensitive, even though he has been ensnared by her. Su Xiaobao has taken on the appearance of a child. However, in the realm of Xianzhen, where age is measured in centuries, he is but 13 or 14 years old, which only deepens Su Qing's affection for him. Come here, Master will give you a hug. Su Qing crouched down, embracing the tiny figure of Xiao Wei with one hand while extending the other towards Su Xiaobao. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Xiaobao dashed forward on his little legs and leapt into her arms. I miss Master so much. The happiest thing about traversing into this body is being able to be held by Master once again. With a gentle exertion, Su Qing lifted both little ones, one in each arm. Ah, the sweet and soft little infants are the most adorable. Meanwhile, Mu Yao, who stood behind, was momentarily taken aback. Not only was her master astute, but she also possessed immense strength. Xiao Wei, lifted high, giggled joyfully, playfully bumping his forehead against Su Xiaobao's. Observing Su Xiaobao's expression, torn between wanting to be angry yet refraining from it, he clung to Su Qing's neck, laughing even more heartily. Su Xiaobao, with one hand resting on Su Qing's shoulder, regarded his apprentice with a serious demeanor. However, his cheeks were a rosy pink, betraying any semblance of a stern master. Watching this scene, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with mirth as she gently tapped her forehead against those of the two little ones. Su Xiaobao raised his hand to touch his forehead, and a shy smile finally crept onto his lips. Master has something to give you. As Su Qing spoke to Xiaobao, she set the two little ones down and, with a flick of her wrist, placed the intricately carved white jade pendants around their necks. Su Xiaobao instantly recognized it as a talisman for protection, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Thank you, Master. Xiao Wei was unaware of the purpose, only feeling that it was quite beautiful, and she sweetly said, Thank you, Master Ancestor. Meanwhile, an elderly woman, supported by a young lady, followed Li Guzi into the clinic. Observing that the elderly woman leaned heavily against her companion, who stumbled in her attempt to assist, Li Guzi quickly reached out to help steady the elderly woman. Why does it seem so serious? Have you not sought a doctor earlier? Li Guzi inquired softly. Although the consultation fee set by the establishment was somewhat steep, there were indeed clinics in Liangqing with more reasonable charges. Why had they not sought a physician? The young woman, tears brimming in her eyes, opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately shaking her head. Alas, regardless of the reason, they were pitiable souls. Li Guzi ceased his inquiries and, alongside the young woman, supported the elderly lady as they guided her to a seat opposite Shinguyu. Chapter 109. The small divine doctor of the clinic Shinguyu observed the elderly woman's countenance. It appeared sallow, with her scare nearly stained red, and she moaned involuntarily. He signaled for the young woman to place the elderly lady's hands upon the pulse pillow and began to take her pulse. The pulse was faint and intermittent, with a distinctly slippery quality. Shinguyu furrowed his brow. "Dear elder, please open your mouth so I might examine your tongue coating." Suddenly, the elderly woman tilted her head, collapsing against the young lady. "Grandmother! Grandmother!" The young woman exclaimed in panic, shaking the elderly woman's body vigorously. Li Guzi rushed over to support her, while Shinguyu hastily approached, lifting the elderly woman's eyelid. Her pupils had yet to dilate, but the whites of her eyes had begun to roll upwards. "It is concerning. This indicates a depletion of heart energy. Yet, the pulse I just examined revealed a stagnation of liver qi. Quickly, lay her flat on the ground. Do not allow her body to remain upright." Just as Shinguyu wore a troubled expression, a soft, childlike voice resonated nearby. The group turned in surprise to see a delicate child, resembling a porcelain doll, standing behind them, accompanied by another equally charming little one. Su Qing stood behind the two children, while Mu Yao had already moved to lay the elderly woman flat on the ground. Li Guzi recognized the child as Su Xiaobao, the disciple of the host, with the other being Qing's precious little wayer. Shinguyu, observing that Su Qing made no effort to intervene, hesitated to speak further. "Miss Su, who might this be?" It was perplexing to have a child's presence disrupt matters. Clarity was necessary. "This is my youngest disciple, Su Xiaobao." Su Qing affectionately ruffled Su Xiaobao's hair, as if to encourage him. "The youngest disciple?" Shinguyu examined Su Xiaobao with curiosity. "In my recent pulse diagnosis, the elderly woman's pulse was excessively weak, her complexion noticeably sallow, and there was severe congestion around her eyes, likely due to an extreme stagnation of liver qi resulting in damage to the heart's meridian. Although it appears serious, she can recover with the proper herbal concoctions." As he spoke, he prepared to draft a prescription, but Su Xiaobao approached with a furrowed brow. He gently touched the woman's neck and softly pressed the back of her head. "Master," he said, his little face scrunched in concern, looking up at Su Qing with questioning eyes. Su Qing merely smiled and nodded in response. Little Wei glanced at Master Xiaobao and then at Ancestor Su Qing, his face a canvas of inquiry. Yet, observing the solemn demeanor of Master Xiaobao, he instinctively grasped the hem of Su Qing's garment, determined to be a perceptive and obedient child. Hoping to earn the affection of both his master and ancestor, Su Qing, feeling the gentle tug of Little Wei, reached out to affectionately pat his head. With Su Qing's tacit approval, Xiaobao's confidence surged. "Sister Muyao, might I trouble you for a favor?" "Certainly." Xiaobao instructed Muyao to seal several acupoints on the elderly woman's body. He then retrieved a small black pill, carefully adjusting its position along her chest before slowly guiding it upwards. All eyes turned to Su Qing, and seeing her remain silent, no one dared to intervene. Initially, the others aside from Su Qing were perplexed, holding their breaths as they observed Xiaobao's actions. It was only when the pill slid to the pulse point on her neck that they noticed a fine, thread-like entity writhing beneath the skin. Xiaobao ceased his movements, gently placing the pill in position. Soon, similar thread-like forms began to descend from above her neck, gradually multiplying. After a while, as Xiaobao lifted the pill slightly away from the woman's neck, her skin began to flush a deep crimson, and the thread-like entities began to emerge from beneath the surface. Chapter 110. The little divine doctor of the clinic Tu Xiaobao dissolved the pill in the wine prepared by Mu Yao, and the threadworms eagerly surged towards the liquid, only to become motionless upon immersion. In no time, several threadworms floated within the bowl. Little Wei blinked his large eyes, releasing Su Qing's garment as he rushed towards the small bowl, only to be frightened back, hastily covering his eyes. "Master Xiaobao, what is this? It's so disgusting. I don't want to see such a repulsive thing." This is the egg of the red snow silkworm, which prefers to parasitize living creatures before maturing, feeding on the blood from their internal organs to grow, and upon maturation, it bursts forth from the host. Although Su Xiaobao's voice carried the innocence of a child, his tone was grave, capturing Little Wei's attention, prompting him to gradually lower his hands and look again. Initially, everyone doubted the medical prowess of a mere toddler. Yet the unfolding scene compelled admiration. The hearts of all present remained tumultuous. Shen Guyu's gaze towards Su Xiaobao grew fervent, soon shifting to Su Qing. He had long known that Su Qing was no ordinary individual, yet he never anticipated that she could nurture such remarkable medical skills in a child, rendering the entire world fantastical in his eyes. He had perused the unparalleled medical texts and treatises of the Medicine Valley, while the red snow silkworm was mentioned. It was but a fleeting reference, dwarfed by the brilliance of Su Qing's medical expertise. Li Guzi and Mu Yao increasingly revered their master, nearly deifying her. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, though momentarily taken aback, could not suppress the excitement bubbling within him. Indeed, as Su Qing had stated, Su Xiaobao possessed ample capability to take on disciples. Their little Wei was fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure. Su Xiaobao climbed onto a wooden stool, preparing the prescription, puffing air onto the rice paper with his round face. Mu Yao reached out and lifted him down from the stool, and he respectfully handed the prescription to Su Qing with both hands. After reading, Su Qing nodded and handed over the prescription to Li Guzi, instructing him to prepare the medicine accordingly. The two expressed their immense gratitude before departing from the medical hall, and simultaneously, two beams of light, akin to the size of cat's eyes, entered Su Qing's body. Observing that the elderly woman had recovered, Su Xiaobao clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Su Qing, stating, "Master, I wish to contribute during tomorrow's free clinic." Su Qing responded with a gentle smile and a nod. Soon, news of a young miracle healer from the Huaying sect spread like wildfire. At noon, outside the government office, the elderly Qi, leaning against a pillar and drowsy, was awakened by the sound of hoofbeats. Slowly opening his eyes, he squinted to see a carriage coming to a halt not far from him. Once the carriage came to a stop, the driver jumped down and retrieved a stool from the back. Subsequently, a man clad in a deep blue robe lifted the curtain and emerged from the carriage, assisted down by the driver. Although the man appeared somewhat weary and travel-worn, his attire was clean and well-ordered, indicating that he had tidied himself. With a sigh, Qi assumed yet another visitor had come to seek the governor's attention and paid little mind. However, when he glanced up, he noticed the guards stationed at the entrance of the office hastening to pay their respects upon seeing this individual. Has anyone come to beat the drum for grievances in the past couple of days? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's inquiry, the two guards instinctively cast a glance at Qi and his daughter, shaking their heads in response. Following their gaze, Lin Yuan spotted the elderly Qi. Chapter 111. The grievance of the Qi family, my lord. I am but a commoner with grievances. Please, I beseech you to advocate for me. Upon hearing the title of my lord, Qi Shuang instantly regained her composure and promptly knelt, crawling a few steps forward to follow her father, her face nearly touching the ground. Hearing these words, Lin Yuan was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward to assist the elder Qi to his feet. You too, please rise swiftly, he said, taking a step forward to lend a hand to Qi Shuang as well. The father and daughter from the Qi family had never encountered such a benevolent official, their hearts filled with both astonishment and joy, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Why were the petitioners not allowed to enter the yamen? Lin Yuan turned to the officers beside him, his tone imbued with sternness and reproach. Have you forgotten the regulations I established? The two officers immediately felt a sense of grievance, but dared not speak freely. Each time the father and daughter visited, they merely sat quietly near the entrance of the yamen, observing it without approaching. Although the officers had attempted to inquire about their presence, the duo would swiftly relocate upon noticing them, leaving their intentions shrouded in mystery. Moreover, every time the officers cast concerned glances their way, the father and daughter would scurry away like mice fleeing from a cat, leaving the officers with no recourse. No, Elder Qi repeatedly gestured, explaining, it is not the fault of these two gentlemen. We heard that the esteemed official was not present in the yamen, which is why we waited here. Upon hearing Elder Qi's explanation, Lin Yuan's expression softened slightly. So, you have come to lodge a complaint? Do you possess a written petition? Elder Qi, filled with excitement, replied, Yes, my lord, please wait a moment. He quickly rummaged through the bundle held by Qi Shuang, searching eagerly, but found nothing. He turned to Lin Yuan, offering an awkward smile, while Lin Yuan gently waved his hand, indicating that there was no rush. Then, the old man Qi directly shook out the contents of his bundle onto the ground, turning it inside out, yet still found nothing. Instantly, he felt deflated. Akin to a punctured balloon, and could only look at Lin Yuan with a sense of hopelessness. "My lord, the petition has been lost." The thought of it deepened his distress. After waiting so long for the magistrate, to have misplaced the petition was utterly disheartening. Tears almost welled up in the old man's eyes. Lin Yuan glanced at the two and addressed the agitated old man. "Please, do not be so anxious. You have both been waiting here for quite some time and must be weary. Come with me to the magistrate's office, and we shall discuss your grievances in detail. Is that agreeable?" "Yes, yes." The father and daughter of the chief family followed Lin Yuan into the magistrate's office. This was their first time in such a place, naturally instilling a sense of trepidation within them. Observing their unease, Lin Yuan led them to a room in the back hall and instructed the maidservants to serve tea and pastries. After partaking in the refreshments, their tension began to ease somewhat. "My dear elders, please feel free to share your grievances," Lin Yuan encouraged. Taking a deep breath, the old man Qi slowly recounted their troubles. He was a dutiful child who would never simply vanish without a trace. The old man was convinced that something must have happened to him. The father and daughter had sold their home, fields, and all valuable possessions in their desperate search for Qi. They inquired everywhere, yet the authorities showed no interest in such missing person cases. They relentlessly searched for 3 entire years, and had it not been for that fateful encounter with a high monk, they would have never suspected that Qi could be in Liang City. Chapter 112. The Letter from Su Qing. "My lord, I implore you, esteemed sir, to assist a humble subject in locating my child. Your immense kindness and virtue shall be repaid in my next life, where I shall toil as a beast of burden to express my gratitude." The elder Chu's voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. He understood well that the search may yield no results, and that, based solely on a monk's words, no one could ascertain whether Qi was indeed in Liancheng. "Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to help you find him," Lin Yuan declared after a moment's contemplation. "However, while you have indeed received guidance from a venerable monk, the certainty of Qi's presence in Liangcheng remains elusive." Upon hearing these words, Elder Chu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Lin Yuan's reasoning. An air of unease enveloped the room as silence descended upon the two men. Qi Shuang, observing their lack of conversation, instinctively lowered her gaze, uncertain if she had inadvertently offended the esteemed Governor Lin. Elder Chu, too, watched Lin Yuan's expression with trepidation. Lin Yuan was taken aback by Qi Shuang's mention of Miss Su. "Are you referring to Su Qing of the Hucking Sect's medical clinic?" His confidence in Su Qing's ability to locate a person had been solidified following previous events. Yet, the prospect of finding Qi only 3 days hence raised questions. He believed that Miss Su must already be aware of Qi's whereabouts. But what did 3 days signify? Did it imply that obstacles lay ahead in the search? "Did Miss Su share anything further with you?" Lin Yuan inquired. Elder Chu shook his head, turning his gaze toward his daughter. Qi Shuang pondered for a moment before also shaking her head. "Miss Su merely instructed us to remain at ease and wait." After contemplating this, Lin Yuan was about to summon someone to fetch Su Qing when he chanced upon his wife entering the room, supported by a maid. Without the blood curse of dried tangerine peel, Madame Lin appeared revitalized. Her previously dull, yellowing hair now gleamed with a lustrous black sheen, and her complexion had turned rosy, her cheeks plump and her eyes sparkling with vitality. Mr. Lin Yuan carefully assisted Madame Lin to a wooden chair, expressing his concern, "Do not overexert yourself." Madame Lin gazed at her husband with a smile, stating, "After you departed the other day, Miss Su came to check my pulse. My health is now stable." She cast a glance at the maid beside her, who promptly retrieved a letter from her bosom and handed it to her. Madame Lin accepted the letter and immediately passed it to Lin Yuan. With a look of confusion, Lin Yuan unfolded the letter, and upon reading the first 2 words, his gaze instinctively drifted towards the Qi family's father and daughter. Steadying his thoughts, he continued to read. The letter contained information regarding the case of Qi's disappearance, expressed in a concise and piercing manner. "What did Miss Su write?" Madame Lin inquired, her curiosity evident. Lin Yuan casually handed the letter back to his wife. After a swift perusal, her eyes reflected astonishment and fury, though she quickly composed herself. The maid bowed respectfully before hastily departing to make arrangements. In Chapter 113, Lin Yuan and Madame Lin engaged in conversation with Old Man Qi. Within a short span, the maid informed them that the guest room had been prepared. The Qi father and daughter, bewildered, were escorted to the guest accommodations in the backyard. "Darling," Madame Lin said, her voice low and laced with suppressed anguish as they watched the Qi family retreat. We must not let Shang Qingyu escape this time. Lin Yuan embraced Madame Lin's shoulders, his expression grave as he nodded in agreement. At this moment, Zhu Mo and Zhu Qing were near the Shang residence, eagerly awaiting the appointed hour. Lin Yuan was notoriously obstinate. How could he possibly collaborate with the young mistress in this charade, especially one that involved a conflict with the Shang family? Zhu Qing pondered the unreliability of this information, yet seeing Zhu Mo so fixated on the time, utterly disregarding his counsel. Zhu Qing could only stand by and voice his exasperation. Lazily chewing on a blade of grass, Zhu Qing suddenly spotted Lin Yuan approaching the Shang residence, flanked by a throng of constables. In shock, he spat out the grass and exclaimed quietly, "Goodness! Lin Yuan truly has brought people along. The young mistress is indeed formidable." Zhu Mo quickly pulled Zhu Qing a step back to avoid detection. Lin Yuan and his entourage halted at the entrance of the Shang residence, attracting a considerable crowd. After all, before his passing, Shang Qiang had been a highly esteemed general in Liangcheng, and the court had shown considerable favor to the orphaned heirs of the Shang family. Even if the Shang family found themselves in a predicament, those who provoked them would often remain mute. This display was unprecedented. It was the first time the authorities had sought out the Shang family. Zhao Yang stepped forward and rapped on the bright red door of the Shang residence. After a prolonged wait, a small crack in the door opened, revealing a young servant who peered out. "Who are you?" the servant inquired impatiently, urging them to leave if they meant no business. Zhao Yang, unaccustomed to such insolence, was taken aback by the audacity of the young servant. Seizing the servant by the collar, he yanked him from the threshold and flung him at Lin Yuan's feet. Zhao Yang bellowed, "Impudent ruffian! Do you dare to be so brazen in front of the magistrate? You are from the authorities, so what? This is the Shang residence." The servant, dismissive of the two, got back on his feet and continued to shout, "If you offend our young master or young lady, you shall certainly regret it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yang delivered a swift kick, sending the servant sprawling down the steps, where he tumbled and knocked out a front tooth, blood gushing forth. Zhao Yang regarded the servant with a cold snort. Now, the servant dared not act arrogantly, covering his mouth with his sleeve and gasping quietly. Lin Yuan raised his chin and commanded, "Search." The constables and officers swarmed into the Shang residence, yet before they could commence their search, they were halted by the guards of the residence. "The authorities are conducting an investigation. Outsiders must leave." The guards stood resolutely in a line, refusing to yield. Observing this, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Zhao Yang." At the command, Zhao Yang responded with a chilling smile and launched an attack. The guards were no match for him, and he knocked one down to the ground. Just as he subdued the last guard, a figure surged forward with a powerful gust of energy aimed at him. Zhao Yang realized the impending danger too late. He quickly channeled all his internal energy to meet the attack. However, the opponent's strength far exceeded his own, and he was sent flying several meters, landing on the ground and spitting blood. Lin Yuan witnessed this, his hand clenched tightly into a fist hidden beneath his official robes. Chapter 114. Infiltrating the Shang residence. Lord Lin, Shang Qingyu, clad in a flowing white garment, emerged gracefully from behind the masterful figure, smiling. "My family has never engaged in unlawful activities. Why must you make such an extensive effort?" Shang Qingyu's tone suddenly shifted. "Moreover, what place is the Shang residence that a mere official like you can trespass without permission?" "Young master Yu," Lin Yuan stepped forward and said, "I have come here because someone has accused Shang Qing of being held captive within your estate." Shang Qingyu's expression changed slightly, clearly realizing the reason for Lin Yuan's visit. "It is well known in Liang City that my aunt has been deranged for nearly 7 years, never stepping foot outside the Shang family. Are you, Lord Lin, attempting to slander us because you believe the Shang family to be easy prey?" Lin Yuan remained steadfast. "Whether it is true or not can be clarified with a search. Moreover, I did not mention Shang Qing. May I ask, how does young master you know it pertains to her?" "Humph. Is it necessary to state the obvious?" "Lord Lin, if you find the person who has been abducted today, my aunt will submit to your judgment. However, if you cannot uncover anything, what will you do then?" Lin Yuan was already aware that this investigation would yield no results, but Miss Su had mentioned 3 specific times in her letter, the first being today at noon. Trusting Su Qing, he felt compelled to act. As the magistrate of Liang City, it is my duty to investigate when someone cries out for justice. He sidestepped Shang Qingyu's remarks, asserting, though the Shang family holds a prestigious position, it is still under the jurisdiction of Liang City. "Do you mean to suggest that the Shang family can disregard the authority of the court?" Shang Qingyu recognized Lin Yuan as a formidable opponent, one who was resolute and rarely engaged with him. He hadn't anticipated that this individual would prove so obstinate. Did this not imply that the Shang family was contemplating rebellion? Shang Qingyu's complexion darkened, and he glared fiercely at those present, causing several officers to shrink back in fear at his intimidating demeanor. Lin Yuan, however, remained utterly unconcerned. Since his appointment, he had never acted in a manner that would betray the people, nor did he harbor any fear of malevolent individuals. Given that Miss Su had requested him to visit the Shang residence thrice, he felt assured that his life was not in jeopardy this time. Young Master Yu, Lin Yuan remarked, it would be prudent to clarify the situation regarding Shang Qingyu at the earliest. Otherwise, my daily visits might tarnish the reputation of the Shang family. Shang Qingyu could easily discern the veiled threat in Lin Yuan's words, and his gaze turned venomous in response. Hidden in the shadows, Zhu Mo and Su Qing observed the tense standoff between the two and recognized that this was indeed the opportune moment. Exchanging a knowing glance, they quietly maneuvered to the side courtyard, cautiously infiltrating the premises. Armed with the map provided by Su Qing, they effortlessly evaded the traps and sentinels of the Shang estate, heading directly towards He Chaoyang's location. Upon reaching the door, Zhu Mo signaled to Su Qing, who remained vigilant while he swiftly pushed the door open. He and Shang Qingyu had an established code. Prior to entering, he would knock 3 times. The individual who entered unannounced could not possibly be Shang Qingyu or anyone affiliated with the Shang family. He Chaoyang, observing from the shadows, was taken aback to discover that it was indeed Zhu Mo and Su Qing. Aware of the clandestine forces within the Shang residence, he had hastily retreated there to evade trouble after being discovered in the military camp, planning to leave Liang City thereafter. Little did he expect that the duo would arrive so swiftly and stealthily. In a moment of urgency, He Chaoyang seized the dagger from the table and, turning abruptly, shattered the window to escape. The two, witnessing the figure burst through the window, promptly followed in pursuit. Chapter 115. Mu Yao rescues Zhu Mo and Su Qing. As the 3 grappled outside the house, they soon attracted the attention of the Shang family's hidden experts. Zhu Mo furrowed his brow, silently lamenting the dire situation. The newcomer possessed profound internal strength, surpassing both of them, and there was still the formidable He Chaoyang to contend with. They were the guests of the Feng banquet. He Chaoyang shouted at the approaching figures, commanding, "Seize them." The expert from the Shang residence, an elderly man with gray hair, reacted to He Chaoyang's words with a shift in his gaze, intensifying his assault. Zhu Mo, unwilling to engage further, coldly commanded, "Retreat. You insolent brat. How dare you think the Shang residence can be approached and departed at your whim?" The gray-haired elder bellowed, unleashing a powerful palm strike aimed directly at Su Qing. Zhu Mo instinctively pushed Su Qing aside and, with all his might, intercepted the blow, only to feel as though he had been struck in the chest by a heavy hammer, enduring excruciating pain. Su Qing stumbled, turning to witness the scene unfold, his expression shifting dramatically as he cried out. Zhu Mo was forcefully pushed back, spitting blood, and was sent crashing towards the courtyard wall. Su Qing hastily leaped forward to catch him. Overestimating oneself. The gray-haired elder, seeing this, launched another palm strike towards Zhu Mo's chest. Su Qing, eyes hardening at the sight of the approaching elder, thought fiercely, "Damn it, we might as well perish together." At that moment, a graceful figure descended from the heavens. It was Mu Yao. She swiftly moved behind Zhu Mo, wrapping one arm around his waist while preparing to counter the elder's attack with the other hand. "You are no match for him," Zhu Mo exclaimed in astonishment, his voice weak. "Quick, run." Mu Yao cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Mo, undeterred as she faced the oncoming threat. "Very well, another fool seeking death." The gray-haired elder sneered, quickening his pace, declaring, "Then I shall grant you your wish." In an instant, their palms met, producing a resounding boom. A powerful gust of air radiated outward, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently, their leaves cascading to the ground. The elderly man with gray hair gazed in disbelief, blood gradually seeping from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his chest and staggered back several steps. "No, this is impossible." With a bloodshot gaze, the gray-haired elder turned to Mu Yao, astonished that a young woman, seemingly in the prime of her youth, possessed inner strength surpassing his own. He could not accept it. This could not possibly be true. "Who are you?" Aware that he could not defeat the woman before him and that he could not protect He Chaoyang, the elder knew he had to provide an explanation to his master. "I am merely a servant. There is no need for you, Senior Xiongyu, to concern yourself Mu Yao replied, supporting Zhu Mo as he fell, her expression devoid of emotion. I must take them away today. If you obstruct me, do not blame the younger generation for being overly forceful. Upon hearing the name Xiongyu, both Zhu Mo and Su Qing exchanged startled glances. Xiongyu, a top-tier master in the martial world a decade ago, was notorious for his brutal personality and had committed numerous heinous crimes, evading capture by the authorities. Just as the court was offering a bounty for his capture, he mysteriously vanished from public view. It seemed that 10 years ago, Xiongyu had already pledged his allegiance to the Shang family. Not just Zhu Mo and Zhu Qing, but even Xiongyu felt a tremor in his heart. After committing his crimes a decade ago, he had adopted the alias Xiong Fuxing while wandering the martial world. After all these years, he had nearly forgotten his true name. Yet this woman before him could accurately utter it. The forces behind her were undoubtedly formidable. Mu Yao glanced at the stunned Zhu Qing beside her and coldly commanded, "Why are you not apprehending anyone?" She then supported Zhu Mo and leaped out of the Shang residence. Chapter 116. Coincidence or Collaboration. Xiongyu watched helplessly as the crowd departed right under his nose, his expression growing increasingly grim. It was then that he realized that with just a single strike, not only had he sustained internal injuries, but his meridians had also been shattered. The once formidable Xiongyu had now been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. A sense of dread crept into his heart, mingled with a profound unwillingness to accept his fate. "Why are you not reporting to young Master Yu?" Xiongyu bellowed at the trembling subordinate hiding not far away. In the front courtyard, Shang Qingyu and Lin Yuan remained locked in a standoff, neither willing to yield. The anxious subordinate who had come to report was uncertain whether he should approach them at that moment. Observing the situation, a master beside Shang Qingyu slowly approached the subordinate. "What is it?" he inquired. The subordinate lowered his voice. "Senior Xiong has been injured, and the esteemed guest in the back courtyard has already fled. However, the one who harmed Senior Xiong has pursued them, and the situation remains unclear." "What?" The master's face displayed shock. "Senior Xiong was injured." "Yes, the injuries appear severe," the subordinate confirmed. The master pressed his lips tightly together, his expression darkening as he gestured for the subordinate to leave. This individual was none other than Du Jian, Xiongyu's senior brother. A decade ago, it was Du Jian who persuaded Xiongyu to assist the Shang family. The martial prowess of the two brothers had consistently ranked among the top 8 in the martial world for the past 10 years. Previously, Du Jian had discreetly investigated the individuals on the master list, finding no one of note in Liang City. Those who surpassed Xiongyu in skill were certainly not to be trifled with. With these thoughts in mind, Du Jian hurried to Shang Qingyu's side and whispered urgently. Shang Qingyu's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Yuan. Could it be that this cunning old fox had allied himself with the Feng family? Or was it merely a coincidence? Doubt swirled in Shang Qingyu's mind. Lin Yuan inquired, "Young Master Yu, have you come to a decision?" "Lord Lin, there are matters in the residence that require my attention today. As for my aunt's situation, might I request a day's grace from you?" Seeing that his objective had been achieved, Lin Yuan graciously acquiesced to Shang Qingyu's request. "Since there are affairs to attend to at the Shang residence, I shall not impose further. We can reconvene tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yang waved his hand, leading the constables and officers away in a grand procession behind Lin Yuan as they departed from the Shang residence. Observing this, Shang Qingyu's suspicions regarding Lin Yuan's collusion with the Feng family intensified. The onlooking townsfolk, witnessing the departure of the officials, assumed it was merely a misunderstanding and began to disperse, hastily sending Constable Zhao to the Hucking Sect's medical hall. Once distant from the Shang family, Lin Yuan quickly instructed, "Zhao Yang, make haste." Startled, Zhao Yang responded, "My lord, I only have internal injuries. A bit of medicine and a couple of days' rest will suffice." He added, still apprehensive, "I shall not trouble Miss Su any further." Zhu Mo, serving as an attendant, possessed a heightened sense of vigilance, and even in his drowsiness, he did not lower his guard. He tightly closed his mouth, rendering it impossible for Mu Yao to administer the medicinal pill. Frustration mounting, Mu Yao narrowed her eyes, decisively unhinging Zhu Mo's jaw. After placing the pill inside, she repositioned his jaw and gently lifted his chin, watching as the pill slid down his throat. Having accomplished her master's directive, she patted the closed vermilion door. Hearing footsteps approach, she effortlessly settled Zhu Mo beside the entrance, brushed off her clothes, and turned to depart. Chapter 117. The death of Yi Chaoyang. As Su Qing caught up with Yi Chaoyang, he fortuitously encountered Deputy Commander Dong leading a search party. Yi Chaoyang, upon spotting him, Deputy Commander Dong was instantly consumed by fury, bellowing, "You wretched turtle!" With fervor, he brandished his massive sword and charged forward, while He Chaoyang, refusing to yield, drew his own blade to engage in combat. Surrounded by numerous subordinates, Dong unleashed his wrath upon the two. Su Qing, observing the situation, stood by cautiously, vigilant to prevent He Chaoyang from making another escape. Scanning the crowd, He Chaoyang spotted Su Qing concealed among them and recognized that if the battle continued, capture was inevitable. He retrieved a fist-sized black orb from his bosom once more. Startled, Su Qing swiftly darted in and snatched the orb from his grasp. At that moment, Deputy Commander Dong lunged forward, his sword piercing He Chaoyang's abdomen, staining his garments with crimson. With wide eyes, He Chaoyang gazed at Dong and his men, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as though mocking them. His legs faltered, and he collapsed backward. Su Qing's expression turned grave as he stepped forward to check He Chaoyang's pulse, confirming his demise. Deputy Commander Dong, Su Qing, disregarding all notions of rank and decorum, vociferously inquired. The master ordered him to be captured alive. Why did you kill him? Dong stared blankly at the lifeless He Chaoyang, bewildered. This was not right. Given his understanding of He Chaoyang, he should have easily evaded such a blow. Even if he had been unable to dodge, it would have merely resulted in a superficial wound. How could it possibly lead to instant death? Last time, He Chaoyang managed to escape. This time, I could only watch helplessly as he was killed by Deputy General Dong. Su Qing felt that her life might be nearing its end. Simultaneously, at the Shang residence, Du Jian looked at the pale-faced Xiong Yu, who lay in bed, with an expression of disbelief. He was acutely aware of Xiong Yu's martial prowess. Even if the top-ranked master had come today, it would be impossible for them to incapacitate him with a single strike. The woman seemed to be acquainted with Feng Yan's attendant and knew that Xiong Yu was my true name. Xiong Yu, with a voice as faint as a whisper, turned to Shang Qingyu and asked, "Do you have any idea who that person is?" A name swiftly emerged in Shang Qingyu's mind, the royal shadow guard, Rui. Feng Yan had always shunned the company of women, and the only maid with martial skills must be her, the one brought from the capital as a companion maid. If I am not mistaken, she is the companion maid to the adopted daughter of the Su family. Shang Qingyu remarked. You both should know that the marriage between the Su and Feng families was bestowed by the emperor, making this companion maid a servant of the emperor. Du Jian furrowed his brow and said, Hasn't he, the emperor, always sought to find leverage against the Feng family? Why would this person assist them? Could it be the emperor's intention? Shang Qingyu shook his head, acknowledging that this was a matter he had been unable to see through. The emperor sending Rui to the Feng family must be to keep a close watch on their every move, or perhaps Su Qing is also in the emperor's service? Hence, Rui has been protecting Su Qing? Yet, that does not align, as it is evident she aided Feng Yan this time. The more Shang Qingyu pondered, the more perplexed he became, but one thing was certain, Rui was indeed safeguarding Su Qing. Since the last incident where my sister Shang Qingyi injured Su Qing on the street, Rui has harbored murderous thoughts towards Shang Qingyi. The bond between Rui and Su Qing is anything but ordinary. Chapter 118. Why such arrangement? Upon hearing this, Xiong Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet his hatred for the Feng family intensified. Once I regain my strength, I will undoubtedly eliminate each member of the Feng family. Especially that little wretch who crippled my martial abilities. I must torment her thoroughly. She shall not die too easily. Take good care of yourself, Du Jian said, patting Xiong Yu on the shoulder. As long as you dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to young Master Yu, he will surely treat you well. At this moment, within the military camp, Feng Yan gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, his expression fierce. Su Qing lowered his head, completely unable to meet his master's gaze, while Deputy Commander Dong trembled beside him. What a foolish ally Dong is. Even if He Chaoyang harbored malicious intentions towards you, could you not have sheathed your blade and redirected your attack towards the nearby wooden post? Truly reckless. Death is irreversible. Su Qing stared at He Chaoyang's corpse, wishing he could find a crevice in the ground to hide. Major General, it was not my intention to kill him, Deputy Commander Dong said, forcing himself to speak. He charged at me. When we were sparring, I only intended to give him a sound beating, never to take his life. My blade would have merely grazed his arm. Certainly not fatal. Many brothers witnessed the event and can attest that He Chaoyang sought death himself. Though it sounded like a feeble excuse, the truth remained as such. Although Su Qing considered Deputy General Dong to be a simpleton with considerable brute strength, he nonetheless nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Dong was not lying. Feng Yan was perplexed by Su Qing's repeated admonitions to He Chaoyang not to kill, yet the deed was done, and the loss of life had become an irrevocable reality. No amount of punishment would change this fact. With a quiet sigh, he waved his hand and declared, "Take him out and bury him." Deputy General Dong and Su Qing silently exhaled in relief, hastening to have the body interred a mile away. Her eyes brightened with joy. Could her brother truly rise from his sickbed? "Sister," Mu Xiu looked up and saw Mu Yao, smiling softly as he called out. "No need for that," Su Qing replied, setting her teacup aside and gazing at Mu Yao. "What I desire is for your name to resonate far and wide, instilling fear in the hearts of those with ulterior motives." Mu Yao's eyes reflected a hint of bewilderment. Though she refrained from voicing her questions, doubts lingered in her heart. If Su Qing intended to control her through pills, it seemed unlikely, for her master possessed formidable martial prowess, a meticulous mind, and had saved her only remaining kin. In Mu Yao's heart, she could not reconcile this with the notion of her master being manipulative. Even if she struggled to comprehend, she would consume what her master offered. Otherwise, how could she withstand the fatal blow from Xiong Yu's full force? After much hesitation, Mu Yao finally inquired, "Why have you arranged things this way, master?" Chapter 119. Will the joke about the meat bun never pass? Su Xiaobao discerned his master's attitude towards Mu Yao. Upon hearing Su Xiaobao's words, Mu Yao ceased her questioning. "Sister Mu Yao, do not worry," Su Xiaobao said, his large, watery eyes fixed upon her. "My master has entrusted me with the care of brother Mu Xiu, and I shall ensure his recovery." On Mu Yao's frostbitten face, a touch of warmth emerged as her gaze fell upon the pendant adorning Mu Xiu's neck, reminiscent of those worn by Xiao Bao and Xiao Wei'er. This sight further solidified her resolve to follow Su Qing's decision. Upon entering the estate, Zhang Lai approached her promptly. "Miss Su, the old master is awaiting your presence in the flower hall for dinner." Su Qing smiled and nodded before proceeding to the flower hall. As Su Qing stepped inside, Feng Zhang's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly beckoned her over. "I heard from Yin Air that you have a penchant for gourmet food, so I instructed the chef to prepare a few exquisite southern dishes for you to sample." Su Qing, brimming with delight, nodded in agreement, only to be met with a plate of large white meat buns at the center of the table, causing her smile to falter abruptly. The thought of being unable to escape the inside joke of her fondness for meat buns was almost unbearable. Oblivious to the turmoil within Su Qing, Feng Zhang continued to serve her enthusiastically while chattering away. "I visited Old Yu's family today. It seems Chui'er's illness has completely subsided. Old Yu is now beaming with joy, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a grandchild." Feng Zhang placed another large meat bun into Su Qing's bowl. "You must eat well and ensure the Feng family is blessed with another child. We cannot fall behind the Yu family." Su Qing's hand, poised to pick up more dishes, faltered slightly, her eyes dimming. For women devoted to cultivation, conceiving was an arduous task. The higher the cultivation, the more challenging it became. During her time in the Xinjiang continent, her esteemed cultivation had rendered her hesitant to pursue a relationship with her senior brother, merely daring to flirt occasionally without daring to dream of being with him. Feng Jiang, completely unaware of Su Qing's troubled expression, continued her incessant chatter. "Xiao Qing, Yin just sent word that he will be staying overnight at the military camp today. Do not blame him for his military duties. Once you both are wed, I shall take over the affairs of the barracks, allowing you two lovebirds more time together." "Oh, wait a moment," Feng Jiang suddenly exclaimed. "In 3 days you shall be married, and you and Yin have yet to try on your wedding attire. If it does not fit well, we may not have time for alterations. Come with me to the barracks shortly." Su Qing swallowed the meat bun in her mouth and said, "Old sir, my identity may render my presence at the barracks somewhat inappropriate." "What is inappropriate about it? I dare anyone to gossip." Feng Jiang retorted fiercely. "Though your marriage was bestowed by the emperor, you are also a member of the Feng family. If I deem it suitable, then it is suitable. Furthermore, the brothers ought to recognize you, lest some rogue impersonates you in the barracks." "What then?" Su Qing chuckled. "Who would dare impersonate me? Who wouldn't?" Feng Zhang's expression darkened. "What if that scoundrel named Feng still harbors ill intentions?" Su Qing was taken aback. She seemed to have forgotten about Feng Qingling. Speaking of Feng Qingling, the renowned healer invited by the Medicine Valley is currently at the Feng residence treating her, isn't she? Su Qing smiled faintly, thinking that the Medicine Valley could indeed cure her. Chapter 120. The Resurrection of the Dead After They Finished Their Dinner. Feng Jiang led Su Qing toward the barracks. Upon exiting, they encountered Zhu Imo. "Old sir, Miss Su," Zhu Imo greeted, clasping his hands together, his gaze instinctively falling upon Mu Yao, who stood behind Su Qing. A young servant approached with a horse-drawn carriage. Feng Jiang was the first to board, followed by Su Qing. As Mu Yao prepared to enter the carriage, she was halted by Zhu Mo's raised hand. "Thank you today, Miss Mu, for your assistance." Zhu Mo clasped his fists and declared, "This kindness shall not go unrequited." Mu Yao, regarding him with a cold gaze, replied, "Your rescue was commanded by my master. If gratitude is owed, it should be directed towards him." Regardless, Zhu Mo insisted on expressing his gratitude to the lady. Observing Mu Yao's countenance, he softly inquired, "Might you enlighten me as to whether I struck anything when I fainted?" Upon awakening, he felt a sharp pain in his jaw and surmised it might be dislocated. Hastily setting it back into place, Mu Yao offered no further explanation. After a brief cough, she simply responded, She then disregarded Zhu Mo and ascended the carriage, while he took the reins from the servant's hand and steered the carriage towards the military camp. At that moment, Feng Yan was inspecting the troops. The crimson glow of the sunset bathed the training ground, accentuating his imposing stature. The soldiers stood arrayed, some wielding long spears, others brandishing broadswords, all responding to commands, vigorously thrusting or slashing at the straw dummies before them, sweat cascading down their brows. "Let us take a look." Master, Master, Su Qing exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief and terror. What? He Chaoyang has returned to life." He Chaoyang? Feng Yan furrowed his brow in confusion. Was he not dead? "What do you mean he has come back to life?" "He was indeed dead, yet he stands alive now." Just as Su Qing's words fell, the commotion ahead intensified. Feng Yan observed Vice General Dong hastily sprinting forward and, employing his lightness skill, leaped into action. In an instant, Feng Yan spotted He Chaoyang amidst the throng. Good heavens, can this scoundrel truly rise from the dead? Deputy General Dong let out a dismissive snort, speaking without restraint. He Chaoyang approached Feng Yan with an eerie smile, moving slowly and with an unsettling demeanor. Su Qing would not allow such a creature to encroach upon his master. Stepping forward to deliver a kick to his chest. To everyone's astonishment, He Chaoyang seized Su Qing's ankle and flung him aside with force. Continuing his advance towards Feng Yan, Deputy General Dong drew his sword and took several strides forward, thrusting it into He Chaoyang's body, piercing through from the back to the front. Remarkably, He Chaoyang exhibited no reaction, persistently moving towards Feng Yan. Despite the blade having penetrated his flesh, no blood emerged, save for the tattered fabric of his clothing. What on earth is this creature? Deputy General Dong, witnessing this scene, could not help but click his tongue. And the surrounding soldiers were utterly bewildered by He Chaoyang's bizarre condition. After regaining his footing, Su Qing attempted once more to obstruct He Chaoyang's path. But every tactic proved futile. Once again, he was seized by the ankle and cast aside. He Chaoyang's lips curled into a faint grin, his body moving rigidly as he continued to walk, his eyes fixated unblinkingly on Feng Yan, his head swaying rhythmically with each step. The onlookers grew increasingly uneasy, recognizing that this unnatural entity's ultimate target was none other than General Feng Yan. At this moment, Feng Yan finally grasped the meaning behind Su Qing's words. Suddenly, He Chaoyang accelerated his pace, his hands and feet flailing in a frantic rhythm, ultimately lunging at Feng Yan like a wild beast. Feng Yan swiftly sidestepped, but He Chaoyang crashed heavily to the ground, producing a hollow thud. Yet, a fine line of blood appeared on Feng Yan's sleeve, furrowing his brow. Feng Yan pondered how He Chaoyang could have left a wound without making contact. Without allowing Feng Yan further contemplation, He Chaoyang sprang up and lunged at him once more, his speed surpassing that of the previous attack. The soldiers surrounding them attempted to intervene, but found themselves unable to approach. Undeterred, He Chaoyang relentlessly pursued Feng Yan, each assault resulting in him crashing face-first onto the ground, his features contorted in a grotesque manner, evoking a sense of dread. Eventually, He Chaoyang stumbled over a stone, inadvertently toppling Feng Yan, prompting Zhang Qing, Vice Commander Dong, and others to rush forward in alarm. An unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Simultaneously, He Chaoyang finally released Feng Yan, retreating while emitting a feral roar. Upon glancing down, Feng Yan discovered a talisman had been discreetly affixed within his clothing, the very source compelling He Chaoyang to withdraw. Observing the talisman gradually turn to ash, it was evident that it had saved his life. Witnessing He Chaoyang in agony, clutching his head, Vice Commander Dong swiftly swung his large blade, severing He Chaoyang's head with a single stroke. The moment was marked by He Chaoyang losing his balance and collapsing to the ground, ultimately ceasing all movement. What on earth was this creature? Vice Commander Dong kicked He Chaoyang's lifeless body with force, coldly remarking, "What a stroke of misfortune. Throw him into the mass grave at once." The advancing soldiers were apprehensive that He Chaoyang might spring back to life once more. They carefully wrapped his lifeless body and severed head in 2 straw mats and secured them with several lengths of rope before daring to carry him away. "Master." Su Qing anxiously approached to examine the intricate, crimson wounds adorning Feng Yan's body. "How severe is the injury?" Upon observing the multitude of fine, red lines resembling thread across Feng Yan's skin, Deputy Commander Dong and military strategist Ding Zhen also approached, their expressions laden with concern. "It is of no consequence," Feng Yan replied nonchalantly, glancing at the blood-red markings on the back of his hand. "Merely flesh wounds." Just then, everyone noticed the skin on Feng Yan's hand rising in rough, brown lines, as if something were burrowing into his flesh. Frowning, Feng Yan swiftly pressed on the acupoints of his arm, yet similar symptoms began to manifest across the rest of his wounds. "Quickly summon the military doctor," Ding Zhen bellowed. A nearby soldier hastened towards the location of the physician, while Su Qing, with a focused breath, soared directly to the doctor's quarters. Upon confronting the bizarre wounds before him, the military doctor was momentarily rendered speechless. What manner of affliction is this? There is no record of such a condition in any medical texts. As the doctor found himself at an impasse and observed Feng Yan's increasingly pale and feeble countenance, the rest of the group felt an unbearable anxiety akin to ants on a hot skillet. "It is all my fault. Had I not let my anger take hold?" He Chaoyang would not have perished. If He Chaoyang had lived, the Major General, Deputy Commander Dong lamented, striking his chest in regret. "I." Ding Zhen, noticing his distress, admonished sharply, "Dong Kong, do not exacerbate the situation." Taken aback, Deputy Commander Dong bowed his head, continuing to brood in silence. Just as everyone within the room was at a loss, joyful voices from several soldiers outside pierced the air. Deputy General Dong and Ding Zhen were taken aback. General Feng had been gravely ill for nearly 6 months, and now he appeared to have fully recovered. They stared at Feng Jiang for a prolonged moment before recognizing him. "General, why have you suddenly rejuvenated?" Ding Zhen's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet were tinged with confusion, seeing that Feng Jiang was about to revel in his newfound vitality. Su Qing couldn't help but smile faintly. As her gaze fell upon Feng Yan, she immediately perceived something amiss and strode over, grasping Feng Yan's hand. She rolled up his sleeve, revealing what seemed to be countless writhing creatures beneath his skin. As He Chaoyang died, he sought his own demise, and I could not prevent it. Feng Yan's gaze met Su Qing's, causing him to feel a pang of guilt, and he lowered his head, clearing his throat. Su Qing remained silent, producing yellow talismans and vermilion powder from her sleeve, swiftly crafting 3 talismans which she affixed to Feng Yan's heart, nape, and arm. The moment the talismans adhered, Feng Yan felt the foreign sensation beneath his skin subside, becoming eerily still. This scene left everyone astonished, prompting hushed murmurs among them. At that moment, Feng Yan surmised that the life-saving talismans were likely crafted by Su Qing, who must have been concerned for his safety and discreetly placed them in his clothing. Contemplating this, his gaze towards the petite woman grew increasingly tender. "There is a necessity to procure a sheep within half an hour. If that proves impossible, then a cow will suffice," Su Qing instructed with a serious tone. Mu Yao and Zhu Mo bowed in unison before departing the room. Indeed, within the span of a single incense stick's burning, a lamb was brought into the room by Zhu Mo. Su Qing made a cut on Feng Yan's arm, channeling her vital energy through a talisman. Instantly, a brown foreign substance surged from his wound, rapidly entering the body of the lamb. Underneath the lamb's skin, black filaments appeared, densely packed and utterly repulsive. "What on earth is this?" Deputy General Dong asked suddenly, his eyes wide as he witnessed the gruesome scene of the bloodied matter invading the small creature's body. A sight that was truly disturbing. "Human hair," Su Qing replied solemnly, her expression grave. With a swift motion, she produced a pill and held it before Feng Yan's lips. This moment was witnessed solely by him. Although astonished, he harbored no doubts. He opened his mouth slightly and swallowed the pill, his lips brushing against Su Qing's soft fingertips, sending a shiver down his spine and a faint blush to his ears. After consuming the pill, the wound on Feng Yan began to heal at a visibly astonishing rate. Were it not for the splotches of blood that marred the scene, it would have been utterly unbelievable. Su Qing relaxed her demeanor and gently inquired, "How do you feel now?" Feng Yan smiled softly, his large hand enveloping the delicate one of the petite woman, his thumb tenderly caressing her jade-like skin. As their warm gazes met, a weak bleat escaped the lamb, which then collapsed, convulsing violently before swiftly becoming a desiccated carcass. Deputy General Dong, observing this horrifying tableau, felt a chill run down his spine, his finger trembling as it pointed at the withered lamb's body on the ground. It was a disgrace for a man of his stature to be rendered speechless by such a ghastly sight. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, his gaze shifting from side to side, only to notice that the expressions of General Ding and his companions were even more grim than his own, which immediately restored his confidence. Feng Jiang, taken aback, inquired, "Su Qing, what on earth is this?" Having endured the tribulations of the insect and Yu Chui, Feng Jiang had grown accustomed to such bizarre occurrences, no longer reacting as an ordinary person might. This was the first time the soldiers in the camp had witnessed General Feng speaking so tenderly to a woman, and they couldn't help but cast curious glances in their direction. When they saw Feng Yan holding the young lady's hand with such ease, their eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed a rare sight to behold, a blooming iron tree. Although Feng Yan was undeniably handsome and exceptionally skilled in martial arts, those who had served alongside him for years in the Feng family army knew well that their young general was not one to exhibit gentleness. They had presumed he would remain indifferent, particularly towards rough soldiers like themselves. Little did they know that the previous visit from a woman named Feng had circulated through the camp, leading everyone to believe that Feng Yan was so oblivious to romance that he would likely remain a bachelor for life. Yet today, it appeared that the right person had simply not come along. Just look at him now, holding the young lady's hand and smiling with such warmth. As whispers of speculation about Su Qing's identity circulated among the crowd, Ding Zhen, the strategist, quickly deduced who she was. "Miss Su," he bowed respectfully in her direction. It was only at that moment that Deputy Commander Dong comprehended that this woman was the royal bride bestowed upon him by the emperor. His expression shifted to one of disapproval as he cast a dismissive glance at Su Qing. "General Feng, this is a military zone. No outsiders are permitted." Deputy General Dong lowered his voice and remarked, "Besides, we are all rough men here. It seems rather inappropriate for a delicate lady like Miss Su to be present." "Enough of your nonsense." Feng Jiang's expression darkened as he slammed his palm onto the table, causing the already precariously placed teacup to topple and shatter on the ground with a loud crash. He bellowed, "Why should my son's fiancé not be allowed into our military camp?" Deputy General Dong gazed at the enraged Feng Jiang, his mind buzzing in confusion. He recalled that during the imperial wedding decree, although General Feng was gravely ill, his mind had been clear enough to state that this woman was not to be admitted. How could he have changed his stance after recovering from his illness? Ding Zhen observed the dynamics between the Feng family and Su Qing, feeling a sense of inner conflict, yet uncertain whether their demeanor was genuine. On the surface, the Feng family treated Su Qing well, but it was likely a means to ascertain whether she was a pawn of the emperor, acting as a surveillance tool against the Feng family. Alternatively, it could be that the Feng family had truly accepted Su Qing as one of their own due to certain circumstances. If it were the latter, he feared that the father and son of the Feng family might be deceived, leading to regret in the future. Feng Jiang, keenly aware of their thoughts, having lived together in the barracks for nearly 20 years, let out a sigh before adopting a stern expression. "I shall say this only once today. Su Qing is the intended daughter-in-law of the Feng family and the sole wife of my Yan. If I discover any lingering resentment or disrespect towards her from either of you, do not blame this old man for lacking compassion." Witnessing Feng Jiang's vehement stance only intensified Ding Zhen's concerns. Vice General Dong dared not speak further, yet his discontent was evident in his demeanor. Chapter 124. He has his considerations. Feng Jiang stole a glance at Su Qing, and upon noticing her calmness, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Liangcheng, being a border territory, has always had a complex population and environment, leading to more chaotic circumstances. The Feng family stationed in Liangcheng, with soldiers practicing day and night, aimed to defeat enemies on the battlefield, maintain stability along the southern borders, and ensure that the common folk could live and work in peace. However, the soldiers, filled with patriotism and fervor for defending their homeland, felt a sense of coldness when faced with suspicion and distrust. The emperor's decree to marry into the Feng family was made with great fanfare, and while it sounded commendable in the capital, it was merely a tactic to better control the intelligence of Liangcheng and manipulate both the Feng family and the military. This situation heightened the discontent among the soldiers who had fought alongside the old General Feng and the young Major Feng. When the topic of marriage arose, it was met with disdain. Feng Jiang knew that bringing Su Qing would stir discontent among the troops, but he had his reasons. You two have been with my Feng family for over 20 years. In my heart, you are like family. Feng Jiang sighed. I am a straightforward man, and today I will speak the truth. 6 months ago, you all knew I was afflicted by a strange illness, bedridden and deteriorating by the day. However, it was not an ordinary ailment, but rather a curse and poison placed in my body by spies from the northern frontier. Feng Jiang's words startled Ding Zhen and Vice General Dong. The cursed insects from the northern frontier were known to instill fear in those who understood their nature. General, have the curses and poisons been expelled? Ding Zhen asked, surveying Feng Jiang with concern. Is there a possibility of recovery? Feng Jiang waved his hand and replied, those afflicted by the cursed insects shall not survive beyond 6 months. Had it not been for Su Qing's assistance in dispelling the curse, I would have already departed this world a few days ago. Both Ding Zhen and Deputy Commander Dong were taken aback, instinctively casting their gazes towards the strikingly beautiful Su Qing, who stood beside Feng Yan. You should be aware that the curse is an artifact of the northern frontier's imperial family. Only those of royal lineage possess the ability to dispel it. Therefore, I cannot allow Su Qing to be exposed before the public. This secret must remain buried deep within your hearts. Exposure to the outside world equates to exposure to peril. I cannot gamble with Su Qing's life. Ding Zhen and Deputy Commander Dong nodded silently, the revelation weighing heavily on their minds. The news was overwhelmingly shocking. Not only was the esteemed General Feng under the influence of a curse, but his yet-to-be-married daughter-in-law was capable of dispelling it. Such matters were no laughing matter. Both were filled with astonishment. Hearing the words directly from Feng Jiang's lips, Zhu Mo, Su Qing, and Mu Yao, who stood nearby, felt a tumult of emotions as well. After all, besides the Feng family and Su Qing, only the steward Zhang Lai was privy to the knowledge of the curse. It was evident that the old master truly regarded them as trusted confidants. Should this secret reach the ears of the northern frontier spies, the consequences would be dire. The forthrightness of the old general stirred a sense of gratitude within Ding Zhen and Deputy Commander Dong. As you have witnessed, she just saved Yan Er, Feng Jiang declared, pointing to the lifeless carcass of the lamb on the ground. I do not care whether she was sent by the emperor to monitor the Feng family, or if she is a spy from the northern frontier. As long as she stands with the Feng family, she is one of us. Observing Feng Yan's countenance and Feng Jiang's posture, Deputy General Dong finally discerned the Feng family's stance. He pursed his lips and nodded in acknowledgement. Despite his lack of fondness for Su Qing, her role in rescuing the Feng family father and son rendered her a benefactor of the Northwest garrison. Chapter 125, The Most Vicious of Curses. Let's set these matters aside for the moment. Su Qing remarked softly, her mellifluous voice alleviating the somber atmosphere in the room. I am curious as to how you dealt with He Chaoliang. Are you referring to that ghastly entity from earlier? Deputy General Dong exclaimed upon hearing He Chaoliang's name. That sinister thing kept assailing the young general. Only when I cleaved its head off did it finally expire. He continued, Miss Su, you possess extensive knowledge. What exactly was that creature? A mere spy, of no consequence. Deputy General Dong scoffed. Previously, the young general, in his benevolence, instructed the brothers to bury him, only for him to reanimate and injure the young general. This time, I ordered his corpse to be wrapped in straw mats, bound tightly, and discarded in the pauper's graveyard. Su Qing raised an eyebrow at Deputy General Dong, a gesture befitting his character. As Su Qing fastened the pendant around Feng Yan's neck, he could clearly perceive her thick, fan-like eyelashes, long and upturned, her delicate, high-bridged nose, and her rosy lips, which appeared exceedingly soft and inviting. The thought prompted Feng Yan to quickly avert his gaze, only to find himself involuntarily drawn back to her the next moment. Observing Su Qing caressing the white jade pendant after securing it around his neck, the joy that arose within Feng Yan was promptly dispelled by Su Qing's subsequent action. Su Qing released her grip, retrieving the remaining white jade pendants from her waist and distributing them among Feng Jiang, Zhu Mo, Zhu Qing, and Mu Yao. The white jade pendants must be worn close to the body and cannot be removed even during bathing or changing clothes. Su Qing informed everyone, her gaze settling on Zhu Qing. Yours must be returned to me after you have used it today. Zhu Qing, glancing at the white jade in Zhu Mo's hand, and then at Mu Yao's, felt a surge of frustration that left her face flushed. He Chaoli had cast a deadly curse upon himself, a spell that would ensure he would stop at nothing to bring his enemies to their demise after death. Su Qing spoke calmly, explaining that there were many types of death curses, and the one within him was of the most vicious kind. Mu Yao, quickly prepare some food. Concerned about Feng Yan's earlier injuries, Su Qing still felt uneasy and decided to cast a divination. If we do not act swiftly, everything may truly come to an end. He Chaoli's corpse had already been discarded into the mass grave. Mu Yao promptly left to fulfill her task. No, this matter is far too perilous. I cannot allow you to go alone. Feng Yan firmly objected, adding, besides, I am the target of He Chaoli. My presence may offer some advantage. In the eyes of their master, Zhu Mo and Su Qing felt like mere shadows. Chapter 126. I shall accompany you Feng Jiang, and the others were naturally reluctant to wait idly. As long as such malevolent beings remained, the military camp would never find peace, and the morale of the troops would easily crumble. Unable to withstand the insistence of the others, Su Qing ultimately agreed to a plan, to leave the strategist Ding in charge of the camp, while Feng's father and son, Deputy Commander Dong, Zhu Mo, and Zhu Qing would accompany Su Qing on her journey. After reaching an agreement, the group swiftly mounted their horses. Feng Yan held Su Qing close to his chest as they rode together, with everyone galloping towards the direction of the mass grave. Two soldiers exchanged glances and jogged to catch up. Halt! As they approached within 100 meters of the mass grave, Su Qing instructed them to stop. You all wait here. Seeing Su Qing prepare to dismount, Feng Yan intercepted her, leaping down alongside her and firmly grasping her delicate hand. I shall accompany you, he asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent, his gaze unwavering. This place had not always been a mass grave. Over 20 years ago, after the Liang Kingdom invaded Liang City, the streets were littered with corpses. The Liang forces excavated a vast pit here, disposing of both the fallen soldiers and the innocent civilians they had slain. As time passed, the remains accumulated, eventually transforming this site into a mass grave. Su Qing gazed into the pit, where, apart from over 20 discernible corpses, there were only tattered remnants of clothing draped over skeletal remains, some even missing limbs, a sight that was genuinely disquieting. Two soldiers, breathless, hurried over, gesturing towards the location where they had just discarded the bodies. Su Qing and Feng Yan looked over, alarmed to find that, apart from a dilapidated mat, there was no sign of Qiao Liang's corpse. How strange, we clearly left him here. One of the round-faced soldiers scratched his head in confusion. I even took a closer look, fearing he might rise again. Why is he nowhere to be found now? The other soldier nodded vigorously in agreement, affirming that his comrade was not mistaken. Upon hearing the words of the two, Feng Jiang and the others approached, gazing into the pit filled with heaps of corpses. Reflecting on the fact that this pit had previously held the remains of their fallen comrades, they were overwhelmed with emotion. What is that? Zhu Qing, with keen eyesight, pointed towards a certain spot not far away, suggesting that something appeared to be stirring in the soil. The group quickly turned to follow her gesture, and indeed, something seemed to be writhing in the earth, causing the corpses and bones above to gradually sink and emit an eerie sound. Su Qing narrowed her eyes, unable to suppress a curse under her breath. She was well aware that individuals who had been cursed would cause surrounding lifeless entities to amalgamate with their own hair, transforming into a monstrous being. The more dead matter present, the more formidable the creature became, which is why she had persistently warned Feng Yan against taking lives. If one must kill, then they should not carelessly discard the bodies. With so many remains in this mass grave and her current cultivation not fully restored, the situation was becoming quite troublesome. Zhu Mo, you must swiftly go to the Hucking sect's medical hall and fetch Qin Yu. Bring him here with Xiaobao, and do so with utmost urgency. As soon as Su Qing finished speaking, Zhu Mo mounted his horse, raised the reins, and with a firm jab to the steed's flank, the magnificent horse galloped away like an arrow towards the Hucking sect's medical hall. Chapter 127. Su Qing x Monster Qing Qing. Is this matter quite complicated? Feng Yan inquired with a furrowed brow, concern etched across his face. Is there any way I can assist? Bringing Qin Yu here for collaboration is essential. I fear this matter is anything but simple. I will require your blood shortly, and furthermore, you must instruct the old man and the others to leave this place at once. The farther they go, the better, Su Qing replied with a serious demeanor. Indicating to Feng Yan that resolving this issue would not be an easy feat, Feng Yan nodded, turning to discuss with Feng Jiang while several others stubbornly refused to leave. Su Qing had no choice but to first send two soldiers away. With a wave of her fingers, she recited a spell, drawing a circle on the ground, instructing them to remain within its confines. Regardless of what transpired, they were not to step outside this boundary. Although Su Qing communicated this to the group, Her gaze remained fixed on Feng Yan, silently imploring him not to distract her, assuring him that she would remain unharmed. Feng Yan pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes wide as he watched Su Qing leap into the deep pit. From her spatial pocket, Su Qing retrieved yellow talismans and a vermilion brush, swiftly conjuring over 30 talismans within moments. She simultaneously directed the talismans towards various directions, positioning them precisely, and in an instant, they formed a magical array, enveloping the entire chaotic burial ground. With the talismans exerting their suppressive power, the entities beneath the surface began to stir restlessly, causing the ground to hum ominously, as if the buried beings were poised to break free at any moment. As the commotion intensified, more corpses became ensnared by long strands of hair, swiftly coalescing into a colossal monster. Su Qing observed calmly, noting that the monster's amalgamation was not yet complete. Now was the perfect moment to strike. What manner of creature is this, to be so immense? Deputy Commander Dong gazed upward at the towering monster, several meters high within the pit, swallowing hard. Could Miss Su truly defeat such a beast? Feng Jiang and Feng Yin were naturally anxious but dared not rush forward, fearing their interference might prove counterproductive. Su Qing, with a deft motion of her hand, summoned a long, obsidian sword that materialized above her palm. Poised for action, she wielded a long sword, her toes lightly touching the ground as she leapt gracefully onto the head of the monstrous creature. With her left index finger poised at her lips, she softly chanted an incantation, causing the magical array to descend slowly from the air in accordance with her cadence. After a moment, Su Qing sprang into the air once more, raising her sword high and bringing it down directly onto the creature's head, infused with a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Her strike cleaved the gigantic beast in two. The creature's form swayed precariously, however, as its strands of hair swiftly entwined, the monster's body rejoined, the dense strands frantically entangling as if striving to hasten the fusion. Yet, impeded by Su Qing's magical array, this process was not so easily accomplished. Just as Su Qing was about to launch her second assault, the creature suddenly extended a dark hand and violently tore off a bone from its own body, hurling it towards the direction of the magical symbols. The detached bone was merely an ordinary remnant, ineffective against the array. As it struck the talisman, the force split a corner of it, causing the magical energy to leak out and rendering the array ineffective in an instant. Su Qing's delicate brows furrowed deeper, instinctively clenching her jaw. He Chaoyang was indeed a ruthless individual. This death curse had likely lingered within him for many years, otherwise, it would not have developed sentience. This grotesque sentience was truly an eyesore, troublesome and vexing. Goodness, it was exceedingly hideous. Chapter 128, Su Qing versus the monster. The rumbling of her stomach caused Su Qing to roll her eyes in exasperation. The creature did not attack her, but instead became ensnared. Its massive form wrapped tightly in black strands of hair, layer upon layer, transforming into a colossal black chrysalis. Su Qing was acutely aware that the monster was in the process of merging. Should it emerge from its cocoon, the situation would become increasingly dire. She hurled her long sword into the air, and with a flick of her fingers, a single black sword instantly transformed into hundreds, if not thousands, of blades, encasing the black chrysalis in layers. Tilting her neck slightly, her gaze sharpened, and the multitude of black swords descended like a rain of blades upon the black cocoon. Well, has the young mistress's swordplay reached such remarkable heights? Zhu Qing exclaimed upon witnessing the scene, unable to contain her astonishment. This monster will surely be pierced through like a sieve. At her current level of cultivation, Su Qing could only unleash 1/10 of the black sword's potential. Yet, even this fraction was sufficient to vanquish the creature. The only uncertainty lay in whether her body could endure until she successfully delivered the final blow. The hair spawned by the curse was as hard as iron, rendering ordinary weapons utterly ineffective. As Su Qing's true energy rapidly waned, the black sword's velocity gradually diminished as well. Her brows knitted tighter. It seemed this body could indeed not withstand much longer. For now, she could only rely on the black sword to continuously sever the strands of hair, preventing the monster from merging, while she awaited the arrival of Mu Yao or Xiao Bao. At that moment, Mu Yao arrived with a horse-drawn carriage, laden with provisions she had brought for Su Qing. Shortly thereafter, Su Xiao Bao, Xiao Wei Er, and Qin Yu, along with Zhu Mo, also made their appearance. What is this? Su Xiao Bao dismounted the carriage and immediately caught sight of the enormous black chrysalis, which was being incessantly severed, yet rapidly regenerating. His expression shifted. How could there be a curse in this world? Another world? Xiao Wei Er, somewhat perplexed, turned to glance at Su Xiaobao. Master, Xiaobao is here to assist you. Su Xiaobao swiftly retrieved the yellow talisman and vermilion powder he carried with him, expertly beginning to inscribe the necessary runes. Qin Yuza stood beside, imitating Su Xiaobao in the crafting of talismans. Su Qing had summoned him for assistance, and he knew he would not be reprimanded for secretly learning to draw the talismans of the Huaqing sect. Little Wei observed as both Master Xiaobao and his uncle were engrossed in their talisman drawings, and after a moment's contemplation, he too picked up a brush with utmost seriousness and began to draw. Once they had completed the talismans, Su Xiaobao instructed Qin Yu and Mu Yao to affix the talismans to the strands of hair that had fallen from the black cocoon. However, the strands moved with remarkable speed, and only Mu Yao managed to place them just in time, while Qin Yuza could not approach them at all. Seeing this, Zhu Qing spoke up. Zhu Qing leaped forward, snatching the talisman from Qin Yuza's hand, and with a surge of energy, he executed his lightness skill, darting towards the black cocoon like a flash of lightning. Zhu Qing and Mu Yao worked in tandem, swiftly adhering the talismans to their designated spots as per Su Xiaobao's instructions. Once the talismans were affixed, the black cocoon deflated like a punctured balloon, and its hair, along with the skeletal remains, crashed to the ground. This suppression was merely temporary. She needed to quickly replenish her strength to strike decisively. As Su Qing entered the carriage, her eyes brightened at the sight of a lavish spread of dishes laid before her. She casually seized a nearby meat bun and devoured it with gusto, her eyes gradually narrowing in delight. Mu Yao truly knew how to handle matters. This time, even the table had been brought along. If only a bottle of pear blossom wine could accompany this feast, it would be even more splendid. In chapter 129, as Su Qing savored her meal and restored her spiritual energy within the carriage, Su Xiaobao was employing the talismans in conjunction with his master's formation to forcibly subdue the monstrous creature conjured by the curse. The aura of this other world had yet to revive, rendering spiritual energy scarce. Su Xiaobao's body, akin to Su Qing's, is now merely that of a mortal, devoid of spiritual power. Only when inscribing talismans can he gather the sparse spiritual energy from the air to subdue this monstrous entity. A greater number of talismans is undoubtedly required. While others may remain oblivious, he is well aware of this fact. His master, renowned as the foremost expert of the Xinjiang continent, effortlessly channels true energy through a mortal form in this foreign realm, invoking such a formidable array with remarkable skill. Fortunately, his master does not need to meditate to replenish true energy, as sustenance serves as the source of restoration. Glancing at the carriage parked nearby, Su Xiaobao resolutely resolved to hold steadfast until his master emerged, determined to prevent the creature from breaching the formation and wreaking havoc. The individuals encircling the scene, witnessing the creature's ongoing struggles and roars, seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, believing it to be under control. However, Feng Yan, beneath the moonlight, discerned faintly shimmering chains emerging from the talismans, binding the creature tightly within the pit, as it fought desperately against its restraints. Su Xiaobao, with his diminutive frame, tirelessly wielded the spiritual brush, rapidly dispatching talismans adorned with yellow backgrounds and red patterns. Zhu Qing and Mu Yao, upon receiving them, leaped into the pit, covering the creature with an array of talismans. The creature's shrieks grew increasingly piercing, causing pain to the eardrums of those nearby. This situation was untenable. Thus, Su Xiaobao hastened his talisman crafting, even with Qin Yu's assistance, yet they could not entirely suppress the creature's healing rate. His wrist began to ache, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. "Little Bao, you have worked hard." A delicate, luminous hand gently tousled Su Xiaobao's hair. "Leave the rest to your master." Su Xiaobao was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing Su Qing's voice, an overwhelming sense of reassurance washed over him. "Master." Su Qing's expression shifted as she extended her arms, leaning slightly forward, and in an instant, she moved before the monstrous being in the deep pit. Feng Yan caught only a fleeting glimpse of Su Qing's figure before she vanished from sight. After searching for a while, he focused his gaze again and found Su Qing suspended in midair, grasping a black sword, confronting the creature. The young mistress can actually stand suspended in the air? Zhu Qing couldn't help but exclaim softly. The unparalleled masters of the world cannot achieve levitation without a solid foundation beneath their feet. How did the young mistress accomplish this? In this moment, the crowd was rendered speechless, unable to articulate the shock that gripped their hearts. Though the creature was suppressed by Su Xiaobao's talismans and its own magical formation, it seemed to possess awareness. tearing off its bones one by one and hurling them toward the talismans. The bones adorned with talismans were violently ripped away and flung in Su Qing's direction. Su Qing continually flickered in the air, effortlessly evading the creature's onslaught. With a swift motion of her black sword, the bones hurtling toward her and the monster were instantaneously cleaved into 7 pieces. The talismans had diminished the power of the attack, only slowing the creature's regeneration. Su Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had always said that curses imbued with consciousness were particularly bothersome. Qing. Feng Yan called out to Su Qing, his voice laced with concern. Be careful. A warmth spread through Su Qing's heart at the evident worry in Feng Yan's tone. The creature was immediately drawn to Feng Yan's voice, casting its bones toward the crowd. The faces of the Feng family, along with Vice Commander Dong and the others, changed dramatically. Master, Zhu Mo and Zhu Qing were taken aback and swiftly advanced. As the skeletal remains made contact with the circle drawn by Su Qing on the ground, they shattered into countless pieces. The onlookers, struck by a lingering dread, were particularly affected. Deputy General Dong collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Enraged by the blatant disregard of the mortals towards its assault, the creature became frantic. Its hair, multiplying at an alarming rate, twisted into a serpent-like form the size of a bowl, aiming to ensnare Feng Yan and the others, intent on dismantling the protective array surrounding them. Su Qing's gaze sharpened. This was the man she had devoted centuries to protect, and she could not allow such a vile entity to harm him. Channeling all her internal energy, a tempest arose around her, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. The black sword in Su Qing's hand darted towards the monster, moving with an even greater swiftness than before, conjuring hundreds of black blades that spiraled around the creature in a whirlwind, mercilessly attempting to obliterate it. The creature's anguished howls echoed through the valley, creating an atmosphere of chilling terror, causing the hair of Feng Yan and the others to gradually lose its vitality, until it ultimately vanished. The winds began to subside. The group stared in shock at the scattered bones and corpses strewn across the ground, their hearts heavy with the realization that had this malevolent force not been eradicated today, the town of Liansheng would have surely faced devastation. Feng Yan hastily exited the circle and dashed towards the frail woman, just in time to catch her in his arms. Su Qing smiled gently and said, "You're all right." "That is wonderful." "Yes, I'm fine," she replied, nuzzling against his chest, seeking comfort. She found a cozy spot, slowly closed her eyes, and soon her breathing became steady and rhythmic. As Qingyu observed Su Xiaobao, exhausted and collapsed on the ground, he tenderly gathered him into his embrace while leading the drowsy Xiao Wei onto the carriage. Feng Yan, gazing at his peacefully sleeping wife, finally allowed a hint of gentleness to grace his tightly pressed lips. He cradled her horizontally in his arms, preparing to depart in the carriage. Suddenly, a rustling sound, akin to that of a serpent, emerged from behind. What on earth is that? How can it still be alive? Bamboo Qing, having witnessed the scene, could not restrain herself from shouting and hurriedly flung the remaining talismans from her hand. This time, the talismans proved ineffective as the dark hair twisted and formed a giant black hand reaching out towards the group, instilling fear that compelled everyone to hastily board the carriage and flee. Furthermore, the creature extended several strands of black hair towards Feng Yan, who was holding Su Qing. This was the creature's final act of desperation. It sought to take both its master and General Feng down with it. Su Xiaobao had previously discerned that such power could only be countered by their master. Just as the strands of hair launched an assault on Feng Yan, Su Qing opened her eyes once more, grasping the strands tightly to prevent them from harming him. "You dare to be so audacious after I've shown you mercy." Su Qing's expression darkened, her face paling as a flame erupted from her palm, incinerating the hair entirely. Though the curse was vile, it feared the sacred fire. However, summoning the sacred fire in this foreign realm would deplete the vitality of this body. The creature, having staked everything only to be thwarted, was naturally enraged. Chapter 131. Day of the Free Clinic. The black hair, now transformed into a massive hand, abandoned its pursuit of those in the carriage and turned its wrath towards Su Qing and Feng Yan. Su Qing furrowed her brows and forcefully pushed Feng Yan away. In that fleeting moment, she was swept away by dark strands of hair. Qing. Feng Yan gazed at the scene before him, powerless to employ the martial skills he possessed, helplessly witnessing the girl he cherished being taken by a monster, his heart shattered, torn to pieces. The creature transformed once more into a black cocoon, ensnaring Su Qing within its grasp. With cold indifference, Su Qing observed the decaying corpse of He Chaoyang, whose pale blue garments gradually turned a deep crimson, his haunting violet eyes reflecting despair. The body of He Chaoyang contorted and morphed, ultimately bursting apart. Simultaneously, the hair lost its consciousness, slowly falling away. Feng Yan dashed toward the black cocoon, desperately wielding his sword against the strands of hair. A blue light enveloped the blade, and before he could ponder further, he cleaved through the massive cocoon with a single strike. Dark crimson blood gushed from the rupture, filling the air with a metallic scent. Feng Yan immediately spotted the figure tumbling from the cocoon and rushed forward to catch her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Qing, he called out anxiously. I am fine, Su Qing replied, gazing at the blood-stained man before her, unable to suppress a smile. You look rather unsightly like this. With a snap of her fingers, the blood on Feng Yan's body vanished in an instant. She wrapped her arms around his neck, declaring, I prefer you this way. Seeing that the little woman was unharmed, Feng Yan sighed in relief, and the overwhelming sense of regaining what he thought lost compelled him to plant a kiss on Su Qing's forehead. Su Qing paused in surprise, staring at Feng Yan with a dazed expression, her hand instinctively covering her forehead. Feng Yan never anticipated that he would engage in such reckless behavior. He feared that the delicate woman in his arms might still harbor resentment towards him. However, gazing at her flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, he felt an inexplicable joy. He could not help but emit a soft chuckle. Only Su Xiaobao witnessed Feng Yan channeling his spiritual energy, and he was momentarily taken aback before quickly coming to terms with it. If he could traverse to another realm, then surely his master's elder brother would also arrive in this foreign world. It appeared that the elder brother had lost all memories of the Xuanzhen continent. Observing the elder brother kissing his master, Su Xiaobao was unable to suppress the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. If the elder brother were to regain his memory, the imagery was simply too exquisite for him to contemplate. The matter concerning He Chaoyang was now definitively resolved, except for Su Qing. Everyone else found it difficult to find repose. Before dawn, Li Guzi hurried to the medical clinic. Today marked the 15th of the month, a day designated for free consultations. Numerous preparations were still required. Upon arriving at the clinic, he noticed the Qin family's carriage stationed at the entrance, where Qin Yu was gently lifting two small bundles from the vehicle. The young servant had already opened the clinic's doors and was sweeping the fallen leaves, while the young apothecary diligently organized the medicinal herbs. Although an inventory had been taken the previous day, it was prudent to exercise caution to ensure the success of the free clinic. Masterly, have you had breakfast? Qin Yu inquired, one hand carrying a food box while the other held onto the small Wei-er, who in turn clutched Su Xiaobao's hand tightly. He turned to Li Guzi and said, Shall we share a meal together? I have already eaten, thank you, young Master Qin. In recent days, Li Guzi has developed a growing fondness for Qin Yu, the future heir of the Qin family. Previously, he had been rather short-sighted, assuming that individuals from influential families such as the Qins, who were descendants of prestigious lineages, would be haughty and arrogant. However, it has become evident that truly distinguished families possess a refined upbringing. Chapter 132. The little one's consultation. Li Guzi hastily instructed two young attendants to bring forth a long table to place at the entrance of the clinic. This arrangement would not only serve to shield the thronging patients but also facilitate a smooth entry for those awaiting their turn after securing a number. Subsequently, he arranged the additional wooden stools acquired for the clinic on either side, providing patients a place to rest while they awaited their consultation. He then took a seat on a stool behind the long table, anticipating the arrival of patients who had collected their number tags. As dawn broke, Shen Guyu walked to the clinic, finding that several patients were already seated on the long bench outside. Upon entering, he noticed Su Xiaobao, who seemed to have already taken his place at one of the wooden tables, embodying the demeanor of a miniature adult. Beside him, Xiaowei furrowed his brows, engrossed in sketching incomprehensible patterns with utmost seriousness, gazing at the soft contours of the child's face. Shingu couldn't believe that someone so young could possess medical skills far superior to his own, having witnessed it firsthand the previous day. Truly, there are always individuals more capable than oneself. Dr. Xiaobao, where is Miss Su? Shinguyu inquired, having not seen Su Qing despite looking around. Master has matters to attend to and will arrive later, Su Xiaobao replied in a soft, endearing voice that melted Shinguyu's heart. Nodding, Shinguyu took his usual seat and began his preparations. Li Guzi raised his head to observe the sky, calculating that the time was nearly upon him. He glanced at Shinguyu and Su Xiaobao, who had already placed their pulse pillows upon the table, and then he opened the roster to commence calling the numbers. Is number 1 here? Number 1. Zhang Daniu, are you present? The individuals seated on the long bench craned their necks, anxious not to miss a single call. Some contemplating the audacity to claim a number not theirs, yet deterred by the imposing presence of Qin Yu, who stood by to maintain order. It appeared that Zhang Daniu had yet to arrive. Is number 2, Li Laosi here? Yes, yes, Li Laosi exclaimed upon hearing his name, quickly raising the wooden plaque in his hand. I am Li Laosi. Step forward and place your plaque in the ceramic jar, and you may enter, instructed Li Guzi. Li Laosi hurried a few steps to deposit the plaque, then turned to gently assist his ailing father into the clinic. Within, 2 physicians awaited, one youthful and the other a child. Although Li Laosi was aware of the renowned young divine doctor at the Huqing sect clinic, he still felt a twinge of skepticism. After a brief hesitation, he made his way towards Shinguyu. Observing the situation, Li Guzi resumed calling the numbers. Is number 1, Zhang Daniu, here yet? Once again, there was no response. He was compelled to proceed to the next, number 3, Wang Matzi. Yes, yes. Wang Matzi rushed forward, bearing his frail, nearly lifeless wife upon his back. Steadying her with one hand, he tossed the plaque into the ceramic jar with the other, and without waiting for Li Guzi's words, he entered the clinic directly. He observed Shinguyu attending to Li Laosi's father and decided to set his wife aside for the moment. Suddenly, a small, pale figure waved at him with tiny hands. Over here, called Su Xiaobao, you can come to me for treatment. Wang Matzi blinked, his mouth twitching, and a sense of unease gripped his heart. How could a child, possibly lacking a full set of teeth, be capable of diagnosing illness? The Huqing sect medical hall seemed to treat matters of health so frivolously, it was no wonder they claimed that their consultations were free of charge. Chapter 133. One must not recklessly prescribe medicine to children. Qin Yu, noticing Wang Matzi's conflicted expression, tinged with indignation, understood his skepticism towards Su Xiaobao's medical skills. He approached and said, if you require treatment, please take a seat. However, if you doubt the abilities of our physicians and prefer to leave, you are free to do so at any time. In Liangsheng, few were unfamiliar with the future head of the Qin family, and Wang Matzi dared not offend Qin Yu. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to carry his wife towards Su Xiaobao. If the child truly proved untrustworthy, he could simply refrain from taking any medicine prescribed. His wife had been ill for nearly 2 years, and their meager savings had dwindled significantly in the pursuit of her treatment and medicine. Now, even putting food on the table had become a challenge, and there was no spare coin to hire a physician, let alone purchase medicine. Since they were already here, it was hoped that this medical hall could provide some remedy for his wife's ailment, or at least offer a few prescriptions for her care. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Matzi gently placed his wife on the wooden chair beside Su Xiaobao, who was well aware that he was underestimated by the man before him. Yet, as a physician, his duty was to heal and save lives. Moreover, a true healer must let their skills speak for themselves. One must never be careless in the art of medicine. After Wang Matzi's wife had her pulse taken, Su Xiaobao proceeded to perform a thorough examination, employing the traditional methods of observation, listening, inquiry, and diagnosis. He then prepared a prescription and handed it to the young servant. The servant promptly took the prescription to the pharmacy and hastened back with the medicine, which was then given to the maid to brew. Is this truly sufficient? Wang Matzi questioned, skepticism etched across his face. The speed of the consultation was astonishing. With a hint of anger, he exclaimed, you cannot recklessly prescribe medication for my wife. He felt he had not even been granted a chance to object. In the Huqing medical hall, all internal medicines must be administered on-site, with the entire process of preparation and brewing handled by the establishment itself. Qin Yu Dao, he continued, should any issues arise after your wife consumes the medicine, you may immediately report to the authorities and hold us accountable. Upon hearing Qin Yu's reassurance, Wang Matzi's apprehension began to dissipate. He could see that this establishment was unlike the charlatans often found in the streets. His wife, frail and leaning against him, shook her head gently. She understood that her illness was beyond cure. Had it not been for her husband's unwavering support during her moments of despair, she might have succumbed long ago. After taking the medicine, patients are required to rest in the medical hall for half an hour before leaving. Su Xiaobao gestured toward an adjacent empty room, saying, if you feel hungry, there are refreshments and pastries available over there for your enjoyment. Wang Matzi felt a sense of relief as he heard Su Xiaobao's words. Rather than hastily dismissing them, the medical hall offered a place to rest, along with refreshments. Gratitude swelled within him as he thanked Su Xiaobao before carrying his wife to the vacant room to recuperate while waiting for the medicine to take effect. Meanwhile, Li Guzi called out for the next patient as Su Xiaobao concluded his examination. Patients entered the clinic one after another. Initially, many harbored prejudices against Su Xiaobao, believing it to be a matter of life and death to entrust such a young child with their care. Consequently, upon Qin Yu's suggestion, some chose to depart quietly, while others, unable to leave, reluctantly remained, their hearts heavy with discomfort. This discomfort persisted until Wang Matzi made a delightful discovery. His previously frail wife, who could scarcely speak, began to regain her color and was able to utter a few words within half an hour after taking the medicine. His joy was immeasurable. Chapter 134. Can you return early today? Wang Matzi gazed at the small figure treating other patients and felt the world had turned fantastical. A child had cured his wife, who had suffered for 2 years, and it was achieved with just a single prescription. He realized he had encountered a miraculous healer. In a rush, Wang Matzi approached Su Xiaobao, his gratitude overflowing as he knelt before the child, bowing his head in reverence and murmuring words of thanks, pledging to repay the life-saving grace in his next life by working tirelessly like an ox or horse. After expressing his profound gratitude once more, he assisted his wife in leaving. Soon after, several more patients and their relatives emerged from the room, their faces alight with astonishment as they praised Su Xiaobao profusely. The crowd's prejudices dissipated, and those waiting in line for their turn to be treated felt a sense of relief. A few tiny beams of white light, akin to the size of a cat's eye, emanated from the patients and descended into the magical array below the clinic, passing through it and entering Su Qing's body. As Su Qing slowly opened her eyes, a brilliant ray of sunlight cascaded upon her rosy cheeks. With her enchanting eyes curving into a smile, she gently blew away the stray strands of hair resting on her nose, her spirits soaring. Just as she sat up, Mu Yao entered, carrying a basin of water. "My lady, the young general requests your presence in the flower hall for a meal." The memory of the previous day's banquet, where Feng Yan had impulsively kissed her forehead, brought a glimmer of joy to her eyes. After freshening up, Su Qing, accompanied by Mu Yao, proceeded to the flower hall. Seated at the table, Feng Yan looked up upon her arrival, radiating warmth as he extended his large hand. "Qing Qing." Su Qing hastened a few steps forward, placing her small hand into his warm palm and effortlessly settling beside him. "Is there any need to alter the wedding attire?" Feng Yan inquired. "It fits perfectly," she replied. Turning her gaze to the man beside her, Su Qing noticed a faint blush creeping up his ears, his smile as radiant as blooming begonia flowers. Feng Yan picked up a pair of wooden chopsticks and placed a delicate pastry into her bowl, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. After they finished their meal, they boarded the carriage driven by Mu Yao, heading towards the medical clinic. Due to Su Xiaobao's remarkable efficiency in consultations, by the time Su Qing arrived, only a few slots remained for the 30 available consultations. Patients sat quietly on the benches outside, awaiting their turn. The crowd of onlookers showed no signs of dwindling, craning their necks to glimpse the exquisite porcelain-skinned young woman as she attended to patients, with some even paying 10 taels of silver merely for a closer look. "Master." Su Qing's appearance naturally sparked chatter among the gathered crowd, for she was renowned as the beautiful proprietor of the Huqing sect's medical clinic. Listening to the clamor at the door, Su Xiaobao raised her eyes and caught sight of her esteemed master entering with grace. She promptly stood, clasped her hands in a bow, and respectfully called out. This utterance of master drew the attention of many, leaving them astonished to discover that the proprietor of the Huqing sect medical hall was, in fact, the mentor of this young divine physician, Master Ancestor. Nearby, Xiaowei, who was frowning while drawing talismans, looked up upon hearing the sound. A smile broke across her face as she exclaimed, "Master Ancestor, Xiaobao's master is truly remarkable. So many people seek his aid for their ailments." Chapter 135. The Master Ancestor performs magic. Master Ancestor, may I cease my studies in painting? I too wish to learn the art of healing. For Xiaobao's master commands such respect while tending to the sick. Xiaowei abandoned her brush and leapt off the stool, panting as she raced over to Su Qing and clung to her leg. Pouting, "The paintings taught by Xiaobao's master are perplexing and challenging, and I can't even discern what they depict. Master Ancestor, the little chubby neighbor's painting of a duck is far more appealing." Qin Weiji. Su Xiaobao's hand trembled at the mention of this, causing a droplet of dark ink to fall onto the table. With a stern expression, Su Xiaobao declared, "Today, you must produce 100 drawings. If even one is missing, you shall be required to create 10 additional ones tomorrow." Upon hearing the admonition from her master, Xiaowei blinked and then promptly pouted, her face scrunched up like a bun, her big eyes glistening as she gazed intently at Su Qing. Master Ancestor, look, Xiaobao's master is indeed fierce. My uncle often says that anger is detrimental to one's health. Do you not think Xiaobao's master is angry? Master Ancestor, you must intervene. In a hushed tone, Xiao Wei spoke with an air of mystery, believing that only Su Qing could hear his words. Unbeknownst to him, the entire room was privy to his remarks. Many stifled their laughter, while some could not contain themselves and burst into giggles. Noticing the amused gazes directed at him, Xiao Wei tilted his head in curiosity, then lifted his chin and straightened his back, convinced that everyone must agree with his assertion, hence their laughter. Xiao Wei is truly remarkable, he thought joyfully, looking up at Su Qing with an expression that yearned for praise. Su Qing, entertained by Xiao Wei's mischievous demeanor, gestured for Su Xiaobao to continue attending to the patient while she cradled Xiao Wei in her arms and made her way to the backyard. With a satisfied nod, she approached Mu Xiao, who was quietly seated on a small stool, engrossed in his book. She gently placed Xiao Wei on the stool beside Mu Xiao and affectionately ruffled his fluffy hair, which felt delightful to the touch. How about Master Ancestor performs a magic trick for Xiao Wei? Su Qing proposed. Master Ancestor can perform magic tricks? Xiao Wei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he clapped his hands. Such is the nature of a child, the mere mention of a magic trick drew Mu Xiao's attention as well. From her sleeve, Su Qing retrieved a talisman and, with a mysterious smile, instructed them to watch closely. The talisman ignited instantly, shimmering with golden flames. In the blink of an eye, the flames transformed into a red butterfly, fluttering gracefully through the air before landing delicately on the back of Mu Xiao's hand. The fiery wings fanned gently a couple of times, gradually dispersing into glimmering golden specks that filled the air. Mu Xiao and Xiao Wei both widened their eyes in astonishment, for it was their first encounter with such a rare phenomenon, a butterfly, a crimson butterfly. Xiao Wei's face lit up with delight as he waved his chubby little hands towards Su Qing, exclaiming joyously, Master Ancestor, what kind of magic is this? It's amazing. I want to learn it too. Su Qing then produced a yellow talisman, inscribing a symbol with cinnabar and handed it to Xiao Wei. I love it. Master Ancestor's magic is remarkable, and so is the butterfly. Chapter 136, Medicine Valley. Lin Zhongbang. Su Qing observed Xiao Wei's earnest attempt at drawing with such adorability, and he found it utterly charming. There's a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy in the surroundings. This child from the Qin family is indeed a promising talent. With Su Xiaobao and Shun Guyu attending to the patients, by the time dusk approached, 30 patients had been treated in succession, and many were now resting in the waiting room for their medicine. Stretching lazily, Shun Guyu approached Su Xiaobao, intending to consult him about some perplexing ailments mentioned in medical texts. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside the door. Shun Guyu and Su Xiaobao instinctively turned to look, and at that moment, Qin Yu was already standing outside. The 30 slots for consultations today are full, Qin Yu announced coldly, except for patients in critical condition. If anyone wishes to seek treatment at Huqing Sect, please obtain a number in advance next month or pay the consultation fee for immediate service. Though the onlookers murmured among themselves, they did not cause a ruckus. After all, the Huqing Sect clinic was the only one in Liangcheng that offered free consultation days. Moreover, the doctors stationed there were all exceptionally skilled, capable of resolving long-standing and perplexing ailments with just one prescription. As the old adage goes, one should never offend a physician. Suddenly, a stranger approached the entrance of the medical hall, casting a dubious glance at the sign of the Huaqing sect. Observing this, Qin Yu stepped forward to discern the stranger's intentions. The crowd instinctively retreated a couple of steps, making the unfamiliar man stand out even more. Clad in a flowing white robe, adorned with silver-threaded bamboo leaves at the collar and cuffs, his attire was modest. Save for a white jade belt from which hung a brown wooden badge inscribed with a single character for medicine, his presence exuded an air of distinction. Qin Yu cast a dispassionate glance at the individual before him, recognizing at once that he was not there for treatment, and turned to leave. However, Lin Zhongbang, the man in white, felt a surge of indignation as he perceived Qin Yu's blatant disregard. Never before had he faced such disdain, and he could not help but vent his frustration. How can Huaqing Sect's medical hall, on a day dedicated to free consultations, send out a mere child to attend to patients? It is a brazen display, utterly unworthy of the compassion that defines a healer. Such shameless self-promotion. Qin Yu, naturally averse to such sarcastic remarks, halted in his tracks, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Lin Zhongbang. Sir, If you seek medical assistance, please present your consultation fee. If you are not unwell, I kindly ask you to depart swiftly. Lin Zhongbang, emboldened by his own words, believed he had struck a chord, and mockingly retorted, "Is it not amusing? I, too, am a physician. Why not have your little prodigy engage in a friendly contest with me?" As Qin Yu observed Lin Zhongbang's arrogant and foolish demeanor, his expression grew increasingly grim. Since witnessing Su Xiaobao's exceptional medical skills and mastery of talismans, he felt compelled to show deference to this young master, who was affiliated with Little Wei. How audacious for someone who seemingly emerged from nowhere to exhibit such disrespect. Lin Zhongbang's voice was far from quiet. To accommodate the patients, the tables and chairs for the free clinic had been moved closer to the entrance of the medical hall, allowing both Su Xiaobao and Shen Guyu to hear his words distinctly, which only darkened Qin Yu's countenance further. Shen Guyu was taken aback by the presence of individuals from the pharmaceutical valley in Liaoqing. Was it mere coincidence or a deliberate pursuit of them? Chapter 137. Justice Prevails. You cannot escape. Many matters can only be resolved through confrontation. Su Xiaobao approached Shen Guyu and, in a childlike tone, suggested, "Let us go and confront your junior brother." His master had already informed him of the impending disturbance on this day, as well as the connection between the troublemaker and Shen Guyu. Furthermore, he had been assigned the task of taking Shen Guyu as his disciple. With a quiet sigh, Su Xiaobao contemplated the uncertainty of this endeavor, resolving to do his utmost. Meanwhile, the happenings outside could not evade Mu Yao's notice. "My lord," she reported, "there are disturbances outside. If Xiaobao cannot resolve it, I shall intervene." Su Qing, indulging in pastries and savoring tea, occasionally critiqued the talismans drawn by Little Wei, which resembled neither gods nor forms. All the while listening to the scholarly recitations of Mu Xiao. Lying there, he could effortlessly embrace the power of faith. Such a tranquil existence was indeed a luxury. Mu Yao felt a knot in her throat, her mind clouded with confusion. Was he the master previously indifferent to the day of free medical consultations? Why today is there no intention to intervene at all? She remains unaware that the concealed formation beneath the medical hall allows Su Qing to rest peacefully, content in her role as a beautiful slacker. Outside the medical hall, a crowd, long curious about the young divine doctor of the Huaqing sect, surged forward upon hearing Lin Zhongbang's provocations, surrounding the establishment in layers. After Lin Zhongbang's series of flamboyant maneuvers, even the magistrate Lin Yuan was alarmed and hastened to maintain order. Upon seeing Su Xiaobao, he was taken aback. Was this not the child who had been imprisoned in a well? In just a few short days, he had transformed into the young divine doctor of the Huaqing sect? Trusting in Su Qing, Lin Yuan refrained from questioning. Observing the arrival of the authorities, Lin Zhongbang wore a smug smile. Shen Guyu truly believed she could evade trouble by hiding in Liaoqing? With an air of righteous indignation, Lin Zhongbang declared that justice would prevail, and she could not escape. "My lord," he clasped his hands in salute towards Lin Yuan. "This man has murdered my master, the former head of the Yaoi Valley, and subsequently absconded with our invaluable medical texts. Today, fate has finally led me to him. I implore you to deliver justice for my master and apprehend this vile scoundrel." Upon hearing that the doctor from Huaqing sect was implicated in a murder case, Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. While he naturally believed that Su Qing would not employ a murderer as a doctor in her practice, the man before him spoke with such conviction, as if insisting that action must be taken today. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows, pondering that if there truly was an injustice, it was the duty of the local officials to investigate thoroughly. The onlookers were taken aback by Lin Zhongbang's words. A seemingly gentle doctor was, in fact, a murderer. If this were true, who would dare to seek treatment at the Huaqing sect's medical hall in the future? Such nonsense. Shen Guyu's eyes turned crimson with fury. Trembling with rage as she exclaimed, "Feng Lingtian is the real culprit. He has long coveted the position of the head of the Medicine Valley. Yet my master intended to pass the mantle to me. Upon discovering this, he murdered my master and framed me. If what you say is true, then why did you flee?" Lin Zhongbang retorted skeptically. "Why not stay and clarify things with your fellow disciples?" Shen Guyu shouted vehemently. "Clarify? You are in league with Feng Lingtian. Surely, you understand the situation better than I do." Chapter 138. The peculiar logic of the people of Liang City. Shen Guyu recalled the tragic death of her master, her eyes bloodshot with rage, wishing she could feast upon the flesh and blood of those responsible. "Lord Lin," Shen Guyu interjected before Lin Zhongbang could speak again, bowing deeply to Lin Yuan. "As for the murder of my master, I implore you, Lord Lin, to investigate thoroughly. To avoid any slander, I, Shen Guyu, am willing to take up residence in the prison first. Lin Yuan had dealt with numerous cases and encountered many individuals. He recognized the clarity and righteous indignation in Shun Guyu's eyes, knowing she spoke the truth. He discerned that Lin Zhongbang's words carried ulterior motives. Since he could not overstep his bounds in Liang City, the murder case at the Medicine Valley was, naturally, beyond his jurisdiction, and he had no authority to arrest Shun Guyu. Lin Zhongbang was taken aback and quickly replied, though that may be the case. Should such a murderer not first be confined in prison, with a messenger dispatched to Jiezhou to summon the local constables? I am unaware of how matters are handled elsewhere, and it is beyond my jurisdiction, but this is Liaocheng. Lin Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Zhongbang and retorted, there is no need for a mere commoner such as yourself to instruct this official on how to conduct affairs. The free clinic organized by the Huqing sect today is a fortunate event for the citizens of Liangcheng, and I shall not tolerate anyone attempting to sow discord. Lin Zhongbang was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the unexpected obstinacy of the governor. Shun Guyu was equally surprised by the governor's support, feeling a warmth in her heart. It became evident that not all officials were driven by greed and indulgence. While Lin Zhongbang may not have understood Lin Yuan, the people of Liangcheng did. The governor stood unafraid of authority, advocating only for truth and justice. With Lin Daren's assurance that Shun Guyu was unharmed, she indeed would be safe. Oh dear, this child is exquisitely beautiful, truly adorable. Even if this is merely a publicity stunt by the Huqing sect, so what? If I could just touch such a lovely child. Perhaps my wife could bear a child as charming. What can a mere child, even if skilled in medicine, truly accomplish? As a physician and a successor of the Yaoi Valley, I hold in disdain those who deceive society for their gain. It is a sacred endeavor to spend years mastering the art of healing to become an excellent doctor. This child haphazardly treating patients could lead to dire consequences. Lin Zhongbang exclaimed, it is utterly ridiculous for the Huqing sect to appoint a child as a doctor. Su Xiaobao sighed once more. Had he not been deeply engrossed in the study of medicine and mystical arts for over a decade in his previous life, he would never have believed that a mere child could possess such exquisite medical skills. Diligent and studious, his medical prowess is beyond reproach. Can he be blamed for it? The young divine healer excels in his craft. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, declaring that not everyone requires a decade or two of study, for there are indeed geniuses in this world. Indeed, those who claim the young divine healer lacks skill are likely envious and intent on tarnishing his reputation. Who among you dares to assert that his medical abilities are lacking? Lin Zhongbang was nearly driven to despair. As a distinguished disciple of the Medicine Valley, he could not tolerate such disparaging remarks. Chapter 139. Do you look down upon our Medicine Valley? Wang Matzi stepped forward from the crowd, stating, my wife has been bedridden with a grave illness for 2 years, unable to speak, surviving solely on soup and soft porridge. Countless doctors have declared her condition untreatable, advising her to await her demise at home. Today, by fortunate chance, the young divine healer examined her, and with a single dose of medicine, she was miraculously cured. Not only can she now sit up and converse with me, but she is also able to eat a variety of foods. Wang Matzi had come out to purchase fish for his wife, intending to prepare her favorite steamed bass, when he heard of a disturbance at the medical clinic. Rushing over, he was astounded to hear disparaging comments about the young divine healer and immediately voiced his rebuttal. With the first voice raised, others soon followed. And soon there were second and third voices. Lin Yuan, witnessing this unfolding scene, felt a surge of curiosity. Who possessed superior medical skills? The young divine healer or Miss Su? Meanwhile, Lin Zhongbang's frustration intensified as more and more people praised the young divine healer's talents. Should you truly possess the capability, would you be willing to engage in a contest with me? Lin Zhongbang inquired. A burly woman, unable to contain herself, retorted, have you no shame? Here you are, a grown man, challenging a mere child. Another elder, frowning, remarked, dressed so respectably, yet reveals such character. A young woman disdainfully added, who knows about his medical skills? But his character speaks volumes. The onlookers began to critique Lin Zhongbang, shaking their heads in disapproval. Medical prowess is a matter of skill, not age. Lin Zhongbang, unaccustomed to such humiliation, shouted back at the crowd, if you believe a child can surpass my medical abilities, why not let him face me directly? Why must you hide behind age? His indignation quickly drew ire from the assembly, as he felt the weight of their disdainful gazes. Lin Zhongbang angrily removed the wooden plaque from his waist, raising it high above his head, proclaiming, open your eyes. I am a member of the Medicine Valley. And what of it? Qin Yu interjected, shielding Su Xiaobao and Shen Guyu. What does being from the Medicine Valley matter? To the common folk, a barefoot doctor who can heal is worth more than you. What do you mean by that? Lin Zhongbang, taken aback by the humiliation in this small town, exclaimed. Do you look down upon us from the Medicine Valley? The very place known for charging hundreds of taels for even the simplest of ailments? The excellence of your medical skills remains unknown to us, given the exorbitant consultation fees. We simply cannot afford to seek treatment. A middle-aged man remarked. My eldest daughter lives in the capital, and her family spent 50 taels of gold on your Yao Yi Valley practitioners for the illness of their patriarch. 50 taels of gold? Why not resort to robbery instead? The impoverished truly cannot afford to be ill, nor do they deserve to seek medical attention. Many cast inscrutable glances at Lin Zhongbang, while others scrutinized him with ill intentions. Lin Zhongbang found himself at a loss for words, his face turning an alarming shade of purple with indignation. Lin Yuan observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Was this man genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? Yao Yi Valley indeed held a respectable reputation, cultivating numerous precious herbs, and under the previous Valley Master's stewardship, it earned the title of Divine Healer. In the circles of wealth and influence, they were regarded as esteemed guests, and naturally, the fees for consultations were substantial. Chapter 140. How to compete. How to win, but what of it? The mockery in Lin Yuan's eyes deepened. In the eyes of the common folk, those who spend their lives selling vegetables and farming can scarcely save a few coins. To merely sustain their livelihoods is commendable. To Yao Yi Valley, they are but sanguinary profiteers. The Hucking Sect's medical clinic, run by Su Qing, although charging 10 taels of silver, a considerable sum in Liangcheng, offers free consultations for the impoverished on the 15th of every month. In cases of severe ailments that threaten life, there are no limitations on the number of patients. They may come directly on that day for treatment. Such actions naturally resonate with the people's sentiments. To come on the day of free consultations, invoking one's name to create trouble, one must be quite foolish. As Shen Guyu stood by, his heart still simmering with indignation, he listened to the words of the crowd and observed the suppressed Lin Zhongbang. Gradually, his inner turmoil began to dissipate. Shen Guyu gazed upon the townspeople, who spoke with unreserved praise for the medical clinic, their faces adorned with expressions of gratitude. When a few turned to him mid-conversation, their eyes reflected their appreciation. In that moment, he comprehended the wisdom his master had often imparted. The practice of medicine is fundamentally for the purpose of saving lives. If one is solely fixated on exorbitant fees, they ought to be deemed a merchant rather than a healer. His master practiced medicine with the sole intent of applying his knowledge to assist the impoverished to effect genuine change in their lives. The accolade of divine healer was a title bestowed upon him by the common folk during their travels, a reputation that once resonated throughout the realm. Hence, it was his master's unwavering conviction that led him to dismiss the senior disciple and instead designate him, often referred to as the medical fool, as the next leader of the pharmaceutical valley. Little did they know that the senior disciple, blinded by greed, would ultimately betray and murder his master, falsely accusing him and forcing him to flee the valley, after which he ascended to the position of leader. Reflecting on the myriad rumors that had circulated about the pharmaceutical valley over the years, Shen Guyu clenched his fist. The valley of today bore little resemblance to its former self. Perhaps he ought to focus not solely on avenging his master, but also on upholding and amplifying his legacy, which would be the righteous path forward. With a newfound clarity, Shen Guyu felt an unexpected lightness wash over him. I would like to express my gratitude to all the kind uncles and aunts for your unwavering support. May I have a moment to speak? The melodious voice of Su Xiaobao cut through the clamor, instantly silencing the crowd as they turned their attention to the delicate figure standing on the steps of the clinic. Thank you, everyone. Upon noticing the tranquility, Su Xiaobao smiled gently and bowed to the crowd. He then turned his calm gaze towards Lin Zhongbang and remarked, You have only spoken half the truth. A medical practitioner is not confined by age, nor is there any hierarchy of superiority or inferiority among us. Medicine is an expansive ocean, vast and boundless. As healers, our pursuit of knowledge must be endless. We should not be complacent with superficial understanding, for such arrogance is a grave folly, regardless of time or place. Lin Zhongbang's expression grew increasingly grim, unable to tolerate being lectured by a mere child in front of others. Have you no shame? I have diligently studied medical texts since childhood. While you are but a child, have you ever seen the extensive library of the Medicine Valley? I fear that even the most elementary tome would leave you in awe. he declared, lifting his chin defiantly. If today I cannot teach you a lesson, how shall the Medicine Valley maintain its standing in the world of healing? Enough with your ramblings. After all this talk, do you agree to a contest with me? Su Xiaobao, adopting a demeanor of maturity, clasped his hands behind his back and responded, I am curious as to what manner of contest you propose, and how one would determine victory. Chapter 141. The serene courtyard. Lin Yuan was taken aback by the small one's acquiescence to such an unreasonable demand. Feeling a pang of concern as he feared he might not fully grasp the situation, he instructed the constables to maintain order while he swiftly made his way into the medical hall. Before he could voice his inquiries, the young apprentice pointed towards the courtyard and said, The master is in the back. Lin Yuan hurriedly stepped into the backyard, his thoughts racing, only to be met with a starkly contrasting atmosphere compared to the tense scene at the entrance of the medical hall. Mu Yao was engaged in a soft conversation with a young lad, while Su Qing leisurely savored crystal grapes. Her eyes half closed as she observed the young master of the Qin family practicing swordplay with a wooden stick. You have my gratitude, Lord Lin. Su Qing gestured towards a wooden bench beside her, suggesting a brief respite with some tea. Though Lin Yuan harbored lingering concerns, he was calmed by Su Qing's serene demeanor. He approached her side, lifted his official robe, and sat down slowly. Aren't you worried about the commotion at the medical hall? Lin Yuan inquired. Gazing into his tea bowl filled with dark tea leaves, his brow slightly furrowed. The sheen was low, the leaves a deep brown, while the brew was clear and emerald in hue. Suppressing his curiosity, he lifted the cup and took a sip. Instantly, his eyes brightened. It was exquisite tea, a rarity he had never encountered despite years of tea drinking. Unbeknownst to him, this was tea from the Xianjin continent, rich in spiritual energy that nourished the body when consumed over time. Nevertheless, considering the formidable presence of the medical valley, he wondered if the young lad could withstand the situation. Su Qing smiled gently. Rest assured, even if the master of the medical valley, Feng Lingtian, were to come, he would not be a match for Xiaobao. Observing Su Qing's knowing expression, Lin Yuan seemed to grasp the situation. He recalled how she had once unexpectedly provided the traffickers with the locations of 3 gathering points, enabling them to swiftly dismantle the operation. Reflecting upon the events, it is evident that the child's body bore the marks of brutal abuse, culminating in a harrowing ordeal of being left to perish in a well. Such abhorrent actions incited her wrath. Su Qing likely had prior acquaintance with the child she affectionately referred to as Xiaobao. Since Su Qing remained reticent, Lin Yuan chose not to inquire further. As he savored his tea, a profound tranquility enveloped him, a rare sensation that had eluded him for many years, devoid of strife. In stark contrast to the serene atmosphere in the backyard, tension loomed at the entrance of the medical clinic. Lin Zhongbong proposed, let us engage in 2 rounds of competition. In the first round, you and I shall each select 5 individuals from the crowd. After examining them, we will document our diagnoses and exchange our findings for the other 5, subsequently revealing the results on the spot. Shen Guyu interjected. If there are discrepancies in our written diagnoses, who will arbitrate the correctness? He perceived this as a potential trap set by Lin Zhongbong, urging caution in their approach. Lin Zhongbong cast a glance at Shen Guyu. Unconcerned, you shall serve as the final judge in that case. What say you? Aware of Shen Guyu's disposition, he was confident that in matters of medicine, right would be right and wrong would be wrong, unperturbed by any favoritism toward the child. Shen Guyu hesitated briefly, observing Lin Zhongbong's proud demeanor before eventually nodding in agreement. Chapter 142. The child truly possesses remarkable skills. The charitable medical consultations at the Huaqing sect clinic had garnered widespread acclaim, drawing many from the nearby villages of Liacheng. Upon arrival, however, they learned of the necessity to first obtain a ticket. Disheartened, those who had intended to leave were unexpectedly met with the prospect of a competition. Before either participant could select their candidates, eager volunteers stepped forward, prompting others to join in the excitement. Instantly emulating, the number of participants swiftly reached 10. The remaining onlookers lamented their own delay, yet this did not hinder their curiosity. They were eager to discern which of the 2 medical practitioners would emerge superior. Su Qing had already sent a message to Li Guzi, fully cooperating with Su Xiaobao. Once the candidates were determined, he instructed a servant to swiftly relocate a screen from the second-floor parlor to the entrance. 5 patients were seated on each side. Lin Zhongbong, upon noticing the short and diminutive Su Xiaobao approaching the wooden chair, smirked disdainfully before eagerly commencing his examination. Su Xiaobao, with remarkable speed, attended to the 5 patients, meticulously documenting each diagnosis and placing them accordingly. His expression darkened abruptly. Lin Zhongbong strode over to Su Xiaobao's side, continuing his consultations. After another half-hour, Li Guzi ordered the screen to be removed, and the diagnostic results of all patients were laid out on a nearby table. With so many pairs of eyes fixed upon them, no one had the opportunity to tamper with the results. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Qin Yu approached the table, unveiling the 2 sheets of paper in front of each patient. Lin Zhongbong positioned himself beside the table, watching Qin Yu's review. The further he read, the more astonished he became. This child was indeed talented, having made no errors. The crowd erupted in excitement, their anticipation for the next competition mounting. The young divine physician of Hua Qing sect truly lived up to his reputation. Su Xiaobao popped the last grape into his mouth, his large eyes scanning the results, and inquired, "Well then, what shall we compete in for the second round? Let us each select a patient. Whoever can effect a cure shall be deemed the victor. Should we remain evenly matched, I shall cease to trouble you in the Hucking Medical Hall, and I shall publicly acknowledge your exceptional medical skills. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiaobao nodded. Although he was indifferent to the notion of superior medical prowess, the matter concerning the Hucking sect's medical hall was not trivial. Very well. A successful cure shall signify victory. This individual does not appear overly troublesome. However, Shen Guyu held a different perspective. After years of camaraderie, he was well aware of Lin Zhongbong's nature. Every move he made was meticulously calculated. His visit to the Hucking sect today, causing a disturbance, was surely not without intent. Upon hearing that someone had summoned a healer from the Yaoi Valley, Shen Guyu surmised that if Lin Zhongbong could indeed cure the ailment, he would be eager for the world to recognize his unparalleled skills. Observing Lin's current demeanor, it seemed likely that he could not provide the cure. This disturbance was undoubtedly premeditated. Su Xiaobao, however, did not dwell on such thoughts and inquired, "Shall we arrange for another day?" "No need, half an hour will suffice," Lin Zhongbong replied. "However, my patient holds a distinguished status. Would you be willing to attend to him at his residence?" Shen Guyu's expression darkened as he regarded Lin Zhongbong. Just as he had suspected, Lin Zhongbong had likely heard of the young miracle doctor from the Hucking sect and was using this challenge as a pretext to gauge Su Xiaobao's skills. If Su Xiaobao proved to be a formidable physician, Lin would attempt to deceive him into treating a patient whom he himself could not heal. Oh, what a cunning scheme indeed. After pondering for a moment, Su Xiaobao nodded in agreement. Very well. He casually pointed to an individual, stating, "My patient is he." Lin Zhongbong glanced over, only to find that it was none other than Li Guzi. Each day, I observe Li Guzi walking with a briskness in his step, his gait steady. Although he appears somewhat leaner, his complexion is vibrant and rosy, presenting no signs of illness. Yet, Li Guzi is filled with disbelief, his face suddenly paling. Could it be that the young healer has discerned his grave affliction? Suddenly, he feels a tightness in his chest and experiences momentary dizziness. Lin Zhongbong hastens forward, seizing the bewildered Li Guzi's wrist to take his pulse, furrowing his brow as he casts a fleeting glance. This mere glance sends Li Guzi into a spiral of existential doubt. After delivering his assessment, Lin Zhongbong turns to depart. "Young master, please disperse the crowd quickly," Shen Guyu urges Qin Yu, sensing the gravity of the situation. Qin Yu, recognizing the man's ill intentions, nods in agreement. He had intended to summon Li Guzi to accompany him, but notices the latter's sorrowful gaze fixed on the ancient tree before the doorway. Raising an eyebrow, he calls upon a young apothecary, and together they begin to disperse the gathering. Only the 10 patients who were just treated are permitted to remain in the clinic, awaiting their medications, while the rest are ushered away by Qin Yu, the young apothecary, and local officials. "Little Bao, I will accompany you shortly," Shen Guyu remarks. Though Lin Zhongbong is not inherently malevolent, he possesses a cunning nature. "It is better that I handle this matter," Qin Yu responds, regardless of the identity of that patient. The Qin family's reputation still holds sway in Liangqing. Shen Guyu nods in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his words. Meanwhile, Li Guzi trembles as he approaches Su Xiaobao, his face etched with sorrow. "Dr. Xiaobao, am I afflicted with a grave illness?" Su Xiaobao, standing on tiptoe, gently pats his back and beams a charming smile, reassuringly stating, "Uncle Li, your health is excellent." Li Guzi was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, "If that is the case, why must he examine me?" Su Xiaobao furrowed his brows, puffing out his cheeks as he replied, "Naturally, it is to amuse him. If he cannot discern this, he is unworthy of being a doctor." Li Guzi nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Xiaobao's words. That man was indeed despicable. The day's free clinic had concluded successfully, and the incident involving provocation and competition would require Su Xiaobao to report to his master. Shen Guyu felt a sense of responsibility in this matter. Had it not been for him, Lin Zhengbang would not have approached the clinic so swiftly, and he owed Su Qing an apology. Qin Yu followed closely behind the two as they entered the courtyard. Xiao Wei'er wielded a branch, mimicking movements with surprising precision. Although his actions appeared somewhat awkward, Qin Yu, being a seasoned martial artist, immediately recognized that each posture was a life-saving technique, which filled him with admiration. While it was customary for the Qin family to practice swordsmanship from a young age, none could achieve the level of skill displayed by Xiao Wei'er. He instinctively glanced at Su Qing, who was savoring a meal, and his gaze grew increasingly respectful. "Master," Su Xiaobao approached with a bow. "I was compelled to compete with that man. He will come for me in half an hour to attend to a patient." "Very well, Xiaobao, take this," Su Qing nodded, handing him an item. "I shall have Mu Yao protect you discreetly." Su Xiaobao accepted the small package wrapped in leather with both hands, not yet opening it. He wrinkled his nose and inhaled. This is not. He quickly realized that the patient he was to treat was likely someone who had been reprimanded by his master. To elicit a response from the esteemed master without causing fatalities, it suggests that this individual must have gravely offended the master, inciting considerable vexation, thus warranting such a form of chastisement. The master bestows the antidote upon him, leaving the decision of whether to seek remedy entirely at his discretion. Su Xiaobao, being Su Qing's most cherished disciple, naturally inclines toward his master's sentiments. Whoever incurs the master's displeasure should rightfully endure additional suffering. He shall observe the situation firsthand and ensure that the offender does not escape retribution. Chapter 144. Rules or Rules. Su Xiaobao placed the antidote within his sleeve and quietly sat aside. Upon witnessing this, Little Wei'er promptly sought respite from his exquisite grandmaster and hastily approached, eager to engage him in play. Su Xiaobao, rolling up his sleeves, gently wiped the beads of perspiration from Little Wei'er's forehead and, with a smile, offered him the small cup. Little Wei'er, beaming with delight, accepted the cup and consumed the pear juice within a single gulp. Su Qing, observing the affectionate camaraderie between the two youngsters, exuded tenderness, reminiscent of the bond she once shared with her eldest brother. After half an hour elapsed, an opulent carriage came to a halt before the gates of the Huaqing sect's medical hall, indeed bearing the insignia of the Feng family. "Do you harbor no apprehension?" Lin Yuan inquired, astonished that Su Qing would so readily dispatch the young lad. With Qin Yu, managerly, and Mu Yao discreetly safeguarding him, Xiaobao shall remain unharmed. Su Qing, handing Lin Yuan a small package of tea, remarked, "This particular tea is exceedingly rare. May the esteemed magistrate savor it sparingly." Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with delight as he gratefully accepted the tea, expressing his gratitude to Su Qing before departing with the personnel from the yamen. "Grandmaster, will Xiaobao's master be all right?" Little Wei'er, with concern etched upon his face, gazed at Su Qing, clutching the hem of her garment, and voiced, "Little Wei'er is worried about Xiaobao's master." Little Wei tilted his head, gazing at Su Qing, who smiled back at him, confirming that her master had not deceived her. Only then did Little Wei break into a radiant smile. At that moment, Zhu Mo entered the medical hall. "Miss Su," he said, clasping his hands respectfully, "my master has sent me to escort you to Shiliang Lake." Following the events of the previous night, Zhu Mo discerned that Su Qing genuinely cared for his master, and his tone grew increasingly deferential. Little Wei recognized Zhu Mo. Upon seeing him, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed to Zhu Mo's side, tiptoeing to reach up and grasp Zhu Mo's large hand. Zhu Mo, concerned that the child might stumble, extended his hand, which was promptly seized by Little Wei. He felt somewhat unaccustomed to the softness in his palm and glanced in bewilderment between Little Wei and Su Qing. "Yes," Zhu Mo said, clasping his hands once more. He retrieved a white jade pendant from his robe and placed it on the table beside Su Qing. "This is the white jade pendant belonging to Zhu Qing." Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Mo. "Why return this to me?" Zhu Mo was taken aback. How could the young lady of the Su family discern that this belonged to him? He had previously compared it with Su Qing's, and they appeared nearly identical, indistinguishable without a careful inspection. Su Qing continued, "You know your heart aches for Zhu Qing, but rules are rules." Zhu Mo pressed his lips together, his expression darkening, and knelt on one knee. "Zhu Qing is still quite young, and he has been spoiled by us. He often speaks without thinking. I hope Miss Su can forgive him." Hearing this, Su Qing paused momentarily in her tea drinking. She placed the teacup on the table and meticulously scrutinized Zhu Mo. At that moment, his brows were tightly knitted, and his lips were pressed together, the tension evident in his entire being, as if he were suppressing something. Su Qing let out a soft sigh inwardly, yet a faint smile graced her lips. Zhu Mo was indeed a good elder brother. In Chapter 145, A Rendezvous by the Lake, Zhu Mo, Su Qing gently countered, "Do you believe that I would target Zhu Qing merely because of a few unpalatable words?" Zhu Mo's lips parted slightly, intending to clarify, but found himself at a loss for words, as he did harbor such concerns. The Feng family was a thorn in the side of the imperial authority in the northern Liang kingdom, and the peril lay in their presence in Liang City. Su Qing stated, "I have inscribed a peace array within the jade pendant. It will ensure my safety in times of dire need." Upon hearing Su Qing's explanation, Zhu Mo realized that his worries had been excessive. He admitted, "It is Zhu Mo who has misunderstood Miss Su. I implore you to punish me." "Rise," Su Qing said, stifling a chuckle at Zhu Mo's earnest demeanor as she offered him a gentle lift. "Did not Mu Yao previously inform you that if you seek to know anything, you may simply ask me?" Only then did Zhu Mo comprehend why Mu Yao was so forthcoming with answers to his inquiries. It was due to Su Qing's decree. Feng Yan had long been waiting by the shores of Shiliang Lake, dressed today in a simple gray and white attire, adorned with subtle dark patterns. Su Qing gazed at Feng Yan, whose half-up ponytail and tall figure stood by the lakeside. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the pale blue ribbon to flutter, and she found herself momentarily entranced. Back in the Xianjin continent, her senior brother often donned similar attire, appearing ethereal and otherworldly. "Ah Yan, have you been waiting long?" In Feng Yan's eyes, surprise glimmered as he reached out his long arms and enveloped her in an embrace. The softness nestled closely against him made his ears flush with warmth, yet he held Su Qing steadily, inhaling the delicate fragrance that lingered around her, his heart melting into a gentle softness. "Qing Qing." "Ah Yan," Su Qing softly called out to Feng Yan, enveloped by the unique scent that belonged solely to him. Nuzzling her face against him, how wonderful it was to have traversed into this otherworldly realm, despite the pangs of hunger, having a yin by her side. Whether he regained his past memories or not, filled her with an immeasurable happiness. With this thought, Su Qing rose on her toes, resting her petite, delicate chin on Feng Yan's shoulder, while he slightly bent down, allowing her form to nestle further into his embrace. He yearned for the day they could wed soon. His gaze tender. "Are you tired from today's charitable consultations?" "Not at all. It was all Shinguyu and Xiaobao attending to the patients." "Oh? You let Xiaobao, who is still so young, go out on consultations?" Feng Yan gently patted Su Qing's back, playfully teasing her in a soft voice. "Xiaobao may be young, but he is quite capable," Su Qing replied with a pout. "That's good this way. You won't be overly fatigued and can focus on what the host ought to do." "What exactly is it that the host should do?" "Perhaps buy a few fragrant pork buns, savor some tea, and ensure that Manager Li hasn't miscalculated the accounts." Su Qing, with such a delightful atmosphere. "Must you mention pork buns at this moment?" She truly wished to playfully bite into Feng Yan as if he were one of those buns, exclaiming, "Really? Must you keep bringing it up? It's infuriating. Sometimes, I truly envy those buns." Su Qing, "Must you mention it again? Is Feng Yan so spoiled by affection? Being so cherished by you is indeed delightful." "Well, a few comforting words won't hurt. Ian, to be honest, I prefer you over the meat bun." After a brief embrace, the two slightly parted but remained close, as Feng Yan gently brushed Su Qing's hair aside, his voice low and tender. "The matters in the military camp have been resolved. Do you remember the promise I made to accompany you on a boat ride?" Before Feng Yan could finish, a luxurious pleasure boat slowly docked not far from them. "All right, let us sail on the lake." A smile danced in Su Qing's eyes as she took Feng Yan's large hand and hurried towards the boat. Meanwhile, at the gate of the Feng residence, Lin Zhongbong stood waiting, his expression darkening upon seeing Xinguyu descend from the carriage. Yet, as this was Feng family territory, he merely scoffed and remained silent. Lin Zhongbong led everyone into the main hall, where Old Master Feng and Madame Feng observed the newcomers with cold indifference. "You are the doctors from that rural women's clinic?" Madame Feng remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she looked at Li Guzi and the others. Indeed, a motley crew of inconsequential individuals. Chapter 146. What a show of grandeur. Li Guzi had been pondering how the Feng family was indeed a prominent household in Liangqing, comparable to the Feng residence where the East Master resided. Suddenly, hearing such disrespect towards their master ignited his fury, and just as he was about to retort, Qin Yu intervened, blocking him. Before arriving in Liancheng, Lin Zhongbang had sent someone to gather information about the Feng family, and upon learning of Feng Qingling's condition, he realized how formidable it truly was. The poison was indeed peculiar. After a meticulous examination and perusal of the relevant medical texts he had brought, he ultimately had to concede that he could not decipher this toxin. This led him to contemplate creating a disturbance at Su Qing's medical clinic. If his suspicions were correct, then perhaps there was hope for Feng Qingling's recovery. With a sudden flash of inspiration, he proposed a wager. This approach would serve two purposes. It would conceal his inadequacies in medical skill from the public and provide the Feng family with an opportunity to retaliate against the Feng family, given the humiliation they felt from recent events. Su Xiaobao, solely focused on the patients, turned his head to survey his surroundings while being cradled by Qin Yu, and inquired, "Where is the patient? Are you the so-called little divine doctor of the Huaqing sect's medical clinic?" Mr. Feng scrutinized the delicately crafted child before him and questioned, "If you fail to cure my daughter's ailment, will you take responsibility for shutting down the Huaqing medical clinic?" "Do not go too far," Shen Guyu retorted sharply. "Were it not for Lin Zhongbang causing trouble at the clinic, this wager would not exist. Even if you cannot cure her, it does not implicate our Huaqing medical clinic, as I suspect the true physician you have summoned is not from our establishment." Shen Guyu glared intently at Lin Zhongbang, resolute in thwarting his underhanded scheme. Su Xiaobao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Madame Feng, her countenance darkening, gestured for the servants to escort Su Xiaobao and Shen Guyu to the back courtyard, while Li Guzi was taken away by Lin Zhongbang to another room, leaving Qin Yu alone in the hall, awaiting further developments. "Mr. Feng," Qin Yu stated, his demeanor calm, yet laced with a subtle warning. "It is advisable to know when to draw the line. And who do you think you are?" Madame Feng recalled the humiliation she had endured at the Feng family and slammed the table, exclaiming loudly, "How dare a mere servant behave so rudely, pretending to be someone of importance?" Qin Yu was taken aback and glanced down at his attire, realizing he was clad in a servant's garments, prompting him to chuckle and shake his head, having grown accustomed to this outfit, and with the people of the Qin family and the medical institution having seen him in it before. It was only those unfamiliar with him who would mistake him for an ordinary servant. Mr. Feng had indeed had some dealings with the Qin family upon their entrance. He had found Qin Yu's face familiar, and the more he looked, the more he felt he resembled someone. Suddenly, he recalled that the future head of the Qin family had also, due to a gambling agreement, worked as a servant at the Hu Qing's own medical hall. Could it be, young Master Qin? Mr. Feng tentatively called out. Qin Yu smiled slightly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Mr. Feng, indeed. The old man still possessed enough clarity of vision. Chapter 147. This woman has provoked the master. A sudden, crisp sound startled both Mr. Feng and Qin Yu. Drawing their gazes, Madame Feng stared in astonishment at Qin Yu, holding only a cuplet in her hand, while the teacup lay shattered on the ground. Its fresh leaves and clear tea scattered everywhere, the fragments of the cup varying in size. "My lord, he is." Madame Feng dared not utter Qin Yu's name directly, nor did she have the courage to look in his direction again. Her anxious eyes sought Mr. Feng, desperately yearning for a definite answer. Upon seeing her husband's grim expression and slight nod, her countenance instantly transformed into one of profound distress. "Qin, young Master Qin, it was merely a misunderstanding." Madame Feng was acutely aware that no words could amend the situation at this juncture. However, should she fail to offer an apology, the ramifications upon learning of this matter by the head of the Qin family would be dire indeed. Qin Yu promptly interrupted her so-called apology, stating, "Madame Feng, your concern for Miss Feng's grave illness has led you to utter nonsensical remarks, which I can understand. Let us remain silent and await the results of the young divine physician's examination." Madame Feng could only force a smile and nodded, beckoning a servant to bring another cup of tea. Beneath her sleeves, her hands gripped the handkerchief tightly, seething at the thought that someone would dare to insinuate she was of unsound mind. Were it not for the trepidation instilled by the Qin family's formidable power, she would never swallow such humiliation. The more she pondered, the more her anger simmered, though she could not confront the Qin family. That rural woman from the Feng family would certainly not escape her grasp. Li Guzi trembled as he watched the silver needles in Lin Zhongbang's hand. Glancing at the varying sizes of needles within the cloth pouch, his heart heavy with despair. Was this person truly a physician? What need had a normal individual for such needles? "Little Dr. Xiao, this place is rather terrifying. I do not wish to become a puppet subjected to piercing." At that moment, Su Xiaobao and Shun Guyu were led into Feng Qingrou's courtyard by the butler. The maidservants in the courtyard were sweeping and watering flowers with utmost care, fearful of making any noise. One maid, noticing the butler escorting two individuals into the yard, hurriedly tapped gently on the tightly shut door. "Sister Chunner, the doctor has arrived." Inside, Chunner, upon hearing this, cautiously opened the door a crack. The sight of the butler with a young man and a child caused her brow to furrow. "Are these two indeed the ones here to treat the young lady?" Chunner inquired softly. The butler nodded in affirmation. Chunner was somewhat embarrassed. But since the master and mistress had spoken, she had no choice but to open the door a crack, barely wide enough for one person to enter. After the two entered, Chunner locked the door. The items in the room were scattered haphazardly on the floor, indicating that the patient had previously thrown a considerable tantrum. "My young mistress has just taken her medicine and fallen asleep. You must be quiet," Chunner said in a hushed voice, instructing the two, "Please leave quickly after examining her. If the young mistress were to find out that strangers are treating her again, I fear she would not be able to withstand the blow." The two nodded and followed Chunner gently to the bedside. Feng Qingrou was dressed in white, her hair disheveled, and the exposed skin had begun to fester, especially on her face, with obvious scratch marks around the festering skin. Shun Guyu frowned and stepped forward to take her pulse first, finding that Feng Qingrou's pulse was normal. She then carefully examined the skin on her face and hands, and her symptoms seemed to be an allergic reaction to something. Logically, an allergy should only cause redness and rashes all over the body, and at worst, difficulty breathing. So how could it be like this? Su Xiaobao recognized it as his master's handiwork upon seeing the symptoms on Feng Qingling's body. "So, this is the woman who angered my master. Dr. Xiaobao, have you ever seen this disease before?" Shun Guyu no longer regarded Su Xiaobao as just a child with such medical skills. He must have been practicing medicine since he was very young and seen a large number of medical cases. Su Xiaobao stepped forward, pretending to take her pulse, and then carefully examined her. He applied the antidote on his hand little by little to Feng Qingling's festering wounds. "The young lady in your household is afflicted, yet it is a malady that can be cured." Upon completing his examination, he turned and raised his gaze to Chunner, stating, "I have successfully treated patients with similar ailments before." Upon hearing this, Chunner's eyes sparkled with joy. Could it truly be that the young lady's condition is treatable? She dared not question Su Xiaobao, for the lord and lady had consented to their visit, and as a mere servant, she had no right to inquire further. All she knew was that if the young lady's illness were to persist, they would face dire consequences. Indeed, Su Xiaobao affirmed, "Have the kitchen prepare a braised chicken and 2 vegetable dishes for your young lady to consume." Now, Chunner was taken aback, asking, "Shouldn't a prescription for medicine be written instead? Once your young lady has partaken of this meal, she shall feel significantly better." "Be swift," Su Xiaobao instructed. "Mr. Shen, let us await in the courtyard," he added. Chunner, filled with excitement at the prospect of her mistress's peculiar illness being alleviated by a mere meal, hurriedly escorted the two gentlemen to the courtyard, instructing the maidservants to attend to their needs, before rushing to the kitchen to relay the orders and then proceeding to the main hall to inform the lord and lady. "Dr. Xiaobao, can Miss Feng truly be cured by a single meal?" Shun Guyu pondered, aware that certain ailments could indeed be treated through dietary means. Yet conditions like Feng Qingling's were not something that could be resolved with just one meal, especially one as rich and spicy as braised chicken. Feigning an air of mystery, Su Xiaobao raised his index finger to his lips and whispered, "Not to be disclosed." This only deepened Shun Guyu's curiosity regarding the nature of the treatment. The couple from the Feng family, who had been accompanying Qinyu, felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, yet they dared not engage in casual conversation. The appearance of Chunner providentially shattered the awkward atmosphere. "Master and madam, the young lady has been saved," Chunner exclaimed excitedly. The young physician said that if the young lady has just one meal, she will feel considerably better. Upon hearing this, Madame Feng's eyes brightened, and she promptly rose, exclaiming, "Really? I've already instructed the kitchen to prepare it. The young physician is waiting in the courtyard. We shall soon know if it is effective." With that, Madame Feng hurried off to the kitchen in a flurry of enthusiasm. In the main hall, only Lord Feng remained, trembling under the immense pressure emanating from Qinyu. "Young master, please sit. I shall go check on my daughter," Lord Feng said before discreetly slipping away. In less than half an hour, a plate of braised chicken, a dish of greens, and a bowl of tofu were brought into Feng Qingling's room. The commotion stirred her from sleep, and upon noticing the presence of several individuals, she instinctively screamed, seizing a nearby pillow and hurling it towards Su Xiaobao. "Shun Guyu, quick-witted and agile, caught the pillow mid-air. "Get out. All of you get out." Feng Qingling shrieked in desperation. "Chunner, you wretched girl, what are you doing? Why did you let strangers in? My face. Hurry and throw them out. And what business do these servants have here? Get out. Get out." Su Xiaobao regarded the hysterical Feng Qingling with indifference, while Shun Guyu frowned deeply. The servants nearby were already trembling in fear. Chapter 149. A meal can cure it all to Miss Feng. Shun Guyu shielded Su Xiaobao, stating with unwavering certainty that the little divine doctor had assured her that finishing this meal would alleviate her ailment significantly. Should she insist on their departure, her condition would remain untreatable. The medical prowess of Yaoi Valley was renowned as the most formidable in the southern kingdom. Even he, a fervent enthusiast of medicine, could not fathom its intricacies, let alone others. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingling's voice quivered with hope. "Can my illness truly be cured? Are you genuinely capable of healing me?" Su Xiaobao yawned and, in a childlike tone, replied, "Miss Feng, if you consume this meal, you shall witness its effects in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." Feng Qingling, having exhausted every possible remedy, was plagued not only by festering wounds but also by relentless itching that compelled her to scratch incessantly, causing pus to ooze and new sores to emerge. The notion that a mere meal could remedy her bizarre affliction was almost too fantastical to contemplate. Stumbling to the table, she disregarded her dignity and began to eat voraciously. In recent days, her temper had flared, and her appetite had dwindled. Thus, the delectable braised chicken was a delightful reprieve. Purity, who attended to her dining, observed in disbelief as the lesions on Feng Qingling's face gradually healed. "Miss," Purity exclaimed, her voice rising with excitement. Your face is improving." This revelation captured Shun Guyu's attention, filling him with astonishment. "Is it truly happening?" Feng Qingling lifted her gaze, her lips glistening with grease, her mouth agape in a mixture of astonishment and hope. "Is it really, truly happening?" Chunner nodded vigorously, contemplating for a moment before dashing to the place where Feng Qingling typically adorned herself. She seized the copper mirror and hurried back to present it to her mistress. "Miss, look, is it not significantly better?" A glimmer of joy illuminated Feng Qingling's eyes as she accepted the mirror, gazing intently at her reflection. Though her cheeks still bore the remnants of decay, several areas had evidently begun to heal, no longer oozing pus, and the improvement was remarkable. "Splendid," she exclaimed, slamming the mirror onto the table and picking up her chopsticks to eat with fervor, her spirits soaring. "Once I finish this meal, I shall feel immensely better." After Feng Qingling completed her meal, aside from the marks left by her own nails, the evident decay on her body had nearly vanished, leaving no trace of scars. "Is this truly miraculous?" She marveled at her reflection in the copper mirror, filled with elation. "Quickly, summon father and mother." Chunner promptly replied in the affirmative, flinging open the door and rushing outside to instruct the maid waiting at the entrance to fetch the lady of the house. To her surprise, she found Madame already standing anxiously in the courtyard. "Madame, the miss is recovering," Chunner exclaimed hastily. "Please come inside." Upon hearing this, Madame's face radiated joy as she hurried into the house, her steps light with excitement. Upon entering, she beheld her daughter's face, which had improved significantly, and she marveled in astonishment. Within the hour, the sores on her skin would be entirely healed. Observing the jubilant expressions of those around him, Su Xiaobao remarked coolly, "To completely eradicate such an affliction, however, will require a fortnight." Madame Feng's anxieties immediately dissipated, and she entreated, "Please, esteemed young healer, prescribe a remedy. Expense is no object." "A prescription is unnecessary," replied Su Xiaobao. "For the next fortnight, Miss Feng will continue to experience intense pruritus. Miss Feng is merely experiencing an allergic reaction, not a grave illness. If she can endure it, she will recover spontaneously after half a month." He cautioned, "Should the skin be broken by scratching, it will fester anew, at which point I will be unable to provide succor." Chapter 150. Offending the master incurs additional suffering. "Rest assured, esteemed young healer, I shall certainly persevere," Madame Feng affirmed. Su Xiaobao, observing Feng Qingling's rapturous gaze in the mirror, betrayed a flicker of disdain. The master's antidote would, of course, restore Miss Feng to health. But the fortnight of intense itching was a consequence of the braised chicken. The greasiness and spiciness would diminish the medicinal efficacy by half. To offend the master was to incur additional suffering. Madame Feng, astonished that the Feng family's rustic daughter-in-law's clinic harbored such a prodigious young healer, regarded Su Xiaobao with a mixture of emotions. Genuine gratitude was intertwined with genuine distress. Observing Fang Qingling's preoccupation with her own resplendent beauty and Madame Fang's ineffable expression, Su Xiaobao deemed it prudent to depart. He tugged at the ample sleeve of Shen Guyu's robe. Shen Guyu, noting the weariness etched upon Su Xiaobao's countenance, bent down and enfolded him in her arms, promptly turning and departing Fang Qingrou's courtyard, hastening under the moonlight toward the main hall, where only Qin Yu awaited. I was indeed purblind, failing to recognize the esteemed young healer. Master Fang entered the room, intending to approach Su Xiaobao directly. However, due to Qin Yu's presence beside him, he maintained a respectful distance, clasping his hands in a gesture of apology. I hope for your understanding. Su Xiaobao waved his hand, stifling a yawn, and inquired. As per our agreement, I have cured that gentleman's patient. May I ask if my own patient has been treated? Although Su Xiaobao benefited from the profound medical knowledge of his past life, he was still confined to the body of a child in this new world. And at this hour, he and Xiao Wei would typically have succumbed to slumber. Hearing Su Xiaobao's question regarding Li Guzi, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, with Shen Guyu particularly intrigued. While it was true that Lin Zhongbang relished in grand accomplishments, his medical skills were not lacking. Li Guzi was not afflicted by any illness, and a thorough examination would reveal this. Steward, please check on them, Master Fang remarked, somewhat puzzled, addressing the steward outside the door. Within moments, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and a figure rushed into the main hall, shouting for help. The crowd rose in response to the commotion. It was none other than Li Guzi, appearing disheveled, with his outer and inner garments askew, his belt askew, and several slender silver needles protruding from his exposed skin, glinting coldly under the moonlight. Dr. Shen, Dr. Xiaobao, help me. I am on the verge of becoming a pincushion. Li Zhonggui, concerned, asked, what on earth has happened? Li Guzi, in a frenzy, exclaimed, that man is a lunatic. Dr. Xiaobao clearly stated that I was not ill, yet after examining my pulse, he insisted on needling me and forced me to drink some incomprehensible potion. Chapter 151. To such an unashamed extent as soon as Li Guzi finished speaking, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Among the group, Qin Yu stood taller than the others, and instinctively, Li Guzi ducked behind him, trembling with fear and not daring to peek out. Why did you run away? Lin Zhongbang reprimanded as he caught up. I had only just begun the acupuncture. If the sequence is disrupted, I will have to remove the needles and start anew. Your condition cannot go untreated. I'm not ill. I told you I'm not ill. Li Guzi was genuinely terrified. Despite the slender appearance of the silver needles, the pain when they pierced the acupoints was quite real. He turned to Su Xiaobao with a pleading expression, his voice laced with urgency. Dr. Xiaobao, you must help me here. Su Xiaobao blinked, momentarily taken aback. He had merely pointed at someone as part of a wager. He never anticipated such a ruckus would ensue. He stood there, somewhat dazed and unresponsive. Shen Guyu frowned and interjected, Lin Zhongbang, Li Zhonggui, is not ill. Not ill. If he is not ill, then why are you asking me to treat him? Is this some sort of joke? Lin Zhongbang, clearly unconvinced, suspected that there must be some concealed ailment. If he failed to diagnose it, they would have the opportunity to mock him. Uncle Li truly is not ill. Su Xiaobao tilted his head and addressed Lin Zhongbang. You said the wager would commence in half an hour, and in such a short time, I cannot pinpoint any ailment. Thus, I simply pointed at whoever came to mind. As a doctor, you frequently mention the vast collection of texts at the Yao Medical Institute. Are you truly unable to discern whether an ordinary person is unwell or not? Su Xiaobao's voice was soft and endearing, yet her tone was remarkably sharp. People like you are the true charlatans. Lin Zhongbang's face flushed crimson in an instant. The first time he examined Li Guzi's pulse, he sensed no ailment. The man was in good health, merely a tad fatigued. However, upon reflection, he realized that he was the one who had initiated the provocation, and thus the other party would not present such a straightforward challenge. Much like Fang Qiling, who had presented an unfamiliar ailment with no discernible issues in the pulse, Lin had explored every diagnostic method available. Unbeknownst to him, Li Guzi was indeed a healthy individual. You have utterly humiliated my Yaoi Valley. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Lin Zhongbang pointed an accusatory finger at Su Xiaobao and the others, fully aware that he had been deceived this time. Lin Zhongbang, must you always shift the blame onto others? Shen Guyu retorted coldly. Dr. Xiaobao had no intention of mocking you. Your own aggressiveness prompted her to point out someone at random. Moreover, if you truly possess confidence in your medical skills and diagnosed that Manager Li was healthy, you ought to have informed him directly instead of needlessly administering acupuncture, resulting in a head full of welts. Li Guzi, standing behind Qin Yu, nodded in sorrow and indignation upon hearing Shun Guyu's words. It hurt like hell. Shun Guyu, you traitor, you have no place to speak here. Do not forget, you were the one who killed the former valley master. Lin Zhongbang grew increasingly agitated, declaring, this is undoubtedly a trap you set for me. Upon hearing these words, Shun Guyu's expression darkened immediately, and he fell silent. He knew Lin Zhongbang well, yet this time, he was taken aback. The former junior disciple has audaciously sunk to such depths. Chapter 152. Your handsome visage. I could gaze upon it for centuries without weariness. Lord Feng gazed at Lin Zhongbang's resolute figure as he turned to depart, momentarily perplexed by the events that had just transpired. Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance in the direction Lin Zhongbang had taken, sipped his tea, and spoke. Lord Feng, while it is true that you have engaged the services of the practitioners from the Medicine Valley, it is Dr. Su Xiaobao who has the capability to cure Miss Feng's ailment. Having spoken, he slowly rose, cradling Su Xiaobao in his arms, and regarded Lord Feng. I implore you, Lord Feng, to ensure that the agreed-upon fees for the Medicine Valley are delivered in full to the Huqing Sect Medical Hall by tomorrow. The hour grows late, and we must take our leave. Lord Feng was momentarily rendered speechless. He had intended to leverage the practitioners from the Medicine Valley to undermine the Huqing Sect Medical Hall, especially since the hall belonged to the Feng family. He was determined to repay the humiliation of having been expelled by them. It was utterly unexpected that the Medicine Valley would dispatch such an ineffectual individual, who not only failed to heal his daughter, but also compelled him to present silver to the Feng family. The mere thought incensed him. My lord, are you truly going to bestow the silver upon that rural woman? Madame Feng had just entered the room and overheard Qin Yu's remarks. Once the others had departed, she approached Lord Feng, lowering her voice in inquiry, her expression rife with reluctance. What other choice do we have? Lord Feng's complexion darkened ominously, his voice icy. The Medicine Valley has touted Lin Zhongbang's medical prowess, yet he proves to be utterly useless. What a wretched scheme he has concocted to entangle the Feng family. Rest assured, my lady. Master Feng turned to his wife, stating resolutely that he would seek an explanation from the Medicine Valley, ensuring that the Feng family would not suffer in silence. Meanwhile, Su Qing stood at the bow of the boat, gazing at the crescent moon hanging in the night sky. The moonlight was cool, yet faintly tinged with crimson threads. A gentle breeze rustled her loose strands of hair, adding an enchanting allure to the night. Would someone like me find it tedious to sail on the lake? Feng Yan's voice, as perpetually cold as ever, carried a hint of cautious inquiry and a touch of unease. How could I find it tedious in your presence? Su Qing replied, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the handsome man before her. With a face like yours, I could gaze upon it for centuries without growing weary. The eldest disciple, devoted to his path, spent his days instructing his students and managing various affairs within the sect, retreating to the secluded I Ching peak to cultivate, emerging only on designated days. Were it not for her desire to capture his attention, she would not have indulged in mischief. Nevertheless, Su Qing never found her senior brother dull. Rather, she was irresistibly drawn to tease him whenever they met. The thought of him furrowing his brow yet refraining from chastising her always warmed her heart. Moreover, in this lifetime, he consistently protected and cared for her. She was overjoyed. How could she ever consider him uninteresting? Centuries? Feng Yan's heart stirred slightly, and he blurted out, if I truly lived for centuries, would I not become an old monster? Su Qing's smile was as radiant as the blooming begonia, her eyes filled with affection for Feng Yan, reflecting the cool moonlight. She resembled a celestial being beneath the moon's glow. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Feng Yan's eyes. He was aware of her beauty, but had never fathomed she could be so breathtakingly exquisite. Su Qing was utterly pleased to witness the reaction of her beloved, her smile blooming even more radiantly. She gently nestled into Feng Yan's embrace, listening to the strong rhythm of his heartbeat. Chapter 153. Feng Yan. You are nothing but a timid turtle. Even if you transform into an ancient monster, I shall remain by your side. Besides, my dear Yan, even as an ancient creature, you would still be the most handsome among them all. As Feng Yan listened to the sweet, playful words of the little woman, he tightened his arms, holding her closer, his grip on her hand becoming firmer. He was never one to possess a silver tongue, and her actions often left him anxious, fearing that his beloved might perceive him as dull and uninteresting. It appears, however, that his worries were unfounded. From a distance, the melodious strains of a Qin floated from several pleasure boats, faintly accompanied by the sounds of men drinking and laughing or frolicking with women. Feng Yan quickly discerned that one of the boats belonged to the young master of the Zhang family. Since the Shang family rose to prominence in Liang City, the Zhang family had begun to align themselves with them. A few days prior, on account of the young master's birthday, the Zhang family dispatched servants to several allied families to distribute invitations, though it remained uncertain how many would actually attend. It was likely that Shang Qingyu was also aboard the boat. With the enmity between the Feng and Shang families laid bare, the Zhang family, as the loyal hounds of the Shang, would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to provoke. Qing, I have instructed the kitchen to prepare some delectable pastries. Would you care to join me inside and sample them? Su Qing was well aware of Feng Yan's intentions, and given the rare opportunity to spend time alone with her senior brother, she was determined not to allow anyone to intrude. With a gentle nod, Su Qing and Feng Yan were about to step into the ship's cabin when the voice of Zhang Yaozu, the young master of the Zhang family, echoed from afar. General Feng, it is my birthday today. Why not join me for a few drinks with the lady by your side? Feigning deafness, Feng Yan guided Su Qing into the cabin. Witnessing this, Zhang Yaozu, fueled by alcohol, became enraged and downed another large gulp of wine. Feng Yan, what are you pretending for? He bellowed. If it weren't for your father's military achievements, you wouldn't have that title of a young general. What are you showing off? You just married a country woman as your wife, and the Feng family treats her like a treasure. Look at the Feng family's prospects. Bah, don't push your luck. Hearing the increasingly vehement insults and the jeering laughter outside, Su Qing's expression darkened. Pay them no mind, Feng Yan said, gently stroking Su Qing's back. I have yet to uncover the person behind the Shang family. Their provocations are merely attempts to make me heir so they can target the Feng family and the Feng army. There's no need to give them any opportunity. If the Feng family were to fall, the loyal Feng army would surely face death or injury. This is why Feng Yan acts with such caution. He carries the lives of thousands on his shoulders. I understand, Su Qing replied with a tender smile, reaching out to grasp Feng Yan's large hand, caressing the calluses on his palm, while secretly plotting how to deal with this Zhang fellow later. Feng Yan, you are nothing but a coward. Emboldened by alcohol, Zhang Yaozu, after several cups of wine, cursed and laughed. How could someone like you be worthy of the beauty by your side? Why not give her to me? I promise she will embrace me and call me brother every day. Ha ha. You are only deserving of that country woman. Ha ha. The rest of the crew burst into laughter. As anticipated, Shang Qingyu was indeed on the pleasure boat, thoroughly entertained by the scene unfolding before him. Chapter 154, Ruthless Words, Few in number. Zhu Mo. Feng Yan's voice was low and menacing. Hidden in the shadows, Zhu Mo had already devised a plan to teach this fellow a lesson, but was unable to act without his master's command. Now that the master had spoken, it was only natural to deal with him accordingly. Su Qing was taken aback by Feng Yan's willingness to forsake all his previous concerns and steadfast principles for her sake. She felt a combination of gratitude and heartache. The once unencumbered elder brother, now burdened by so much, she merely wished for him to live freely and unrestrained. In the Xinjiang continent, she could protect him in secret for hundreds of years. Even in this foreign land, why should it be impossible? She moved her fingers slightly. In an instant, a figure shot out faster than Zhu Mo, leaping onto the opposite pleasure boat. It was Mu Yao. Mu Yao, a woman of few words yet fierce demeanor, approached Zhang Yaozu and struck his face 10 times with great force, sending several of his teeth flying. Following that, she delivered a powerful punch to his eye, transforming his visage into that of a battered swine. Do you know who I am? How dare you lay a hand on me? Zhang Yaozu's face was swollen and bruised. Even the slightest touch sent him howling in agony. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and help me. At Zhang Yaozu's frantic cries, the surrounding henchmen finally reacted, scrambling to grab their weapons and charge towards Mu Yao. Yet these individuals were no match for Mu Yao. As one after another, accompanied by their cries of despair, they were cast into the West Liang Lake. After sending the last assailant tumbling into the water, Mu Yao turned to gaze coldly at the raucous Zhang Yaozu, causing him to fall back in fear, clutching his face and pleading for mercy. My master has declared that you are excessively noisy. With a swift motion, Mu Yao drew a dagger from her waist and tossed it before Zhang Yaozu. Her voice icy as she proclaimed, You have but two choices. Either I shall end your life, or you shall take matters into your own hands. Zhang Yaozu's eyes fixated on the dagger before him, terror nearly causing him to soil himself. He quickly turned to the cabin, seeking the presence of Shang Qingyu. His eyes filled with desperation. Young master, you! Zhang Yaozu cried out, please save me. I am the sole heir of the Zhang family. What would become of them should anything happen to me? Shang Qingyu, taken aback by the folly of this imbecile, was further irritated by being dragged into this predicament. Were it not for the lucrative deal between the Zhang family and the Shang family, he would have preferred to ignore this fool entirely. Setting down his wine glass, Shang Qingyu smiled and said, Miss Mu Yao, might you spare young Master Zhang this once for my sake? Mu Yao coldly regarded Shang Qingyu, who wore what he believed to be a charming smile. She then kicked Zhang Yaozu to the ground, placing her foot upon his face. In her eyes, no one held favor except for her master. It seems you have made your choice, Mu Yao declared frostily. I shall deliver you to the afterlife with each punch. Slowly and methodically, Zhang Yuzu was taken aback by the woman's chilling demeanor, realizing that even Shang Qingyu's words held no sway over her. Observing the indifference in her eyes, he understood that she was indeed intent on ending his life. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Yaozu began to tremble uncontrollably. Shang Qingyu's expression was scarcely more favorable than Zhang Yaozu's. Unlike Feng Yan, who had numerous reservations, Shang Qingyu, having grown up in Liang City unrestrained, felt utterly disregarded by a mere maid today. Even if this individual were a covert guard of the emperor, he was determined to demand an explanation. Stop! Shang Qingyu set down his wine cup and swiftly moved to stand beside Mu Yao, blocking her hand as she raised it towards Zhang Yaozu. Should the master not command her to cease, Mu Yao would certainly not relent. If there were an obstruction, it would simply be eliminated. Chapter 155. If you hinder me again, I shall end you. Shang Qingyu had anticipated that his intervention would instill some caution in the opponent, yet to his astonishment, Mu Yao launched an attack in his direction. He barely managed to evade her strike. Without sparing him another glance, Mu Yao continued to pummel Zhang Yaozu. Ouch! Ouch! Have mercy, young lady. You shall save me. Observing Zhang Yuzu rolling on the ground under Mu Yao's relentless assault, Shang Qingyu was left bewildered, his countenance darkening further. He directly summoned his inner strength and charged toward Mu Yao. Refusing to believe that a mere maid would dare to strike a young master of considerable standing in Liang City. With a resounding slap, the two clashed. Upon witnessing the escalating situation, Zhu Mo intended to intervene but was halted by Su Qing's raised hand. Given Mu Yao's current martial prowess, few in this world can harm her, Su Qing asserted confidently. The Feng family is now besieged on all fronts. It is unwise for you to engage. Zhu Mo glanced at the pallid face of Feng Yan, silently remaining in place, his gaze drifting towards a distant pleasure boat. Mu Yao's agility was remarkably enchanting, akin to that of a specter. In but 5 moves, she struck Shang Qingyu's left shoulder with a powerful palm, sending him sprawling. A spurt of crimson erupted from his lips, his eyes wide with terror. Just days prior, he had sparred with Mu Yao, at which time she had proven no match for him. He was certain she had not concealed her true capabilities then. Yet, in such a brief span, her inner strength had burgeoned to a terrifying degree. After subduing Shang Qingyu, Mu Yao refrained from pursuing her advantage, casually declaring, If you obstruct me again, I shall kill you. Upon uttering this, she delivered a punch to the face of the struggling Zhang Yaozu, who had just managed to rise. The impact made Zhu Mo's heart shudder. Mu Yao was exceedingly ruthless, a sight that was painful to behold. A yin, this is delicious, Su Qing exclaimed joyfully, offering Feng Yan a piece of fish, having carefully removed all the bones. Upon hearing this, Feng Yan's expression softened significantly. Ching. Certain matters ought to be handled by a man, such as putting someone down. The Feng family treaded lightly in Liang City, and it was for the sake of preserving his reputation that she had allowed Zhu Mo to intervene. If that were the case, why could he not protect her in turn? Su Qing replied with an air of inevitability, It is far more convenient for me to handle such matters. At that moment, the lamentations from the boat opposite grew ever louder. A smile spread across Su Qing's lips, for such sounds were most delightful to her ears. Stop, please. No more. Zhang Yaozu could no longer endure the relentless beating and cried out desperately, As long as you spare my life and do not cut out my tongue, I am willing to do anything. Truly, I will do anything. Help? Are you truly willing to do anything? Su Qing's delicate voice emanated from the pleasure boat, causing Mu Yao to cease her actions. At that moment, Zhang Yaozu comprehended the reason for his severe beating and slapped his own face twice in remorse. Serves you right for your loose tongue. Yes, as long as you do not kill me or sever my tongue, I am willing to comply with anything. Zhang Yaozu bowed in the direction of Su Qing, genuinely frightened by the beating. Heroine, spare my life. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill. Only if you give Shang Qingyu 3 slaps, I might consider sparing you. Zhang Yozu suddenly raised his head, his face a picture of astonishment. Even Shang Qingyu, who stood nearby, was equally taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. The Zhang family relied on the Shang family to survive in Liangcheng, and Zhang Yuzu's audacious insults toward Feng Yan clearly had the latter's tacit approval. Su Qing was merely venting her frustrations at Feng Yan by issuing such a request. This woman from the countryside, backed by the emperor's secret guards, believed she could ascend to the heavens, didn't she? Chapter 156. This request is not excessive. Suppressing his anger, Shang Qingyu remarked, Miss Su, do you not think your request is rather excessive? Upon hearing this, Su Qing could not help but chuckle softly. She rose from the cabin, and upon seeing her, Feng Yan stood behind her, ready to support her. You did not find it excessive when you insulted a yin just now. Miss Su, I did not utter a word earlier. Shang Qingyu observed the pair on the opposite pleasure boat, instinctively furrowing his brow. This is not how one settles accounts. As the saying goes, like attracts like. Although you have remained silent, you have not objected. On the contrary, it appears you are in agreement, or else how could you share the same boat with them? Su Qing's gaze turned icy, and with a light laugh, she remarked, since we are aboard, we are undoubtedly all in the same predicament. Look, others have faced their punishment. Yet you are conspicuously absent from the fray, which seems rather unjust, does it not? Leaning back against Feng Yan's embrace, Su Qing continued, if I were to release you, my dear, Yin might misconstrue our relationship, and that would not bode well. Regardless, my request is hardly excessive, is it? Shang Qingyu was taken aback by the woman's audacity, trembling with indignation. You. Su Qing observed Shang Qingyu's ashen countenance with delight and gestured to Mu Yao. Upon noticing Su Qing's signal, Mu Yao delivered a swift kick to Zhang Yozu's back. Zhang Yozu stumbled, nearly colliding with Shang Qingyu's chest. He understood that this was both a prompt and a warning. Should he refrain from retaliating, he feared he might meet his demise at the hands of this formidable woman. Yet if he did engage, the Shang and Zhang families would undoubtedly seek retribution. Never had Zhang Yaozu felt such regret. Vexed at himself for partaking in a celebration when he could have indulged in the comforts of home. Resolutely, he decided to leap from the pleasure boat. Su Qing observed this scene with a hint of discontent, raising an eyebrow in response. Everyone believed that this farce had reached its conclusion. Yet no one anticipated that Mu Yao, upon seeing Su Qing raise an eyebrow, would swiftly grasp the rope beneath her feet, somersault onto the railing, and with a flourish of the rope, ensnare Zhang Yaozu from the water, dragging him back and unceremoniously tossing him before Shang Qingyu once more. Zhang Yuzu found himself in a predicament, exasperated and bemused, wondering if he could truly not escape this situation. Shang Qingyu, now fully aware, realized that the once compliant Rui had entirely transformed into Mu Yao. She was now firmly in Su Qing's camp. This led him to ponder whether Rui had always belonged to Su Qing or if some accord had been struck upon their arrival in Liangcheng that forged this relationship. Regardless of the scenario, it was undeniably to his detriment today. Determined not to squander any more time, he prepared to utilize his lightness skill to depart, only to be taken aback when Mu Yao, appearing before him without a hint of his awareness, struck him squarely in the chest with a palm. In a tone imbued with authority, Mu Yao declared, none of you shall leave until he has fulfilled the master's command. She tilted her chin slightly, emphasizing her point, particularly towards him. Shang Qingyu was on the brink of fury. Not only was he confronted by the formidable Mu Yao, but beside him, there were also Feng Yan and Zhu Mo on the pleasure boat, making it impossible for him to evade such humiliation. Zhang Yaozu recognized that he was being roasted over a fire, compelled to tremble his way to Shang Qingyu's front. Young master, you must see that I would rather leap into the river than lay a hand on you, but these people insist on dragging me from the water. I am left with no other choice. As soon as the words left his mouth, a crisp slap resonated across Shiliang Lake. Shang Qingyu had not expected Zhang Yaozu to dare strike him, his fury igniting like a raging inferno, his fists clenched, veins protruding prominently. He intended to take action, only to discover that Mu Yao had simultaneously struck him while sealing his acupoints, rendering him utterly immobile. Chapter 157. I am a madman. You see, I am also a victim of circumstance. Slap. Shang Qingyu watched in disbelief as the second slap landed on his face. Zhang Jiju, confronted by Shang Qingyu's glare, could only cry out in desperation, I truly did not wish for this. If you seek revenge, direct it towards them. Slap. The third slap echoed across the lakeside. After delivering the final blow, Zhang Yaozu collapsed in fear, unable to meet Shang Qingyu's gaze. Shang Qingyu clenched his jaw, feeling the iron taste from where he had been struck, his eyes growing increasingly fierce. Feng Yan, will you allow a woman to humiliate me in such a manner? Having lost all dignity, Shang Qingyu loudly shouted to the group across from him, do not forget, my father is Shang Qiang. Even the emperor must show our family favor. Are you not afraid of me going to the emperor to report your family? Qingqing is my wife, bestowed upon me by the emperor. Do you not regard his majesty when you incite Zhang Yaozu and others to insult her? Feng Yan, with a stoic expression, replied to Shang Qingyu, if you wish for others to respect you, you must first learn to show respect. It was then that Zhang Yuzu realized the woman protected by Feng Yan was indeed the emperor's betrothed, a daughter of the Su family. Fate seemed to conspire against him. At that moment, Zhang Yaozu regretted not slapping himself several times for his loose tongue, lamenting his idle chatter on his birthday. Feng Yan, Shang Qingyu bellowed, are you truly certain you wish to sever ties with the Shang family? It was you who first offended, and subsequently faced retribution. This is only to be expected. Feng Yan, with his characteristic indifference, remarked that should you choose to sever ties with the Feng family over this matter, he would have no words to offer. However, what would the common folk say if such rumors were to circulate? Naturally, they would claim that the young master of the Shang family attempted to steal a hen only to end up with a loss. Su Qing smiled sweetly, seizing the opportunity to speak. If they could not defeat her or eliminate her, she inquired whether Shang Qingyu was angered. Shang Qingyu, already in pain from his injuries, felt a sharp sting in his chest, the metallic taste in his mouth swallowed down with gritted teeth. Wasn't this a mockery of his petty nature? Feng Yan, usually taciturn, proved to be unexpectedly formidable. Young Master Shang, Su Qing began softly. Are you aware of the reason why the Su family raised me and subsequently sent me to the countryside? It was not, as they claimed, due to the birth of a young master that they feared gossip, but rather because. Su Qing elongated her words, tantalizing Shang Qingyu's curiosity as her crimson lips parted. I am a madwoman. It is said that the original owner, fearing the loss of her status and the wealth and glory of the Su residence after giving birth to the young master, succumbed to emotional turmoil and madness. Yet only Su Qing knows the truth. The common folk speak of the Su family as benevolent, and the adopted daughter, Su Qing, soaring from humble beginnings to become a phoenix. Who truly understands that the original owner's existence within the Su household was worse than that of a servant. The daily fare she received was inferior even to that of the maids serving in the inner chambers. Only when guests arrived at the Su residence would she be groomed and adorned in unfamiliar fineries, treated to a hearty meal. Chapter 158. Do not incite my displeasure. The original owner was merely a child when adopted, and given the prolonged torment she endured, it is entirely natural for her emotions to spiral out of control. However, the primary cause lay in the covert machinations of Madame Su, who sought her demise. The incident of harm became a considerable scandal for the Su family. Consequently, the Su residents publicly proclaimed that Su Qing's fate was incompatible with that of the young master, asserting that, to avert a clash of destinies, she had to be hastily dispatched to a rural estate. They euphemistically claimed it was out of compassion for Su Qing's suffering and concern for the young master's well-being. Feng Yan listened intently as Su Qing recounted her story in a monotonous tone, her words echoing the narrative of a mere tale. Instantly, he felt a surge of both sympathy and indignation. It was no wonder she claimed to harbor no affection for the Su family. He delicately enveloped her soft hand within his own, a protective gesture that spoke volumes. A madman would heed no distinction of identity. A truth that young Master Shang undoubtedly comprehended. After all, your Aunt Shang Qingyu is nothing short of a lunatic, is she not? With an air of nonchalance, Su Qing smiled and remarked, thus, young Master Shang must remember, never provoke my displeasure, for I might find myself unable to resist the urge to end your life. At any time and in any place. Shang Qingyu, caught in a tumult of emotions, finally gritted his teeth and uttered, what a lunatic. For reasons unknown, he found himself believing that this woman could indeed act on her words. Before he could react further, an urgent cry reached them from the riverbank. Brother, something has happened to Aunt. Brother, did you hear? Someone has come to seize her. A sense of foreboding surged within Shang Qingyu. It was undoubtedly Lin Yuan who had come knocking again. He was now more certain than ever that Lin Yuan had allied with the Feng family. Otherwise, why is the timing so remarkably fortuitous? Damn it, truly cursed. Brother, your expression. Be silent. A delightful boat ride has been disrupted by such commotion. Fei Yan's mood has soured. He fears that Su Qing might recall her past days at the Su residence, which would evoke feelings of dread and unease. The sound was as refreshing as the gentle clinking of jade, bringing a sense of tranquility. Very well. Su Qing clasped Fei Yan's large hand, bringing it to her cheek to nuzzle against it, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Upon hearing this, Zhu Mo instructed the boatman to steer the vessel towards the shore. Fei Yan paused for a moment and said, Qing, I shall take you to meet my elder brother. Su Qing nodded, and hand in hand, they proceeded to the front hall. As they stepped into the room, they beheld a gentleman seated at the right side of Feng Jiang. The man bore a resemblance to Fei Yan, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, refined and courteous. His hair was styled upright, with the sides neatly arranged. He donned a deep green robe made from exquisite fabric that draped elegantly, cinched at the waist with a wide belt adorned with a fish pattern in moonlight white, from which hung a crescent-shaped jade pendant. He sat with an upright posture, his brows not as sharply defined as Fei Yan's, yet radiating amiability. His gaze, however, was piercing, as if he could discern the thoughts of others at a glance. Su Qing recognized him to be Feng Jiang's eldest son, Fei Yan's elder brother, Feng Zhan. Chapter 159, the eldest of the Feng family, Feng Zhan. In a moment, you shall taste this. If you find it delightful, I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare more tomorrow, Feng Jiang said, glancing at the steward beside him. Zhang Lai go. The steward, Zhang Lai, promptly took his leave, heading towards the kitchen. Observing this, Feng Zhan's eyes reflected a hint of curiosity, particularly regarding Fei Yan, which surprised him the most. The younger brother, who has always regarded the defense of family and country as paramount, has unexpectedly shown tenderness towards a woman, demonstrating an unusual concern. Zhan, had it not been for Xiao Qing's timely rescue, supporting Yan, our Feng family might have fallen victim to those with ulterior motives. As Feng Jiang uttered these words, her gaze turned cold and her heart seethed with fury, feeling as if the sordid affairs of the court might drive her to despair. Upon hearing that Su Qing not only saved their father but also rescued his younger brother, Feng Zhan quickly rose to his feet and performed a deep bow towards Su Qing. Thank you, dear sister-in-law, for your care. The great kindness you have shown our Feng family will be etched in my memory forever. There is no need for such formalities, elder brother, Su Qing hastily replied, rising to assist him slightly. For you to address me as sister-in-law signifies that I am now part of the family. Within a family, there is no need for thanks. A smile played at the corners of Feng Zhan's lips, dispelling his earlier stern demeanor, transforming him into a gentle breeze of warmth. The way he gazed at Su Qing was filled with grace and amiability. Feng Yan interjected, Elder brother, in your letter, you mentioned arriving in Liancheng by noon tomorrow. Why have you come today? You must understand that the court is divided into two factions, one led by the powerful regent, and the other supporting the emperor and the empress dowager. Initially, the situation was stable. Feng Zhan instinctively glanced at Su Qing. Yet since Miss Su was bestowed with the banquet, the court has not remained tranquil. Feng Jiang, perceiving her eldest son's concerns, gently patted his shoulder and said, Xiao Qing is now one of us. Speak freely without hesitation. I grow weary of you scholars, who constantly dissect every word and phrase, your minds filled with cunning schemes. Has Su Qing truly ascended to such a high status within the Feng family, having completely garnered the trust of all family members? Instinctively, he turned to gaze at his younger brother, Feng Yan, who nodded in agreement. After a brief pause to compose himself, he began to speak. Our Feng family has consistently maintained a neutral stance in the court. This marriage, ostensibly a celebration of the emperor's nuptials, is in fact the result of the Right Chancellor Su Zhong's fervent advocacy. Su Zhong is a loyal supporter of the emperor. Meanwhile, the regent has also been quite active. After finishing his statement, Feng Zhan raised his teacup to sip from it, casting a glance at the expressions of those present. Curiously, his father's gaze was fixed upon Su Qing, and even his younger brother turned to her, seemingly seeking her opinion. Chapter 160, the current political landscape. This is rather unusual. Feng Zhan took another sip of tea to mask his inner astonishment. His father and second brother have always been decisive. Why are they now looking directly at this newly welcomed sister-in-law? Old master, what is your perspective? With both Feng Jiang and Feng Yan looking at her, Su Qing did not rush to speak. Instead, she first inquired about Feng Jiang's thoughts. Feng Jiang replied, Before I fell ill, I received news from Zhan that the power dynamics within the imperial city are precarious, with three factions vying for dominance. His countenance was grave, devoid of his usual audacity, exuding an air of solemnity befitting the legendary warrior of the Northwest. In the earlier years, when the old emperor was still alive, Feng Jiang continued, the Feng family army is known for its strict discipline and valor, which has deterred both the Liang and northern frontier nations from daring to invade. They dutifully pay their tributes each year, allowing the common folk to live in peace and contentment, even with the young emperor newly ascended to the throne. Possessing but a fragile foundation, the Feng family, despite wielding military power, has never entertained a trace of disloyalty. Feng Jiang sighed, his tone laced with a hint of anger and, more prominently, a sense of helplessness. As the saying goes, one is unafraid to confront harsh words, but fears the treachery of those lurking behind. At this point, Feng Jiang couldn't suppress a cold sneer. The hardships endured over the years while stationed at the borders, the pain of soldiers valiantly fighting against the enemy, and the countless lives sacrificed on the battlefields engulfed in swirling sands. All of these had become mere jokes in the eyes of the emperor, who was swayed by slanderous words. Feng Yan lowered his gaze, his expression unchanged, while one hand clenched into a fist. Suddenly, a delicate little hand grasped his clenched hand, and Feng Yan instinctively enveloped Su Qing's soft hand within his own. Upon lifting his head and meeting her worried gaze, he finally revealed a smile directed at Su Qing. The bestowed land was a privilege reserved for royal princes, and the emperor's probing actions were truly disheartening. Abruptly, I was afflicted with both deadly poison and cursed toxins, deteriorating day by day, and the emperor, seizing the pretext of bringing joy, arranged for the Su family's adopted daughter to be wed to me, thus cloaking his true intentions of surveilling every move of the Feng family under a facade of congeniality. As for the emperor, there was no need for further elaboration. He was nothing more than a puppet, with the Empress Dowager pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Feng Jiang continued, stating that the one whose mere words could stir tremendous waves in the imperial city was none other than the current regent. The power of the imperial throne paled in comparison to that of the regent. Even militarily, the Feng family and the regent might outmatch the emperor. Naturally, the old Empress Dowager perceived her son's position as precarious, prompting her to ally with the Feng family against the regent. Nevertheless, the marriage arrangement indeed brought joy to the Feng family, for I, Feng Jiang, had gained such a splendid daughter-in-law in Little Qing. At this juncture, Feng Jiang's pride swelled once more. Even though the Empress Dowager, this cunning old schemer, has devised countless plans, she could never have anticipated that her so-called pawn, Su Qing, harbors her affections for Yan heir and the Feng family. When the late emperor was alive, the regent acted like the emperor's sworn brother, fiercely protecting him, which allowed the emperor to secure his throne. When it comes to the current regent, Feng Jiang's expression grows complex. The regent is a figure of duality, embodying both righteousness and wickedness. It is said that a certain incident in his family profoundly altered his temperament. Those who displease him, even without provocation, are swiftly dealt with. Chapter 161. Pepper Chicken. Indeed, delightfully tender, the regent is truly a figure to be feared, and this is my greatest concern. Feng Jiang spoke, revealing that he had dispatched Kong Dao Man to Liangcheng, a move that undoubtedly carries significant implications. Instantly, the room fell silent at Feng Jiang's words. Do not worry. Su Qing's melodious voice broke the tension, soothing everyone's unease. He will not act against the Feng family. Feng Yan's expression softened immediately, and Feng Jiang nodded in agreement upon hearing these words. Only Feng Jiang wore a face of confusion. What is happening? Why should there be no cause for concern? How could there be no threat to the Feng family? What is most troubling is that both my father and brother seem to endorse her viewpoint. Have you forgotten how terrifying it is to witness the regent execute someone at the slightest disagreement? In the court, even the emperor is not spared from his cold ridicule and icy demeanor, which is utterly chilling. Sighing inwardly, Feng Jiang thought to himself, after all, she is merely a girl raised in the countryside by the Su family. In the future, there may come an opportunity for a yin to secretly introduce her to the terrors of the regent, and she would then realize how naive her current thoughts truly are. Su Qing found these musings amusing. This alternate world was quite entertaining. The notions of military power and authority seemed trivial to her, overshadowed by the more profound strength of belief. After all, in the Xinjiang continent, it is the might of one's fist that dictates who holds sway. Observing the subtle concern etched upon Feng Yan's brow, Su Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. Master, the spicy chicken is ready. It has been kept warm over a low flame. The kitchen advises that it is best enjoyed fresh. Zhang personally entered the room, cradling a plate of spicy chicken, its aromatic scent instantly dispersing the previously heavy atmosphere. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Feng Jiang boomed, waving his hand grandly and proclaiming, with Su Qing's healing, my body has surpassed even its peak condition. He continued, as long as our Feng family stands united, we fear no one. Turning his gaze to Su Qing, his voice softened. Su Qing, you must try the spicy chicken. It is exceptionally tender. As Feng Jiang extolled the virtues of the spicy chicken, Feng Yan received the white porcelain bowl and chopsticks from Zhang and began to serve Su Qing. Observing his father's endearing demeanor and his brother meticulously selecting a piece of tender, boneless chicken while carefully extracting the scattered peppercorns, Feng Zhan couldn't help but smirk. Do take a bite. It should be quite delightful, Feng Yan said with a gentle smile, offering her the chopsticks. Absolutely. Spicy chicken. I must indulge in this. Feeling somewhat hungry, Su Qing forcefully pinched. The chicken flew out and fell to the ground. The chicken that a yin had meticulously chosen for her was now lost. She calmly remarked, indeed, it is very tender. Feng Jiang, Feng Zhan, and Feng Yan. Su Qing maintained her composure outwardly, yet internally, she felt utterly bewildered. What a disgrace. As a prominent figure, how could she suffer such humiliation? Feng Yan, with a twinkle in his eyes, took the chopsticks, selected another piece for her, and meticulously picked out the peppercorns from the meat. This time, he lifted the chicken with one hand using the chopsticks and supported it with the other, bringing it directly to Su Qing's mouth. Give it a try. Su Qing rarely felt her cheeks flush. Clearing her throat with a cough, she took the chopsticks in her mouth, her heart soaring with joy. Delicious, truly delightful. Su Qing beamed with bashfulness, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Again, another piece. Feng Yan had already comprehended his little wife's intention and prepared another piece of chicken for her. One was diligently picking out the peppercorns, while the other rested his chin on his hand, squinting his eyes, patiently awaiting the next morsel. Feng Zhan remarked, this cannot be my younger brother. I must be exhausted from my travels and hallucinating. Feng Jiang added, as a father, it is gratifying to witness my son and daughter-in-law's affection. Yet why does my stomach feel so bloated and uncomfortable? Exchanging glances, Feng Jiang and Feng Zhan both felt it was late, and it was time to rest. They silently agreed and left the main hall in tandem. Chapter 162. Lin Yuan is captured as Shang Qingyu arrived at the Shang residence. He was met with the sharp roar of his aunt. Without waiting for the carriage to come to a complete stop, he flung aside the curtain and leaped from the carriage, only to witness his aunt being escorted out by two constables. Shang Qingyu's garments were in disarray, wrinkled, and torn, while her hair fell chaotically about her shoulders. She screamed hysterically, struggling desperately to free herself from her restraints. Her eyes, wide and fierce like copper bells, glimmered with malice, and her lips were stained with blood. Lord Lin, seeing this, Shang Qingyu felt a surge of alarm and hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct the path of several individuals, exclaiming, what is the meaning of this? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, observing Shang Qingyu's face, which was bruised and swollen. Her entire demeanor a far cry from the elegant young nobleman he once knew. Young Master Yu, it seems the affluent are prone to forgetfulness. I made it quite clear during my visit yesterday that I would return today. Is it possible that in the span of merely a day, young Master Yu has already forgotten? Lin Yuan produced a document bearing his official seal, presenting it before Shang Qingyu. Does this jog your memory? My aunt is merely a suspect. There is no need for such treatment. Shang Qingyu, watching Shang Qingyu's disheveled state, suppressed her anger and interjected, Lord Lin, is this conduct not excessive? Oh, if she is merely a suspect, why is it that, during my routine inquiry, you have repeatedly obstructed my efforts, while she has reacted with such violent resistance? Lin Yuan gestured to several officers, their faces marked with clear signs of struggle, who stepped forward. He then beckoned another officer, whose rolled-up sleeve revealed a bloody bite mark on his exposed arm. Young Master Yu, you have arrived just in time. Behold these injuries, which are not the product of my unfounded accusations against Shang Qingyu. Miss Shang, according to the laws of our dynasty, assaulting public officials constitutes a crime, with severe offenders facing immediate execution, while lighter offenses may incur 50 strokes of the rod. Young Master Yu believes that this official possesses the authority to apprehend? Lin Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze unwavering as he regarded Shang Qingyu. Shang Qingyu observed the bloodstains and bite marks upon the guard's arms and faces, her mouth opening in a futile attempt to speak. These marks were all too familiar to the Shang family, typically when dealing with servants. As long as the transgression was not egregious, a few silver coins could resolve matters. However, these injuries were inflicted upon the guards of the prefectural office, Shang Qingyi found herself momentarily at a loss for words with which to counter. Who in Liang City is unaware that my aunt has long since lost her sanity? You take advantage of the Shang family's vulnerability to boldly interrogate her. Naturally, she is frightened, and her resistance is entirely understandable. Shang Qingyu was consumed with indignation. Unwilling to engage further in feigned civility with Lin Yuan, he bellowed fiercely, "Lin Yuan, are you truly determined to disregard the Shang family's honor and insist on making an arrest today?" Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with resolve, his tone resolute. Indeed, time and again, Shang Qingyu had extended an olive branch to Lin Yuan, yet he was impervious to both persuasion and coercion. Having already endured humiliation at the hands of Su Qing on the pleasure boat, his fury toward Lin Yuan intensified. Liang City had truly gone awry. Even those devoid of humanity dared to trample upon the neck of the Shang family. "Come forth." Shang Qingyu clenched his fists, shouting with authority, "Seize them all." As his words echoed, the guards of the Shang family rushed forward, encircling Lin Yuan and his companions. "Shang Qingyu, I dare you." Lin Yuan, with an air of cold arrogance, raised his chin defiantly and proclaimed, "By capturing us, you have solidified Shang Qingyu's guilt, and you, too, shall bear the consequences for unlawfully detaining a court official, leading the Shang family into calamity. Have you truly considered the gravity of this?" Chapter 163. Lin Yuan's capture. Too, hearing Lin Yuan's words, the guards of the Shang family instinctively retreated, glancing nervously at their master. Shang Qingyu, noticing the guards' hesitation to act, recalled Mu Yao's unwavering obedience to Su Qing, which fueled his anger to the brink of explosion. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? Move now." How could there be such disparity among the servants? Shang Qingyu's palpable rage completely subdued the guards, who then surged forward, clashing with the restrained constables. Ultimately, it was Du Jian who intervened personally, capturing everyone involved. Observing Shang Qingyu's dark expression, he ordered the captives to be bound with ropes. Shang Qingyi stood nearby, stunned. She had never witnessed her elder brother in such a furious state, nor could she fathom that he would actually command the binding of a court official. Such news would surely bring ruin to the Shang household. Shang Qingyu cast a fierce glance in her direction, exuding an intimidating aura. Shang Qingyi, wide-eyed in disbelief, stared at her brother, realizing that even her words held no power at this moment. "Shang Qingyu, do not presume that the emperor's favor towards your family grants you the liberty to act with such arrogance," Lin Yuan remarked as he watched Shang Qingyu approach him. "Once I am free, I shall report your family to the court." A cruel smile curled upon Shang Qingyu's lips as he leaned closer to Lin Yuan, whispering, "My dear Lin, do not forget, this is Liang City, not the imperial city. What does it matter? The city of Liang is rife with hidden dangers, including spies from the two northern nations and bandits lurking in the surrounding wilderness." Shang Qingyu's eyes glinted with madness as he whispered with a sardonic laugh, "All I need is to find someone to eliminate you, stage the scene, and the masses will undoubtedly believe you were slain by spies or mountain bandits. Who would ever suspect the Shang family?" Lin Yuan stared at the man before him, so enraged that he could barely speak. "You Shang Qingyu." Observing the astonishment mixed with a hint of panic in Lin Yuan's eyes, felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Lock them in the dungeon. Ensure that the guards are on high alert." The guards escorted Lin Yuan and the others into the dungeons of the Shang residence. Meanwhile, a constable left behind by Lin Yuan to oversee the carriage outside, upon hearing the commotion, rushed over only to witness Lin Yuan's capture and instinctively sought refuge behind a redwood door. A young servant of the Shang family hastily shut the door, glancing briefly outside without noticing the constable. Once the gates of the Shang residence were secured, he dashed toward Zhao Yang's abode at an unprecedented speed. Zhao Yang, upon hearing the breathless words of the constable, was taken aback, his body jolting in shock. He truly had not anticipated the audacity of Shang Qingyu. There appeared to be no law in his eyes. Fully aware that he was no match for Du Jian, Zhao Yang realized that recklessly rushing in would not only fail to rescue anyone, but could also jeopardize his own safety. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to accompany the constable to the Feng residence. At that moment, Feng Jiang and Feng Zhan were thoroughly disturbed by the overly affectionate young couple in the front hall, having just finished their evening routines and gone to bed. In the tranquil absence of distractions, Feng Yan and his beloved wife savored a warm meal of pepper chicken, hand in hand, leisurely digesting in the courtyard while occasionally exchanging tender words. Beneath the moonlight, the halo cast around them rendered their presence as picturesque as a painting. Chapter 164. Seeking Su Qing's rescue a servant hurriedly approached Zhu Imo, whispering urgently in her ear. After listening, Zhu Imo raised her hand to signal him to depart, hesitating momentarily over whether she should interject. The atmosphere between her master and Miss Su was perfectly harmonious. Would her intrusion mar the moment and invite reprimand? What is it? Feng Yan inquired casually, having noticed the servant's arrival. Zhu Imo stepped forward, clasping her hands in a respectful gesture. Master, the head constable, Zhao, seeks an audience with Miss Su. Upon hearing Zhao Yang's name, Mu Yao's demeanor shifted sharply, emanating an intense aura that prompted Zhu Imo to steal a few glances at her. Was there a story behind this? What was his purpose? There is none. Zhu Imo replied. What does he seek you for? Feng Yan furrowed his handsome brow, turning to the petite woman beside him and softly asking, Do you wish to meet him? If not, I can have him dismissed. I do wish to meet him, Su Qing responded, firmly grasping Feng Yan's hand. If it were not urgent, he would not come at this hour. Feng Yan nodded in understanding, recognizing the validity of her reasoning. However, he pondered the motive of a constable visiting his fiancée at such a late hour. After exchanging a glance with Zhu Imo, he accompanied Su Qing to the front hall. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Imo led Zhao Yang and the constable known as Shaoli into the front hall. Zhao Yang cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yao, and upon recalling the heart-wrenching pain from the past, he instinctively shook his head and quickly clasped his fists, saying, Miss Su, I apologize for the intrusion at this moment. I implore you to lend your aid in rescuing my lord. Upon hearing this, Feng Yan inquired, What has happened to Lord Lin? Little Lu, sensing the urgency in the situation, hurriedly stepped forward and fell to his knees with a thud. I beseech the young general and Miss Su to save our lord. We have been imprisoned in the dungeon by the young master of the Shang family. Feng Yan's pupils widened in surprise, and Su Qing blinked in astonishment. Though she had anticipated that Lin Yuan would heed her given time frame to approach the Shang family for assistance, she was aware that the Qi family father and son would undoubtedly reunite in 3 days. However, no matter how one calculates, the human heart remains the most unpredictable. Shang Qingyu, who could not withstand the provocation, had his course of action altered by merely 3 slaps. Yet the timing for the reunion of the Qi family did not change. Nevertheless, Shang Qingyu's actions had squandered a significant portion of the Shang family's previously promising fortune. Why would Shang Qingyu imprison Lord Lin? After contemplating, Feng Yan found this behavior unsurprising. The Shang family, though seemingly low-key and unassuming in Liang City, as evidenced by Shang Qingyu, indeed possessed an air of lawlessness. However, the imprisonment of a court official was undeniably beyond the pale. Little Lu recounted the events following the Qi family's report to the authorities and how, yesterday, they had gone to apprehend Shang Qingyu. He continued with today's events, where he assisted Su Qing in maintaining order at the medical clinic during the day, only to be commanded by Shang Qingyu's people to be imprisoned that very night. Although the young Liuzi spoke of trivial matters, he provided intricate details. Feng Yan was well aware of the affairs concerning the Shang family. It was during the conflict between Lin Yuan and Shang Qingyu that Zhu Imo and Zhu Qing stealthily infiltrated the Shang residence to apprehend Yi Chaoyang. General Xiao. Apart from Lord Lin, General Feng holds the highest rank in Liangqing. Should the Feng family remain uninvolved, our esteemed lord may be in grave danger. Zhao Yang knelt on one knee and declared, Shang Qingyu is treacherous and cunning. He would undoubtedly not spare our lord. He implored the general to rescue Lord Lin. Young Liuzi immediately interjected, Lord Lin is a virtuous official. What will become of the people of Liangqing if he encounters misfortune? Chapter 165. A rare bloom on an iron tree. Has Shang Qingyu gone mad? Or has the entire Shang family lost their senses? A voice, low and filled with astonishment, resonated with incredulity, imbued with the authority of a superior. Feng Zhan strode into the main hall, his expression grave. Zhao Yang regarded the man before him, feeling an odd familiarity, and couldn't help but glance at him again. Brother, it is late. Why are you still awake? Feng Yan was somewhat taken aback by Feng Zhan's unexpected appearance, as his elder brother was known for his strictly regulated routine. Feng Zhan waved his hand dismissively and seated himself to the side. It was only then that Zhao Yang realized this man was the eldest son of the Feng family. Feng Zhan. The 6 ministries had little connection with governance, and the current emperor, wary of the Feng family's military influence, had casually appointed Feng Zhan as the deputy minister of punishment, regardless of Feng Zhan's brilliance, akin to Zhuge Liang. His countless solved cases in the imperial capital had led him to a standstill as a mere deputy minister. A yin. We cannot afford to delay in this matter concerning Lord Lin. Feng Yan intended to stroll through the courtyard, hence he donned simple attire. As he prepared to depart, he decided to accompany you this time. Feng Yan instinctively glanced at Su Qing, for it was she whom Captain Zhao sought tonight. I am speaking with you, he asserted. Observing this exchange, Feng Yan felt an inexplicable throb at his temples and remarked, Why do you gaze at your sister-in-law so? Truly, an iron tree rarely blooms. Yet once it does, it flourishes uncontrollably. Can you not bear to part for even a brief moment? Su Qing, perceiving Feng Yan's thoughts, interjected, Elder brother. Captain Zhao is here tonight to see me, which is why a yin inquired about my opinion. Feng Yan was taken aback and turned to Zhao Yang, who nodded vigorously without hesitation. The pain from that time was indelible. Recalling it now, he felt a resurgence of discomfort in his chest. A sudden realization struck Feng Yan. It was not merely the Feng family that placed such trust in his sister-in-law, but even the provincial government relied upon her. How could one so brazenly forsake the opportunity to enter the Shang residence? Su Qing turned to the man beside her, smiling as she said, Isn't that right, a yin? Feng Yan returned her smile and nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed time to uncover the secrets harbored within the Shang household. Observing this, Feng Yan declared, coincidentally, Zhu Qing will also be arriving. Let him and Zhu Mo accompany us. That should suffice. Feng Yan nodded, believing that their small group, along with Zhu Mo, would be capable of addressing Lord Lin's issues. Again, the Shang family is not to be underestimated. Su Qing rose and suggested, It would be prudent to bring Vice Commander Dong as well. Feng Yan looked at Su Qing, catching a glimpse of her mischievous smile, her lips curving slightly upwards. He said, Zhu Mo, go to the military camp and have Deputy General Dong bring his soldiers directly to the Shang residence. With so many witnesses, the Shang family will lose their excuse to slander the Feng family. After giving his instructions, Zhu Mo leaped into the air, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. Feng Yan, holding Su Qing and Feng Yan, boarded the carriage, while Zhao Yang and Xiao Lu served as the drivers. A grand procession headed towards the Shang family estate. By the time the carriage arrived, Deputy General Dong had already gathered sufficient troops to encircle the Shang residence, while Zhu Mo stood by, waiting. Feng Yan gently lifted Su Qing down from the carriage, and she stood firmly on the ground. Xiao Lu, she called. Xiao Lu blinked, finally realizing what Su Qing wanted him to do. Ah, he exclaimed, rushing to the entrance of the Shang residence, where he knocked vigorously on the door, the sound echoing jarringly in the stillness of the night. Unsatisfied with the volume, he used both hands and feet to make more noise, pounding and kicking the door. Chapter 166. The 5-inch thick, dark iron door bang. 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 The thick, sturdy iron door reverberated hollowly with each blow, prompting nearby residents to light their lamps and stretch their necks to peer outside. Oh dear. So many soldiers. Something big must be happening, they murmured, hastily urging their wives and children to sleep, not daring to look any longer. It was uncertain whether Shang Qingyu had prepped his servants or if there was genuinely no one inside the Shang residence. But after the passage of half a tea's worth of time, the main door remained firmly shut. Deputy General, Miss Su, what shall we do? Xiao Lu anxiously glanced at Su Qing and Feng Yan, exclaiming, My lord is surely in grave danger. Break down the door. The atmosphere grew tense as Feng Yan issued a direct command. Deputy Commander Dong gestured vigorously, leading over a dozen soldiers to forcefully strike the heavy gate. Yet it remained impervious to their efforts. Both Zhu Mo and Zhu Qing simultaneously unleashed their strength upon the door, but it stood resolutely closed. My lord, it seems this gate is forged from mysterious iron, approximately 3 inches thick. Attempting to forcibly breach it from the outside would likely prove futile. Zhu Qing observed. Perhaps we should send someone to infiltrate the courtyard and open the gate from within? Before he could finish, Zhu Mo delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. What are you doing? Zhu Qing exclaimed, rubbing his skull and lowering his voice in indignation. Am I not correct? Blast it. You're already lacking in wit. Do you wish to appear even more foolish? Zhu Mo retorted. Should you be discovered while scaling the wall into the Shang residence, we would be labeled intruders into a private domicile. Zhu Qing immediately grasped the situation, covering his head in a mix of frustration and guilt as he glanced at his master. No wonder Shang Qingyu acted so recklessly. Not only is there a gate of mysterious iron outside, but also formidable experts within. Feng Yan furrowed his brow, remarking, It seems that rescuing Lord Lin will not be an easy task. Su Qing interjected, Mu Yao, why don't you give it a try? Mu Yao nodded. Gathering her energy, and struck the gate of the Shang family with her palm. A resounding boom echoed as the bricks surrounding the door trembled violently, dust billowed, and several stones fell. After swaying twice, the gate remained steadfast. Su Qing, witnessing this spectacle, swallowed hard in fear. Despite the combined efforts of himself and Zhu Mo, they had failed to make the gate budge even slightly. Yet this made single strike had caused such a commotion. He realized how lenient their adversary had been. Had they not held back, he would have long since met with Yama. Deputy Commander Dong stood there, utterly astonished. No wonder the group of burly men just now made a futile attempt to crash through. This door is several times sturdier than the city gates of Liacheng, and even a wooden stake might not suffice to breach it. What to do? Xiao Liuzai was in a state of panic, tears welling in his eyes. His voice choked with emotion. Could they really just abandon the situation? Ever since Lord Lin was appointed to Liangqing, his resolute and impartial reforms had significantly diminished the number of ruffians and scoundrels in the city, allowing the common folk to finally enjoy a semblance of a decent life. The thought of something happening to Lord Lin sent shivers down his spine. He could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue without him in Liangqing. Feng Yan furrowed his brow slightly and took a step forward, only to be halted by Su Qing's hand. There were eyes watching from the shadows. Su Qing moved closer, standing on tiptoe to whisper in his ear, "It is unwise for you to intervene." Surrounding them were not only the hidden guards of the Shang family, but others as well. Feng Yan must not reveal his true strength here. That which is concealed serves as the most formidable weapon for survival. Chapter 167. Perhaps it is, to breach the door. After all, it is merely a door. Su Qing spoke with a tone of disdain. Why exert such effort? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she approached the gate of the Shang family. She scanned the door from top to bottom, gently caressing its surface as if confirming its location, then prodded it with a single finger. A yen. Feng Zhan observed with a hint of confusion and quietly inquired, "What is my sister-in-law doing?" Feng Yan shook his head, hesitating slightly as he replied, "Perhaps she is attempting to breach the door." Feng Zhan. The crowd. Those hidden in the shadows. Could it truly be that such a casual touch and a mere poke could open a door forged from such dense, dark iron? They are not fools. No. Even fools know that this is impossible. Really? Miss Su is truly remarkable. My lord is saved. Xiao Lu anxiously observed every move of Su Qing, his eyes gleaming with hope. The crowd. Indeed, there is a foolish child among us. However, they were soon met with a stark reality. The sturdy iron gate, as solid as the city walls, shattered into dozens of pieces, crashing down and stirring up a cloud of dust, obscuring Su Qing's figure in the haze. Ching. Feng Yan, filled with concern, prepared to step forward for a closer look, only to witness Su Qing turning around amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, gracefully approaching with a radiant smile, resembling a celestial being beneath the moonlight. Yet, the esteemed men before her, captivated by her beauty, could only feel trepidation. This was a formidable individual capable of dismantling a 5-inch iron gate with a mere fingertip. The tremendous noise had thoroughly alerted the inhabitants of the Shang residence, whether it be the guards or the skilled fighters within. Upon seeing the shattered iron gate scattered across the ground, they trembled in fear, helplessly watching as Feng Yan and his entourage strode confidently into the Shang family estate. Miss, this is terrible. General Feng has led a multitude into the estate, all of them looking fierce and threatening, claiming they are here to find Governor Lin. Shangqing aghast in shock, repeatedly inquiring, "What about my brother? Has he encountered them?" It seems the young master is not within the estate. His whereabouts are unknown. If her brother was absent and she remained locked in this room, she would be unable to escape. The Shang and Feng families have long maintained a cordial distance, their occasional conflicts being trivial in nature, allowing them to coexist peacefully. However, the current situation has taken a dramatic turn, as my brother, in a fit of rage, has detained Lin Yuan, who was sent to apprehend someone. Regardless of the justification for Lin Yuan's actions, my brother's unilateral detention of a court official undoubtedly contravenes the law. Shangqing, you bit her lip, deep in thought. You must quickly inform Elder Du Jian. She took a deep breath, striving to steady her racing heart, and exclaimed, "Open the door at once and let me out." The maid, flustered, fumbled with her keys and unlocked the door, allowing Shangqing to rush toward Shang Qinyu's courtyard, determined that her aunt must not be discovered by them, otherwise all would be lost. As Du Jian suddenly appeared before Su Qing and the others, the guards of the Shang residence and the skilled fighters he had gathered lay incapacitated and kneeling in the front yard. His gaze immediately landed on Mu Yao. narrowing his eyes as he spoke with a venomous tone. "Is it you, woman, who has harmed my junior apprentice?" Indeed. Mu Yao recognized him as Xiong Yu's senior brother and coldly acknowledged the accusation. "Then do not blame me for showing no mercy. Today, I shall take your life to avenge my junior." Du Jian had always found it difficult to believe that a mere maid, not yet 20, could cripple his apprentice's meridians. He lunged at Mu Yao with a fierce claw-like strike. Mu Yao scoffed inwardly and swiftly met his advance. Surely, she could not be bested by him. In his presence, she wielded an undeniable strength. To the onlookers, it appeared as a breathtaking duel between two formidable masters, fraught with tension yet captivating to behold. With each move, the spectators watched with rapt attention, yet the outcome swiftly unfolded. As they beheld Mu Yao standing upon Du Jian's chest, blood spurting from him, there lingered a sense of unfulfilled anticipation among the onlookers. However, this scene filled Zhao Yang with trepidation. Setting aside the threat posed by Su Qing, he realized he could scarcely restrain Mu Yao in her current state. Du Jian's eyes reflected bitterness and humiliation, while his heart was gripped by astonishment. Such profound internal strength was far beyond what one of his age should possess. He could hardly believe that after years of martial training, he had been so utterly defeated. Zhao Yang stepped forward, his voice resonating with urgency. "Where is Lord Lin imprisoned?" Du Jian furrowed his brow, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Yang, unwilling to utter a word. Without hesitation, Mu Yao delivered a kick to his chest, causing him to emit a muffled groan followed by another spurt of blood. "I will not divulge anything. Do as you please." Du Jian spat defiantly, his tone brimming with malice. Su Qing chuckled softly. Mu Yao then struck with a single palm, shattering Du Jian's meridians entirely. Du Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, he felt utterly powerless, akin to a ragged cloth tossed aside. Fear flickered in his gaze as he looked upon Mu Yao. Zhao Yang, standing nearby, swallowed nervously, his heart racing. Observing Du Jian's unwillingness to reveal Lin Yuan's whereabouts, even at the cost of his own meridians, Feng Yan contemplated deeply. His expression darkened, and with a cold voice, he commanded, "Search." Deputy Commander Dong raised his hand, signaling the brothers beside him to commence a thorough search of each room, leaving no corner unexamined. Many subordinates hiding nearby witnessed this scene and trembled in fear, all standing motionless with their faces downcast. "Deputy Commander Dong, there's none here." "Deputy Commander Dong, there's none here either." Cursed, he refused to be dissuaded. "Tell me, where is the dungeon of the Shang family?" Deputy Commander Dong roughly slapped a pale-faced servant on the shoulder, his countenance stern as he bellowed, "Speak quickly. My temper is not to be trifled with." The servant stumbled from the impact, collapsing to the ground, his trembling finger pointing in a direction, his face betraying a fainting demeanor. In a quavering voice, he pleaded, "Spare me, military sir. I only know that the esteemed gentleman was brought into the backyard. I have no knowledge of the precise location." Upon hearing this, Deputy Commander Dong immediately summoned his men to head for the backyard, with Feng Yan and the others closely following. Chapter 169. A well hidden behind the rockery, Su Qing quickly located the entrance to the dungeon with a single glance and exchanged a knowing look with Mu Yao. Mu Yao then struck the largest boulder of the rockery in the backyard with a swift palm. At the same time, Su Qing flipped her hand and secretly cast a yellow paper talisman imbued with red cinnabar. With a thunderous roar, the rockery erupted, sending thick clouds of dust into the air and scattering fragments everywhere. "Master," startled by the sudden explosion, everyone instinctively sought refuge from the incoming debris. Zhu Mo instinctively pulled Mu Yao's arm backward, while Feng Yan tightly embraced the petite woman beside him, shielding her with his body. However, the stones that had been hurtling toward them seemed to collide with an unseen force in midair, subsequently plummeting to the ground. Gravel formed a circular shape, enclosing a stone well within. Feng Yan noticed a yellow talisman pressed beneath a piece of gravel and realized that it was Su Qing who had taken measures to protect them. Deputy Commander Dong pointed to two soldiers beside him and said, "This well seems to pose a problem. You two should investigate. Be cautious." A dry well. Deputy Commander Dong halted, dusting off his hands, and looked at Feng Yan in astonishment. "Major General, what shall we do next?" Concealing a dry well with such effort cannot be simple. Feng Yan replied, "Zhu Mo, Zhu Qing, descend and investigate, but tread carefully." Zhu Mo and Zhu Qing accepted the command and leaped into the dry well. Below lay a dungeon, where not only Lin Yuan but also Qi He was imprisoned. Su Qing turned to Mu Yu and whispered, "There are two guards, both highly skilled. Zhu Mo and Zhu Qing are no match for them." You should follow and observe. If the three of you cannot defeat them, lead them to an unguarded area of the dungeon. I have my own methods. Understood, master. After receiving the command, Mu Yao also jumped into the dry well. This exchange did not escape Feng Yan's ears, and he heard every word. Although Mu Yao's martial arts were still inferior to his own, she was among the top 5 in the entire Jianghu. If even she could not prevail, it was difficult to fathom the prowess of those guarding the prisoners. Qing, Feng Yan asked with concern, do you truly have a plan? Indeed. Su Qing replied with a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. As long as they cannot shatter the 5-inch thick door forged from dark iron, I will certainly have a way. With great effort, Deputy Commander Dong feigned a casual glance around, secretly eavesdropping on the hushed conversation between the two, his face a mask of frustration. In contrast, Feng Zhan, who openly listened without pretense, found his expression equally difficult to read, yet upon witnessing Dong's countenance, he felt a sudden sense of relief. Indeed, he was not the only one who perceived the world as surreal. Dong's thoughts drifted to the imposing iron door. A thrill coursing through him, and in his growing discontent, he bellowed, "Find Shang Qingyu." Upon receiving his command, the soldiers resumed their search through each room, ultimately discovering only Shang Qingyu. Chapter 170. A long-time admirer, how dare you? What are you doing? Let me go. Do you even know who I am? Shang Qingyu protested as 2 burly soldiers restrained her arms, bringing her before Feng Yan and Feng Zhan. Feng Yan, do not presume that your family's military power grants you the liberty to act as you please. I am a miss of the Shang family. You cannot treat me this way. Though her words were fierce, her eyes betrayed a palpable fear. Tightly pressing her lips together, she anxiously rubbed her fingers, fully aware that Feng Yan spoke the truth. Her brother had indeed detained Governor Lin, and her aunt had indeed harmed someone. She could not refute it. While Feng Yan's words were blunt, they were not untrue. If he truly intended to do something against the Shang family, he would have long since imprisoned everyone in the household rather than bringing so few soldiers. And where is Shang Qingyu? Feng Zhan inquired, observing Shang Qingyu's expression, his brows furrowing as he spoke sternly. Is he within the manor? Upon hearing the voice, Shang Qingyu finally discerned the man standing beside Feng Yan. Their appearances bore a striking resemblance, yet he differed from Feng Yan, who was tainted by the bloodshed of the battlefield. This man exuded a soft and gentle aura, refined and scholarly. It was Feng Zhan. Shang Qingyu could not help but widen her eyes, her gaze becoming increasingly frantic. This man was the object of her affection since childhood. But why was he here? Should he not be far away in the imperial city? More importantly, today he had witnessed her in such a disheveled state. Shang Qingyu clenched her fists tightly, her complexion turning pale in an instant. She had always known that the Shang and Feng families were at odds. Yet despite countless reminders to herself, she could not suppress her heart that longed for Feng Zhan. Whenever he was near, she would conjure various excuses to position herself in his vicinity. Fortunately, Feng Zhan had spent only a brief time in Liancheng before being summoned to the capital and bestowed an official title, allowing her to finally quell her feelings. Now, witnessing this man before her, even more spirited and striking than before, Shang Qingyu realized she had never truly forgotten him. My brother is not at home. Shang Qingyu gently spoke. I am unaware of his whereabouts. Not only her brother, but even her aunt was also nowhere to be found in the vast Shang residence. It felt as though she was utterly alone this evening. Su Qing glanced at Shang Qingyu and then at Feng Zhan, her understanding already in place, a smirk gracing her lips. In this solemn moment, observing Feng Zhan's unrequited affection, Su Qing was reminded of the towering tree on the back mountain of Hua Qing sect from years past. Ah, truly a wooden figure. Subsequently, the gazes of all present almost simultaneously turned towards the decrepit well. Perhaps, the answers they seek lie beneath the dry well. Below, Mu Yao swiftly caught up with Zhu Mo and Zhu Qing. You must follow me, she instructed. You are aware of the Shang family's secret passage? Zhu Qing exclaimed, astonished by Mu Yao's familiarity with the route. Have you infiltrated this place before? Years ago, she had witnessed Shang Qingyu committing heinous acts of brutality right here. At that time, however, the passage seemed only partially constructed. Chapter 171. How utterly cruel. After walking for a while, Zhu Mo and the others discovered that the entire passage was a labyrinth, branching off in various directions, as if the very foundation of the Shang residence was a network of hidden corridors. It was not merely a dungeon. There were also mountains of treasure chests filled with silver and an array of weapons. The Shang family was indeed formidable, hoarding weaponry in secret. Zhu Qing was taken aback. Their arsenal surpassed that of their own military camp. Was the Shang family perpetually preparing for rebellion? The trio soon located the so-called dungeon. The officials and constables, confined in several cells, appeared utterly pallid, their strength drained as they leaned against the stone walls, evidently incapacitated by some form of drug to prevent their escape. Beyond the constables, in the depths of the cells, lay a few emaciated men, their bodies ravaged, one having had his legs brutally severed, another an arm. The wounds gruesome and horrific. As they peered closer, they were met with the appalling sight of a man transformed into a living corpse. How utterly barbaric. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qing was instantly consumed by rage. What the hell? Is this truly the work of humans? Do not act impulsively, cautioned Zhu Mo, who knew him well. He grasped Su Qing's arm and whispered urgently, "Let us first rescue Lord Lin before taking any further action." The constables and runners recognized Mu Yao, who often accompanied Su Qing, among the trio of Zhu Mo. However, they were all powerless, with only hopeful glimmers in their eyes. One constable, exerting all his remaining strength, gestured in a particular direction. Mu Yao instantly understood, nodding in acknowledgement. Immediately following was the sharp crack of a whip lashing against flesh. Mu Yao recognized the sound as belonging to Shang Qinyu. Her face hardened as she swiftly advanced. Soon finding Shang Qinyu in an empty cell, wielding a black leather whip and mercilessly striking a man lying on the ground, who was barely alive. "Enough," Lin Yuan exclaimed. "Shang Qinyu, if you continue striking him like this, he will perish." Shang Qinyu glanced askance at Lin Yuan, whose hands were bound by iron chains, and a wild, cruel smile spread across her face. "I am so beautiful, yet he does not cherish me. Is that not his fault?" She retorted. "I adore him so, treating him with such kindness, providing him with the finest food and drink, yet he is fixated on escaping my embrace. Is that not his fault? While the dwelling may be somewhat somber, it is for his own benefit. Behold the countless alluring women outside, with his comely countenance. He is certain to be ensnared by those shameless harlots. All of this I do for him, for the sake of our union. Yet he summoned the authorities, leading to your apprehension of me. This is entirely his fault." Shang Qinyu railed at Lin Yuan with sardonic derision, all while continuing to ferociously lash the man on the ground. Lin Yuan gazed at the frenzied Shang Qinyu, momentarily rendered powerless to intervene as this deranged woman committed her heinous acts. He paused, inhaled deeply, and with a somber gaze, spoke softly. "Do you harbor feelings for Chihi? And what of Li Juanzi?" Upon hearing the name Li Juanzi, Shang Qinyu's eyes instantly turned crimson. She lunged towards Lin Yuan, seizing his hair and compelling him to bow his head in her direction. "You know that heartless scoundrel, Li Juanzi? He is my wife's brother." Chapter 172. Master of Sound Techniques. Shang Qinyu, initially taken aback by the revelation, could not restrain herself from erupting into maniacal laughter. "He is your wife's brother? Ha ha ha." Gradually releasing her grip on Lin Yuan's hair, her form arched in wild delight, her laughter echoing with madness. Suddenly, she raised her whip and aimed it at Lin Yuan. Mu Yao furrowed her brow, stepping forward decisively to deliver a powerful strike to Shang Qinyu's shoulder, sending her flying. Shang Qinyu, bewildered, spat out crimson blood. Zhu Mo and Su Qing swiftly approached Lin Yuan, intending to unshackle him and lead him from the prison. "It won't budge," Su Qing exclaimed after several futile attempts. They soon realized that the chains were forged from mystic iron, making them impossible to break. Mu Yao hoisted Qi He and threw him to Su Qing, channeling her inner strength to shatter the chains binding Lin Yuan. As Shang Qinyu regained her footing and witnessed their escape, she shrieked in a frenzy, "Dumb slave! Slay them! Annihilate them all!" As Shang Qinyu's voice fell, a crisp sound of a zither resonated through the air, emanating from the art of sound manipulation. Mu Yao was taken aback and hurriedly seized the shattered black iron chain from the ground, wielding it like a serpent to dispel the inner force contained within the sound. With a clang, the moment the sound erupted, a notch appeared on the black iron chain. Both Zhu Mo and Su Qing were also startled. The number of skilled practitioners in the Shang residence was indeed astounding. "You two take Lord Lin upstairs first." They planned to assist Mu Yao, but she coldly interjected, "Do not interfere." Su Qing felt a twinge of frustration, but had to concede that he was indeed no match for her. The Zither Master, astonished to find someone capable of countering his sound manipulation within the depths of the Shang residence's dungeon, promptly initiated a second wave of attack. The melody transformed in the air into sharp blades, leaving deep gashes on the surrounding stone walls. Mu Yao was alarmed. Her master was truly astute. At this moment, she was no match for that individual, especially considering that the two of them were responsible for guarding the prisoners. Such a devastating assault, if it were to breach the secret passage, would undoubtedly result in severe casualties outside. Fortunately, aside from Su Qing, there appeared to be no one else present. Zhu Mo and Su Qing, carrying Qi He and Lin Yuan, ascended from the desolate well, and upon seeing that Lin Yuan was not gravely injured, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Master, Miss Su, Zhu Mo approached with a tone heavy with concern. There is a master of sound manipulation in the dungeon, and Miss Mu Yao is still down there engaging with him to ensure our safe retreat. Sound manipulation? Feng Yan could not help but grasp Su Qing's delicate hand. To have the ability to materialize inner strength is no ordinary skill. Do not worry, she will be fine. After gently squeezing Feng Yan's slender and handsome hand, Su Qing withdrew her own from his grasp and turned to walk towards one of the courtyards. Feng Yan watched Su Qing's slender figure, her flowing skirt and sleeves swaying gracefully with her steps. Despite knowing his fiancée possessed considerable abilities, he still followed with concern. With Zhu Mo and Su Qing guarding their rear, Lin Yuan, taken aback, wondered what Su Qi was about to do and hastened to follow. Feng Zhan, observing everyone trailing after Su Qing, frowned slightly and, after a moment's thought, joined them. Deputy General Dong blinked, rubbed his chin, and, with a curious gaze fixed on the backs of those he considered his intellectual superiors, quickly ordered the soldiers to stand by while he, gripping his saber, closely followed. Chapter 173. His younger brother is indeed abnormal. Su Qing bit her lower lip anxiously, leaving a deep, bloody mark. She alone knew that Su Qing was leading everyone to her Aunt Su Qing's courtyard. Where had her reclusive aunt disappeared to? Su Qing leisurely strolled around the small courtyard, finally stopping near the stone table in the yard, where she tapped the ground with the tip of her shoe. Feng Zhan, unable to comprehend his sister-in-law's actions, couldn't resist approaching Feng Yan to inquire, "What is my sister-in-law doing? I believe she is trying to locate Mu Yao's current whereabouts." Feng Yan cast a glance at Feng Zhan, their equally sharp eyes meeting for a moment. Feng Yan then immediately turned his gaze back to Su Qing, leaving Feng Zhan with only a sharply defined profile. Feng Zhan's temples began to throb again. Indeed, her younger sibling was quite eccentric. Could he genuinely locate someone concealed underground merely by tiptoeing? How did this differ from the charlatans who haphazardly set up fortune-telling stalls outside temples? Feng Zhan continuously urged himself to remain composed. Since his own father and brother placed such faith in her, perhaps she genuinely possessed some skill, and he ought to exercise more patience. Feng Zhan closed his eyes, silently repeating this to himself, and after taking a deep breath, he reopened them. Throughout the courtyard, Feng Zhan quietly observed after a period of self-assurance. "It's likely here," Su Qing affirmed, raising her gaze to address the assembly. "Everyone, please step back." Upon hearing this, Zhu Mo and Lin Yuan promptly retreated 2 paces. Feng Zhan and Vice General Dong paused momentarily before hesitantly following suit. Feng Yan remained steadfastly by Su Qing's side, even drawing nearer to her. Su Qing's eyes crinkled into a smile as she looked at him. Ian can stand wherever he pleases, as long as she's present. No one can harm him. Once more, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Qing extended a slender finger and thrust it towards the ground. Instantly, emanating from her position, a hissing sound reverberated across the ground for a distance of about 10 feet, after which the entire surface fractured. Amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, the ground, accompanied by a deafening roar, shattered and collapsed, sending dust and ash billowing into the air. Feng Yan swiftly darted to Su Qing's side, tightly embracing her slender waist with one arm and shielding her head in his embrace with the other. Together, they plummeted downwards amidst the collapsing stones. Master, Bamboo Ink and Bamboo Green were taken aback, and without a moment's hesitation, swiftly leapt down the cave entrance. Upon landing, they discovered that they had returned to the very spot where they had rescued Lin Yuan, and not far from them stood Mu Yao. They noted that Mu Yao's dark attire was tattered and stained with blood. Despite this, her gaze remained resolute, unwavering in the face of adversity. Suddenly, Su Qing, upon seeing so many people appear before her, sensed that trouble was afoot. "Mute slave, eliminate them all. Leave not a single one alive," she bellowed frantically. The man known as the mute slave then emerged slowly from the shadows, clad in black, emaciated, and hunched, cradling an ancient dark-hued zither. His elongated, white fingernails rendered his slender hands reminiscent of skeletal remains. He deftly plucked the strings, infusing the sound with his inner power, sending it swirling towards the crowd. "Be careful," Feng Yan promptly urged as he pulled the petite woman behind him, deftly unsheathing his sword with an elegant flourish to intercept the impending assault. Chapter 174. Indeed. It was merely a flick of the fingers. Mu Yao observed Feng Yan's defensive maneuver to protect her master, her brow slightly furrowed. This individual's martial prowess undoubtedly surpassed her own. To put it more bluntly, he existed on an entirely different plane of skill. General Feng, it seems you have concealed your capabilities remarkably well. Upon catching Su Qing's gaze directed at her, Mu Yao's thoughts regarding Feng Yan dissipated in an instant. He was now of no concern to her. Her loyalty in this lifetime was solely pledged to Su Qing. The mute slave, astonished, had not anticipated someone could so effortlessly thwart his attack. His chest heaved with surprise, and his fingers grew increasingly nimble. Even so, it was effortlessly obstructed by Feng Yan. The mute servant, upon witnessing this, widened his eyes in astonishment, pressing his hand upon the strings of the guqin, abruptly halting its melody. In the next instant, his index finger deftly plucked a string. A man clad in white emerged from behind Su Qing, wielding an identical guqin. Bamboo Mo's heart sank. Dealing with a hunchback was already troublesome, and now he had summoned an accomplice. Bring Qing along, Feng Yan commanded, casting a glance at Mu Yao. Apart from him, Mu Yao possessed the most formidable martial skills. Although he was unaware of how his little wife had shattered the door of mysterious iron and fragmented the ground, he was acutely aware that Su Qing did not employ internal energy. When he had rescued her from the bandit's lair, he had discreetly tested her pulse and breath while assisting her. Despite her extraordinary sensitivity to metaphysics, she possessed not a trace of internal power. Thus, he was certain that Su Qing had not utilized martial arts akin to theirs when she vanquished He Chaoyang. No one is leaving. The chilling words of the man in white echoed suddenly, accompanied by the sound of the guqin. The dark hunchback, exhibiting remarkable coordination, also began to pluck the strings. At this juncture, escape was no longer an option. Such insignificant figures did not warrant the involvement of the young general. Su Qing smirked derisively, stating, "With just a flick of my fingers, I can subdue them." Although the harm was minimal, the two felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, their hearts ablaze with indignation. They hastily strummed the strings, performing a fervent tribute to the general. With a graceful motion, Su Qing produced a piece of yellow paper inscribed with red characters and tossed it into the air, conjuring a vast, invisible air shield that enveloped them all. The transparent air shield was surrounded by stone walls marked with deep scars, and numerous fragments of rock tumbled to the ground with a clatter. Indeed, merely a flick of a finger could achieve such a feat. Bamboo Qing couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. In the next moment, however, Bamboo Mo unceremoniously delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head, causing his expression to falter as he quickly silenced himself. Su Qing's gaze sharpened, and she produced 3 yellow paper talismans in her hand, casting them directly towards the black and white figures in Shang Qinyu. The talismans adhered tightly to their bodies, from which black iron chains emerged, enveloped in dark mist, binding the 3 immovably. This spectacle left Bamboo Qing utterly astounded. He repeatedly glanced at Bamboo Mo, noticing the surprise reflected in his eyes, which eased his own feelings somewhat. Well, it seems I am not the only one unfamiliar with such extraordinary sights. Feng Yan observed the astonishing scene before him, expecting to feel a sense of wonder and curiosity stir within him. Yet, to his surprise, he felt none. It was as though he had already anticipated Su Qing's capabilities. Indeed, these abilities were merely the tip of the iceberg of her true potential. Feng Yan watched as the 3 were securely bound and then wrapped his arm around Su Qing's waist, lifting her away from the crumbling opening. Mu Yao, Bamboo Mo, and Bamboo Qing each grasped one of the restrained individuals, facilitating their escape as well. Lin Yuan approached the subdued Shang Qinyu with determined strides, demanding loudly, "Where have you imprisoned Li Juanzi?" Chapter 175. The sickly madness of Shang Qinyu. Shang Qinyu tilted her head, observing Lin Yuan's anxious expression, and suddenly burst into a chilling, sinister laughter. "Lord Lin," Su Qing interjected, feeling a throbbing headache from Shang Qinyu's cackling. "The secret lies in the hidden chamber behind the rosewood wardrobe in my room." Shang Qinyu was taken aback that Su Qing was aware of her secret. Her complexion instantly paled, and her eyes glowed an even deeper crimson. She shouted fiercely, "Do not touch him." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan realized the truth of Su Qing's words. He strode into the room, with Zhao Yang closely following him. Together, they forcefully pushed aside the wardrobe, unveiling the concealed chamber. Lin Yuan had anticipated discovering his long-lost brother-in-law, yet what he encountered instead was a skeleton clad in white, seated upon a wooden chair. The shocking revelation left him reeling, and he collapsed to the ground, momentarily stunned. Shang Qingyu, initially glaring menacingly at Su Qing, heard the commotion from the room and, as if struck by a sudden thought, erupted into a maniacal, triumphant laughter. As Lin Yuan listened to Shang Qingyu's piercing cackle, he suddenly erupted from the room like a wild beast, seizing a soldier's sword and thrusting it menacingly against Shang Qingyu's throat. The blade's edge swiftly drew a crimson line across her neck. "Do you intend to kill me? Go ahead, kill me." Shang Qingyu exhibited no trace of fear. Rather, she taunted Lin Yuan with a sickly excitement. "Are you brave enough to end my life? You hesitate, don't you?" She observed the tremor in Lin Yuan's hand that gripped the sword, mocking him with disdainful derision. "Lord Lin, would you like to know how Li Juanzi met his demise? I meticulously shattered every bone in his body. Then, with a considerable sum, procured leeches from the northern frontier, placing them one by one upon him, allowing them to drain his blood gradually until his demise." "Ha ha." Shang Qingyu initially spoke softly, but soon erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ultimately, I commanded that his corpse be flayed and his bones extracted, securing them with sturdy steel nails. Did he not scorn me?" Shang Qingyu bellowed in increasing madness. "Then I shall ensure that even in death, he cannot escape my grasp." Lin Yuan trembled with rage, gripping his large sword tightly. Yet he restrained himself from acting. His eyes reddened as he shouted, "Madman, you lunatic! I am a madman, indeed, a murderer as well. Go ahead and kill me. Strike me down." "Ha ha." Shang Qingyu could not help but spit contemptuously upon Lin Yuan, declaring, "You are all worthless men." Lin Yuan's eyes burned with fury. He continually reminded himself that he was a court official, bound by law, yet witnessing Shang Qingyu's audacious demeanor filled him with profound resentment. Su Qing felt a headache from Shang Qingyu's raucousness, observing her arrogance and Lin Yuan's agitation. She exchanged a glance with Mu Yao, who delivered a resounding slap across Shang Qingyu's face. "You insolent little wretch, dare to strike me." Shang Qingyu's face immediately swelled, and she twisted her body fiercely, attempting to lunge at Mu Yao, determined to gnaw at her flesh. Mu Yao kicked her squarely in the chest, and with a crack, Shang Qingyu's expression shifted as she gasped in shock. Two of Shang Qingyu's ribs were fractured, and she was drenched in a cold sweat from the pain, leaving her to glare resentfully at everyone before her. Soon, a bizarre smile crept across her crimson-stained lips, as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Chapter 176. Is she one of them too? A frenzied gaze and an uncanny smile. The scene was utterly terrifying. Shang Qingyu's appearance caused even the rugged Deputy General Dong to shudder, recalling the eerily similar smile that had graced He Chaoyang's face before his demise. "Miss Su, this. Is she one of them too?" The previous incident of He Chaoyang's resurrection had left him deeply traumatized, and he was loath to experience such a harrowing event again. "Indeed." Su Qing nodded, confirming Deputy General Dong's suspicions. Her delicate eyebrows arched in surprise that the usually oblivious Deputy General Dong had considered this possibility. It seemed that even the most fearless soldiers on the battlefield would harbor lingering fears upon witnessing such repulsive phenomena. As long as she did not perish, everything would be all right. What if she, like he, commits suicide? Deputy General Dong, increasingly fearful upon receiving confirmation, inquired with trepidation, "What shall we do then?" Their suicides would prevent the incantations within them from being triggered. Otherwise, He Chaoyang would not have resorted to using your blade to end his life. Su Qing's subtly upturned eyes lent her an air of nobility when she regarded others with a cold gaze, causing Deputy General Dong to fall silent instantly, refraining from further questions. No more questions?" Su Qing cast a questioning glance at him. Deputy General Dong instinctively turned his gaze towards Shang Qingyu, but the sight of the crazed woman radiating a malevolent aura sent shivers down his spine. Evil cannot suppress righteousness. He harnesses his integrity to subdue malevolence, and must not falter. As Vice General Dong silently recited this mantra, he observed Lin Yuan trembling with rage, poised to strike down Shang Qingyu. In a swift motion, he stepped forward and seized the great sword from Lin's grasp. "My Lord Lin, remain calm. This woman seeks to provoke you into committing murder. Should you act on impulse, you will fall into her trap." Upon hearing this, Vice General Dong noticed that although Lin Yuan's fists remained clenched, he refrained from further action, which assuaged his concerns. Shang Qingyu, realizing her scheme had been unveiled by Su Qing, began to struggle with renewed vigor, shouting towards Su Qing, but to no avail. Observing the disheartened Lin Yuan, Feng Yan spoke up, "Su Qing, be sure to carefully wrap the bones found within the chamber." After handing the mute servant to the soldiers, Zhu Mo hastened to Feng Yan's side. "Master, aside from the dungeons, we discovered a substantial cache of gold, silver, jewels, and homemade weapons within the secret passage." He reported in a hushed tone, "The quantity of weapons rivals that of our military camp. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an armory." "Master, how shall we proceed?" Feng Yan furrowed his brow. "We must report this to the court immediately. The Shang family cannot be allowed to remain." While Zhu Mo delivered his report, Feng Yan listened intently, absorbing every word. Feng Yan glanced over to see Vice General Dong directing several soldiers into the dungeons to carefully rescue the officials imprisoned within. "This matter must remain confidential for the time being," he declared, harboring his own intentions. Feng Yan looked at his brother, puzzled. Why must it remain undisclosed? With such incriminating evidence against the Shang family, why not take decisive action and report it at once? To eliminate the thorn that is the Shang family, after all, the crime of possessing military arms could lead to severe repercussions, akin to the annihilation of one's entire lineage. Furthermore, this action would convey to the emperor that the Feng family harbors no treasonous intentions, thereby granting them a respite, at least in the short term. Such a mutually beneficial strategy begs the question, why not employ it? Chapter 177, Becoming Our Lifeline Brother. Although the Shang family holds considerable wealth in Liang City, their influence is confined to that realm. Families like the Shang, while prominent in their locale, pale in comparison to those in the royal city and beyond. Yet, this very Shang family has managed to amass a staggering amount of wealth and arms, indicating that they are backed by powerful allies. Feng Yan instantly grasped the implications of Feng Yan's words. At the very least, there exists a formidable figure behind them. The two brothers exchanged glances, and a sense of heaviness settled in their hearts. Su Qing observed the troubled expressions on their faces and pouted slightly, dismissing the matter as trivial. Aware of Feng Yan's intentions, she understood that, as a subject of the Southern Kingdom, certain matters were not suitable for him to voice, and thus, she would take it upon herself to articulate their concerns. Their discussion was not conducted in secrecy from Su Qing, and she spoke up directly. Should this matter be reported to the court, two considerations must be taken into account. She raised two fingers and stated, first, whether the memorial could be delivered to the emperor in the shortest possible time. Second, whether the individuals behind the Shang family would retaliate by framing the Feng family at the first opportunity. Brother, the Feng family now treads on thin ice. Until the truth is revealed, it is prudent to avoid drawing undue attention from others. Feng Yan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, falling into deep contemplation. His loyalty to the emperor was unwavering, yet he was not blindly devoted. With so many unspeakable matters concealed within the dungeon, it would be difficult to keep them hidden from prying eyes. Feng Yan gazed at Feng Yan, inquiring about his intentions. Not at the moment, Feng Yan replied gently, shaking his head. I only know that these items may become our lifeline. Yan, you must think carefully. Feng Yan pulled Feng Yan aside, lowering his voice and adopting a stern tone. If we are discovered hoarding these weapons, the Feng family will face dire consequences, especially since we hold military power and are stationed at the border. The repercussions of such a revelation are unimaginable. Feng Yan cast a glance at Feng Yan, his lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. My lord, though Feng Yan was not exceptionally skilled in martial arts, he was far from powerless. Furthermore, with no malevolent individuals left in the dungeon, he leaped down without a second thought. Zhu Mo and the others swiftly followed suit. Su Qing, light-footed and familiar with the terrain, arrived at the location where gold, silver, jewels, and weapons were stored. The sight that greeted Feng Yan and Feng Yan, who entered closely behind, was one of utter astonishment. They had contemplated the quantity of wealth hoarded by the Shang family and the scale of the armory as described by Zhu Mo. Yet witnessing it with their own eyes was overwhelmingly shocking. It far exceeded their imagination. Guard the entrance and allow no one to approach, Su Qing commanded, pointing her finger. Mu Yao, Zhu Mo, and Su Qing promptly obeyed. Mu Yao, unusually attentive, cast a few glances at the brothers Zhu Mo and Su Qing, who seemed to execute her orders without waiting for their master to speak. Eldest brother, with so many military weapons, if we report this to the court, the Shang family could easily retaliate, claiming that our Feng family is slandering them. Given the current situation, there will undoubtedly be those who believe them. especially since such a large arsenal is typically found only within military camps. Feng Yan gazed in awe at the densely piled weapons and military gear within the room, including armor forged from mysterious iron. "My lord, Deputy Commander Dong has arrived," came the voice of Zhu Mo. A flicker of doubt crossed Feng Yan's eyes as he turned to Feng Yan. Chapter 178. The taste of a rascal. Feng Yan smiled calmly, raising an eyebrow, which added an air of nobility and elegance to his demeanor, rendering him even more captivating. It seemed that with the nourishment of love, his younger brother had acquired a hint of roguish charm. Feng Yan observed Feng Yan's rare display of playfulness, his head filled with dark thoughts. Feng Yan approached Su Qing and reassured his elder brother, "There is no need for concern, brother. Qing will find a way." This time, the throbbing at Feng Yan's temples was not merely a dull ache. His forehead pulsed with visible veins. Su Qing beamed sweetly at Feng Yan's unwavering trust in her. Just then, a cacophony of sounds announced the arrival of Deputy Commander Dong and others. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, all the weapons in the room vanished in an instant, leaving only 5 or 6 chests filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Feng Yan was momentarily stunned, rubbing his eyes vigorously in disbelief. Had the items truly disappeared in a blink? He found it difficult to discern whether he was in reality or a dream. "Major General." Sir Feng, Deputy Commander Dong observed their presence with curiosity, questioning, "Is there something peculiar here?" Stretching his neck to peer inside, he couldn't help but smirk slightly. How could the eldest young master appear so bewildered? Could it be that phenomenon had returned? Su Qing observed the gradually paling face of Deputy Commander Dong, amusement bubbling within her, yet her expression remained solemn as she pointed towards several boxes inside, stating, "We have just discovered these jewels and are uncertain about how to proceed." Feng Yan, witnessing Su Qing's unflappable demeanor and her nonsensical remarks, instinctively cleared his throat. Steady now. He must not tarnish his reputation as the most aloof minister of the imperial city. However, the corners of Feng Yan's mouth began to curve into a fond smile, and his gaze towards the petite woman softened as he took her small hand in his own. Upon hearing the mention of gold and jewels, Deputy Commander Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he hurriedly stepped inside to take a look. Indeed, there were 5 or 6 large wooden boxes, all filled with gleaming treasures, undoubtedly hidden there by Shang Qingyu. Feng Yan nodded and remarked, "Very well." With Feng Yan's approval, Deputy Commander Dong promptly summoned several soldiers to carry the boxes out. As Su Qing and her companions exited the dungeon, they successfully rescued all the guards and officers who had been imprisoned there. Noticing the signs of poisoning and dehydration among the group, she retrieved a vial of antidote pills from her spatial storage, instructing someone to fetch a pot of clean water. She then dissolved 3 pills in the water, observing with satisfaction as they melted away. She allowed the guards and officers to take turns drinking, cautioning them to consume only a single sip each. In less than the span of a tea time, the guards and officers felt revitalized, as if the toxins within their bodies had been completely alleviated. Lin Yuan, accompanied by Zhao Yang and Xiao Liuzi, inquired multiple times, and the imprisoned guards reiterated that their health was no longer at risk. Once it was confirmed that there was no harm to the crowd, Lin Yuan led the officials of the Yamen to express gratitude to the Feng brothers, Su Qing, and Deputy Commander Dong before escorting Shang Qingyu and the mute slaves away, sparing the rest of the Shang family. The Feng brothers and Su Qing watched as Deputy Commander Dong and his men departed before boarding the carriage. Mu Yao Zhuemo and Zhu Qing took their seats in the front compartment of the carriage, heading towards the Feng family residence. Chapter 179. Rooting out the problem. Su Qing, unusually fatigued, leaned against Feng Yan, her hands cradling her stomach, her lips drooping in a display of mild grievance. Once again, she was exceedingly hungry. Zhu Qing, upon receiving her command, leaped from the carriage and dashed away. Observing Su Qing's lethargic demeanor, Feng Yan wrapped his arms around her. Feng Yan, seeing the affectionate exchange between them, suddenly felt somewhat superfluous. To alleviate the awkwardness, he queried, "If we are to conceal matters, dear sister-in-law, why leave behind 6 wooden chests?" The silver within the 6 chests was neither an insignificant amount nor overly vast. Depositing such funds into the national treasury would reflect poorly on the royal family's generosity. Returning it to the Shang family could be deemed acceptable, or perhaps the emperor, in a moment of delight, might bestow it upon the military, resulting in mutual satisfaction. At that moment, Shang Qingyu was absent from the residence, presumably having received word and taken refuge elsewhere. Feng Yan gazed down at Su Qing, who had buried her small face in his embrace, a faint smile gracing his lips. He turned his attention to his elder brother and remarked, "If the unseen powers behind the Shang family were to learn that their painstakingly accumulated silver and armaments have vanished, they would undoubtedly seek out Shang Qingyu for retribution." The Shang family's clandestine influence was formidable, and as the adversary lurked in the shadows while they stood in the light, it was prudent for the Feng family to refrain from open conflict with them. If they could orchestrate a situation that incited internal discord among the Shang, it would be most advantageous. Feng Zhan also contemplated this matter, yet after much deliberation, he concluded that regardless of the approach taken, it remained too perilous. It would be far better to eradicate the threat entirely. Nonetheless, he could not allow the Shang family to continue their daily displays of power. The mere thought of Shang Qingyu's wailing visage irritated Su Qing. As she gently rubbed her abdomen, she remarked that if action were to be taken, it must be thorough, lest it resemble the relentless growth of wild grass, springing forth anew with the gentle breeze, thereby inviting further troubles. Her words resonated deeply with Feng Zhan. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed Feng Yan enveloping Su Qing's delicate hand with his own, providing warmth to her stomach. It seemed he was indeed superfluous. Su Qing, catching a glimpse of Feng Zhan's subtly resentful expression, stifled an unrefined yawn, her smile remaining silent. "Qing, what you spoke of in the carriage, do you possess knowledge of Shang Qingyu's whereabouts?" Immediately following this inquiry, Su Qing extended her chopsticks, delicately placing a morsel of shrimp near Feng Yan's lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Feng Yan's heart softened, seeing her unwillingness to divulge further. He refrained from pressing her, gently partaking of the shrimp she offered. Su Qing was acutely aware that Shang Qingyu intended to disrupt her and Feng Yan's wedding celebration. She lacked the patience to accommodate such interference, having finally married the one she had long cherished in 2 lifetimes. She would ensure that anyone seeking to cause a disturbance would face dire consequences. Indeed, others would not be spared either. Su Qing had someone relay a message to him, instructing him to await Lin Yuan at the government office. As he pondered the meaning behind this, he beheld the injured officers, alongside several men who bore the marks of brutal torment, igniting a fierce anger within him. Shen Guyu hastily approached, assisting a severely wounded constable, and together with the others, they entered the government office to attend to the wounded. Chapter 180. A desperate situation. The Qis were anxiously awaiting news in the inn, uncertain of the accuracy of Su Qing's words. Suddenly, a knock echoed, and upon opening the door, they were met by a constable, eliciting a mixture of joy and fear within them. Upon learning that Qi He had been located, they hastily disregarded their disheveled appearances and followed the constable to the magistrate's office. Upon seeing Qi He, who was battered and barely recognizable, old Qi collapsed to the ground, while Qi Shuang rushed to her brother's side, kneeling beside him with a cautious gaze. Both the elder and the younger soon succumbed to tears. "Do not grieve too deeply, my friends. After all, he is still alive, and I shall do everything in my power to ensure his recovery," Shen Guyu said, her eyes glistening as she observed their sorrowful cries. Indeed, life itself is a precious gift. Lin Yuan, although reluctant for his wife to learn the painful truth, understood that after searching for so long, he must provide clarity regarding their fate. He embraced his wife tightly and shared with her the details of Li Juanza's tragic demise. Lin Madam gazed at the skeletal form on the bed, her heart heavy with despair. Her younger brother, a paragon of virtue and intelligence since childhood, had fallen victim to cruel hands. Overcome with anguish, she fainted, causing Lin Yuan to urgently call for Shen Guyu to attend to her. The mastermind, Shang Qinyu, was imprisoned in a cold iron cell. Having freed herself from her bindings, she pounded relentlessly on the iron door, her voice hoarse from desperate cries, yet her pleas went unanswered. One constable stationed at the door spat contemptuously. "Bah, a vile creature indeed." At this hour, the 4th watch of the night had passed. The 4 individuals split into 2 groups. Su Qing and Zhu Imo proceeded to the official road to delay Su Zhang's entry into Lianqing, while Su Qing led Mu Yao to a modest courtyard within the city. The small courtyard had remained vacant for an extended period, unbeknownst to anyone that it had been secretly acquired by Shang Qingyu for clandestine meetings. Today marked the appointed time for him to rendezvous with the spies dispatched by the shadowy figure behind the scenes. Thus he was absent from the residence. The two were engaged in discussions, plotting significant matters under the guise of Feng Yan and Su Qing's grand wedding. Mu Yao leaned in to eavesdrop, gradually emanating an intense aura of menace that startled the 2 individuals within the room. Su Qing inwardly sighed, pondering how this child, after accompanying her for so long, still failed to temper her presence. The performance was abruptly disrupted by Mu Yao's entrance. She forcefully kicked open the door and charged in, confronting the two. A cacophony of sounds ensued. Gasps, cries, and exclamations filled the air. In no time, Mu Yao had hurled them out of the room, leaving them sprawled on the ground before Su Qing, both spitting blood. Dispose of him, Su Qing commanded, gesturing towards Shang Qingyu. With a fierce glare, Mu Yao raised her hand and incapacitated Shang Qingyu, then fixed a threatening look on the other individual, silently warning him to behave. With that, she dragged the unconscious Shang Qingyu toward the governor's office. Su Qing observed the masked man in black attempting to rise from the ground. She slowly crouched down, resting one hand on her thigh while the other cradled her chin, tilting her head with an arched brow. In a gentle tone, she spoke with deliberate slowness. The military supervisor truly has exquisite taste, emerging to admire the moon when dawn is nearly upon us. Chapter 181. Unspeakable secrets at this moment. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The masked man was none other than Song Yu, the military supervisor sent by the emperor to Liangqing. The term supervising general refers to an authority granted by the emperor to oversee military camps as a royal representative, wielding considerable power. Should he so desire, he could influence the decisions of generals and arbitrarily dispose of soldiers within the camp. However, this is Liang City and the soldiers of the Northwest Camp. Apart from the Feng family troops, the Flying Tigers, and the Tiger Leopard Camp are entirely obedient to the two generals of the Feng family. Even if you have the Eagle Tiger Camp behind you, it is scarcely of consequence. Liang City lies within a border region where military orders may not always be followed. The role of the supervising general is primarily to ensure that the border troops harbor no rebellious intentions and that all within the camp is conducted with propriety and rigor. Historically, the position of supervising general has often been regarded as an esteemed appointment. Yet, there have been upright and incorruptible grand generals. You may come and observe as you please, but should you attempt to extend your reach toward the core of my military district, you are surely overstepping your bounds. Should there be any disorder resulting from your meddling, who shall be held accountable? This is precisely the case with the Feng family. Since his arrival, he has merely served a supervisory role, unable to access the core of the military district, rendering him utterly ineffective. Upon learning of Feng Yan's upcoming wedding, he sought to exploit the occasion for his own schemes, only to be caught red-handed. Song Yu never anticipated that his long-concealed identity would be recognized by a stranger, and he ceased to feign. He tore off his mask and glared at Su Qing, declaring, "You may do with me as you wish. If you seek to extract information from me, it is a futile endeavor. The individual behind you is the idol prince, who has dealings with both the northern frontier and the Liang kingdom. On the day he stages his rebellion, both nations will march into the southern kingdom, leaving it besieged from all sides, and amidst the chaos, he shall seize the throne. Should he ascend the throne smoothly, he has promised to divide 3 cities between the 2 nations. Am I mistaken in my assertion?" Song Yu could not help but widen his eyes at the woman before him. Such confidential matters were known to him only in fragments. How did she come to possess such comprehensive knowledge? Moreover, he was aware that beside the idol king stood an individual well-versed in the art of medicine. What was his name again? Ah, Chindaran. Observing the expression of Song Yu, Su Qing found a rare amusement. "Given your apparent ignorance, allow me to disclose another secret. I also know that the idol king recently lost a concubine, but her death was not a mere accident by drowning. Rather," Su Qing smiled lightly, her demeanor innocent and carefree, revealing that the child she bore was not the idol king's progeny. "And I know." Stop speaking. Song Yu wished to live a few more years and had no desire to hear such unsavory secrets regarding his lord. He shouted, "What do you intend to do?" "Rest assured, I shall not harm you," Su Qing replied lazily. "Just convey to your true master not to touch the Feng family, or else he shall never attain his heart's deepest desire." A jolt of shock coursed through Song Yu as he stared at the woman before him. This was his most closely guarded secret, one even his family was unaware of. He furrowed his brow and said, "I do not understand what you are saying." "Regardless of your understanding, simply relay my words to him." Su Qing poked his forehead with her finger, and having spoken, she turned and sauntered away from the courtyard. Chapter 182. Who will rescue him from his own tongue? Zhu Qing stood atop the mountain, gazing into the distance where a multitude of horse-drawn carriages appeared on the horizon. It was none other than Su Zhong and his entourage. At their current pace, they would reach Liang City by 3 o'clock this afternoon. With so many people, how could we possibly impede their advance? Zhu Qing could not help but shake his head, saying, "Old M.O. What do you believe is Miss Su's intention in preventing her adoptive father from entering the city? Zhu Mo cast him a sidelong glance, his sword-like brows furrowing, and delivered a light smack to the back of Su Qing's head. Hey, Su Qing protested, nursing the spot. What is your problem lately? Why do you keep hitting me? What if you render me foolish and my master no longer wants me? He continued to grumble. Let us not forget, our surname is Feng, not Su. Tomorrow is the day of the master's grand wedding, and Miss Su will soon be the master's wife. Zhu Mo looked at him with a profound gaze and replied, given the master's demeanor towards her these past few days, if you wish to court death, do not involve me. Su Qing opened his mouth to retort but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resigning to his own vexation. Noticing Su Qing's sudden silence, Zhu Mo was about to offer some words of encouragement when he caught sight of Mu Yao and Su Qing approaching them, his expression shifting slightly. He wondered how much they had overheard. Discreetly, he nudged Su Qing with his shoulder and clasped his hands in greeting, Miss Su. Upon hearing this, Su Qing lowered his hands from his head, inhaled deeply, and responded, Miss Su. While he could be somewhat tongue-in-cheek, he still held a degree of respect for Su Qing's abilities. Not everyone could destroy a 5-inch thick door of mysterious iron with a mere finger. Nor could everyone cause the ground to collapse with just a touch. He certainly did not wish to be lightly prodded by her delicate fingers. Only to emerge as a man of valor 18 years later, Su Qing chose not to hold any grievances against Su Qing. She had always been magnanimous towards those loyal to Feng Yan. With a smile, she inquired, how did the matter unfold? In approximately half an hour, the esteemed Su Chancellor and his entourage would pass through this area. Upon raising her gaze, she was met with Mu Yao's icy stare, causing her to flinch slightly. How could he have forgotten the presence of this female harbinger of doom, who would come to his rescue? Su Qing instinctively edged behind Zhu Mo, tugging at his sleeve and clearing her throat softly. Zhu Mo, gazing at his younger brother whom he had cherished since childhood, sighed helplessly. He bowed towards Mu Yao, offering an apology on behalf of Su Qing. Standing atop the mountain, a gust of wind swept through, lifting Su Qing's silky black hair and causing her dress to flutter gracefully. Su Qing observed her master, the future lady of his heart, and found that she seemed to possess an ethereal quality akin to that of a celestial being. Su Qing focused her attention on the distant procession, nodding slightly. Here shall suffice. In response to the gazes of the three behind her, she once again demonstrated her remarkable prowess. With a mere gesture of her slender fingers, boulders as thick as a person's embrace erupted into fragments, cascading downward and causing the earth to tremble. Su Qing watched as the massive stones rolled precisely to the location she had calculated, effectively blocking the official road without leaving a single gap. Satisfied, she nodded. Although it merely delayed Su Zhong and his companion's entry into Liangcheng, it afforded her at least a day's worth of peace. She brushed the dust off her hands, reveling in the pleasing sensation of accomplishment. Chapter 183. Do you wish to learn? Do you wish to learn? With her head tilted and eyes crinkled in a sly, fox-like smile, she regarded the trio. If I could truly master such a divine skill, I would be invincible, thought Su Qing, nodding vigorously in affirmation. Hearing Su Qing's words, both Zhu Mo and Mu Yao's eyes gleamed with fervent excitement. Observing their adoring gazes, Su Qing was suddenly reminded of her days in the Xuanzhen continent, beguiling her young disciples. A gentle tenderness flickered in her eyes. Having spoken, she vanished from their sight. While Zhu Mo and Mu Yao were accustomed to this, Su Qing, witnessing it for the first time, could not help but gape in astonishment. Where did Miss Su go? He exclaimed. What sorcery is this? Zhu Mo nodded, seizing Su Qing by the collar and dragging him and Mu Yao away. Hey, let go, Zhu Mo. I can walk on my own. Su Qing protested. Su Qing reappeared within the carriage of Kong Daoman, the left prime minister of the southern kingdom, who was arriving under orders. Suddenly, a cascade of rubble tumbled down ahead, prompting Su Zhong to dispatch a contingent of guards to investigate and clear the path, naturally slowing the carriage's progress. Upon learning of this, Kong Daoman immediately sent half of his escort to assist. Even with their numbers halved, the guards remaining at his side were still formidable experts. Kong Daoman started inwardly upon seeing Su Qing. The woman before him had infiltrated his carriage silently and undetected. She was no ordinary person. A man of 40-odd years and the left prime minister, Kong Daoman had witnessed a myriad of events. He discerned at once that Su Qing was unarmed and had not attacked him, so clearly, her purpose was not assassination. May I inquire who this young lady is? He asked. What business do you have with me? Su Qing gazed at Kong Daoman and smiled. even before entering the main hall. She was already enchanted by the delectable aroma of the dishes. Su Qing swallowed hard and quickened her pace. Indeed, Mu Yao had long since arranged a splendid feast. With sparkling eyes, Su Qing felt increasingly appreciative of Mu Yao's thoughtfulness. She approached the table with a light, graceful gait and took her seat. Although she indulged heartily, her demeanor remained elegant, akin to autumn leaves swept by the wind. After savoring the last sip of soup, she closed her eyes in contentment, a faint smile gracing her lips. How delightful! When she opened her eyes, she found 3 individuals, led by Mu Yao, standing before her, perhaps having stood there for quite some time. Mu Yao had long grown accustomed to her master's hearty appetite, and Zhu Mo had heard some tales. But only Su Qing stood wide-eyed, unabashedly gaping, a clear testament to her naivety. Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle at Zhu Qing's innocence. I am a person of my word. Zhu Mo, please summon the elder, a yin, and my elder brother. Given his understanding of Miss Su, he knew she sought to impart knowledge to them. But if the master were absent, would they not be unable to learn? Chapter 184. The acupuncture of all things. Indeed. Su Qing nodded. Inform a yin that regarding those 6 boxes, the Feng family need not concern themselves. They may disregard, ignore, and allow others to handle them at their discretion. Master, Mu Yao said slowly, frowning as she watched the person depart. Is it truly wise to entrust us with such secret techniques? She vividly recalled her master's words, stating that only disciples of the Hua Qing sect were permitted to learn these esoteric skills. She and Zhu Mo, Zhu Qing, serve as attendants beside their masters. Can such identities truly acquire knowledge? Does the master not worry that she might abscond after uncovering secret arts? These techniques are not the exclusive secrets of the Hua Qing sect, and teaching them to you poses no harm. Su Qing observed Mu Yao's rare expression of concern, resting her chin on her hand and narrowing her eyes at her. In the Xinjiang continent, there are countless impoverished citizens unable to cultivate, toiling in the wilderness, cultivating fields, digging fish ponds, and hunting in the mountains, all of which require considerable time and effort. Even so, these people often struggle to find enough to eat and wear. Thus, Su Qing devised the 100 objects acupoint technique, a method accessible even to mortals. This technique, while lacking lethality to the human body, exhibits formidable destructive power against various objects. Initially, it was created to garner greater faith. Now, this technique serves as an excellent means of self-preservation for the Feng family. The petite woman before her leisurely savored delightful pastries, a steaming cup of tea in hand, which brought peace to Feng Yan. Upon seeing Feng Yan enter, Su Qing's eyes sparkled, a yin. Feng Yan noticed the pastry crumbs adorning her lips, a hint of amusement gracing his handsome face. This little girl had once again turned into a charming little cat. He approached her and gently wiped the pastry remnants from her mouth. How does it taste? Quite good, Su Qing replied, tilting her face slightly to facilitate Feng Yan's action. The starlit brilliance in her half-closed eyes resembled that of a languid little cat. Once her delicate, fair face was cleaned, Feng Yan affectionately brushed her nose with his fingertip. Yesterday's events were only cursorily recounted to Feng Jiang by Feng Zhan and Feng Yin during breakfast. Feng Jiang surmised that the happenings at the Shang residence had frightened his well-behaved daughter-in-law. Increasingly convinced of this notion, with a grand gesture, Feng Jiang instructed Zhang, the steward behind him, Zhang, go and prepare some calming tea at once. There's no need, elder, Su Qing said with a genial smile, setting down her teacup and cutting straight to the chase. I've called you here because I wish to impart the 100-object acupoint strike to you. 100-object acupoint strike? Feng Jiang asked, momentarily taken aback. What is that? The Feng brothers exchanged glances. Recalling Su Qing's earlier display of extraordinary skill, they had already surmised its nature, their eyes betraying a hint of excitement. Feng Zhan found himself increasingly unable to fathom this future sister-in-law, Su Qing. Was she truly willing to impart such a potent secret art to the Feng family? Could it be that she was not an agent of the emperor after all? Observing his father's excessively amiable demeanor and his brother's tender gaze, and reflecting on the family's recent interactions with her, a flash of insight illuminated Feng Zhan's mind. And he instantly understood. Perhaps he had been overthinking things. Elder, observe carefully, Su Qing said. Su Qing, already of captivating beauty, exuded a sense of confidence and pride with her smile, reminiscent of the free-spirited Jiang Mei. She extended a jade-like finger and gently tapped the stone bench weighing several hundred pounds beside her. The stone bench immediately shattered with a loud crash. Feng Jiang, witnessing this spectacle for the first time, was secretly astonished, his emotions surging like a tumultuous sea filled with immense excitement. The stone bench, akin to the one just now, would require at least 30% of his strength to split, yet the dutiful daughter-in-law shattered it with merely a finger, seemingly without exerting herself. Observing the old gentleman's face brimming with excitement, Su Qing narrowed her eyes and smiled. This is the art of puncturing the essence of objects. Do you wish to learn it? Absolutely. Feng Jiang nodded vigorously. Once mastered, should anyone dare to covet the Feng family's interests, they would think twice. At that moment, a throng of onlookers in the courtyard gazed at Su Qing with wide, glistening eyes, akin to famished wolves spotting prey. As she rose and noticed their eager stares, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She clenched her fist and raised it to her mouth, clearing her throat. Elder, the technique I am imparting only applies to inanimate objects, she explained. Only applicable to non-human entities? So, it is ineffective on the human body? Feng Jiang could not conceal his disappointment. Striving to avoid dampening his future daughter-in-law's spirits, he managed a faint smile. Little Qing, if it's of no use to humans, what purpose does it serve? Many, having not witnessed Su Qing shatter the gate of the Shang residence or the ground itself, harbored questions. Yet only Feng Jiang dared to voice his curiosity. The applications are manifold. Su Qing raised an eyebrow, speaking earnestly while counting off on her fingers. Consider this. On the battlefield, if one seeks to subdue or annihilate the enemy without losing a single soldier, the rolling stone formation and the ground collapse formation are undoubtedly the prime choices. Moreover, we could utilize the Shiliang River, constructing a moat outside Liang City to channel its waters, thereby bestowing upon Liang City its very own protective moat. Moreover, when the army invades the enemy's camp, they can directly breach the gates, demolish the city walls, and storm in. Upon hearing this, Feng Jiang's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, and he nodded in agreement repeatedly. Furthermore, his mother, elder brother, and younger sister reside in the royal city, secretly held as hostages to restrain the Feng family by the emperor. If his elder brother were to master this skill, he could certainly intimidate others, ensuring that no one would dare entertain ill thoughts towards them. The list of masters in the martial world is not particularly significant. The true experts often conceal themselves in markets or serve noble families and court officials. Thus, your martial abilities do not inherently surpass those of everyone else. The masters listed can indeed encounter those who surpass them at any moment, while the true threats lie with those unlisted experts who strike with lethal intent. Mastering the art of pressure points is a life-saving skill. Should one inadvertently fall victim to treachery, they could secure themselves and escape through walls and the ground, thereby instilling fear in their enemies. What say you? Do you wish to learn this? Su Qing smiled charmingly, presenting her case to the crowd, convinced that her persuasion would be irresistible. Feng Jiang had already agreed in his heart upon hearing her first reason, and the others were visibly eager to learn. No one would refuse the opportunity to acquire a secret technique that could save their lives in critical moments. Chapter 186. With this skill, one could also become prosperous. The technique of pressure points, as the name suggests, indicates that every object possesses a crucial pressure point. The stone bench explodes upon impact because the younger siblings have located its fatal point, correct? Feng Jian, who had remained silent, spoke with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. Does such a skill require years of practice to master? After all, objects are not the same as the human body. In this vast world, there exists an abundance of entities, be it stones, trees, or animals. Without the passage of a decade or so, one might struggle to fully comprehend them. A flicker of concern crossed Feng Jiang's mind. Though he appeared youthful, he was nearing 50. Was he not on the brink of seeking a game with the king of hell? Feng Yan, unfazed, interjected to quell his elder brother's and father's worries, saying, "Brother, let us not rush to fret. Since Qingqing has promised to impart this secret technique to us today, there must be a shortcut available, correct?" Indeed, that is certain. The trust bestowed upon her by Feng Yan filled Su Qing with delight, and the little Su Qing in her mind danced with joy. Then, let the old master begin. Without hesitation, Feng Jiang strode confidently towards Su Qing. She uttered no further words but pointed directly at his brow. As her fingertip made contact, a surge of new information flooded Feng Jiang's mind, too swift for him to grasp. Now, old master, focus your attention on this stone bench, Su Qing instructed, gesturing toward it. Do you perceive anything? Feng Jiang directed his gaze toward the stone bench she indicated. It appeared to be an ordinary stone bench, its surface intact and adorned with intricate patterns. Nothing else seemed noteworthy. However, Feng Jiang held deep trust in Su Qing, prompting him to scrutinize the bench with greater intensity. Soon, the bench began to blur before his eyes, and countless white dots emerged in his vision. Among these white dots, several black ones appeared, one of which stood out distinctly, surrounded by a halo of light, easily discernible. I see it. I see it. It must be that place. Feng Jiang, suppressing his excitement, began to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words regarding what he had specifically witnessed. The old man had seen the luminous black dot, hadn't he? Yes, indeed. Feng Jiang nodded, his eyes fixed intently on that spot, and inquired, what is this? That is the vital point of the stone bench. Try poking it with your finger. Su Qing encouraged. With her guidance, Feng Jiang unhesitatingly prodded the black dot on the stone bench with his finger. The crowd watched eagerly, anticipating the outcome. Yet the stone bench remained unresponsive. Feng Jiang was taken aback. Could it be that he had performed the action incorrectly? This scene ignited a spark of envy among everyone in the courtyard, although it did not possess the same power as when Su Qing had demonstrated it. The initial results were commendable. Did I succeed? Feng Jiang exclaimed, gazing at the shattered stone bench. With hands on his hips, he laughed heartily, declaring, ha ha ha, why should I aspire to be a general? With this skill, I could easily make a fortune as a traveling performer. Feng Jiang observed the boastful demeanor of this elder child of the Feng family, shaking his head with a bemused smile. Elder brother. Su Qing's soft voice called out to him, prompting Feng Jiang to stride forward to stand before her. Although Feng Jiang was not as tall as Feng Yan, he still managed to obscure half of the sun from her view. The Feng family was indeed well off. Just look at how imposing even a scholar appeared.